Chapter 621 One Finger. When have we ever suffered such a devastating blow? Seeing the pitiful state of their disciples on the ground, the core formation cultivators from the four major sects felt their hearts bleed. Damn the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces! They hated Huaqiu intensely and longed to tear him to pieces. But they don't have that ability. That scene just now has proven Huaqiu's extremely powerful strength. It has definitely reached the nascent soul level. This was not something that the 8 core formation stage cultivators could contend with. Even if they joined forces, their chances were slim. In fact, they did not intend to take action against Huaqiu. The 8 people, their eyes filled with hatred, retreated, distancing themselves from Huaqiu. After the 8 people stepped back, they faced the same direction and bowed down in unison. "Please, Your Excellency, make your move." The 8 people called out respectfully in unison. The area around West Mountain was quiet for a while. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from the sky, a loud explosion resounded from within the western mountain, and a giant egg shot into the air, shining with divine light. The next moment, the giant egg burst open, revealing a figure inside. He was a very thin old man, almost skin and bones, with sunken eyes and dry skin all over his body. Huaqiu calmly looked at the gaunt old man. Yushuzi only glanced at it before his eyes widened in surprise. The old man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, and his aura was extraordinary, seemingly beyond what the core formation realm could measure. No way, the 4 major sects actually have a nascent soul cultivator hiding in their ranks? He was somewhat alarmed. The nascent soul is the limit that Earth can contain, and it cannot exist for long. Moreover, the immortal realm has not seen any nascent soul stage experts for a very, very long time. In Yushuzi's eyes, Huaqiu was a nascent soul cultivator, which is why he followed him so wholeheartedly. But now, one of the 4 major sects has appeared. This made him uneasy. In the air, the gaunt old man slowly opened his eyes. He first looked at the core formation cultivators from the 4 major sects. "I didn't mean that I shouldn't be awakened unless it's a matter of life and death," he said discontentedly, anger showing on his face. "Return to the Supreme One, this is our moment of life or death." The late-stage core formation cultivator quickly cupped his hands and said cautiously. The gaunt old man frowned and looked down. Upon seeing that less than 1/10 of the cultivators from the 4 major sects remained, and that the casualties were heavy, he immediately flew into a rage. How could it come to this? He roared, his voice echoing around the western mountains, so loud that even birds and beasts dared not move. A new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces has been born. A core formation cultivator solemnly pointed to Huaqiu on the other side. The gaunt old man shuddered and looked towards Huaqiu. Just now, he hadn't noticed Huaqiu's aura because it was too ordinary. Now that he knows he is the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he immediately takes a closer look. After looking him over a few times, his expression changed. Huaqiu's aura remained as ordinary and unremarkable as ever. But how could a supreme ruler of the 9 provinces be ordinary? Then there's only one possibility. Even he, a nascent soul cultivator, couldn't see through that person. In such a land as Kyushu, a supreme being could actually be born, he murmured, both shocked and furious. Very well, let this old man fight one last time. To be able to personally annihilate a supreme being, I can say that my life has not been in vain. If I can gain the appreciation of some people in the upper realm, perhaps I will still have hope of advancing to the nascent soul stage. After saying that, he opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. As he roared, a change occurred in him. That withered skin gradually became plump. His white hair turned black, his thin frame became fuller, and his muscles became bulging. In just a short while, he seemed to have been transformed, returning to his energetic prime, and his aura surged. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks were flying around him, and the space around him was somewhat unstable. This world is fragile and cannot withstand his powerful energy and aura. He couldn't maintain this state for long, it only lasted a short time. Killing a supreme being who has not yet grown up is enough. He smiled confidently after sensing his own power. This is the strongest of the 5 sects, it's too strong. The 8 core formation cultivators were overjoyed and their confidence soared. In that case, we'll surely be able to kill that supreme being and claim credit with the upper realm. Someone laughed. Meanwhile, on Huaqiu's side, Yushuzi had already made preparations to flee. Huaqiu might not be a match for the old man, so he decided that he would run away as soon as things turned sour. The old man's aura was terrifying, and there were 8 core formation cultivators eyeing him covetously. But remembering Huaqiu's kindness, he hesitated again. At worst, I'll risk my life to save you, senior. He made a decision: if anything went wrong, he would drag Huaqiu away and run away. In midair, a long spear appeared in the old man's hand, gleaming with silver light. This is a divine weapon bestowed upon me by a powerful being from the upper realm, he said, looking at Huaqiu. To die under such divine weapons is not a waste of your life. After saying that, he flicked his gun and thrust it at Huaqiu. The moment the spear thrust out, ripples spread through the space, even cracking into several fragments. The old man's spear skills had reached an unparalleled level with his powerful cultivation and a divine weapon of extremely high grade. His spear strike was incredibly stunning in the eyes of everyone. He actually cultivated the intent of the spear? Huaqiu's expression shifted slightly. Just like sword intent and saber intent, any weapon can be cultivated to possess form and intent. The intent of the spear is a relatively uncommon power. Those who cultivate immortality and wield weapons are ultimately a minority. You do have some discernment, the old man said with a sneer. The spear strikes like a dragon, unstoppable and unstoppable. I'll make you wear the soul annihilation robe. Buzz. The spear tip, carrying terrifying power, pierced right in front of Huaqiu, causing the space in front of him to shatter and nearly break apart. Huaqiu's expression remained calm. The spear tip pierced through space, heading straight for Huaqiu's head. If the stab were to actually hit, no one would doubt that Huaqiu's head would be pierced and shattered. Yushuzi and Lang Yi were worried. I was on tenterhooks, extremely nervous. The 8 core formation cultivators looked on with anticipation, their eyes wide open. Clang! Suddenly, a piercing metallic sound made everyone's ears ache. Abruptly, the spear tip stopped abruptly in front of Huaqiu's head. The nascent soul elder holding the long spear suddenly had his pupils shrink. Behind them, the expectant expressions on the faces of the 8 core formation cultivators froze. What did they see? That spear tip, capable of piercing even space itself, was actually blocked? What blocked it was merely a finger of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. They saw it clearly. Huaqiu smiled faintly and extended a finger to block the tip of the gun in front of him. This is absolutely impossible. The nascent soul elder roared in disbelief, almost in a fit of rage. This was a situation he simply couldn't accept. He could accept that Huaqiu used all sorts of supernatural means to block the shot, after all, he was a supreme being. But no one could have imagined that the person could catch such a terrifying shot with just one finger. 622, Chapter 622 The Fall of the Nascent Soul. How can the physical body of an earth cultivator withstand the power of a divine weapon from the upper realm? The core cultivators from the 4 major sects stared blankly at the scene before them, their faces soon filled with disbelief. According to records, some cultivators were able to develop powerful physical bodies, far stronger than ordinary cultivators. But if someone were to say that someone's physical body was so powerful that it could withstand even a divine weapon from the upper realm that had been unleashed by a nascent soul cultivator, they would consider that a fantasy. The scene before my eyes was so breathtaking. This is true. How did they cultivate to this level? Even in the upper realm, those powerful beings couldn't do it, could they? The core formation cultivators from the 4 major sects felt extremely uncomfortable. I knew it. How could someone as unfathomable as you be injured by a divine weapon from the upper realm? Yushuzi said with a smile, relieved. But you were clearly trying to run away just now, Lang Yi interrupted irritably. Young man, don't talk nonsense. My faith in you is as clear as day. Yushuzi said with a stern face. Lang Yi pursed his lips. He was only slightly worried about Huaqiu, but firmly believed that he would not die at the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. No wonder you became the supreme being of the 9 provinces. The nascent soul elder stared at Hua Qiu with a serious expression. If we let you grow up freely, you might actually be able to rival the first supreme being. Unfortunately, in this day and age, you don't have that opportunity. Hua Qiu smiled. You can also taste my sword intent, he said calmly. Then a wisp of sword intent was transmitted from his fingers to the nascent soul elder's divine spear. Sword intent? The nascent soul elder frowned upon hearing this. But soon, his expression changed. He watched helplessly as the tip of the divine spear in his hand shattered. This is a divine weapon of extremely high grade even in the upper realm. He couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide open. What kind of sword intent could even be unable to withstand such a divine weapon? This was completely beyond his comprehension. However, he was clearly unaware of the seriousness of the problem, too preoccupied with shock and heartache. Soon, Hua Qiu's sword intent destroyed the entire divine spear and continued to spread to the nascent soul elder. After the gun was destroyed, his arm that held it was also destroyed. That arm was being destroyed at a frenzied speed. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood of one of his arms turned into nothingness. What's even more frightening is that trend is still spreading. If this continues, he will be completely destroyed by the power of that sword intent, leaving no trace of his body. The nascent soul elder looked horrified. Ignoring his shock, he acted decisively and immediately used his other hand to chop hard at the shoulder of the severed arm. While slicing off a large chunk of flesh, he finally succeeded in eliminating the crisis of his own death. He stared at Hua Qiu, his face pale and still shaken. He didn't know what kind of sword intent it was, and he had never seen such a terrifying sword intent before. Yes, it can only be described as absolutely terrifying. With his nascent soul stage cultivation, if he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. The core-forming disciples from the 4 major sects were dumbfounded. The 5 strongest nascent soul cultivators from the 5 major sects. Even so, they couldn't defeat that fledgling supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Not only could I not carry it all, I almost lost my life. Just how amazing is he? Could it be that he's not even at the nascent soul stage? Someone exclaimed. Impossible. Someone immediately objected. If he really used power beyond the nascent soul stage, the space would immediately collapse, pulling him into the spatial rift first. The 8 people looked at each other in bewilderment. Both are nascent soul stage power, so why is the supreme being of the 9 provinces so outrageous? This can't even be described as an overwhelming victory, it's a contest on 2 completely different levels. It's like one is heaven, and the other is earth. What exactly are you? In the sky, the nascent soul elder, who had lost half of his shoulder, looked extremely ugly and roared at Hua Qiu. This being made him believe he was facing the first supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. An incomparably powerful force, an unreasonable crushing force. Is this all the nascent soul cultivator from the 9 provinces traders is capable of? Hua Qiu said sarcastically. The nascent soul elder turned pale and then flushed. This was a tremendous humiliation, yet he was powerless to refute it. I thought you could give me a good fight, but unfortunately, you can't. Hua Qiu looked disappointed. In that case, you may go. After saying that, he pointed a finger at the nascent soul elder. This finger strike still carried the familiar sword intent, only it was far stronger than before. The nascent soul elder immediately felt a chill run down his spine, and a great alarm bell rang. Brush. He waved his hand at top speed, throwing out one magical weapon after another. Each item exuded divine power, layering him with spiritual energy shields. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, the sword intent arrived. The spiritual energy shield shattered layer by layer in an instant. The nascent soul elder's eyes were filled with terror, and he opened his mouth as if to shout at the core formation cultivators of the 4 major sects on the other side. Unfortunately, he couldn't utter a single word. Whoosh! A glimmer of light traced a brilliant path across the sky before slowly dissipating. The nascent soul elder's eyes widened, and his strong body rapidly withered, becoming even more wretched than before, almost shrinking into a ball of flesh. His eyes were wide open as he fell lifelessly from the sky. Hua Qiu's sword intent pierced and destroyed his nascent soul, leaving him with no hope of survival. Good heavens! Yu Shuzi's lips twitched as he once again recognized Hua Qiu's unparalleled strength. I absolutely mustn't let my seniors know that I was thinking of running away just now, he thought guiltily. Supreme. Upon witnessing this scene, the core formation cultivators from the 4 major sects looked grief-stricken and let out heart-wrenching wails. This is the greatest asset of their 5 major sects on Earth, and they will not use it unless absolutely necessary. They spared no effort to kill the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. But this is how it ended. The cultivators of the 4 major sects suffered heavy casualties, even if they are alive, they cannot make a difference. Even the strongest nascent soul cultivator, upon death and the dissipation of their cultivation, had no chance to escape. Why can such a supreme being be born in this era? One person roared in resentment. Hasn't the fate of the 9 provinces already run out? Even the Lord of the Heavenly Palace said that the 9 provinces will never produce another powerful cultivator. Where did this supreme ruler of the 9 provinces come from? What makes him so powerful? Hua Qiu coldly watched the core formation cultivators of the 4 major sects on the verge of collapse. I know you have a backup plan, he said calmly. I, the supreme ruler, am giving you all a chance use it all. Hua Qiu plans to eradicate all these malignant tumors on Earth in one go. This is all your fault. The strongest late-stage core formation cultivator said through gritted teeth. The annihilation of the 9 provinces was brought upon you, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, by your own hand. Regret it, you will become a sinner of Kyushu. 623, Chapter 623. A powerful being from the upper realm. Suddenly, the entire outer perimeter of West Mountain shone brightly. The 8 core formation cultivators from the 4 major sects looked fierce and each took out an identical magic weapon. They threw off the magical artifacts, and the 8 artifacts immediately flew in all directions, filled with glowing array patterns. What are they planning to do? Yu Shuzi had a vague sense of unease. Hua Qiu glanced at the enormous magic array that had formed in an instant, his gaze shifting slightly. Boundary-breaking teleportation array, he uttered calmly. You know your stuff. The late-stage core formation cultivator said with a sneer. There is a barrier between the upper realm and the 9 provinces world of Earth, which is difficult to break through. However, if we set up this formation, we can establish a connection with the grand formation of the ruling power of the upper realm, open a stable spatial channel, and allow powerful cultivators from the upper realm to descend upon the 9 provinces world. At that time, no matter how powerful you are, you will be nothing but a dead end in front of a powerful cultivator from the upper realm. Moreover, the rules of heaven and earth in the 9 provinces world are very unstable now. When a large number of cultivators from the upper realm descend, it will cause spatial turmoil over time. The 9 provinces world will slowly be destroyed and become a world without life. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, we did not want to use this method, but you forced us to. You are a sinner of the 9 provinces. One of them roared. They're really shameless, even more shameless than me, Yu Shuzi said with indignation. These people ambushed them at the foot of the mountain, but when they found they were no match for Hua Qiu and suffered heavy casualties, they, cowardly and afraid of death, resorted to such methods, which will bring great disaster to Earth, and they actually have the nerve to say it's someone else's fault. That's utterly shameless. Hua Qiu smiled slightly, his expression completely calm. Senior, that teleportation array seems to still be connecting. If we make a move now, we should be able to destroy it and prevent the cultivators from the upper realm from descending. Yu Shuzi frowned as he looked at the array and said to Hua Qiu. Instantly, the expressions of the 8 core formation cultivators changed slightly, revealing a tense look. It was clear that Yu Shuzi's prediction had come true. They were just giving their explanations there, trying to buy time. The 8 were worried that if Hua Qiu really made a move, they would be unable to withstand him and their efforts would be in vain. However, to the surprise of both sides, Hua Qiu merely watched coldly from the sidelines, showing no intention of destroying the formation. What trick is he playing? The 8 people looked at each other, completely baffled. Senior, it will be too late if we don't act now. Seeing that the formation was about to be successfully connected, Yushuzi panicked. I await the arrival of the so-called powerful beings from the upper realm, Huaqiu said calmly. Everyone was stunned. Huaqiu's confidence surprised both sides. Ha ha, good, so arrogant, don't regret it when the powerful beings from the upper realm come down. The 8 people mocked him, thinking he was overestimating himself and would suffer the consequences. I hope nothing goes wrong. Yushuzi dared not disobey Huaqiu and could only pray silently in his heart. Bang! A thick beam of light shot straight into the sky, parting the clouds. As the spiritual light spread, the spatial passage of the 9 provinces world quickly opened. Huaqiu calmly gazed at the black hole in the sky. The moment the black hole appeared, he sensed 3 auras. 2 of them did not descend here, but instead fell to other places in the immortal realm. Only the last one descended upon this place. A ball of light appeared in the sky and fell down with unstoppable force. Even from afar, one could see the long trail it left, and the ripples of its aura left the cultivators of the immortal realm speechless. The space was humming and fluctuating, because this aura had approached the limit that the rules of heaven and earth in the 9 provinces world could withstand. The powerful beings from the upper realm have arrived. The 8 core formation cultivators looked at the ball of light with tense expressions. This was the being on whom they placed their high hopes, hoping that he could slay the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Boom! The ball of light landed, triggering a deafening explosion that shook the earth and was terrifying in its power. When the dust settled, a man's figure appeared. He was a middle-aged man, tall and stern-faced. He stood there, his powerful aura silencing all living things in the western hills. This person appears to be far stronger than that nascent soul elder who was considered the strongest. However, the cultivation level he is currently displaying is still at the nascent soul stage. Because the rules of the 9 provinces world are unstable, they can only temporarily contain the aura of a nascent soul. If it exceeds the nascent soul limit, it will cause the space to collapse and devour everything. Even if the descending cultivators from the upper realm are very powerful, they can only suppress them to the level of nascent soul. If it triggers a spatial chaos, not only them, but even powerful beings from the upper realms could be swallowed by the spatial black hole, and the consequences would be unpredictable. These are cultivators above the nascent soul stage. Even if their cultivation is suppressed to the nascent soul stage, their combat power is still much stronger than that of a true nascent soul cultivator. Huaqiu was not surprised and regarded it as normal. His current cultivation level of the 3rd level of the creation technique is roughly equivalent to the nascent soul stage of an ordinary cultivator. However, he could still easily kill ordinary nascent soul cultivators. That's the difference. The middle-aged man who descended closed his eyes to calm his breathing, his brows furrowed deeply. Is this the most they can endure? He muttered to himself, a look of displeasure on his face. Then, he coldly surveyed the cultivators present. Was it you who summoned me down? He asked, looking at the core formation cultivators from the 4 major sects. Greetings, venerable one of the upper realm. The 8 people quickly knelt down, showing the utmost respect. May I ask, which faction does your excellency come from? Someone asked cautiously. I come from Mount Futu, the middle-aged man said calmly. Upon hearing this, the 8 people's faces lit up with joy. Mount Futu is one of the dominant forces in the upper realm, and it is extremely powerful. The powerful figure who descended with such force was extraordinary, which ignited the confidence of the 8 people. So it is the venerable one from Mount Futu. It is our honor to see the venerable one descend. The middle-aged man made no attempt to hide his contempt for the 8 people. He was aloof and spoke to 8 people at once. They all seemed impatient. The time is 10 years earlier than originally planned. What, you've already made all the arrangements? He asked the 8 people coldly. Not yet, someone said in a trembling voice. The current 9 provinces are still insufficient to support a large influx of powerful beings from the upper realm. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression immediately turned cold. Please calm down, Your Excellency, we had no choice. The leader hurriedly said. That person over there is the newly born supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. He's incredibly strong, even our last nascent soul cultivator died at his hands. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression hardened, and he looked toward Hua Qiu's location. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? He stared at Hua Qiu with the sharpness of a hawk, as if trying to see through Hua Qiu completely. I never imagined that such a desolate and ruined land could give birth to a supreme being, he said slowly, seemingly with emotion, but his words contained endless coldness. 624, Chapter 624 The Price of Contempt. Please, Venerable One, take action and slay this fiend. The 8 core formation cultivators bowed to the Venerable of Mount Futu and pleaded resentfully. This man has almost destroyed our 5 major sects, he has committed numerous evils. Although we deeply abhor him, none of us are his match. We can only rely on the Venerable One to uphold justice. They denounced Hua Qiu's crimes on the spot, hoping that the powerful beings of the upper realm would avenge them. The middle-aged man glanced at the 8 people indifferently, with a hint of disdain. He probably thought that the cultivators of the 5 major sects were all useless, and it wouldn't matter if they all died. Now that I have encountered the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I will naturally not let him go, he said calmly. Your cultivation is too weak. You'd better stay away from this place, otherwise, if I take action, your lives will be in danger. Thank you for the reminder, Venerable One. The 8 people quickly got up from the ground and moved far away. He turned his attention back to Hua Qiu. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he made no attempt to hide his contempt for Hua Qiu. As a powerful being from the upper realm, he was aloof and looked down on all the cultivators in the 9 provinces world. In particular, Hua Qiu, as the new supreme being of the 9 provinces, appeared unremarkable in his eyes, at most equivalent to an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Are you ready to die? He asked, his powerful aura enveloping Hua Qiu. The autumn wind is gentle and the clouds are light. He ignored the man and instead looked up at the black hole in the sky. Only 3? He said, somewhat displeased. After much effort, the cultivators from the 4 major sects finally opened the spatial passage. Hua Qiu had expected a large influx of cultivators from the upper realms into Earth. Surprisingly, only 3 came down. He let those 8 people do as they pleased, but this was not the outcome he wanted. What, you think it's not enough? The middle-aged man looked surprised upon hearing this, then laughed. The 3 of us are enough to wipe out the entire 9 provinces world. As for killing you, I alone am sufficient. Don't worry, once the spatial passage stabilizes, more cultivators will descend to excavate the last of the 9 provinces. Never mind, let's leave it at that for now. Hua Qiu shook her head and reached out to wipe her hand towards the sky. The light in the sky dimmed instantly, and the black hole in space contracted in the blink of an eye. In just a few moments, the sky cleared up again, as if nothing had ever happened. The middle-aged man's face froze. The core cultivators from the 4 major sects gaped in astonishment. With a casual wave of his hand, he shut down the spatial passage that the 2 sides had painstakingly opened. What kind of ability is this? So, all their efforts only resulted in the descent of 3 people? The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he stared at Hua Qiu with a serious look. Even he couldn't do something like that. Even powerful beings at the dominant level might not be able to do it. Could this be the special ability of the supreme being of the 9 provinces? He raised an eyebrow. What a pity, only 3, not enough to kill. Hua Qiu muttered to himself again. He didn't organize a spatial array because he wanted to kill all the upper realm cultivators who dared to descend upon the 9 provinces. There were only 3 people, which inevitably disappointed him. But to others, these words sounded like extreme arrogance and swagger. The middle-aged man's face was very gloomy. I've heard that the ancient supreme ruler of the 9 provinces was quite powerful, and even the giants of the major ruling forces recognized him, he said sarcastically. I never imagined that it would become so despicable. By now the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is nothing but a frog in a well, arrogant and conceited. As he spoke, he raised one hand and waved it at Hua Qiu. Bah! A strange, large bird appeared, its entire body engulfed in flames, and flew towards Hua Qiu with a screeching cry. Even though his cultivation level was suppressed to the nascent soul stage, the middle-aged man, as a venerable of the upper realm, had great confidence that he could crush Earth-star cultivators of the same realm. He used his move without even bothering to see the result. Because in his eyes, Huaqiao was already a dead man. The 9 provinces world, which was once conquered by ancient powerhouses, has greatly disappointed me. He turned his head and looked at the mountains and rivers here, his interest waning. Only the heavy, desolate atmosphere of the western hills caused him to waver slightly. Venerable One. Suddenly, the exclamations of core formation cultivators from the 4 major sects reached their ears. The middle-aged man turned around and saw Huaqiao, who was completely unharmed. Clearly, his overconfident killing move had been easily countered by his opponent. This is interesting, the middle-aged man smiled slightly, finding it less boring. I, the Venerable One, will play with you. He had the idea of teasing Huaqiao and became a little more serious. This supreme being has no interest in playing with you, Huaqiao said indifferently. After saying that, he leaped away. How dare a mere nascent soul cultivator from a lower plane be so arrogant before me? The Chinese man sneered, appearing completely nonchalant. No matter what moves Huaqiao uses, he must calmly deflect them until the opponent is in despair. That was his plan. Suddenly, a bright blue light appeared ahead, extremely dazzling. The middle-aged man glanced at him sideways, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The magical artifact that a low-level nascent soul cultivator from the 9 provinces world could produce was nothing special. After taking a look, his expression suddenly froze. That sword. His gaze was fixed on the blue sword in Huaqiao's hand. He felt that the sword looked familiar, it seemed like he had seen it somewhere a long time ago. Instead, it left a rather deep impression on me. After trying to recall, he immediately looked visibly shaken. He finally remembered. How did the Heavenly Palace Goddess's azure kite sword end up in your hands? The middle-aged man was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. He was certain he hadn't misread it. That is definitely the divine sword of the Heavenly Palace, the #1 ruling power. Moreover, that extremely high-level divine sword was wielded by the renowned Heavenly Palace Goddess. Even he could only look up to the stunningly beautiful goddesses of the Heavenly Palace. The middle-aged man was incredulous. Huaqiao actually possesses such a top-quality sword. For a moment, he couldn't understand suspicion and uncertainty. Huaqiao was incredibly fast and had already charged forward with his sword. So what if you have the goddess sword, how can an ant like you unleash its power? The middle-aged man said angrily. A sword appeared in his hand, and he fearlessly charged forward. With just a top-grade sword, I can still kill you. He remained disdainful. The next moment, the two were face to face. Splash! That was the metallic clang of a sword breaking. Tap tap tap. The blood dripped onto the blue sword, but it could not adhere to it, and the divine sword was not stained in the slightest. Behind them, the 8 core formation cultivators from the 4 major sects were stunned, as if their souls had left their bodies. Just one collision. A powerful figure from the upper realm actually destroyed his sword and injured his person. His heart was pierced directly by the blue sword. That's a venerable one from a supreme power in the upper realm. The 8 core formation cultivators were going crazy. It's understandable that a nascent soul elder on the verge of death is no match for him. But this is a powerful venerable one from the upper realm. That's beyond the nascent soul stage. 625, Chapter 625 Plans. I, the venerable one, have actually been defeated. The middle-aged man stared at the sword stuck in his chest, barely even registering what was happening. Just now, he and Huaqiao were exchanging sword blows. Originally, his face was full of a confident smile. But as the two drew near, Huaqiao suddenly used a ghostly movement technique, making it impossible for him to see her true form. In the brief moment of shock, the sword pierced his chest. This is a top-grade divine sword belonging to a goddess of the Heavenly Palace. It is of extremely high quality and immense power. In the blink of an eye, his heart shattered, and his physical life was taken away by the power of the divine sword. He was originally a powerful being above the nascent soul stage, and he still had many powerful techniques he hadn't yet used. But because he underestimated his opponent, he had no chance. Even if one cultivates a primordial spirit, once the physical body is destroyed, no matter how strong he is, he cannot unleash much divine power. I shouldn't have underestimated my opponent. The middle-aged man was shocked and furious, and deeply regretted his actions. He cultivated a primordial spirit, which allows him to survive for a long time even if his physical body is gone. But to cultivate to that level again would take a very, very long time. Such a powerful expert from the upper realm disappoints me greatly, Hua Qiu said calmly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in anger. He was extremely frustrated and his temper flared up. Upon descending to the lower realm, he suppressed his cultivation to the nascent soul stage in a battle against someone of the same realm. He was no match for the supreme being of the 9 provinces. But if he could perform at his own pace, he was confident that he could easily crush a nascent soul cultivator like Hua Qiu. Unfortunately, it's too late to think about it now. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I underestimated you, he said indignantly. When I rebuild my physical body and descend once more, I will surely annihilate your soul and condemn you to eternal damnation, he declared ruthlessly. Why do you think you still have a chance? Hua Qiu asked sarcastically. Humph, my primordial spirit is immortal, do you think you can keep it? The middle-aged man sneered. After saying this, he closed his eyes, and his physical body perished. Then, his primordial spirit floated out. Without the constraints of a physical body, if the primordial spirit wants to escape, even a powerful being in the nascent soul stage cannot stop it. We'll meet again, the primordial spirit coldly shouted, then turned and fled. Have you forgotten who rules this land? Hua Qiu sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the space reverberated. The place where the primordial spirit fled was like being trapped in quagmire, unable to move forward. How could this be? The man's spirit was shocked and terrified. Even if the supreme being of the 9 provinces can control this world, you are only at the nascent soul stage. This should be impossible. He couldn't understand. Hua Qiu did not answer him, but his gaze sharpened. The man's spirit felt a terrifying squeezing force and roared. Bang! A primordial spirit exploded in mid-air and scattered with the wind. Dead? After a moment of stunned silence, the 8 core formation cultivators revealed expressions of despair. Is this person truly the new supreme being born from the 9 provinces? Even if a top-tier, dominant force from the previous dynasty were to be born and cultivate, they might not be as outrageous as him. They knew that the supreme ruler of Kyushu could only be a native of Kyushu. Supreme! Your Majesty, we were wrong. We turned back immediately and are willing to follow you in fighting against the upper realm, even at the cost of our lives. Suddenly, a core formation cultivator knelt down before Hua Qiu and shouted loudly. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit and prayed to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu naturally wouldn't pay any attention to these ants. With a casual sweep of his azure kite sword, a beam of swordlight swept across, and the 8 people were annihilated in the swordlight. Senior is truly incredibly brave, even the experts from the upper realm are no match for you, I admire you to the point of prostration. Yu Shuzi was the first to come up and flatter him. Hua Qiu glanced at him indifferently. Senior, I never intended to run away, I've always been silently supporting you from behind. Yu Shuzi quickly said guiltily. Hua Qiu looked in one direction, his expression somber. That direction was where one of the 3 who descended went. The aura had a clear purpose. As soon as it descended upon the immortal realm, it flew off in the locked-on direction, paying no attention to this side at all. With this, all 5 major sects of the immortal realm have been wiped out, and the days when the 5 major sects dominated the immortal realm are gone forever, Yu Shuzi sighed from the side. I have a task for you, Hua Qiu said. Please give your orders, Senior. Go find Lord Lang Shou of Liang City and convey my instructions. I want the two of you to unify the entire immortal realm in the shortest possible time. Yushuzi was stunned upon hearing this. Senior, is this your intention to become the new ruler of the immortal realm? He asked, somewhat puzzled. Because Huaqiu doesn't seem like someone who's interested in power. I expect that when I take action, everyone will obey my orders. Huaqiu said indifferently. He has some ideas. A great war between the 9 provinces world and the Xuanzhen realm now seems unavoidable. But now, Kyushu. To be honest, they couldn't offer Huaqiu any help whatsoever. Not only are there very few cultivators, but they are all of very low cultivation levels and weak strength. Even at its peak, Kyushu was no match for the Xuanzhen realm, let alone now. Huaqiu is almost single-handedly fighting against the Xuanzhen realm. Once his cultivation level becomes strong enough, he won't care much about the Xuanzhen realm. But he didn't want to waste a lot of time dealing with the Xuanzhen realm. Perhaps, we could try to cultivate cultivators from the 9 provinces. To gain the obedience of everyone, he must unify the 9 provinces. With Langshou's strength at the great perfection of core formation, plus yours, taking over the current immortal realm won't be difficult, Huaqiu said, staring at Yushuzi. After this is done, it's not impossible for me to make you the ruler of the immortal realm. What, the lord of the immortal realm? Upon hearing this, Yushuzi's heart trembled violently. He used to be a fugitive, never imagining he would have such an opportunity. I will do my utmost to help Lord Liang City unify the entire immortal realm. I don't aspire to be the ruler of any immortal realm, I simply have unwavering loyalty and am willing to go through fire and water for you, senior. Tisk tisk tisk. Langi made a sound from the side, thinking that his skin was thicker than a city wall. Go. Huaqiu waved his hand. With a beaming smile, Yushuzi led Langi on a flying sword towards Liang City. Huaqiu watched the two leave. He turned and walked in another direction. There are powerful figures from the Xuanzhen realm there. Based on the information obtained from those soul searches, he knew what lay in that direction. On the surface, the immortal realm is dominated by 5 major sects. In fact, there is a very special family in the immortal realm. Their ancestors were the creators of this little world. 626, Chapter 626. Descendant of the Immortal Realm Lord. The immortal realm was originally a small world nurtured by ancient powerful beings from the 9 provinces. After the ancient decisive battle in the 9 provinces ended in defeat, that powerful being led his people to flee into the immortal realm and took in many cultivators from the 9 provinces. Today, the immortal realm has almost completely merged with the 9 provinces world and can be regarded as a part of the 9 provinces, but it also has obvious differences. According to the memories of the cultivators that Huaqiu obtained, he knew that the descendants of that ancient powerful being had continued to exist in the immortal realm and were keeping a very low profile. To outsiders, they are just a low-profile, unassuming family of cultivators. After the 9 provinces were conquered, cultivators from the dominant forces of the Xuanzhen realm attempted to invade the immortal realm, but they seemed to encounter considerable resistance and had to give up in the end, reaching an agreement with the lord of the immortal realm. Traders from the 9 provinces infiltrated the immortal realm, yet the immortal realm was preserved. Over the past 1,000 years, the descendants of the immortal realm lord have long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, and the immortal realm has gradually come under the control of the 5 major sects established by traders from the 9 provinces. However, based on the memories of the core formation cultivators from the 5 major sects, Huaqiu discovered that they had always been wary of that family. Although they are in charge of the immortal realm on the surface, that family still retains the control inherited from their ancestors and has the ability to control this small world. Huaqiu is now heading towards the place where the descendants of the immortal realm lord reside. When the passage opened, a person rushed straight there, his purpose obvious. He must want to gain control of the immortal realm. Perhaps, the immortal realm has a significant role to play for the dominant forces in the Xuanzhen realm. Huaqiu flies very fast. Before long, a small sacred mountain came into view in the distance. There are ancient formations there, which are even more powerful than the headquarters of the 5 major sects. The formation was functioning perfectly, and the mountain was very peaceful. It seems that the purchase of the Xuanzhen realm cultivators did not involve any forceful methods. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and landed. Within the formation, an ancient family stood. There is a single character on the plaque outside the gate. This is the Xing family, which was passed down from the Lord of the Immortal Realm. Hua Qiu landed outside the Xing family's gate, not forcing his way in, as a sign of respect. Just as he was about to send a telepathic message, the light array outside the Xing family's residence suddenly disappeared. Then, the Xing family's gate opened. A cultivator walked out of the door and bowed to Hua Qiu. "Welcome, Your Excellency. The Patriarch has instructed me to greet you at the gate," the man said to Hua Qiu with a smile. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. Most of the people in the entire immortal realm who knew his supreme identity had already perished. The fact that the Xing family was able to learn of his identity in advance and send people to welcome him is enough to prove that they still have strong control over the immortal realm. Hua Qiu walked into the Xing family's gate without saying a word. "Your Excellency, please follow me." The Xing family cultivator who came to greet him was not exactly respectful, but he was not negligent in the slightest and led him inside with great courtesy. It was as if she really only treated him as a guest. Hua Qiu released his divine sense, then withdrew it after a moment, his expression unchanged. He detected it very clearly. The powerful figure who descended from the Xuanzhen realm had already arrived and was currently inside the Xing family's residence. The place the cultivator had led him to was where that cultivator was located. The Xing family. Hua Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. After walking for a few minutes, we arrived at the Xing family's living room. "The Patriarch is entertaining a guest who has come from afar. Your Excellency, please enter on your own." The Xing family cultivator bowed to Hua Qiu again, and then left unhurriedly. Hua Qiu walked into the Xing family's living room with a blank expression. As soon as I entered, two pairs of eyes were cast my way. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face, his demeanor calm, and his gaze somewhat indifferent. Seated on the left is a distinguished man, dressed in fine clothes and exuding a powerful aura. His gaze toward Hua Qiu was sharp and domineering, carrying a probing intent. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't detect any useful information from Hua Qiu. This person was a powerful figure who descended from the upper realm, and his aura was even stronger than the one Hua Qiu had killed on the outskirts of West Mountain. Seeing that nothing could be detected, the valiant man couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Although he wasn't as arrogant as the previous person, he still looked down on most of the cultivators in the 9 provinces world. Even with his abilities, he couldn't fathom the depths of a young man's abilities, so naturally he was alarmed. "Patriarch Xing, is this the distinguished guest you mentioned?" He looked at the patriarch of the Xing family in the main seat and asked with a smile. "Not bad," the Xing family patriarch nodded with a smile. "Let me introduce you to." He stood up. "This is Venerable Yang from Shangkangling, a dominant force in the Xuanzhen realm," he introduced to Hua Qiu. The Venerable Yang, whom he had introduced, remained seated and nodded slightly. He comes from the upper realm, so to give such a response is already extremely generous. And this one, the head of the Xing family, looked at Hua Qiu with a meaningful expression. "This is the newest supreme being born in our Kyushu world, Supreme Hua." "What did you say?" As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Yang's expression hardened, and his face darkened instantly. He jumped up from his chair. "You're saying he's the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces?" He stared coldly at Hua Qiu and asked in a gloomy tone. "He is indeed the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces," the head of the Xing family nodded, still smiling. Hua Qiu looked at him calmly. The head of the Xing family knew that the two sides were irreconcilable enemies, yet he still chose to do this. His purpose is unclear. Is it an attempt to deliberately provoke a conflict between the two sides? Upon receiving a positive answer, Venerable Yang's expression darkened further, his aura stirring restlessly, revealing an intense killing intent that he made no attempt to conceal. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces in ancient times caused considerable damage to the dominant forces in the Xuanzhen realm. They were extremely sensitive to those 4 words. In this dilapidated state of the 9 provinces, a new supreme being can still emerge. It seems the fate of the 9 provinces is not yet over, he said with a cold laugh, his gaze fixed on Locke and Huaqiu. Venerable Yang, this is the Xing family. Are you going to kill the supreme being of the 9 provinces here? The Xing family patriarch asked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Venerable Yang frowned slightly. A moment later, the intense killing intent emanating from him receded like a tide, disappearing without a trace. This is the Xing family's residence, so I will naturally show some respect and will not kill anyone here, he said coldly. However, things might be different once we get out. Thank you for your understanding, Venerable One, the Xing family patriarch nodded. Hua Zhizuan, please sit down. He waved to Huaqiu, indicating that he should sit on the right. No need, Huaqiu said calmly. Similarly, the fact that he didn't immediately kill anyone at the Xing family's house was already a great concession. I have come here for only one purpose. I want the Xing family's immortal realm talisman, he said calmly. In an instant, Venerable Yang's expression hardened, and a murderous aura reappeared. What a coincidence, the Xing family patriarch smiled. This Venerable Yang, like Supreme Hua, also wants that item. 627, Chapter 627. The power of the Supreme Ruler of the 9 provinces. The Immortal Realm Talisman was passed down from my Xing family ancestors. Whoever possesses the Immortal Realm Talisman can control the operation of the entire Immortal Realm. The head of the Xing family spoke slowly and deliberately. Both of you want my Xing family's Immortal Realm Talisman, which is no different from robbery. Master Xing, please don't misunderstand. Venerable Yang quickly said. We have always acknowledged the Xing family's ownership of the Immortal Realm and have no intention of taking it for ourselves. We simply wish to borrow the Immortal Realm Talisman for a short time, and we will definitely return it after we have finished using it. The head of the Xing family laughed. The Immortal Realm no longer belongs to the Xing family, he said with a hint of sarcasm. Your lackeys were forced to compromise in ancient times, but they are no longer the same after entering the Immortal Realm. You have ruled the Immortal Realm for nearly 1,000 years, are you still not satisfied? Although the Xing family patriarch tried his best to remain calm, Huaqiu could still sense a trace of indignation. Patriarch Xing, I have come to discuss cooperation with the Xing family with generous terms, Venerable Yang said. Why don't you hear the terms before making a decision? If the Xing family is willing to lend us the Immortal Realm Talisman, after the 9 provinces are pacified, my Shangsong Ridge can promise the Xing family that the sovereign will personally take action to move the Immortal Realm to a place with abundant spiritual energy in the Xuanzhen realm, and help the Xing family cultivate a nascent soul-level cultivator. This is a rare opportunity for the Xing family. We hope that the Xing family head will consider it carefully. There was an implicit threat in Venerable Yang's words. For the ruler of Shangsong Ridge to take action, this is truly an extraordinary feat, the Xing family patriarch said calmly. Then, he looked at Huaqiu. Hua Zhizuan, what are your conditions? He asked. I, the Supreme One, have no conditions, Huaqiu said calmly. I want the Xing family's Immortal Realm Talisman to control the entire Immortal Realm and carry out my plan. Oh? The head of the Xing family showed some interest. What plan, could you tell me about it? It's hard to explain in a short time, and even if I did, you might not understand, Huaqiu replied. In short, I will restore the Kyushu world to its former glory, and make it even more prosperous than before. The Xing family patriarch's expression turned serious. What arrogance! Venerable Yang immediately sneered and mocked from the side. The 9 provinces are already in such a wretched state, and we, the dominant forces, will soon reign supreme over the lower realms. Restore the former glory, even if the first supreme ruler of the 9 provinces were alive, he wouldn't dare to utter such a boast. The head of the Xing family stared intently at Huaqiu. Hua, are you aware that the conditions you've proposed have little value to my Xing family, and are nothing short of a pipe dream? He asked seriously. Do you know that restoring the Kyushu world to its former glory is almost impossible? For me, it's not impossible, Huaqiu said indifferently. As for whether you have any value to your Xing family, you know the answer in your heart. He had already discerned the thoughts of the Xing family patriarch. As native cultivators of Kyushu, they did not want to leave their homeland and hand over their ancestral heritage. Their years of silence and forbearance have long filled them with resentment towards the 5 major sects and the dominant forces of the Xuanjin realm. Patriarch Xing, do you really want to believe this arrogant supreme being of the 9 provinces? Venerable Yang's gaze sharpened. With his meager strength, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, you should know that very well. The head of the Xing family remained silent. Hua Qiu frowned, utterly annoyed. It's so noisy, he uttered. How dare you, a mere ant from the lower realm, disrespect this venerable one? Venerable Yang's murderous aura reappeared, brimming with power. He felt frustrated and angry. He refrained from taking action out of respect for the Xing family. If you weren't in the Xing family, you would have been reduced to ashes by now. He roared. Is that so? Hua Qiu sneered. Having reached this point in his conversation with the Xing family, he had nothing more to say. Patriarch Xing, you have no choice, Hua Qiu said calmly. Calmly. The head of the Xing family showed a strange expression. The next moment, Hua Qiu made a sudden move. Buzz. A destructive sword intent emanated, condensing into a small sword that shot towards Venerable Yang. The head of the Xing family shuddered. He didn't believe Hua Qiu had the strength to contend with the experts from the upper realm, and felt that if it weren't for the Xing family's attitude, he would already be dead here. Unexpectedly, Hua Qiu was the one who made the first move. How dare you, you brat! Venerable Yang was furious, his anger was uncontrollable. Before he could even make a move, that insignificant supreme being of the 9 provinces dared to strike first? Patriarch Xing, this isn't because I'm disrespecting you. He shouted this deliberately before taking action. He scoffed at the small sword Hua Qiu had launched, not believing that its insignificant sword intent could harm him in the slightest. He reached out his large hand and grabbed at Hua Qiu, extinguishing the wisp of sword intent in the process. In the blink of an eye, his large palm touched the small sword. Clang! With a sword's cry, the giant palm disintegrated. What? Venerable Yang's expression changed drastically, finding it unbelievable. Could there be such a strong sword intent in the 9 provinces world? Snort! He remained dismissive, thinking it was no big deal. This time, he was serious, unleashing a divine light with the intention of annihilating Hua Qiu as well. Whoosh! Suddenly, the small sword increased in speed and disappeared in an instant. Venerable Yang's pupils contracted sharply. Soon, he felt a slight stinging sensation in his heart. He looked down, somewhat stunned, staring blankly at the bloody hole in his chest. You actually managed to hurt me? He couldn't quite accept this fact. He is a powerful venerable of the upper realm's ruling power, the Shangtsong Ridge, and is an invincible existence in the 9 provinces world. But he was injured for no apparent reason. He still couldn't discern anything about that wisp of sword intent. The head of the Xing family was also stunned. As the holder of the Immortal Realm talisman, he sensed Hua Qiu's presence from the moment Hua Qiu entered the Immortal Realm and knew that Hua Qiu was stronger than any native cultivator in the 9 provinces world. But having such strength still exceeded his expectations. Will you hurt me? Hua Qiu looked at Venerable Yang and sneered. When I, the Supreme One, decide to kill someone, I never harm them. Upon hearing this, Venerable Yang's expression changed drastically. Because he quickly realized the deadly danger. A powerful destructive force spread rapidly through his heart, destroying 90% of his life force in the blink of an eye. What kind of sword intent is this? Venerable Yang asked in horror. He immediately reacted by directly escaping from his primordial spirit. Buzz. The moment the primordial spirit appeared, it trembled with fear. He was horrified to discover that the destructive sword intent filled the surroundings, omnipresent. Only after experiencing it firsthand with his primordial spirit did he realize how terrifying that sword intent was. How could the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces possess such terrifying power? His primordial spirit roared. But he didn't get his chance. The destructive sword intent swept across the land, piercing the primordial spirit with countless holes in an instant, annihilating it into the air. This venerable Yang from the upper realm has been completely annihilated, both in body and soul. The Xing family patriarch's eyes trembled, his heart pounding. 628, Chapter 628 Immortal Realm Talisman Acquired. I killed the person. Hua Qiu looked at the head of the Xing family and said, "You have no other choice." The head of the Xing family was taken aback for a moment, then regained his composure. "Do you know why they want my Xing family's Immortal Realm Talisman so much? Tell me about it." Because the rules of heaven and earth in the Immortal Realm can be improved, allowing it to accommodate more powerful cultivators once they have completely controlled the Immortal Realm, they can use this to launch a large-scale invasion of the 9 provinces world. According to the last words of the Xing family ancestor, the large-scale invasion of the 9 provinces world by many forces in the upper realm was not just for plundering the 9 provinces, but because the 9 provinces world has something more important, a divine object that can make all the sovereign-level forces go to war. Our ancestors were well aware of the dangers of handing over the Immortal Realm Talisman. Even though they agreed to compromise and allowed them to infiltrate freely, they never handed over the Immortal Realm Talisman. The Xing family, who possess the Immortal Realm Talisman, can cause the entire Immortal Realm to self-destruct in an instant, which is why they have never dared to forcibly seize it. As he spoke, the head of the Xing family looked at Hua Qiu. "Even if you are the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, if you try to seize it by force, I can make the Immortal Realm self-destruct." Hua Qiu chuckled softly. "You probably wouldn't do that," he said. The head of the Xing family frowned, somewhat displeased. He always felt that the other person could see right through him and had no way to hide his thoughts. "You were able to completely annihilate even the venerable one of Shangtsong Ridge. I must say, you are very capable," said the Xing family patriarch, looking at Venerable Yang's corpse. However, with such strength, it is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Just as he said, to contend with the major ruling forces of the upper realm they will surely be defeated. "Your strength isn't powerful enough for me to trust you. If I give you the Immortal Realm Talisman, my Xing family is almost certainly wiped out. If I don't, at best will be subservient to others." Hua Qiu showed signs of impatience. He knew that the Xing family was unwilling to betray the 9 provinces and submit to the upper realm. However, due to distrust of Hua Qiu and many concerns, the head of the Xing family hesitated. From his perspective, if he truly believed Hua Qiu, the Xing family would most likely be wiped out. However, Hua Qiu had no interest in expending any effort to give him any guarantees. "I told you, you have no choice," he repeated. Boom! He directly used the Immortal Emperor's divine soul to forcibly drag his consciousness into his own soul world. The head of the Xing family was startled. He looked up and saw that towering, infinitely tall giant. A feeling of utter insignificance welled up within him, and he felt an intense urge to prostrate himself before them. "This is..." The head of the Xing family was almost completely out of it. Just now, he witnessed Venerable Yang's primordial spirit leaving his body. He knew that it was something only powerful cultivators at the nascent soul stage could cultivate. Even in ancient times, countless cultivators would never be able to come into contact with such a primordial spirit in their entire lives. But this giant before me. How can Venerable Yang's primordial spirit be compared in any way? It's likely that even his primordial spirit would cower and tremble in the presence of a giant. Is the primordial spirit of the supreme being of the 9 provinces? What kind of being in this world could cultivate such a primordial spirit? The shock he felt was beyond words, and the awe was profound. At this moment, his consciousness was completely terrified by the Immortal Emperor's divine soul, and his physical body was completely unable to move. By this time, Hua Qiu had already used his divine sense to search him thoroughly, inside and out. "No?" Hua Qiu frowned. After thinking for a moment, his expression darkened. Buzz. The power of divine sense directly invaded the consciousness of the Xing family patriarch. There, he indeed saw a glowing talisman. So the Immortal Realm Talisman has already merged with his divine consciousness. No wonder the Xing family can destroy the Immortal Realm with their consciousness, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. "What are you going to do?" The Xing family patriarch's divine sense emanated a shocking fluctuation. The immortal realm talisman has merged with my consciousness. Even if you control my consciousness now, you cannot separate it. If we fail, my death will lead to the destruction of the immortal realm. Who says it can't be separated? Hua Qiu replied coldly. No one knows more about consciousness and the soul than me. The soul flies to the heavens. He uttered 4 words calmly, his divine sense penetrating the area. In an instant, the head of the Xing family felt a strong wave of dizziness. He felt that time seemed to stretch on endlessly, yet also to pass in the blink of an eye. His soul floated in the void, as if adrift in a starfield, empty and without a sense of belonging. In a daze, he seemed to see the portrait of the person enshrined at the highest point in the ancestral hall. Great ancestor, is that you? The Xing family patriarch asked in a trembling voice. You worthless wretch, so indecisive, is the blood of the Xing family even flowing in your veins? The founding emperor cursed, rebuking him for being useless. Grand ancestor, I had no choice, the head of the Xing family sighed aggrievely. You left behind an ancestral precept that even if the Xing family is destroyed, the spirit talisman must not be handed over. But the 9 provinces are now so vulnerable that following this new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces offers absolutely no chance of victory. I don't want the Xing family line to end, but I also don't want to be a traitor to the 9 provinces. It's a difficult situation for my children and grandchildren. You don't need to think too much about it, said the founding ancestor of the Xing family. That one is the savior from the ancient prophecies. The head of the Xing family's eyes widened upon hearing this. The first supreme being once said that the new supreme being of the 9 provinces will lead the 9 provinces to rise from the ashes, and the 9 provinces will usher in a new turning point and undergo a complete transformation. As he spoke, the figure of the Xing family's ancestor gradually blurred, and his voice faded away. After a moment of distraction, the head of the Xing family regained consciousness. He was still standing in the Xing family's living room, completely unharmed. He looked across at the other side, his gaze suddenly sharpening. The immortal realm talisman, which should have been integrated with his consciousness, was now floating in Hua Qiu's hand, its radiance flowing. He really did it. The head of the Xing family was stunned and unable to calm down. He recalled the scene he had just witnessed in the void. Did I really see the founding emperor? Could it be Maya hallucination, or perhaps an illusion deliberately created by the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? He thought about many things for a moment and was somewhat lost in thought. I have already obtained the immortal realm talisman, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. I said the Xing family will not be destroyed. Whether you believe it or not is your business. The Xing family patriarch's expression was unpredictable, shifting between light and dark. Hua Qiu turned to leave. Bang! He suddenly knelt down on the ground. The Xing family refuses to be traitors to the 9 provinces, refuses to witness the destruction of the 9 provinces on behalf of the entire Xing family. I am willing to follow the Supreme One and fight for the 9 provinces in this lifetime. Hua Qiu turned around and looked at the Xing family patriarch with surprise. You made a wise choice, he said with a light laugh. 629, Chapter 629 Headquarters in Trouble. The capital of the Xia Kingdom. During the time Hua Qiu was in the immortal realm, the martial artists at the Martial Alliance headquarters were in a state of utter chaos. At this moment, in the sky outside the headquarters of the imperial capital Martial Alliance, a group of cultivators stood in mid-air, writing magical artifacts. They continuously unleashed their divine power, using magical artifacts to bombard the Martial Alliance headquarters. The headquarters of the Martial Alliance was surrounded by a light shield, which was now covered with cracks and seemed to be on the verge of breaking at any moment. Inside the headquarters, including the leader of the Martial Alliance, many martial artists watched with deep concern as the cultivators in the sky acted arbitrarily, helpless to do anything about it. Almost all the martial arts masters in the Xia Kingdom were inside the headquarters. In addition, young talents from the capital, such as Dongfan Lan, Xian Yuanqing, and Zhuge Haoran, were also among them. Is there still no news from the Supreme One? The Martial Alliance leader asked, his brows furrowed. No, we can't get in touch with him at all. It's like my brother has vanished into thin air. Even his family can't reach him. Dongfan Lan said with a grim expression. The last place the Supreme One appeared was in Shihai city of the Yi Kingdom. Since then, he has never shown any trace of himself, and there has been no news of him since, someone said dejectedly. Looking at the cultivators attacking frantically outside the Martial Alliance headquarters, the Martial Alliance leader's face turned ashen. Keep in touch, you must get in touch with the Supreme One. He could only give in a low voice. He stared at the cracked light shield, his eyes filled with worry. That light shield probably won't last much longer. A few days ago, these cultivators from the Immortal Realm suddenly appeared in the capital and headed straight for the Martial Alliance headquarters. Without saying a word, they launched an attack on the Martial Alliance headquarters. In the past, with the Martial Ancestor Bell at the Martial Alliance headquarters, cultivators in the Immortal Realm were extremely wary. But this time, no one knows what methods they used, but the Martial Ancestor Bell became silent, as if it were asleep. Before the Martial Ancestor Bell fell silent, it only had time to release a light shield to cover the Martial Alliance headquarters. If it weren't for that protective shield, the Martial Alliance headquarters would have been breached long ago. Even so, under the constant attacks of the Immortal Realm cultivators these past few days, the light barrier can no longer hold for long, and it's only a matter of time before it breaks. They also tried to resist. How could ordinary martial artists possibly contend with the celestial cultivators who possess numerous skills and can wield the power of magical artifacts? Moreover, there are several powerful cultivators among these immortal cultivators, and no one here can match them. In their very first encounter, many of the martial artists at the Martial Alliance headquarters were injured, and even the Alliance leader was wounded and had to retreat into the light barrier, no longer daring to fight. It just so happens that we can't contact the Supreme One at this crucial moment, the Martial Alliance leader sighed inwardly, his heart filled with anxiety. Damn it, if my brother were here, these bastards wouldn't be allowed to act so arrogantly. Dongfang Lan said indignantly. Even if the Supreme Being were here, the outcome would be hard to predict, a martial saint said in a low voice. I don't know if you've sensed it, but among those people from the Immortal Realm, there's one whose aura is incredibly powerful. The leader of the Martial Alliance's face darkened. He had already sensed it, but he didn't say it, for fear of undermining morale. He understood that among the cultivators of the Immortal Realm, there existed a great cultivator. That's an existence even more powerful than a typical martial god among martial artists. In the battle against the Divine Physician sect, Huaqiu killed the sect's supreme elder, who was at the martial god realm. However, if he were to fight against a powerful cultivator from the Immortal Realm, the outcome would be uncertain. Suddenly, the immortal cultivators in the sky stopped their attack. An indifferent-looking old man appeared in front, standing with his hands behind his back on the Martial Alliance headquarters, looking down at everyone. Who is the one who can speak? He asked calmly, staring at the crowd. I am the leader of the Martial Alliance. The leader of the Martial Alliance stepped forward. He understood that the other party was about to launch an attack. This elder has little patience, the old man said, raising an eyebrow as he stood in the air. Xia Kingdom, hand over all the Dragon Vein's fortune and submit to the 4 major sects of the Immortal Realm, and you may live. Otherwise, not only will you all die here, but the entire Xia Kingdom will face annihilation. His voice, accompanied by a powerful aura, swept down like a raging storm, even penetrating the light barrier outside the Martial Alliance headquarters, instantly putting immense pressure on everyone and filling them with terror. Is this a great cultivator from the Immortal Realm? Everyone looked astonished. Such oppression is terrifying to ordinary martial artists. At the same time, the light barrier was also trembling, as if it could not withstand the pressure. This made everyone tremble with fear. Submit, or die. The great cultivator from the Immortal Realm said coldly. Everyone was having difficulty breathing, and their faces changed color. The leader of the Martial Alliance remained silent. This is an extremely difficult moment of decision. They seem to have no other way out but to submit and be slaughtered. Damn it, what's with the arrogance? If my older brother comes back, all of you bastards will be scared to death. Dongfang Lan shouted angrily, his veins bulging. Oh, who is your elder brother? The great cultivator from the Immortal Realm chuckled. My elder brother is the #1 genius in the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. He reached the martial god realm at a young age, which is much better than you old fogies. Dongfang Lan said loudly. You've got guts, just wait for my older brother to arrive, and I'll show you what he's got. A martial god? The great cultivator from the immortal realm's expression shifted slightly. So what if he's a martial god? In the end, he's just a mortal martial artist. A great cultivator from the immortal realm said with some disdain. Your provocation has no effect on this elder. Dongfang Lan's face darkened. Since you have no intention of submitting, there is nothing more to say, the great cultivator from the immortal realm said arrogantly. After saying that, he waved his sleeve downwards. A streak of blue light transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking the cracked light shield like a bolt of lightning. Splash! In an instant, the light shield, unable to hold on any longer, shattered with a bang. The Martial Alliance headquarters lost its last line of defense and was completely exposed to the cultivators of the immortal realm. The faces of the people on the ground changed drastically. Kill! The great cultivator from the immortal realm coldly waved his hand and issued the order. The immortal cultivators behind him stood in an instant, as the magical artifacts were wielded, dazzling rays of light rained down upon the Martial Alliance headquarters. It's over, the martial artists at the Martial Alliance headquarters were filled with despair. They simply couldn't withstand such power. Big brother, where are you? Why aren't you here yet? Dongfang Lan shouted angrily. Even a god couldn't save you. The cultivators from the immortal realm sneered, their killing intent palpable. It seemed that numerous attacks were about to destroy the Martial Alliance headquarters. Boom! Suddenly, the headquarters of the Martial Alliance shone brightly, dazzlingly brilliant. A figure appeared in an instant and stood in front of the crowd. As soon as he appeared, he saw the attacks raining down from the sky. His face turned cold, and with a backhand flick, a violent wave instantly swept upwards. Under that burst of energy, all the magnificent attacks were annihilated. What? All the immortal cultivators in the sky were stunned. 630, Chapter 630. A martial god in the mortal world? He was like a god descended to earth, possessing great supernatural powers. With a mere wave of his hand, he annihilated the bombardment launched by all the cultivators from the immortal realm, resolving the enormous crisis at the Martial Alliance headquarters. Big brother, you finally arrived. Hua Qiu. Your Majesty, you have finally shown yourself. Upon seeing Hua Qiu appear, everyone at the Martial Alliance headquarters was extremely excited. The moment Hua Qiu appeared, they immediately gained strong confidence and were no longer afraid or panicked. Because Hua Qiu is the god of the Xia kingdom. In the sky, the cultivators of the immortal realm stared at that figure with astonishment and uncertainty. Is this the god of war of the Xia kingdom? Can an ordinary martial artist be this powerful? They were so astonished that they were forced to change their views on ordinary martial artists. The great cultivator from the immortal realm frowned deeply. He tried to probe Hua Qiu's true strength, but could only sense an ordinary aura. However, this made his expression turn serious. The unknown often means danger. For a moment, the cultivators of the immortal realm were so surprised and suspicious that they did not make any further moves. What's going on here? Hua Qiu glanced at the sky and asked the crowd. Your Excellency, the leader of the Martial Alliance cupped his hands in greeting to Hua Qiu. 5 days ago, these people from the immortal realm suddenly appeared in the capital and launched a large-scale invasion of the headquarters, shouting that they wanted to seize all of Xia Kingdom's fortune and make us submit. We did not comply, so they launched an attack. At first, the Martial Ancestor Bell was still responsive, but I don't know what methods those people used, but they managed to make the Martial Ancestor Bell go silent. If it hadn't released a protective shield before it went silent, the headquarters would have fallen long ago. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu released his divine sense to probe the condition of the Martial Ancestor Bell. The Martial Ancestor Bell is not dormant, nor is it controlled by the methods of cultivators from the immortal realm. It is simply that it is about to undergo an advancement and has no time to be distracted, Hua Qiu said calmly after a moment. That's good. The Martial Ancestor Bell must not malfunction. The Martial Alliance members breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, It seems that the immortal realm has completely abandoned all pretense and is plotting to seize my Xia kingdom, a high-ranking member of the Martial Alliance said with deep concern. Judging from what those people said, they are just an advance force of the four major sects of the immortal realm. If they were to mobilize their entire force, how could we possibly withstand them? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned grim. In just a few days of clashes, a huge gap has become apparent. If war really breaks out, the Xia Kingdom's chances of winning are slim. The entire force mobilized? Huaqiu chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. The four major sects can only send these people, there are no other forces available. He guessed that these people were the teams sent by the four major sects of the immortal realm to ambush him on the outskirts of West Mountain. They had long planned to seize the destiny of the Xia Kingdom. These people in front of me probably have no idea what's happening in the immortal realm. Now, all four major sects within the immortal realm have been annihilated by Huaqiu, and these people are survivors who have been scattered outside. Your Excellency, could it be that you come from the immortal realm? The leader of the Martial Alliance, sensing the implied meaning, asked. Not bad. Huaqiu nodded. The leader of the Martial Alliance had a meaningful expression. It's no surprise that Huaqiu has accomplished a great deal within the immortal realm. Who comes down here? A cultivator at the pseudocore stage of the immortal realm stood directly above them, and asked Huaqiu with a contemptuous expression. In this team, with his strength, he was considered one of the leaders, so he put on airs and looked down on Huaqiu. In his view, ordinary martial artists, no matter how strong, can't be that strong. Huaqiu didn't even raise his head. Anyone who dares to stand above me in this world deserves commendable courage, he said calmly. What did you say? The pseudocore cultivator above his head darkened his face, about to explode in anger and rebuke him. His expression changed abruptly as soon as he finished speaking. An immense pressure suddenly enveloped him, like a towering mountain pressing down on his head, filling him with extreme terror. Unable to react much, the pseudocore cultivator suddenly plummeted from the sky like a cannonball. Boom! He crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Inside the deep pit, his eyes were wide open, his face filled with fear, and he was unable to move. His bones were shattered, his internal organs were broken, blood was flowing from his 7 orifices, and he was barely breathing. It was only a matter of time before he died. This scene caused the immortal cultivators in the sky to change color. They looked at each other, completely bewildered, not even knowing what had happened. Elder Liang is a powerful expert at the pseudocore formation stage who ambushed him and caused him such severe injuries? Where are the attackers? They looked around, their minds unsettled. The great cultivators of the immortal realm were also alert and quickly released all their divine senses, enveloping the entire Martial Alliance headquarters. He couldn't see anything amiss either, assuming that a powerful figure had launched a sneak attack, which was why a pseudocore formation elder was on the verge of death. Unfortunately, he couldn't detect anything. Where exactly is he? How could such a powerful figure exist in the mortal Xia kingdom? The great cultivator from the immortal realm frowned even more deeply. The mere presence of a mortal martial god already posed a challenge for him. Adding to the mix was a mysterious and elusive hidden expert, which greatly increased the pressure on him. May I ask who you are? Please show yourself. The great cultivator from the immortal realm cupped his hands and spoke loudly in the air. Your strength is extraordinary, but if you want to stand up for the Xia kingdom and oppose the 4 major sects of my immortal realm, it will only be harmful to you. I urge you to think twice, he said with a threatening tone. But all around was silent, and no one responded. This caused the cultivators of the immortal realm to look grave. How could a great cultivator from the immortal realm be so pathetic? Huaqiu couldn't stand it and said sarcastically. The great cultivator from the immortal realm had a gloomy expression and looked angry. What do you mean? How dare you offend a great cultivator from my immortal realm? You're courting death. Immediately, a cultivator from the immortal realm pointed at Huaqiu and shouted angrily. Huaqiu glanced indifferently at the person who spoke. Another pseudo-elixir stage. His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. Boom! In an instant, the pseudocore formation cultivator plummeted from the sky. He too was crippled from the fall, his face filled with shock as he clung to life. The pupils of the immortal cultivators contracted sharply. The great cultivators of the immortal realm were greatly shaken. With such a scene repeating itself, who wouldn't know that it was Hua Qiu who made the move? A single glance is enough to cripple a cultivator at the pseudocore stage in the immortal realm. What terrifying power this is! You don't even know who made the move. Yuri, the weakest core formation cultivator I've ever seen, Hua Qiu said disdainfully. You have quite the arrogance. The great cultivator from the immortal realm said with a cold expression. How many core formation cultivators can you, a mere mortal martial god, possibly see? How dare you look down on core formation cultivators? Hua Qiu did not respond to his words. His body rose into the air and flew into the sky. Standing in the sky above the Martial Alliance headquarters, he stood across the void from that great cultivator from the immortal realm. Hua Qiu did not attack him, but instead drew a circle in the air with his hand. Buzz. A buzzing sound suddenly arose above the Martial Alliance headquarters, and waves of vibration spread in all directions. This is... The great cultivator from the immortal realm froze, an expression of disbelief on his face. 631, Chapter 631, Paying Homage to the Supreme One. As Hua Qiu made his hand movements, a black hole appeared in the air. What's inside? The remaining immortal cultivators from the four major sects looked into the black hole and sensed a familiar aura, leaving them speechless with astonishment. The immortal realm, he actually opened a passage to the immortal realm with his bare hands. Someone exclaimed. The great cultivators of the immortal realm could no longer remain calm, their minds were in turmoil. The passage between the immortal realm and the mortal world. Even the great cultivators of the four major sects cannot travel across on their own, they must use the teleportation arrays left behind by their predecessors. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would surely perish if they forcibly attempted to cross the threshold. But this mortal martial god actually opened a spatial passage to the immortal realm with his bare hands. Shocked, the cultivators of the immortal realm were completely bewildered. They didn't understand what Hua Qiu's purpose was in doing this. In the name of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I hereby command the cultivators of the immortal realm to come and pay homage. Hua Qiu stood in the air and shouted loudly. The entire area around the Martial Alliance headquarters fell silent instantly. The people at the Martial Alliance headquarters looked at Hua Qiu with strange expressions. Isn't the immortal realm an enemy of the Xia kingdom? Who would obey the orders of a mortal war god? They'd be lucky if they didn't launch a full-scale attack and conquer the Xia kingdom. Did I hear that right? He actually wants cultivators from the immortal realm to come and pay homage to him? A cultivator asked the person next to him, frowning. You heard me right, that's exactly what he said, someone else responded. Is he out of his mind? The remaining cultivators from the 4 major sects were full of sarcasm. Who does he think he is, just a mere mortal martial god, yet he dares to order cultivators from the immortal realm to come and pay homage? He is utterly ignorant of his own limitations, his arrogance is outrageous. What the hell, does he really think he's the best in the world? Ridiculous. If the supreme elders of the 4 major sects were to show their faces, they could easily kill him with a single palm strike. For a time, the remaining cultivators of the 4 major sects began to mock and ridicule. The great cultivator's brows furrowed into a deep frown. He had no idea what Hua Qiu was up to, or whether this was just a publicity stunt. It's good that the passage is open. I can ask the core formation cultivators from various sects to come to my aid, he thought to himself, and sent a signal into the black hole with his divine sense. However, no one responded to his signal for a long time. This puzzled him. The communication methods among the high-ranking members of the 4 major sects are quite unique. As long as someone senses it, they will generally respond. In the air, the surviving monks laughed even louder. I don't believe that any cultivators from the immortal realm would actually come out to pay homage to this so-called supreme being of the 9 provinces. Someone asserted sarcastically. Buzzing, rumbling. As soon as the man finished speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly came from inside the black hole, and the black hole expanded instantly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a short while, figures flew out of the black hole at extremely high speed. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 cultivators flew out. After the group came out, the first thing they looked at was where Hua Qiu was standing. In an instant, their faces were filled with fear. 23 disciples of the Azure Sky sect of the Immortal Realm have come to pay homage at the command of the Supreme One. The 20-odd people, still in the air, knelt down on one knee before Hua Qiu and respectfully called out. What? At this moment, everyone, whether in the sky or on the ground, whether surviving cultivators or martial artists from the Martial Alliance, was stunned. Surprisingly, someone actually responded. What's wrong with these Qingtian sect people? They actually submitted to worldly martial artists and don't want to exist in the Immortal Realm anymore, do they? The remaining cultivators of the 4 major sects were furious, believing that they had disgraced the cultivators of the Immortal Realm. Just as they were shouting that they were going to teach the Qingtian sect cultivators a lesson, fluctuations came from inside the black hole again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, figures flew out of the black hole, flashing with various lights, which was quite spectacular. This time, the scale is much larger. Flying boats glided through the air, flying swords soared through the sky, and dozens of immortal cultivators flew out in groups, leaving magnificent trails in the sky. This is incomparable to a small sect like the Qingtian sect. This is a cultivator from the Cheongsong Palace. The surviving cultivator's eyes widened. Cheongsong Mansion is no small sect in the Immortal Realm. That is one of the top-tier sects, second only to the 4 major sects. All disciples of the Azure Sky Palace have come to pay homage at the command of the Supreme One. The large group of cultivators also bowed down to Hua Qiu and respectfully addressed him. This time, the surviving cultivators turned pale. The great monk's eyelids also twitched. Even the Cheongsong Palace has submitted. What exactly happened? What exactly happened in the Immortal Realm? Buzz. The black hole began to fluctuate violently. Whoosh. Rumble. For a time, various booming sounds could be heard incessantly. Like a surging tide of fish, cultivators from the Immortal Realm poured out of the black hole in an endless stream, making the entire sky densely packed with people. All cultivators of the Isho sect have come to pay homage at the command of the Supreme One. The Crane sect, in accordance with the Supreme One's command. The entire Divine Void Palace has arrived. All disciples of the Panglai sect pay homage to your majesty. Numerous forces from the Immortal Realm appeared and knelt before Hua Qiu with utmost respect. Large and small, without exception. Above the Martial Alliance headquarters, figures were as numerous as raindrops. The people at the Martial Alliance headquarters were dumbfounded as they stared at the countless immortal cultivators standing in the sky. To ordinary people, these are all immortals. Each of them possesses the ability to fly and teleport, and is equipped with a multitude of magical treasures, making them far superior to ordinary worldly experts. This. The leader of the Martial Alliance stared at his mouth for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. He was so shocked and excited that he could not contain himself, and was greatly shocked and stimulated. So many cultivators from the Immortal Realm. They all submitted to Hua Qiu. With just a word from him, they all came to pay homage, as if in worship. When did he achieve such an astonishing feat? Big brother, what's the difference between you and a god? Dongfang Lan murmured, gazing up at Hua Qiu's figure. Shen Yuanqing, Zhu Gahaoren, and the others all had similar expressions. What a colossal thing this is, big surprise. The remaining cultivators from the 4 major sects were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Why, how can a mortal martial artist command the submission of almost all the forces in the Immortal Realm? What makes him so special? They couldn't understand it, they were going crazy. Even though the 5 major sects have dominated the Immortal Realm for thousands of years, they have not been able to make the numerous forces in the Immortal Realm so subservient, as if they were worshipping a god. How did he do that? This is simply impossible. The surviving cultivator was furious. Who could have imagined that so many forces in the Immortal Realm would turn against them? How can we then subdue ordinary martial artists? Boom, the black hole made a sound. There are others, who else? The surviving cultivators looked surprised. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures flew out, their powerful auras causing the heavens and earth to change color. The aura emanating from the two most powerful individuals in particular left the remaining cultivators stunned. The surviving high-ranking cultivators' pupils widened in shock. Core formation, great perfection! He exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, the surviving cultivators showed expressions of fear. The strongest of the four major sects, as they appear, is only at the late core formation stage. Lord Lang Xiu of Liang City. Xingfeng, a descendant of the Lord of the Immortal Realm. Greetings, Your Majesty. The two core formation stage cultivators prostrated themselves at Hua Qiu's feet, showing the utmost respect. At this moment, the surviving cultivators trembled. Boom! The surviving powerful cultivator seemed to have been struck by lightning, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. 632, Chapter 632, I am the law. Most of the cultivators who had gained prominence in the immortal realm emerged from the black hole to pay homage to Hua Qiu. Could it bet that he has already unified the immortal realm? The remaining cultivators from the four major sects turned pale and then red. For thousands of years, no one in the immortal realm has ever been able to do such a thing. Even if all five major sects joined forces, it wouldn't work. They were ultimately traitors and could not win the hearts of the people. Furthermore, the Xing family, who truly controls the immortal realm, will never support them. But now, even the head of the Xing family is kneeling at Hua Qiu's feet, submitting to him. What exactly did he do that made the Xing family patriarch willingly hand over the immortal realm talisman? Now that things have come to this, the surviving great cultivators have also come to understand. Hua Qiu's ability to open a spatial passage to the immortal realm will undoubtedly mean he has obtained the immortal realm's supreme treasure, the immortal realm talisman, and become the true master of the immortal realm. Wasn't the city lord of Liang City at the early stage of core formation? How did he suddenly become the great perfection of core formation? Could it be that he has been holding back all along? The city lord of Liang City's cultivation level is just as frightening. He had always been suppressed by the five major sects, treated like a lackey. Now, the once despised lord of Liang City has risen to prominence in one fell swoop. What, surprised? The lord of Liang City noticed the great cultivator's expression and revealed a mocking smile. I am where I am today entirely because I was fortunate enough to meet the Supreme One. He not only healed my injuries but also easily elevated me to this level. This city lord has been lying low for many years, waiting for this day. Now that all the cultivators of the four major sects within the immortal realm have perished, and the Supreme One has unified the immortal realm, we, the people of the 9 provinces, will follow in the Supreme One's footsteps and restore our former glory. Upon hearing this, the remaining cultivators from the 4 major sects were utterly shocked. What did you say? All 4 major sects were wiped out? They looked at each other with disbelief. That's right, you people are the last remnants. This is impossible. The surviving cultivators could not accept it. They firmly believed that the 4 major sects were incredibly powerful, possessed numerous trump cards, and were the eternal overlords of the immortal realm. How could our 4 major sects, with so many core formation experts and even nascent soul powerhouses hiding in the shadows, be wiped out? How could they possibly be destroyed? You must be spreading rumors and trying to deceive us, right? The surviving great cultivator questioned the lord of Liang City. Blind confidence, the lord of Liang City sneered, his expression mocking, and stopped wasting words with him. Your Majesty, should we keep these people or not? He asked Hua Qiu, bowing respectfully. There's no point in keeping it, Hua Qiu said calmly. Understood. The city lord of Liang and the head of the Xing family exchanged a glance and suddenly attacked at the same time. These are 2 cultivators at the great perfection of core formation, who are practically invincible in the face of today's immortal realm cultivators. The 2 suddenly attacked, leaving the remaining cultivators with no chance of survival. The sky was filled with radiant light, revealing the terrifying power of a cultivator at the great perfection of the core formation stage. It was a crushing force, and in an instant, screams filled the air as all the remaining cultivators were annihilated. What a powerful cultivator this is, even the martial ancestor and the evil ancestor probably don't have such power. The leader of the martial alliance and the others were shocked. Hua Qiu, it's unbelievable that he was able to subdue such a powerful expert. Ah! On the other side, the surviving great cultivator's face was ashen, and he roared angrily, his eyes filled with madness. So you're the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I'll take you down with me, no matter how strong you are, you'll die here. He roared and charged recklessly towards the flames that engulfed Hua Qiu. Oh no, he's about to self-destruct his inner core. Some cultivators from the immortal realm paled and frantically tried to get away. The self-destruction method of core formation cultivators, which involves mutual destruction, has a wide coverage area and is too powerful, so much so that even those at the great perfection of core formation must be wary of it. Die with me. The surviving great cultivator grinned maliciously, thinking he had succeeded. How presumptuous of them. The lord of Liang City and the head of the Xing family had no intention of stopping them and let them do as they pleased. They had all witnessed Hua Qiu's power and were full of disdain for such arrogant behavior. Seeing the powerful cultivator approach, Hua Qiu glanced at him indifferently. Settle, he slightly raised his hand and pointed at it. Instantly, the space hummed, and the person's figure came to an abrupt halt. The violent power within him immediately subsided. Even though he desperately tried to self-destruct, he couldn't draw upon even a fraction of his spiritual power. How is this possible? The great cultivator looked horrified, as if he had been greatly frightened. In his understanding, if a core formation cultivator really wanted to self-destruct regardless of everything, even a nascent soul expert couldn't stop them. It's just that with the abilities of a nascent soul cultivator, it's difficult to be harmed. This is the law. Could it be that you have comprehended the power of the law? He stared intently at Hua Qiu, his eyes wide open. That's impossible nowadays, Earth cultivators can hardly even reach the nascent soul stage, so how could they possibly come into contact with the power of the laws? According to the records left by our ancestors, comprehending the power of laws was considered a very powerful cultivation skill, even in ancient times. He couldn't believe that Hua Qiu had reached that level. As early as 1,000 years ago, the powerful beings of the upper realms ruling level forces tampered with the laws of heaven and earth. On earth, as long as the seal remains unbroken, it will be impossible for anyone to comprehend the laws. Is that so? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. He was unaware of this matter. No wonder earth is declining, it turns out it's been fundamentally suppressed by others. Why should I, the Supreme Being, need to comprehend? I am the law itself. Hua Qiu said indifferently. How arrogant, do you really think you can compare to the great powers of the upper realm? The great cultivator, knowing he was about to die, sneered. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and glanced at him indifferently. With a single glance, the immobilized cultivator began to vanish into nothingness in mid-air, starting from his arm. The great cultivator's eyes widened in shock. He had extensively studied the classics of his ancestors and immediately recognized that this was absolutely the power of laws. Moreover, it is one of the highest level laws. The fact that they can act so arbitrarily indicates that their control over the laws has reached an unimaginably profound level. How could such a being exist on Earth? He let out a hoarse roar, screamed, and vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind. The power of the Supreme. The cultivators of the immortal realm were dumbfounded and filled with awe. A few days ago, Hua Qiu, wielding the immortal realm talisman, reigned supreme over all regions and conquered all forces in a short period of time. His power shocked the entire immortal realm. Seeing this scene, the cultivators were greatly shocked. The new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is beyond comprehension. Following him, perhaps we can really achieve something great. Originally, it was a surrender to overwhelming power. But now, the cultivators felt more respect for him, and were impressed by his amazing skills. 633, Chapter 633. The Rise of Earth begins today. Hua Qiu waved his hand, and the immortal cultivators in the sky fell down one after another, landing around the Martial Alliance headquarters. Get to know each other, and you'll be on the same side from now on, Huaqiu said calmly. Greetings, colleagues. The leaders of the major powers in the immortal realm bowed to the people at the Martial Alliance headquarters and said with smiles. No, the leader of the Martial Alliance and the others waved their hands repeatedly, looking flattered. For many years, the cultivators of the immortal realm have been high and mighty, never once giving these mortal martial artists a second glance. Now, however, they want to treat each other as equals. To be honest, the martial artists were extremely terrified. Big brother, you can easily summon so many cultivators from the immortal realm to submit to you, that's so cool. Dongfang Lan squeezed in front of Huaqiu and said excitedly. The cultivators from the immortal realm were immediately taken aback when they heard him affectionately address Huaqiu as big brother. Young brother, we greet you. Everyone bowed to Dongfang Lan, their posture very humble. You're too kind, no need for such formalities. Dongfang Lan was overjoyed and immediately got into character, pretending to be polite. Your Excellency, do you have any plans? The Martial Alliance leader asked in a low voice. Based on his understanding of Huaqiu, he knew that Huaqiu was not simply trying to show off or put on a grand display by making such a big fuss. He must have his reasons. I intend to completely merge the immortal realm with Earth, Huaqiu said calmly. I will revive this world, I will change the established rules. The martial artists at the Martial Alliance headquarters were completely confused by Huaqiu's words. However, the cultivators of the immortal realm were greatly shocked upon hearing this. He actually thought of changing the rules of heaven and earth on Earth. That's almost impossible. Today, I will formally establish the lineage, Huaqiu said again. The Supreme One wants to establish a lineage? Upon hearing this, everyone present showed surprise. My lineage is the Immortal Emperor sect, Huaqiu declared loudly. Whether you are a martial artist or a cultivator from the immortal realm, as long as your aptitude meets the requirements, you can join the Emperor Immortal sect. The Emperor Immortal sect will stand above all other forces on Earth, and its members will enjoy the best resources and training. Enter my Imperial Immortal Cultivation sect, and your destiny will change forever. Everyone has the opportunity to become a nascent soul cultivator. As soon as Huaqiu uttered these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. How many years has it been since a nascent soul cultivator appeared in the immortal realm? In their eyes, the nascent soul stage is an unattainable pinnacle of existence, something they have no hope of ever reaching in this lifetime. Is it really possible to achieve the nascent soul stage? The cultivators of the immortal realm felt it was somewhat unreal. By the name of my supreme authority, nascent soul is no problem, Huaqiu said calmly. However, he was still being conservative in his assessment. This is the lineage established by him, the Supreme Immortal Emperor. As long as the disciples of the Emperor Immortal sect have sufficient aptitude, cultivating nascent soul cultivators will not be difficult for him. The nascent soul stage is just a small starting point. As long as they strive for excellence, with the support of Emperor Huaqiu's profound resources, they will eventually have a chance to transcend tribulation and become immortals. He didn't say these things aloud, because even if he did, the people wouldn't be able to process them, as they were too distant and unrealistic for them. Your Majesty, we are all willing to join the Emperor Immortal sect. Many cultivators and martial artists from the immortal realm were very interested and quickly spoke up. Entering the Emperor Immortal sect isn't that simple. First, one's aptitude must meet the requirements, Huaqiu said. He glanced around at the crowd. All those people at the Martial Alliance headquarters, including those who are on good terms with him, can join the Emperor Immortal sect. As for other things, they are limited to qualifications. He pointed at each person, and those he pointed to showed excitement. Before long, Huaqiu had selected 100 people. This is Earth, and its requirements are very low, but only a few people can still meet them. As the sect leader of the newly established Emperor Immortal sect, I will bestow upon you your first great fortune, Huaqiu said with a faint smile. He gathered more than 100 people together. Then, he threw out dozens of spirit stones and set up an extraordinary spirit gathering array on the spot. A burst of inspiration appeared, and a rich spiritual energy gathered here. The martial ancestor bell. Hua Qiu shouted. The fully upgraded martial ancestor bell appeared above the headquarters, spinning rapidly. It rapidly transformed the power of Xia Kingdom's destiny into pure spiritual energy, which was then channeled into the spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy here is so rich and pure. The immortal cultivators outside were dumbfounded. This level of quality surpasses even the most top-tier blessed lands and grotto heavens in the immortal realm. Hua Qiu glanced at the leader of the martial alliance. He would naturally give this old man special treatment. Remembering something, Hua Qiu opened the spatial passage again. The Xia family, an ancient martial arts family in the Xia kingdom, is currently cultivating. Hua Qiu had promised him that he would help him reach the martial god realm. Now, he directly uses the power of the Supreme Being to traverse space. The next moment, the Xia family patriarch appeared at the martial alliance headquarters. He was somewhat bewildered. Senior Hua. He looked at Hua Qiu in surprise, his face showing doubt and shock. He was actually taken from the Xia family to the capital by Hua Qiu in one fell swoop. Such methods were beyond his comprehension. Today, I will make you a martial god, Hua Qiu said calmly. The Xia family patriarch's body jolted, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He wanted to say something, but Hua Qiu interrupted him, gesturing for him to stand among the 100 people. Subsequently, Hua Qiu immediately drew upon the power of heaven and earth to activate the spirit gathering array. He is using his creative spiritual power as a guide to help more than 100 members of the Emperor Immortal sect undergo a transformation. A dense divine light enveloped the 100 people, and they all sat down to meditate and cultivate. With Hua Qiu's help, their cultivation level improved rapidly, and their bodies underwent a complete transformation. Soon, some powerful auras emerged from among them. The Xia family patriarch and the martial alliance leader broke through to the coveted martial god realm, comparable to core formation cultivators. Hua Qiu will guide martial artists toward the path of physical cultivation. He has plenty of martial arts techniques. It is believed that soon, the Emperor Immortal sect will give birth to an extraordinary one-body cultivation. Bang bang bang. Others in the crowd also broke through. Among martial artists, even the lowest level has reached the martial saint realm. Meanwhile, cultivators in the immortal realm also improved significantly, with about 10 reaching the core formation stage. Everyone was overjoyed. This is really. The martial artists and cultivators watching from outside were dumbfounded and filled with envy. Peak of martial saint, this is a realm we never dared to dream of before. Dongfan Lan, Xian Yuanqing, and Zhuge Haoran were all excited. Martial god, I have truly reached the martial god level. The Xia family patriarch shouted, filled with excitement. He never expected that Hua Qiu's casual promise would actually be fulfilled so quickly. From now on, all members of the Emperor Immortal sect can enjoy such advancements, Hua Qiu added. Our sect leader will pass down numerous cultivation techniques, which are no less powerful than those of the dominant forces in the Xuanjin realm. How much you achieve depends on yourselves. These words caused a buzzing in the minds of many cultivators. What Hua Qiu showed them had completely exceeded the current limits of Earth's cultivation civilization. No matter what level of obstacle you reach, the Emperor Immortal sect has a supply of perfect breakthrough pills. As long as you have the ability, no level is difficult. Hua Qiu continued. Everyone present was already incredibly excited. Once you join such an imperial immortal sect, you'll have a stepping stone to heaven. Your Majesty, are we truly unable to join the imperial immortal sect? Those cultivators who did not meet the requirements asked sadly. If you can pass the Emperor Immortal sect's assessment, you'll receive the same treatment. Hua Qiu replied. A huge cheer resounded throughout the entire Martial Alliance headquarters. This is a major leap forward in the history of martial arts and cultivation civilization in the Xia Kingdom. This day was destined to be extraordinary. The path to Earth's rise begins today. 634, Chapter 634 A Change of World. Next, I will completely change the rules of Earth. Hua Qiu looked up at the sky and said coldly. The cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. That's something beyond their comprehension. Hua Qiu took out one precious material after another from his storage ring. This is the legacy that the first Supreme Being left to the next Supreme Being. I will set up a 9 revolutions heavenly formation. Hua Qiu began setting up the formation with a serious expression. This is a special formation belonging to the realm of immortals, possessing the miraculous power to defy fate. Ordinary immortals dare not touch it, fearing that they will not be able to withstand its terrifying rules and will perish. But Hua Qiu possessed the divine soul of an immortal emperor, so he was fearless. Soon, with the Martial Alliance headquarters at its core, Hua Qiu set up a massive formation. Those present could only stare blankly at his actions. Hua Qiu stopped after a long time. The 9 revolutions heavenly formation is now complete. He took out the 9 provinces dragon seal and the immortal realm talisman, and threw them both into the erase core. Everyone, channel all your power into the formation. Hua Qiu shouted. Whether they were martial artists or cultivators, they all obeyed his orders. As streams of power surged into the great formation, the formation erupted with dazzling divine light, and a massive pillar of light shot straight to the sky. Hua Qiu's figure flashed, and the next moment he entered the formation, serving as the main eye of the formation. He used the original source of creation energy within his body, and at the same time used his powerful divine soul power to maintain the operation of the formation. He also used the martial ancestor bell to gather the fortune of the 9 provinces here. Success or failure hinges on this. Gather the power of earth and change the fate of the world. With a resounding shout, the heavens and earth trembled. As the 9 revolutions heavenly array operates, the heavens and earth begin to change. It was a transformation that involved breaking down the old and building up the new. Earth was once heavily invaded by the Xuanzhen realm, which plundered its blessed lands and countless resources, to the point that it became so desolate that even the birth of a nascent soul cultivator was difficult. But the origin of earth remains. Now, Hua Qiu has gathered all the power of the earth to awaken the stagnant origin and revive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth once again. It certainly won't be able to return to its former state in a short time, but if things continue like this, there is hope. Earth is truly reviving. Soon, the immortal cultivators in the formation showed surprise and were overjoyed. Through the grand formation, they could clearly perceive the changes taking place in the world. The Supreme Being can actually do such a thing. He has revived the world. With the revival of spiritual energy and the merging of the immortal realm and earth, the cultivation environment will be greatly improved, making cultivation much easier. The monks seem to have already seen a bright future. At this moment, they were completely convinced of Hua Qiu's status as the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. He truly brought too many surprises to the earth cultivators. Even if spiritual energy recovers, the laws of heaven and earth on earth remain the same, making it still very difficult for nascent soul cultivators to be born, someone said worriedly. The laws of heaven and earth, repair. Hua Qiu's voice suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that he had appeared in the sky at some point and was making complicated hand seals. Buzzing, rumbling. A continuous roar echoed through the air. The laws governing earth have changed. The earth cultivators were speechless with astonishment. Supreme One, you can even control and change the laws, the Xing family patriarch murmured, his eyes darting around. Perhaps even the ruler of a dominant force in the Xuanzhen realm might not possess such ability. He suddenly remembered seeing a vision of his ancestor. Perhaps it wasn't an illusion. This person is truly the savior of Kyushu. The laws governing earth are being rapidly repaired. Hua Qiu quickly frowned. He sensed that the laws of earth and the heavens had been tampered with, making it difficult for nascent soul cultivators to emerge, let alone those beyond that. Needless to say, this was all the work of a dominant force in the Xuanzhen realm. Oh. With a disdainful smile, Hua Qiu used his immortal emperor's divine soul to erase all the marks. From this point on, the laws of earth will be restored, and there will be no more constraints. Once fully restored, all beings below the level of immortals will be able to be born. Hua Qiu's voice resounded in the hearts of every cultivator on earth. Supreme divine might, unmatched by anyone, they said, their voices trembling with emotion and tears in their eyes. The moment when the laws of Earth's universe changed was felt not only by Earth's cultivators. Within the Xuanzhen realm, all the major ruling forces have reacted. What's going on? Why have the laws governing the 9 provinces changed? That's impossible, that place is practically rotting away, how could it possibly be revitalized? Who dared to erase the mark left by the Lord of my heavenly palace? Shocked voices echoed within the various dominant forces. The supreme experts, who were high above all others, were all shocked and extended their divine senses towards the 9 provinces. Soon, 4 enormous phantoms appeared outside Earth. They stood in the void, staring indifferently at the dilapidated Earth. Dominate! The supreme experts of the various dominant forces looked flustered and quickly and respectfully paid their respects. Since the ancient war, the Overlord has almost never reappeared. Now, alarmed by the anomalies on Earth, they have revealed their true forms. The 4 rulers stood proudly in the void, their gazes seemingly piercing through the laws of heaven and earth, seeing the situation at the headquarters of the Xia Kingdom's capital. A moment later, a subtle ripple appeared on the 4 people's cold, expressionless faces. Such a thing is true, a sovereign said softly, his expression unreadable. Who is it? What kind of cultivator could possibly revive the laws of heaven and earth in the 9 provinces? Unlike the rulers, the supreme experts could not remain calm. Because such a thing was impossible, it was already beyond their comprehension. Powerful divine senses attempted to penetrate the barriers of the 9 provinces world and probe the situation inside. However, to their shock, they discovered that their divine sense could not extend into the area. Beyond the 9 provinces world, the laws of heaven and earth not only revived, but also formed a solid barrier. Even the most powerful beings of these supreme ruling forces cannot penetrate it. This is incredible. Many powerful figures showed surprise. In their eyes, such a dramatic change could not have happened in a broken world like Kyushu. This seal is extraordinary, a supreme ruler said, staring at Earth. They realized that if anyone tried to forcefully break through the barrier of the 9 provinces, they would be met with a backlash from the laws of heaven and earth and would not fare well. Even the strongest individuals from all major powers are not immune to danger. What exactly happened in the 9 provinces? A sovereign asked calmly. Perhaps the next battle will come soon, another ruler said softly. Earth, Martial Alliance Headquarters. Hua Qiu stood in the middle of the Great Formation. His celestial emperor's soul naturally sensed the situation outside Earth. The sight of those 4 figures made him frown. Earth is still very weak and cannot withstand the invasion of a dominant force from the Xuanzhen realm. Therefore, he could only temporarily seal off Kyushu to make it difficult for the enemy to invade, thus buying time for Kyushu. This also buys him time. 635, Chapter 635, Great Power of the Mysterious Realm. After finishing his business in the capital, Hua Qiu set off for his hometown, Beishan City. Given how things have developed, he is determined to make a trip to the Xuanzhen realm. Staying on Earth would limit his development, and the materials needed to create a physical body for Yu Ziwei could no longer be found there. He had made up his mind to go to the Xuanzhen realm. Before setting off, Hua Qiu had to go home to visit her family. Some old friends also need to be seen. After many twists and turns, Beishan City is now thriving. Because of Hua Qiu, this city was specifically chosen by the Xia Kingdom's decision-makers to be vigorously developed. Hua Qiu returned to her familiar neighborhood and knocked on the door. Xiao Qiu, you're back. His mother, Zhang Lan, opened the door for him, revealing a delighted smile. Elder brother. My younger sister, Hua Dong, ran out happily, all smiles. Hua Qiu's sworn sisters, Tongyu and Tongyu, were also happy to welcome her home. On this day, the family was reunited. The mother cooked a table full of delicious dishes, and the table was filled with laughter and joy. Dad, Mom, I might have to go on a long trip in a couple of days and won't be back for quite a while, Hua Qiu said with a guilty look on her face. Since returning to this world, he has been separated from his family for long periods, which makes him feel very bad. Mom and Dad know that our Xiao Qiu is a remarkable person with many things to do, Zhang Lan said with a smile, though she looked reluctant. Xiao Qiao, don't worry about anything, just go and do what you need to do, come home to visit when you have time, don't worry, we'll take good care of ourselves, her father, Hua Yue, comforted her. Go for it, bro. Hua Dong and Tong Yu, the two sisters, smiled and encouraged Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu felt a warm feeling in her heart. His greatest wish is for his family to be safe and well. Sadly, now that his family is reunited, he must embark on another long journey. Hua Qiu also considered taking her family with her, but quickly dismissed the idea. They have adapted to life on Earth. If they were taken to another world, not only would they find it difficult to adapt, but their safety would also be threatened. When Hua Qiu returned several times before, she had already secretly used the power of creation to nourish her parents' bodies. Even if they did nothing, they could live peacefully for 200 or 300 years. He had also subtly inquired whether the two elders had any interest in cultivation, but unfortunately, they were not interested. It's alright, when my cultivation level reaches a certain point, I will be able to mold my parents into immortals, so that they can have long lifespans even without cultivation, he made up his mind. After dinner, Hua Qiu called her three younger sisters into her room. Hua Dong, your cultivation speed is quite good, Hua Qiu praised. It hasn't been long since he used the power of creation at the Hidden Moon sect to optimize Hua Dong's physique, and her cultivation level has already reached the pseudo-core stage. Hua Qiu once said that she would definitely achieve the nascent soul stage within 3 years. It's all thanks to you, brother, Hua Dong said happily. Keep going, keep trying, Hua Qiu encouraged. Hua Dong nodded earnestly. Tong Yu, you two sisters, why don't you also embark on the path of cultivation? Hua Qiu said to Tong Yu with a smile. Tong Yu immediately became excited. She knew that Hua Qiu was incredibly powerful, far beyond the scope of a martial artist. How could she not want to follow in Hua Qiu's footsteps? I will pass on a set of cultivation techniques to you. You must practice them diligently, Hua Qiu instructed. After I leave, if you want to improve, go to the Imperial Immortal sect in the capital. That is the lineage I established, and you can get considerable help there. We will definitely do as you say. The two nodded repeatedly. After explaining the situation, Hua Qiu's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He waved his hand and cast a protective barrier, stabilizing the room. Hua Dong, come to my side, he said to Hua Dong. Oh, Hua Dong walked over obediently. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened, and he stretched out a hand, his fingers quickly touching Hua Dong's brow. This is something he absolutely had to do upon his return. When the Yi Kingdom annihilated the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect, they learned from him that Hua Dong was being targeted by a powerful cultivator from the Xuanjin realm. That person must have left a subtle mark on Hua Dong. Hua Qiu had no prior intention to investigate, so he was unaware of it. Now, he flicked his finger, and spiritual energy rushed into Hua Dong's body. His divine sense spread out and quickly searched. He searched every meridian and acupoint on Hua Dong's body and finally discovered an aura in her sea of consciousness that did not belong to this world. It was a hazy, gray substance, a combination of the cultivator's divine sense and spiritual power. Snort! Hua Qiu snorted coldly and used hand seals to forcibly extract the power from Hua Dong's body before it could react. A gray substance floated in the room, creating a disturbance. Who are you, a mere junior, daring to offend this venerable one? The gray substance uttered an angry voice, followed by the appearance of an old man's phantom. The old man had a slightly lewd face, yet he insisted on putting on an arrogant and unapproachable posture, which made him seem even stranger. Upon seeing the old man appear, Hua Dong and Tong Yu were shocked and quickly retreated. This caught the attention of the old man's illusory figure. He looked at Hua Dong with the eyes of a hungry wolf eyeing its prey, eager to pounce. His eyes lit up again when he saw Tong Yu. Great, another promising talent, although not quite as good as this one, he's still very good. The old man licked his lips, looking impatient. It's a pity that I cannot descend to the mortal realm right now, otherwise I would definitely take you two little beauties immediately, he said lecherously. The two women were terrified and turned pale. Presumptuous! Hua Qiu's face instantly turned cold, and he let out an angry shout. Upon hearing this, The old man impatiently turned his gaze to Hua Qiu. Where did you come from, you brat? You've got some nerve. He snapped, his face dark. Are you tired of living? Do you even know who you've offended? He looked arrogant towards Hua Qiu, full of disdain. After all, this is the broken world of Kyushu, a place where even nascent soul cultivators are extremely rare to be born, and he doesn't take any of the cultivators in Kyushu seriously. Hua Qiu's gaze was cold and sharp, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he stared at this so-called powerful cultivator from the Xuanzhen realm with disdain. And do you even know who you've offended? 636, Chapter 636. Dare to sign up? What a joke, could you possibly be some extraordinary being? The powerful figure from the Xuanzhen realm scoffed at Hua Qiu's words with utter contempt. A mere lowly cultivator from the 9 provinces dares to put on airs before me, the venerable one, how utterly laughable. Before Hua Qiu could speak, he glanced at Hua Dong and continued talking to himself. This beautiful young woman, she must be either your lover or a relative, your relationship must be quite close. It is a blessing for her and your entire family that I have taken a liking to her. If you know what's good for you, then take good care of her for me and wait for me to come and marry her personally. Perhaps I can even give you a great opportunity to rise to the top. Hua Qiu's expression was cold and gloomy. A mere nascent soul cultivator, utterly ignorant of his own mortality. With these words, Hua Qiu unleashed his divine sense. In an instant, that terrifying divine power enveloped the old man's phantom like a mountain. In an instant, the phantom's expression changed. How is this possible? Your divine sense is so powerful. His illusory divine consciousness trembled, his expression filled with blankness and horror. In a shattered world of Kyushu, where even nascent soul cultivators are rare, someone has actually managed to cultivate a divine sense far superior to his own. This was beyond his understanding and expectations, catching him off guard and giving him a serious shock. Who are you? Who exactly are you? The old man could no longer maintain his superior attitude and was extremely flustered. Because this divine sense power was far stronger than his own, a nascent soul cultivator. This should be impossible in the world of Kyushu. I am the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Hua Qiu said calmly. What? The old man's mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief. A new supreme being has been born in the 9 provinces? Fear appeared in his eyes. He had heard of the deeds of the supreme being from the ancient 9 provinces. That's a ruthless person who once stormed into the Xuanzhen realm and caused damage to all the major ruling forces. The number of powerful figures who died at his hands was not small. For a time, he was terrified of Hua Qiu. You dare to lay a hand on my sister, you're incredibly audacious. Hua Qiu shouted coldly. The old man's illusory figure began to stutter, unable to speak. He remained in that shocked and terrified state for a long time before calming down. Because he discovered that Hua Qiu's cultivation aura wasn't very strong. I was almost intimidated by this kid in today's 9 provinces world. Even if a supreme being is born, so what? How strong can he be? He's just slightly stronger than me in terms of divine sense. Thinking this way, he became bolder and felt ashamed and angry at his earlier loss of composure. So what if you are the supreme being of the 9 provinces? It's just that my true form cannot descend to the lower realm right now, otherwise, I would definitely let you have a taste of what's what. He even dared to mock him. Hua Qiu smiled coldly upon hearing this. Boom! In an instant, a divine sense struck the phantom, nearly annihilating it. A divine sense attack technique. How could you? The old man's illusory figure swayed, filled with terror once more. In the Xuanzhen realm, the secret technique of attacking with divine sense is a closely guarded secret, possessed only by top-tier forces. Hua Qiu's attack nearly destroyed his divine consciousness, which greatly alarmed him. Because this is 1/3 of his divine consciousness left behind in the 9 provinces world. If it is destroyed, it will have a huge impact on his main body. Old man, do you dare to reveal the name of your sect and its location? Hua Qiu asked sarcastically. This is just a wisp of divine consciousness. He shouldn't use the soul-searching technique, as it would hasten its annihilation. But simply eliminating this divine consciousness was not his style. What, do you intend to emulate the first supreme being of the 9 provinces, storm into the Xuanzhen realm, and annihilate me and the forces behind me? Although he was already in a panic, the old man still refused to back down. You overestimate yourself, you are no match for the first supreme being. If you dare to enter the Xuanzhen realm, you will only face death. Hua Qiu looked impatient. Dare you say it or not? He asked again. The old man's illusory figure's expression shifted, changing unpredictably. Humph, what harm would it do to tell you? He sneered. I am the Venerable One, whose Taoist name is Changming, and I am the Venerable One of the Xuanzhi sect, the first level of the Xuanzhen realm. I refuse to believe that you can actually go to the Xuanzhen realm and kill the Xuanzhi sect. Understood. Hua Qiu nodded. Then, his face darkened, and he reached out to grab the old man's illusory spiritual image. What are you trying to do? The old man's phantom was shocked and angry, and quickly dodged. Heh, you think you can destroy this divine consciousness of mine? You're far from capable. He sneered, his figure transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into thin air in an instant. However, not long after, he reappeared, and appeared furious. You little brat, you actually set up a formation in advance. He was so angry that he jumped up and down. Since that's the case, I'll show you what I'm capable of. He roared as he charged toward Hua Qiu. The power he left behind contained spiritual energy, and he wanted to attack Hua Qiu at all costs. Destroy. Hua Qiu uttered a single word calmly. The space hummed, and a destructive force swept through. The old man's phantom figure widened its eyes. This is... His eyes widened, and before he could utter a complete sentence, all his divine sense was annihilated in the next second. The number 1 soaring sect in the Xuanzhen realm, the Xuanzhi sect, Hua Qiu murmured, looking at the place where the illusory figure disappeared. I will pay you a visit soon. The Xuanzhen realm, where the Xuanzhi sect is located. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly came from the cave of the venerable Changming of the Xuanzhi sect, which greatly surprised the Xuanzhi sect cultivators, who rushed to check the situation. Venerable Changming crawled out of the ruined cave, covered in dust and dirt, his face pale and blood still stained the corners of his mouth. Venerable Changming, what's going on? The cultivators of the Xuanzhi sect were shocked. I am unharmed. It was just that I was too eager for quick results in my cultivation and made a mistake, he said, feigning composure and waving his hand. In this way, the surrounding cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Venerable One is the backbone of the Xuanzhi sect. If something happens to him, the impact will be enormous. Venerable Changming turned his back to the crowd and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already seriously injured. The destruction of his divine consciousness in the 9 provinces world greatly shocked him, who was in seclusion in the Xuanzhen realm cave, and he almost went into a demonic possession. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he said through gritted teeth, his face extremely ugly. How could I possibly fear a mere supreme being of the 9 provinces? If he dares to come up, I'll destroy him. He muttered to himself angrily. After a while, his expression turned serious. Guards, pass on my orders, send men to guard all the ascension sites in the first heaven with utmost vigilance. If anyone claiming to be a supreme being appears, seize them immediately and report back to me. He commanded. He thought for a moment, then frowned. Prepare a flying boat for me. I need to go and request an audience with a powerful figure from a dominant force. 637, Chapter 637, A Twisted Fate. Suzhou City, Jiangnan Province. Hua Qiu has not returned to this place since helping Xia Ziwei resolve the Xia family's grievances. Returning to this familiar place now, he is filled with emotion. Since then, Xia Ziwei has stayed at the Gu family home, staying by her mother's side. Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei also rarely contacted each other, and their relationship was somewhat delicate. Although he had instructed the Martial Alliance and the Black Market to take care of Gu Jia and keep an eye on Xia Ziwei's safety, he hadn't seen her for a long time. With mixed feelings, Hua Qiu entered the Gu family home. Mr. Hua, why didn't you tell us you were coming? The entire Gu family was overjoyed to see Hua Qiu arrive. Hua Qiu is no longer the same person who was once famous in the Xia kingdom as the medicine saint. He is now the most noble and supreme being in the entire Xia kingdom. Under his support, the Gu family has become the most powerful and wealthy family in Jiangnan province. Where is Xia Ziwei? Hua Qiu asked. Go and call her right away. Please wait a moment. Old Master Gu quickly sent someone to fetch Xia Ziwei. Before long, a familiar figure appeared in front of Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu glanced at her, her brows furrowing slightly. Xia Ziwei appears to have lost some weight compared to before. She used to be lively and full of energy, but now she seems somewhat lonely. Hua Qiu, you've come. Upon seeing Hua Qiu, she flashed her familiar sweet smile and greeted her. Xia Ziwei, what's wrong? Hua Qiu asked in a deep voice. Could it be that you've suffered some injustice here again? Tell me, whoever upset you, I'll stand up for you. He raised his eyebrows, displaying unparalleled domineering power. The Gu family members looked at each other, hesitant to speak. No need, no one made me unhappy, Xia Ziwei quickly said. That's good. If you need any help, just tell the Martial Alliance, they will do their best to help. Hua Qiu nodded. I have to go on a long trip and I probably won't be able to come back to see you for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziwei's delicate body trembled immediately. Are you leaving? She whispered, lowering her head. It's not like I'm not coming back. Don't act like it's a life or death situation. Hua Qiu laughed. Xia Ziwei did not speak. A moment later, she looked up. Can you leave tomorrow? She asked pleadingly. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. It's not that it's impossible. Prepare food and wine immediately. We're going to treat Mr. Hua to a good meal tonight. Old Master Gu ordered immediately. Seeing the Gu family members getting busy, Hua Qiu felt embarrassed to refuse again. That night, he stayed at the Gu family's house. At the dinner table, everyone toasted Hua Qiu, one cup after another. You guys are not trying to get me drunk, are you? Hua Qiu asked with a playful expression. No, we just wanted to do everything we could to say goodbye to Mr. Hua. The Gu family quickly denied. Hua Qiu smiled but remained silent. He certainly couldn't have been made drunk. The alcohol would be broken down by the spiritual energy of creation as soon as it entered his stomach, and would not have any effect on him. Seeing that the Gu family was going on and on, Hua Qiu had no choice but to pretend to be drunk. Ziwei, help Mr. Hua to rest, the Gu family patriarch called out. Xia Ziwei got up and helped Hua Qiu to the guest room. Stop pretending, I know you're not drunk, Xia Ziwei said softly. Hua Qiu smiled awkwardly and went to lie down on the bed. Get some rest, see you tomorrow, he smiled. Xia Ziwei nodded and turned to leave. Just as she was about to reach the door, her body suddenly froze. What's wrong? Hua Qiu asked. Xia Ziwei slowly turned around, her expression changing rapidly. Her face suddenly softened, and she looked at Hua Qiu with intense gaze. Hua Qiu's body trembled. You Ziwei? He called out tentatively. Congratulations, you guessed right. She snapped her fingers with a grin and jumped into Hua Qiu's arms. Ziwei, why are you at this time? Hua Qiu was very surprised. Yu Ziwei's consciousness should have been dormant within Xia Ziwei's body and should not have awakened in the short term. I don't know why, but just now I suddenly felt a movement of consciousness, and when I opened my eyes I was already in this body, she said with a smile. Hua Qiu's expression changed. Could it be that Xia Ziwei voluntarily stepped down to let you come and meet me? Hua Qiu asked in surprise. Does she already know everything? If that's the case, we should thank her properly. She said happily. Honey, the night is too short, she said meaningfully. Just as Hua Qiu was about to speak, those fiery red lips were already close to hers. Ziwei, don't do this, Hua Qiu felt guilty. After all, this body also belongs to Xia Ziwei. You weren't like this before. She looked resentful and leaned in again, just like that night when she forced herself on me. Spring is in full bloom, and even Hua Qiu can't help but feel a little intoxicated. Just as he was about to give in, his mind stirred. In an instant, Hua Qiu's expression changed drastically. He suddenly pushed away the woman in his arms. "What's wrong with you?" she asked Hua Qiu, puzzled. Hua Qiu's expression turned very serious, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Xia Ziwei, don't be like this," he said softly. Through his divine sense, he realized that Yu Ziwei's consciousness had not awakened at all. Xia Ziwei's face immediately darkened. In the blink of an eye, her face was streaked with tears, and her eyes were filled with resentment. "Why should I?" she asked, head held high. Hua Qiu was stunned. "Why, I was the one who met you first," Xia Ziwei asked, looking resentful. Hua Qiu remained silent. "You knew everything?" He didn't dare meet his gaze. "I'm sorry, but she and I are already married and have consummated our marriage," he said in a low voice. "What a fine example of marital relations," Xia Ziwei said coldly. "Don't forget, I am the true owner of this body, my true master." Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu was speechless. "A long time. I'm sorry" were the only 3 words he could utter. "I will gather the materials as soon as possible and remove her from your body so that you can both become independent individuals." "What if I don't agree?" Xia Ziwei's tone turned icy. Hua Qiu was stunned again, unable to say anything. This was the first time he had faced such a question directly, and he really couldn't give a perfect answer. The two remained silent for a long time. Xia Ziwei got up and dusted herself off. "That's all for now, have a safe journey, and see you later," she sighed and slowly walked out the door. Hua Qiu watched her leave before turning her gaze away. A tragic fate, he gave a bitter smile, sighing helplessly. Even a supreme immortal emperor can be burdened by emotions. We still need to go to the Xuanzhen realm. As for this entanglement, let's take it one step at a time. 638, Chapter 638 Arrival at Xuanzhen. This is a vast and desolate mountain. Beneath the mountains, there is a towering peak, its summit shrouded in a peculiar halo. Intricate array patterns are visible on the outside, demonstrating the extraordinary and unique nature of the grand array at the top. At the top, 7 or 8 cultivators were lazily sitting or lying down, guarding the formation. They were idle and bored. They were so idle that there was really nothing to do here. At some point, a cultivator glanced at the center of the unmoving array and frowned. "Damn it, how many years have we been guarding this place? The 9 realms are truly pathetic now, no cultivator has been able to ascend for so long." He cursed angrily. "Look at those people who guard the middle and upper spirit realms, they get business every few days, they're rolling in money, and what about us guys? We're practically broke." The more he talked, the angrier he became. The other cultivators were also somewhat indignant. Forget it, the spiritual energy in the 9 realms is already depleted, and those lower-level cultivators have poor aptitude for them. It is almost impossible to cultivate to the Ascension realm. Those people in the upper-level spirit realm, like Shozhong, all have connections. Even if we wanted to go, we couldn't. Just accept your fate." Hearing these words, the group became even more depressed. "These lowly cultivators from the lower 9 realms, can't they even bring me any pride? It's been over 10 years, if only one of them could meet the requirements," the man said again, sounding exasperated. "I'm afraid we might have to wait another 100 years and still not see them." Someone bluntly poured cold water on the idea. However, no sooner had that person finished speaking than buzz. Suddenly, the great array at the summit emitted a buzzing sound, and then countless points of light converged towards the center. The guards were immediately stunned, watching coldly as the formation reacted. "This is Somion is about to ascend?" one person said incredulously, staring into the formation. "This formation has never reacted like this since we started guarding this place, but now it finally," one of them laughed loudly, his expression extremely excited. "There are actually people in the lower 9 realms who can ascend." Some people were quite shocked. For a moment, the group had different thoughts, but they all stared intently at the center of the formation, silently waiting for the ascension to appear. The points of light continued to converge in the center of the array, and soon condensed into a human shape. Bang! The lights suddenly dispersed, revealing the true form of a young man. It was Hua Qiu who ascended from the 9 provinces world. Today, he bid farewell to the Gu family, waved his hand to open the spatial passage, and entered the Xuanjin realm. As the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he is the only cultivator who can freely traverse the barrier between the 2 realms even under the seal. Rather than saying he ascended to heaven, it would be more accurate to say that he chose to step into the Xuanjin realm. As soon as he left the 9 provinces world, Hua Qiu felt a strong pulling force trying to drag him to a certain place. He did not resist. Because he knew that it was a guiding array that existed in the Xuanjin realm, and that it existed in many places. The Xuanjin realm is an incredibly vast and top-tier cultivation world. Cultivators from nearby worlds of all sizes who reach a certain level of cultivation can ascend to the Xuanjin realm and become a part of it, thus beginning an even more magnificent adventure. Compared to the cultivation worlds below, the Xuanjin realm has a much richer spiritual energy and opportunities everywhere, constantly attracting cultivators from all cultivation worlds. Unlike other ascendants, Hua Qiu arrived here, his expression showing little change. He had spent time in the Xuanjin realm before. This is where his legendary life began. Although he later had a fortuitous encounter and went to another cultivation world, where he cultivated to become an immortal, he never returned. But this dimension still holds some of his memories. The Xuanjin realm is divided into 3 heavens from the first heaven upwards. The higher the place, the stronger the cultivators become. Hua Qiu's eyes were bright as he casually glanced at the cultivators guarding the ascension platform around him. They are very weak, they are all at the core formation stage. Of course, within this first level of heaven, core formation cultivators are considered elites. Furthermore, since cultivators from various planes cannot adapt to the laws of heaven and earth in the Xuanjin realm in a short period of time when they ascend, their strength will be greatly reduced. A group of core formation stage cultivators is enough to handle them. Various forces in the Xuanjin realm have been recruiting cultivators who have ascended from lower planes. After all, if someone can cultivate to ascension even in a place with scarce spiritual energy, then even disregarding aptitude, their comprehension and perseverance surpass most cultivators in the Xuanjin realm, making them worthy of being absorbed. Finally someone's come up. I've been waiting for this day for far too long. Someone stared at Hua Qiu with burning eyes and said excitedly. Who goes there? State your name, and which plane you come from, reported all truthfully. A person approached with a pen and paper, intending to take notes. In a moment, we will arrange for someone to test your bone age. If your ascension time is no more than 700 years, you will be welcomed by all the major sects and will have a smooth journey in the first heaven. Hua Qiu looked at the group expressionlessly. His calm and composed demeanor made some people frown. In the past, which of the cultivators who ascended to the heavens wasn't overjoyed and dancing with glee? People will do all sorts of outrageous things. But I've never heard of someone as calm as Hua Qiu. How could he not be excited by the huge changes in the cultivation environment and the allure of the high-level new world? Cultivator from the lower realm, we are asking you a question. What, are you mute? Hua Qiu's disregard made the group frown and look very displeased. They were prepared to accept flattery. Hua Qiu ignored the group and instead looked around, surveying the surrounding environment. He needs to determine where he is first. But this action only fueled the dissatisfaction of the group. How dare you, you are but a cultivator from the lower 9 realms. Are we, the guides from the upper realm? This is a grave offense of disrespect. Do you know the consequences? If we make even the slightest mistake, you will find it extremely difficult to move an inch in the Xuanjin realm. Someone threatened Hua Qiu in an attempt to intimidate him. But Hua Qiu clearly wouldn't fall for that. Which faction sent you cultivators? He asked directly. He understood that the more powerful the cultivation world a guiding formation corresponded to, the stronger the Xuanjin realm forces would guard it. In this way, they can prioritize recruiting elites from the lower realms. The formation Hua Qiu was in corresponded to a very low-level plane. Therefore, the forces guarding this formation must not be very strong. But that was enough to provide him with some basic information. It seems you haven't recognized your own position and situation, the monk holding the pen and paper said coldly. Here, you have no right to ask questions, only to answer. Is that so? Hua Qiu smiled coldly, raising an eyebrow. 639, Chapter 639. A Genius from the Lower Nine Realms. Hua Qiu held these core formation stage guardian cultivators in utter contempt. He made no attempt to hide his true intentions, completely disregarding these people and ignoring them. He turned and walked away, intending to leave. Stop, who gave you permission to leave? Immediately, a cultivator jumped in front of Hua Qiu and blocked his way. Kid, do you even know the rules? The man said meaningfully. Hua Qiu glanced at him indifferently. You ascended to the upper realm using our sex-guiding array. Did you think it was free? The man sneered, revealing a greedy look in his eyes. The cultivators behind him understood and moved closer. This is how the cultivators guarding the guiding array make their fortune. For cultivators who ascend to the heavens, those with good talent will attract the attention of various forces, who will not dare to offend them and will try their best to curry favor and establish good relations. As for those who are mediocre or even unqualified, they won't give them a friendly look. Naturally, they would take the opportunity to extort money and seek personal gain. Sometimes, it's almost like outright robbery. As for the cultivators from the lower realms, having just ascended, they have consumed too much power and are not yet adapted to the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, they dare not offend the forces of the upper realms, so they can basically only swallow their anger. Hua Qiu came from one of the 9 lower realms, so these cultivators didn't think he was a particularly outstanding individual and immediately started asking for money. Look at his hand. A sharp-eyed cultivator spotted the storage ring on Hua Qiu's finger. Very few cultivators in the lower realms possess such magical artifacts. Moreover, the storage ring of the first supreme being had an ancient and simple design, with a dragon carving, which was obviously not simple. Instantly, their eyes lit up, and they stared intently at Hua Qiu, afraid that he would run away. This is a real fat sheep. The group looked at each other, their faces full of smiles. Take this ring off and let me take a look. The man who had stopped Hua Qiu reached out his hand greedily. Hua Qiu's voice deepened slightly, his gaze sharpening. Just as that person's hand was about to touch the storage ring. Bang! A strange flame suddenly appeared on his hand and immediately burst into flames. What is this? Ah! The man's face changed drastically, and he let out a heart-wrenching howl of pain. That pain was a pain that went deep into his bones, as if even his journey was being burned by that flame. The degree of pain was indescribable. The other cultivators were shocked to see their companion writhing on the ground in agony. Help me, help me! The man cried out frantically to his companion. Someone rushed forward to help him put out the flames. But as soon as he touched it, he himself was ablaze, screaming in pain. This scene filled the others with dread, and they dared not rush to help. They could only watch helplessly as the two rolled around on the ground. Within just a few breaths, the two fell silent, burned alive, and turned into a pile of charred remains. You merants dare to ask me for something, Hua Qiu said disdainfully. The remaining people looked at him in astonishment. What kind of flame is that? How could it be so powerful? They had never seen anything like it before, and they were filled with fear. What surprised them even more was that Hua Qiu, a cultivator who had just ascended from the lower 9 realms, not only dared to resist, but also easily killed 2 of their companions. Could it bet had he has already adapted to the laws of the Xuanjin realm? One person said with surprise and uncertainty. Impossible, even the most amazing ascendant needs at least several months to adapt. How can someone be perfectly fine right from the start? Someone immediately retorted. Then what kind of monster is this person? The group looked at Hua Qiu in horror. What, you want this ring too? Hua Qiu looked at the group and asked jokingly. The expressions on their faces were uncertain. Damn it, this is our Changqing sect's territory, how can we allow an ascendant from the lower 9 realms to act so presumptuously? One of them said through gritted teeth. His flames are indeed powerful, but I doubt he can use them many times. If we all attack together, he has no chance of winning. With some people urging them on, several people hesitated. That ring must be worth a fortune, just think about all the hardships we've endured over the years. Upon hearing this, the group was clearly intrigued. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. The group made up their minds, driven by intense greed, and attacked Hua Qiu. Seeing several dazzling attacks flying towards him, Hua Qiu snorted coldly. He waved his hand and flicked his sleeve. All attacks vanished, showing no power whatsoever. They were all dumbfounded and stood there stunned. Nascent soul, he just ascended, and he can already use the strength of a nascent soul cultivator. Someone pointed at Hua Qiu in astonishment. This was extremely shocking to them. This is because it represents the affinity of cultivators from the lower realms with the laws of the Xuanzhen realm. I remember, among those cultivators who ascended from the superior spirit realm last month, one of them was able to unleash the strength of the nascent soul stage. This quickly alarmed the ruling level forces of the third heaven, who then joined them and ascended to the heavens in one step. Someone said in a trembling voice. And now, yet another one has appeared. But he clearly only ascended from the dilapidated lower 9 realms. How could a genius emerge from such a place? Is this really possible? The group was somewhat incredulous. However, there is no doubt that Hua Qiu can unleash powerful nascent soul stage combat strength. This also made them lose the will to fight Hua Qiu again. There's no chance of winning, they're just at the core formation stage. Quickly, go and report to Lord Pengdong. One of them quickly reacted and shouted. Yes, quickly report to Lord Pengdong. The others understood and hurriedly got to work. Fellow Taoist, we were just playing a little joke on you earlier, we hope you don't mind. Someone said to Hua Qiu with a smile, trying to appease him. Welcome to the Xuanzhen realm. Here you will find a more exciting life awaits you. In an instant, their attitude changed drastically, and they began to flatter and fawn over Hua Qiu. The change of attitude was so swift that even Hua Qiu was somewhat taken aback. They ignored the pile of charred remains on the ground, as if it had nothing to do with them. Hua Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Such a mysterious world. He was not surprised at all. In this top-tier cultivation world, the coldness and warmth of human nature, as well as the deceit and treachery, are displayed even more vividly. Hua Qiu had no interest in pretending to be a snake with these people. He was preparing to leave. But soon, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of them. He held a scepter, his expression cold, like an emotionless wizard. Lord Pengdong. The group quickly bowed respectfully, filled with awe. The man glanced at the group, a slight change in his expression. I've heard a genius was born in that desolate lower 9 realms? 640, Chapter 640 Forced Recruitment. Lord Pengdong, that's the man. Several people pointed at Hua Qiu and shouted. We saw it with our own eyes. He had just ascended and was able to unleash the strength of a nascent soul cultivator. He killed the 2 of us with just a wave of his hand. Is that so? The cold-faced man glanced at the charred remains on the ground and smiled contemptuously. Can such a talent really be born in the lower 9 realms? Are you sure you're not lying to me? He stared at the group, his icy gaze filling them with fear. Lord Pengdong, how could we dare to deceive you? What we said is absolutely true. They quickly assured him. That would be best. The man nodded and turned his gaze to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu also glanced at this person, his brows furrowing slightly. The man's aura was cold and chilling, which displeased him. It is obvious that this person is practicing an extremely and cold cultivation technique. This reminded Hua Qiu of the time when he roamed the Xuanzhen realm and had a feud with a sinister sect. The aura of that sect cultivator was somewhat similar to that of this person. Looks unremarkable. The cold-looking man looked Hua Qiu up and down and said indifferently. However, the more likely a cultivator is to be deeply hidden. Very well, let me first test your bone age and see your talent. After saying that, he pointed the scepter in his hand at Hua Qiu. The red light emanating from the dragon head of the scepter swept across Hua Qiu, reflecting the shape of a skull. At the same time, 2 colored light stripes appeared on the dragon head of the scepter. 1 red stripe and 4 blue stripes. The cold-faced man glanced down, his expression suddenly freezing. The others were also stunned by what they saw. They stared at the scepter in disbelief, as if in a daze, motionless like statues. The cold-looking man's pupils dilated, and his body trembled slightly. Even someone as composed as him couldn't help but lose his composure at this moment. How is this possible? He took a deep breath, suspecting that there was something wrong with the scepter in his hand. So he cast the spell again and recalculated. However, the result remained unchanged. The cold-faced man's mouth opened slightly, and his expression changed rapidly. This is an extraordinary and unbelievable result. To 24 finally, a person standing blankly to the side stammered out a number. 24, there are only 24, less than 100 years. The others were still in a daze, looking completely lost. Having spent a lot of time with the cold, aloof man, they naturally came to know the numbers represented by the rays of light he used to calculate a cultivator's bone age. They had already anticipated that Huaqiu's bone age wouldn't be too high, definitely within 700 years. In fact, he has completely reached the level of being judged as a genius within the last 400 years. But this is a number that no one expected. 24. Only 24. Some people can achieve ascension at the age of 24, and they even come from the dilapidated lower 9 realms. If I told anyone, absolutely no one would believe me. Let alone the middle and upper level spirit realms. Even among the dominant forces within the Xuanzhen realm, there have been very few prodigies in history who could cultivate to such a level at such a young age. This can no longer be described as merely a peerless genius. This is a future ruler in the making. The thought of the 4 rulers who stood at the pinnacle, overlooking countless planes and worlds, made the group uneasy. My God, a bone age of only 24, how did he cultivate to this level in a place like that? Is he even human? One cultivator's worldview was completely shattered, and his mind was in turmoil. This is definitely a prodigy. I never thought that such a genius could ascend from the place we are guarding. Perhaps you and I might be recorded in history because of this. Someone was so excited that he almost choked. They were unable to calm down and kept exclaiming in amazement. The cold-looking man quickly became indifferent. No, we have to get this message to the top-tier powers right away. They definitely won't miss out on such a genius. Someone shouted. We will all receive enormous and abundant rewards for this, perhaps more than we can ever spend in this lifetime. As they spoke, the group excitedly set off to deliver the message. Snort! The cold-faced man snorted and suddenly swung his scepter. Several beams of red light flew out from the scepter and struck the group. Lord Pengdong, what are you doing? The group asked in extreme fear. The cold-blooded man did not respond, his eyes radiating intense killing intent. Ah! Soon, none of them could escape his clutches, and they all became corpses on the ground. Huaqiu frowned as he looked at it. What does this person mean? Lower realm cultivators, we only have one choice for you, join our sect, and we will do our utmost to train you, the cold-faced man said, staring at Huaqiu. Huaqiu smiled dismissively. So that's what they were planning. He looks down on even the most dominant forces, so why would he care about a sect that guards the ascension formation of the 9 realms? Wishful thinking, Huaqiu sneered. Don't block my way, or I will take action with that. He turned and walked away. The man's cold gaze was sharp. You can't leave, he said slowly, raising his scepter. A red light spread, enveloping both of them. This red light has a sealing effect, making it virtually impossible for a normal nascent soul cultivator to break through. I will place a restriction in your sea of consciousness. As long as you are loyal to our sect, you will be in no danger and will receive the best training, the cold-faced man said. Do not resist, because I am invincible below the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Huaqiu chuckled softly. What a coincidence, me too. He took a step forward. Boom! A powerful force raged around it. In an instant, the red light emanating from the scepter dissipated, and it could no longer restrict Huaqiu's actions. The cold-faced man's gaze suddenly sharpened. As expected of a prodigy, he smiled slightly and said softly. The next moment, the scepter glowed, and red light filled the sky. Hua Qiu, impatient, began to take action. Like a phantom, in the blink of an eye, out of sight, out of mind. The cold-faced man frowned. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Hua Qiu had already appeared in front of him and threw a punch. The punch landed squarely on the scepter. Snap! The scepter shattered instantly and was destroyed on the spot. The cold-faced man finally showed a look of shock. He knew the extent of his magical artifact, which made the shock even more intense. "You've actually reached such a level," he murmured, his expression growing even more somber. "We will meet again." After saying this, his body shrank into a red light and disappeared into the air. Knowing he was no match for them, he decisively fled. Such methods would move even a nascent soul cultivator. Hua Qiu simply smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Since others had attacked him and had some ulterior motives, he had no reason to let them get away with it. Perfect timing. He also needs some information about the Xuanjin realm. 641, Chapter 641 Thriller. In the Xuanjin realm, only top-tier forces should possess this kind of escape technique. Hua Qiu watched silently as the cold-looking man fled quickly, pondering to himself. This person was sent to guard the ascension formation of the lower 9 realms. Logically speaking, the power behind him is quite ordinary and cannot be considered top-tier. However, everything this person has shown before proves that he is not a simple low-level cultivator from the Xuanjin realm. Furthermore, his audacity in killing other guardian cultivators raises numerous suspicions. Seeing this advanced escape technique, Hua Qiu became even more certain. He suspected that this person had a close relationship with a powerful force in the Xuanjin realm that he remembered. The cold-blooded man fled far away in one breath. He slowed down because the consumption of spiritual energy was too great, and he could not endure it for long. This place is quite far from that ascension formation. "We should have shaken them off," the cold-faced man said calmly, glancing behind him. Such an incredible cultivator has ascended from the lower 9 realms. He is only 24 years old, yet even I am no match for him. He was still shaken. This matter must be reported to the authorities as quickly as possible. Buzz. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when the air in front of him suddenly rippled, and Hua Qiu's figure appeared. He had been following and observing all along, and now he appeared. The cold-faced man's pupils dilated violently. I used my unique technique, yet he still managed to catch up. Hua Qiu's appearance greatly stimulated him, making him feel that Hua Qiu was extremely terrifying. He is also a genius in the first level of the Xuanjin realm, and is known as the Invincible One below the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. But in front of this ascendant from the lower 9 realms, he had no temper and had to submit. The cold-faced man's expression darkened. He still wanted to escape. But when he was about to take action, he suddenly found that the surrounding space was frozen, making his movements extremely slow. His eyes widened suddenly. The laws of space. He blurted it out, utterly shocked. This time, the shock was extremely profound. The power of the laws of heaven and earth can only be comprehended by those who have reached the nascent soul stage. Only a very small number of nascent soul cultivators are fortunate enough to come into contact with the power of the laws and make some rudimentary use of them. Which of those special cultivators isn't a dragon among men? Bone age of 24, ascended from the lower 9 realms, and his combat power was comparable to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm right from the start. He also comprehended the power of laws, and it is the spatial law, one of the 10 highest and most special laws. The cold man recited in a deep voice. A person like you is 1 in 1,000 years, even in the Xuanjin realm. What a promising talent, absolutely a promising talent. He's perfect for perfect for. Hua Qiu looked at him calmly. What is your relationship with the longevity cult? Hua Qiu asked calmly. Upon hearing this, the man's body trembled, and his expression turned solemn. You know about the longevity cult? He asked, quite surprised. Hua Qiu comes from the lower 9 realms, so there are some things she shouldn't know. We've had some dealings before, Hua Qiu replied. This surprised the other party even more. What kind of dealings do you have with them? Have you met anyone? He asked quickly, clearly concerned. Actually, it's nothing much, I just once killed the leader of the longevity sect. Huaqiu's tone was very calm. What? The man's expression immediately froze. Who is the leader of the longevity cult? One of the giants of the Xuanzhen world. He actually said he killed one of them. The cold-blooded man simply couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it. That's impossible, no matter how talented you are, before you've fully matured, the leader of the longevity sect could destroy you with a single breath. He said coldly. Huaqiu smiled slightly, offering no explanation. In that brief moment, he had completely sealed off this space. He was new to the Xuanzhen realm, which was different from the 9 provinces world. He couldn't act too recklessly and didn't want to cause too many sudden changes. Whoosh! With a flash, Huaqiu made his move. It was at this moment that his killing intent was unleashed. Sensing the overwhelming and astonishing killing intent, the cold-faced man's expression changed drastically. In an instant, he unleashed several magical artifacts, forming multiple layers of defense. He dared not underestimate Huaqiu and immediately used his trump card to save his life. His eyes widened, his consciousness fully activated, and he stared intently at Huaqiu's movements in order to prepare a response. But he didn't see any of Huaqiu's supernatural powers or spells. Only as the autumn approached did a sharp edge emerge. At that moment, a sense of alarm arose in the cold-blooded man's heart, and his face turned pale instantly. Royal-level sword intent. He cried out in utter terror. Bang bang bang. One by one, the magical artifacts in front of him were pierced, and their light dimmed. In the blink of an eye, the sword intent pierced into his body. His heart shattered instantly, and the destructive force swiftly extinguished any life force within him. From the moment Huaqiu made his move to the moment it ended, only a few breaths passed before his demise was announced. Before his nascent soul could escape, Huaqiu directly extracted it and held it in his hand. The soul-searching technique is activated. Then, memories of the cold, gloomy man flashed through Huaqiu's mind. Huaqiu only ingests a small amount that is useful to him, and has no interest in the majority of the memories. Oh, he's an unusually cautious person. Huaqiu couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at a certain spot. This person does indeed have close ties with the longevity cult, but his memories of the longevity cult are not present in his nascent soul. He harbored a secret, having forcibly severed a section of his nascent soul using a secret technique and hidden it in a safe place. Although this caused his cultivation level to drop from the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm to the early stage, it also meant he had an extra life, and it ensured that the secret would not be leaked. Huaqiu could only vaguely understand that this person was using an alias to hide near various obscure lower-level spirit realm guidance formations, specifically looking for geniuses who had ascended to the heavens. This seems to be a task assigned to him by some top-level figure. The other memories are all in another segment of the nascent soul. Huaqiu neither agreed nor disagreed. He wasn't interested in the secrets of the longevity cult. Explore with interest, obtaining some useful basic information is sufficient. After the soul search was completed, the cold and sinister man's nascent soul became much more ethereal and suffered considerable damage. You can actually search souls. He was even more horrified and extremely frightened. You could never have really come from the lower 9 realms, you are a possessor. His nascent soul roared. Huaqiu did not respond. He raised his hand, preparing to completely destroy this worthless nascent soul body. I will come back to find you. The cold man understood his fate, and instead of getting angry or cursing, he said meaningfully. Huaqiu remained expressionless, gently squeezing her palm. Bang! The nascent soul then vanished into thin air. Huaqiu calmly removed the blockade on this space. At worst, we can just kill another leader of the longevity cult, he said this lightly. 642, Chapter 642 New Identity. After dealing with the gloomy man, Huaqiu left as if nothing had happened. This is Dingfeng Mountain, located on the edge of the White Elephant Domain, the first level of the Xuanzhen realm. According to my memory, there is a city outside the mountains called Dingfeng City. Hua Qiu is preparing to leave Dingfeng Mountain and go to see the cities outside. Dingfeng Mountain is vast and rich in resources, but it also presents both opportunities and dangers, attracting many cultivators to explore it daily. Hua Qiu didn't have the leisure for that now, and walked straight down the mountain path. He stopped walking after a short while. There was a person lying on the roadside. The person was silent and motionless, like a corpse. Hua Qiu approached and took a look. It was indeed a dead person. This was a young man who didn't look very old. Hua Qiu judged that he hadn't been dead for long. He was wearing what appeared to be the clothing of a certain sect, with a pattern on it. At the same time, the person was wearing a mask, with only their eyes showing. Hua Qiu, with her divine sense, discovered that his face was covered with hideous scars, and the mask was used to cover up his ugliness. With a slight movement of his hand, Hua Qiu sent a waste token that had fallen next to the corpse flying into his hand. Ling Ying, a registered disciple of the Seven Leaves Sect's medicine hall, Hua Qiu read out the. He looked at the body again and found that it had been ransacked, and that his storage bag and all his valuables were missing. Clearly, this is a common case of murder for money in the Xuanjin world. After thinking for a moment, Hua Qiu smiled slightly. He comes from the 9 provinces world and is the supreme being of the 9 provinces. His travels in the Xuanjin realm with such an identity are bound to cause a great uproar. Now is not the time to fight against those dominant forces. It would be much more convenient to travel under this person's identity. Since he was wearing a mask because of his disfigurement, probably not many people have seen his true face. Hua Qiu stripped the clothes off the corpse and put them on, then released a wisp of spiritual fire to burn the corpse to ashes. When he put the mask back on, he was not much different from that person. From now on, I am Ling Ying, a disciple of the Seven Leaves Sect's medicine hall, Hua Qiu said calmly. Ling Ying was only at the 6th level of qi refining, so he disguised his aura as that of an ordinary low-level qi refining cultivator. Unfortunately, Ling Ying was completely robbed, leaving Hua Qiu with no other information. The Seven Leaves Sect is one of the forces that dominate Dingfeng City. The strongest cultivator in the sect is only at the mid-nascent soul stage. They shouldn't be able to see through my identity. Hua Qiu was very confident and stepped down the mountain. Ling Ying's waste token is only at the level of a registered disciple of the medicine hall. Although the authority is very low, it can still provide him with some assistance. As they reached the foot of the mountain, the waste tag suddenly glowed and began to flash. Ling Ying, where the hell have you been? Why aren't you answering? A voice came from the waste tag, full of displeasure. Oh, this waste tag is also a communication tool? He picked it up and looked at it. Too low level, it can only generate sensation in sound transmission within a short distance. Hua Qiu lost interest after just one glance. Ling Ying, are you mute? Come to the contact point to see me right now. Receiving no response, the person transmitting the message became angry. Hua Qiu frowned. He looked up and around, and soon spotted several tents not far away, with flags bearing the same design as those on his clothes. He quickened his pace and walked over. A group of Seven Leaves Sect disciples were gathering in front of the tent. A tall, thin young man was reprimanding his disciples. He was wearing clothes of a different color, clearly indicating that he was of higher status than the others. Seeing Hua Qiu approach, he became even angrier. Ling Ying, what's wrong with you? You dared not come down the mountain to assemble on time after receiving orders. Have you lost your mind? The tall, thin young man shouted at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu didn't say anything. He noticed that as soon as he appeared, 3 of the disciples' expressions changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost. He suspected that Ling Ying's death might be related to those 3 people. This made him frown slightly. These three people could expose his identity. He couldn't even disguise himself as a mere qi refining cultivator. Humph, if you hadn't discovered the 4th grade spiritual herb, I would have deducted 10 contribution points from you. The tall, thin youth was very dissatisfied. Why aren't you back in the team yet? Hua Qiu said nothing and walked back to the group. The 3 men had been watching him intently, their faces pale. They clearly remembered that they only left after personally confirming that Ling Ying had stopped breathing. In Dingfeng Mountain, it is common for cultivators from various factions to fight each other to the death over resources. They coveted the fourth-grade spiritual herb that Ling Ying had found, and given their past grudges, they attacked him, quickly killing Ling Ying, who was at the 6th level of qi refining, and then fled after stealing his belongings. But now, he has returned unharmed. This terrified the three of them. If Ling Ying were to expose their attack and robbery, that core disciple would never let them off the hook. The three of them stared at Hua Qiu without blinking, their hearts pounding in their throats. However, Hua Qiu paid no attention to them. Seeing Hua Qiu return to the group without saying a word and not even glancing at them, the three of them breathed a huge sigh of relief. But they were puzzled, not understanding what Ling Ying was planning. The three of them were filled with unease. According to reliable intelligence, a 6th-grade spiritual herb will soon emerge on the outskirts of Dingfeng Mountain. At that time, all the forces in the surrounding area will compete for it, the tall, thin youth said loudly to the crowd. In the Xuanjin realm, medicinal herbs are classified into 9 grades, with higher grades being more precious. For the forces within the first heaven, a 6th-grade item is already an extraordinary level, enough to make many cultivators fight tooth and nail for it. Hua Qiu also discovered that there were not only tents belonging to the Seven Leaves sect at the foot of the mountain, but also other forces stationed there. It seems that the news of 6th-grade spiritual herbs is not unique to the Seven Leaves sect. The sect's higher-ups have already spoken. Anyone who manages to gather a 6th-grade spiritual herb and submit it to the sect will receive a generous reward and be directly promoted to a core disciple. If they perform exceptionally well in the future, they may even become a true disciple. The tall, thin young man's words excited the group of pharmacy disciples, who could hardly contain their excitement. For these lower-level cultivators, the prospect of becoming a core disciple is extremely tempting. After all, there is a big difference in status between core disciples and nominal disciples, and the treatment they enjoy is not on the same level. Of course, I must reiterate the rules of our Seven Leaves sect, the tall, thin young man continued. If anyone dares to keep the collected spiritual herbs for themselves and not hand them over to the sect, they will be punished for treason. Not only will they die a violent death, but their family members will also be implicated. After he finished speaking, he looked at Hua Qiu. Ling Ying, when we go up the mountain later, take me to see the 4th-grade spiritual herb you found. Hua Qiu nodded. 643, Chapter 643 Framing. After resting briefly at the foot of the mountain, Hua Qiu and the others went back into the mountain. Other cultivators from different factions were also taking the same action. The allure of the 6th-grade spiritual herbs was so great that it attracted many people. Besides the forces near Dingfeng City, many independent cultivators also came after hearing the news. At first, the disciples of the Seven Leaves sect's medicine hall were all led forward by tall, thin young men. But after entering the mountains, he ordered everyone to disperse into small teams. Because no one knows where that 6th-grade spiritual herb will appear. Inform me immediately if you find a 6th-grade spiritual herb. The tall, thin young man instructed, then gestured for everyone to disperse. Ling Ying, after we find the 6th-grade spiritual herb, you will take me to collect the 4th-grade spiritual herb. You must not let anyone else know about this, do you understand? He stared at Hua Qiu, somewhat aggressively. Hua Qiu nodded. The tall, thin young man waved his hand. The disciples of the medicine hall split into groups and dispersed. They were used to this kind of thing and each had their own small teams that frequently carried out such operations. 3 people walked over to Hua Qiu's side. These were the 3 people who showed obvious signs of abnormality when he returned to the team. Junior brother Ling Ying, let's act together, one of them said with a smile, while observing Hua Qiu's reaction. Hua Qiu sneered inwardly. These 3 men were clearly itching to kill him right now, but they dared not act rashly because they were unsure of the situation. Similarly, Hua Qiu also wanted to kill these 3 people to avoid exposing his identity. He didn't make a sound, afraid that he wouldn't resemble Ling Ying. He simply nodded. Junior brother Ling Ying, let's go. The 3 smiled, one of them quickly led the way, while the other 2 approached Hua Qiu, forming a pincer movement against him, as if afraid he would run away. Hua Qiu pretended not to notice anything amiss and followed them as if nothing was wrong. When they reached a deserted place, the 2 men behind him suddenly attacked, each striking out with a palm at Hua Qiu's back. Hua Qiu was fully aware of their actions, but made no reaction. The two men patted Hua Qiu on the back at the same time. Thinking they had succeeded, they revealed sinister smiles. But soon, their smiles froze. A powerful counterforce came. Bang! The two were blasted away, flying 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, away. Both of them coughed up blood, and the hand they used to attack drooped limply, broken and sprained. How is this possible? The two stared wide-eyed, incredulous and terrified. The person walking in front also turned around and was shocked to see the miserable state of the two. "What's going on with you two?" he asked quickly. The two people lying on the ground looked extremely pale, their faces showing signs of great pain. "He's not Linging at all," someone shouted. "Linging is only at the mid-stage of qi refining, and he is no match for our combined attack, yet he withstood both forces unharmed and even managed to injure us. I just find it strange, Linging is clearly dead," the man said angrily. "Speak, who are you, why are you impersonating Linging?" he questioned, pointing at Hua Qiu. "Tell us the truth right now, or we will report you to the sect immediately, and you will suffer the consequences." Beneath the mask, Hua Qiu revealed a cold smile. "You have no chance." Hua Qiu stood still, but his gaze was slightly lowered. The next moment, all three closed their eyes and died. Killing 3 low-level qi refining cultivators was easier for him than crushing ants. After killing the 3 people, he did not immediately destroy the evidence. The 3 people who were with him suddenly vanished into thin air, which is hard to explain. He could follow the example of before and say that the 3 people died because they were attacked by cultivators from other forces because of the spiritual herbs. Hua Qiu randomly selected a person and used the soul-searching technique again. He was very disgusted by using soul-searching techniques on such low-level cultivators. Because there is too much miscellaneous and useless information. 15 minutes later, Hua Qiu stopped. He obtained a lot of information about the Seven Leaves sect, and also learned about Linging. Linging seems to be a member of a cultivation family. He left his family due to a conflict and joined the Seven Leaves sect, becoming a disciple of the medicine hall. He has average talent and low cultivation level. Even though he comes from a good family, it will be difficult for him to have a good future in the Seven Leaves sect. Linging has been in the Seven Leaves sect for 2 years and is still only a nominal disciple. At this rate, he may never be able to advance in his life. Linging seems to have a younger sister who lives in Dingfeng City. He often sneaks out of the sect to visit her. Because Linging was aloof, the 3 of them were the ones who had the most contact with him within the sect, but their understanding of him was limited to that. "That's fine too," Hua Qiu muttered to herself. An identity with few entanglements would save him a lot of trouble. Next, Hua Qiu began searching through the 3 people's storage bags. He already knew that Linging had already picked the 4th-grade spiritual herb she had discovered, and was overjoyed to hand it over to the sect in exchange for a generous reward, but was ambushed and killed by the 3 greedy people, and the spiritual herb was also stolen. Before long, Hua Qiu found the 4th-grade spiritual herb. "That's a 4th-grade spiritual herb." Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out from not far away. A group of people walked over quickly, and the leader was immediately moved when he saw the glowing spirit herb in Hua Qiu's hand. After looking at the patterns on their clothes and combining them with the memories of the 3 people, he knew that these people were one of the major forces near Dingfeng City, the Golden Light sect, which was on par with the Seven Leaves sect. The color of the leader's clothes indicated that he was at the level of a true disciple. His cultivation level is also at the foundation establishment stage. The 4th-grade spiritual herbs in Hua Qiu's possession made them envious. "Hand over the spirit herb you possess, or die." Seeing that Hua Qiu was only wearing the clothes of a disciple of the Seven Leaves sect, the group of people showed disdain, and the leader coldly shouted. Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. He wondered whether or not they killed all of them. But that would inevitably cause a big commotion, which would be detrimental to his ability to conceal his identity. "Linging." Just as I was hesitating, someone called out from behind. It was the tall, thin young man who led the disciples of the medicine hall who came looking for them. "Linging, what's going on?" Upon seeing the three corpses on the ground, the tall, thin young man's face darkened instantly, and he began to question them. Senior Brother Yao, it was all done by these people from the Golden Light sect. Hua Qiu said loudly, imitating Ling Ying's voice. We found a 4th grade spiritual herb and were about to contact you when the people from the Golden Light sect suddenly attacked, arrogantly threatening us to hand over the herb. When we refused, they attacked us and killed the 3 senior brothers on the spot. If Senior Brother Yao hadn't arrived in time, I probably would have been killed and the spiritual herbs would have been stolen. Hua Qiu took the initiative and rattled off a string of words. What? In an instant, the cultivators of the Golden Light sect turned green with shock. Isn't this just slander? Although they had the idea of seizing the spiritual herbs, they hadn't put it into action yet. A huge latrine was smeared right in front of them. 644, Chapter 644 The Truth. Kid, you're talking nonsense. You're spouting nonsense. Who gave you permission to talk such rubbish? The disciples of Jin Guangzong were furious and pointed at Hua Qiu, cursing him. The disciple leading the group turned cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to attack Hua Qiu. Ling Ying, are you sure it was someone from the Golden Light sect who did the killing? The tall, thin young man's expression also turned serious as he cautiously inquired. Senior Brother Yao, I saw it with my own eyes, they were the ones who killed them. They want to steal our spiritual herbs. As he spoke, he deliberately waved the 4th grade spiritual herb in front of him a few times. The allure of the 4th grade spiritual herb captivated both sides. The tall, thin young man looked grim and quickly snatched the 4th grade spiritual herb from Hua Qiu's hand, putting it into his storage bag. Disciples of the Golden Light sect, you have gone too far. He angrily accused the group. Do you think my 7 Leaves sect is easy to bully? How dare you attack and kill my 7 Leaves sect disciples? Do you really think the 7 Leaves sect is helpless? Despite the enemy's superior numbers and the presence of a Foundation establishment stage disciple leading the team, he remained unfazed. As he made his accusations, he took out a small magical artifact and unleashed a beam of white light that formed the symbol of the 7 Leaves sect in the sky. When Jin Guangzong and his men saw this, their expressions changed. Generally speaking, the release of such a sign indicates that the situation is very serious, and all sect disciples who see it must rush over. At this point, the disciples of Jin Guangzong no longer had time to argue. The true disciple followed suit, taking out his magical artifact and releasing the signal. Soon, they saw a flash of light in the distance, and cultivators were flying rapidly toward them. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He only wanted to escape responsibility by framing Kim Guangzhong. It seems like things have gotten a bit out of hand. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Moments later, cultivators from both sides arrived at the scene and landed. On the 7 Leaves sect side, an old man in gray robes arrived, possessing a cultivation level of mid-stage core formation, accompanied by several Foundation establishment cultivators from the 7 Leaves sect. Similarly, the one from the Golden Light sect was also at the core formation stage. However, as soon as the core formation cultivator landed, he attracted the attention of the cultivators from both sides present. She was a female cultivator. She had a graceful and slender figure, her hair flowing in the wind, and she wore a blue Taoist robe. Her bright eyes, white teeth, and exquisite features made her extremely beautiful. This core formation female cultivator is of superior beauty. She is a rare beauty. Her every move exuded a powerful charm, leaving the young disciples on both sides completely mesmerized. Based on the memories he had just absorbed, he could also recognize the cultivators on both sides. The woman was Ji Yao, a top genius of the Golden Light sect. She had a powerful background and was ranked among the top geniuses in the entire Xuanzhen realm's first heaven. Elder Lu, the tall, thin man, bowed respectfully to the old man. Elder Ji, the disciples of the Golden Light sect, treated the woman with the utmost respect. What happened here? The two core formation elders asked each other. So both sides began to report, and naturally, their reports differed. After listening, the old man's face turned cold as he looked at the 3 corpses on the ground. Ling Ying, disciple of the medicine hall, is what you said truly true? He questioned Hua Qiu in the same way. Hua Qiu naturally wouldn't deny it. The three of us finally found the fourth grade spiritual herb and were about to contact the sect when the disciples of the Golden Light sect arrived and tried to seize it. We were outnumbered and our 3 senior brothers died at their hands. Luckily, senior brother Yao arrived in time, otherwise I would be a corpse too. When it comes to acting, Huaqiu is just as good as anyone else. The old man frowned deeply and looked serious after hearing this. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Golden Light sect finished reporting to the beautiful elder with righteous indignation. The beautiful elder also frowned and looked Huaqiu up and down. Both sides trusted the disciples of their own sects. How dare a mere chi refining disciple frame my Golden Light sect? Could this be a conspiracy by the Seven Leaves sect to stir up trouble? Ji Yao was somewhat uncertain. She didn't see anything unusual about Huaqiu. Huaqiu's eyes flickered slightly. When the woman's divine sense swept over him, he sensed it immediately, but he didn't do anything. This woman's spiritual sense is not as simple as that of an ordinary core formation cultivator, it is comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Huaqiu paid a little attention to this. Ji Yao, your Golden Light sect must give an explanation for this matter. The old man stared at Ji Yao and said aggressively. Neither of us witnessed this matter firsthand. The words of a mere disciple of the Seven Leaves sect's medicine hall are not sufficient, Ji Yao said with a smile, showing no weakness. Then how can it be counted? The old man asked angrily. Simple, let me see, the beautiful elder said, still smiling. I have a secret technique that allows me to briefly see fragments of a low-level cultivator's recent memories and present them to others. If you let me try it, the truth will come to light. This. The old man hesitated. Beneath Huaqiu's mask, a hint of surprise also appeared. If what Ji Yao said is true, such supernatural powers do exist. However, it is not something that a core formation stage cultivator could use. What, Elder Lu doesn't dare let me try, or is there something you're hiding in your Seven Leaves sect? Ji Yao said with a grin. Why wouldn't I dare? If you want to try, then try. Elder Lu said immediately, provoked. Anyway, he was just a disciple of the medicine hall. Even if something unexpected happened, it wouldn't be a loss for the Seven Leaves sect. On the contrary, they could use this as an excuse to investigate. Ling Ying, you must not resist. Do as Elder Ji orders. Elder Lu shouted. Huaqiu's face turned cold, and he pretended to be unwilling before nodding in agreement. This made Ji Yao even more confident in her judgment. You little rascal, this elder wants to see what tricks you're up to. She revealed a meaningful smile and waved her delicate hand at Huaqiu. Suddenly, a suction force came and pulled Huaqiu towards it. Huaqiu did not resist and let him do as he pleased. He was drawn to Ji Yao, whose fragrance wafted over him. It will only take a moment. Ji Yao smiled and gently placed her hand on Huaqiu's head before activating her so-called secret technique. Then she saw Huaqiu's recent memories. Feeling that strange power moving within his consciousness, Huaqiu smiled coldly. Ji Yao is incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, it was him I ran into. You are far from being able to access my memories. With a thought, Huaqiu's immortal emperor's soul became active, creating scene after scene for Ji Yao. While using that supernatural power, Ji Yao created a spiritual mirror to display what she saw. Soon, footage of the incident was presented to everyone. Humph, with Elder Ji personally taking action, no matter how much that brat tries to frame us, it won't work. The truth will come out. What the hell, once the facts are cleared up, I'll kill him. The disciples of the Golden Light sect had long been unable to tolerate Huaqiu, and their anger was surging. They watched the scene more intently than anyone else. However, when the truth was revealed, the expressions of the Golden Light sect disciples instantly froze. 645, Chapter 645. The Genius Beauty Takes a Fingers. In the scene, Huaqiu and his 3 companions excitedly found a 4th grade spiritual herb. Then, the Jin Guangzong group suddenly appeared and demanded that they hand over the spiritual herbs. The 4 refused to submit and engaged in battle with the disciples of the Golden Light sect, but due to insufficient strength and being outnumbered, they were quickly defeated. Even so, they still desperately tried to protect that 4th grade spiritual herb. Among them, Huaqiu's story is the most touching. He spoke with righteous indignation, vowing to protect the sect's resources to the death. The disciples of the Golden Light sect were enraged and killed the other three as a form of intimidation. But Hua Qiu remained fearless, as if facing death without flinching. The sect nurtured me, and I am willing to repay the sect with my life. Hua Qiu shouted loudly in the video. That resolute, fearless, and heroic spirit of sacrifice is deeply moving. Junior brother Linging, the disciples of the Seven Leaves sect were deeply moved and cast admiring glances at Hua Qiu. The group from Jin Guangzhong, on the other hand, had faces as black as could be. They were completely dumbfounded. How could this happen? Everyone stared blankly, their expressions one of disbelief. They were genuinely bewildered. Because they never did such a thing. Although they had the intention to steal, they did not take any action. Why would such a scene appear? You can't very well question the beautiful elder of your own sect, can you? Could it be that we're all hallucinating? They even began to doubt themselves, and felt completely unwell. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the undeniable truth left them speechless, like mute people swallowing bitter herbs. Not long after, Ji Yao stopped and looked at Hua Qiu with a strange expression. She found it hard to believe that this was the truth, and that it matched everything Hua Qiu had said. But she still didn't believe that the disciples of Jin Guangzhong had done such a thing. Because she could also sense that there was no sign of them lying when they spoke. It's impossible that neither of them lied, there must be something wrong with one of them. She carefully examined Hua Qiu again, looking her up and down. The result was the same, Hua Qiu remained an unremarkable mid-stage qi refining cultivator. But the more she did this, the more suspicious Ji Yao became. Elder Ji, what else do you have to say? Elder Lu of the Seven Leaves sect asked coldly. Ji Yao's expression was rather unpleasant. She created this image herself, and she can't deny it. Since that's the truth, there's nothing more to say, Ji Yao said in a deep voice. Rest assured, my Golden Light sect will definitely give your Seven Leaves sect an explanation. That's more like it, Elder Lu smiled with satisfaction. The dead were only 3 disciples of the pharmacy, nothing serious. But now that they have the upper hand, the Seven Leaves sect can take advantage of the situation and extort money from them. Linging, you did very well. Elder Lu found Hua Qiu quite pleasing to the eye and rarely praised her with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Elder, it's all I should do, Hua Qiu replied. Elder Lu was even more satisfied. Don't worry, our Seven Leaves sect will not mistreat such a rare disciple as you, he smiled. When you return, I will tell you the truth, and you will receive the reward you deserve. In that case, thank you very much, Elder Hua Qiu put on a convincing act. The people from Jin Guangzhong all looked increasingly pale. A completely fabricated story has unexpectedly become the truth. The disciples of the Golden Light sect were still deeply in doubt, and their resolve to follow the Tao was wavering. This is absolutely unbelievable and outrageous. Elder Lu, I think your Seven Leaves sect's Linging is very outstanding, Ji Yao said to Hua Qiu. Every disciple of my Seven Leaves sect is outstanding. Elder Lu was very pleased and somewhat proud. Such a talent should not just be a nominal disciple of the pharmacy, Ji Yao continued. Why not have him join my Golden Light sect instead? My Golden Light sect has cultivation methods suitable for him and can better nurture him into a talent. I think highly of this disciple and am willing to take him as my true disciple and pass on my mantle. Ji Yao's sudden remark startled both sides of the cultivators. Ji Yao is a renowned genius cultivator on the first heavenly ranking of the Xuanjin realm. If she hadn't refused to leave, she could have entered even a top-tier sect in the second level of the heavenly realm. In addition, her beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament made her famous and attracted a lot of attention. Who wouldn't want to get close to such a talented and beautiful cultivator? She has very high standards and rarely takes a liking to others, yet now she's actually taking the initiative to ask to take a disciple from the Seven Leaves sect's medicine hall as her apprentice, and a true disciple at that. Who could not be alarmed? Who wouldn't envy that? At the same time, most people simply didn't understand. Why would a mere mid-stage qi refining cultivator with poor aptitude be favored by Ji Yao? The people of the Golden Light sect couldn't understand it, and neither could the people of the Seven Leaves sect. If the Seven Leaves sect is willing to release them, I can offer a high-grade magic weapon at the core formation level in exchange, Ji Yao said earnestly. This elder Lu was taken aback. A high-grade magic artifact at the core formation level. There's more than enough room to find a true disciple. She was so willing to give up just for a nominal disciple of the pharmacy? It would be a lie to say that Elder Lu wasn't tempted. But he did not agree immediately, suspecting that Ji Yao had other motives. Hua Qiu was also startled. This woman. They probably discovered something extraordinary about him and started to have designs on him. Hua Qiu had no idea what she was thinking or what she was pondering. Elder, I am utterly loyal to the Seven Leaves sect and only wish to be a disciple of the Seven Leaves sect. I have never thought of joining any other sect, he said emphatically. What Golden Light sect, how could it compare to our Seven Leaves sect? No matter how good the offer is, I won't go. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Golden Light sect were furious. You're talking nonsense. In what way is our Golden Light sect inferior to the Seven Leaves sect? Elder Ji is incredibly lucky to have accepted you. Not only are you ungrateful, but you dare to belittle my Golden Light sect. This is outrageous. Reason. Elder Ji, what's so good about someone like that? A group of people both hated and envied it. Ji Yao's expression changed, and she stared intently at Hua Qiu. She hadn't expected Hua Qiu to refuse so decisively. This made her care about Hua Qiu even more. This is not a normal low-level cultivator or nominal disciple at all. This person must be hiding a huge secret. Ji Yao was very certain, her mind racing. Ha! Elder Lu laughed heartily, his laughter was very hearty. Ling Ying, I have seen your loyalty to the sect. Don't worry, we won't let you go to someone else after we return. I will immediately inform the sect and promote you to a core disciple. Hua Qiu pretended to be overjoyed and thanked him. This made the disciples of Jin Guangzong even more indignant. Instead of being the true disciple of his genius and beautiful master, he insists on becoming an ordinary core disciple. Is this kid out of his mind? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, each with their own interpretation, Hua Qiu nonchalantly followed Elder Lu away, returning to the Seven Leaves sect. 646, Chapter 646 Cultivating Under the Ancestor's Nose. After returning to the Seven Leaves sect's base at the foot of Dingfeng Mountain, Elder Lu praised Hua Qiu and then reported the matter to the sect. Taking the opportunity, Hua Qiu said that he was frightened and wanted to return to the sect to recuperate, which Elder Lu readily agreed to. Since the 6th grade spiritual herb had not yet appeared, Elder Lu had to lead people to stay here, so he instructed Hua Qiu to return first. Hua Qiu was delighted. He left Dingfeng Mountain alone and headed to the location of the Seven Leaves sect. The Seven Leaves sect is one of the top sects in this region, covering a vast area. Hua Qiu easily entered the Seven Leaves sect and arrived at the medicine hall by using Ling Ying's waste token. In the past, Ling Ying's job was to collect herbs for the sect. So-called nominal disciples actually have very little time for cultivation. They are at the bottom of the sect and bear most of the sect's construction work. Even if they work hard, the rewards they receive are not much, not enough to cover the costs of cultivation. To gain more, you have to give more. It's a vicious cycle. The nominal disciples are essentially the bottom-level members abandoned by the sect, and no one expects them to revitalize the sect. Hua Qiu needed this kind of marginalized identity. Now, with my current cultivation level of the 3rd level of the creation technique, I can definitely walk in the 1st level of the profound realm, but there are still risks, Hua Qiu thought as he headed towards the medicine hall. As the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, he will face too many enemies in the future, and the dominant force of the 3rd heaven is extremely powerful. He needs to develop in the 1st level of heaven first and accumulate enough power. For Hua Qiu, this is not a difficult task and will not take too long. Finding materials to shape my physical body remains my primary goal, while also improving my strength. Only when I am strong enough can I ignore all obstacles. Hua Qiu's eyes gleamed, his objective clear. He first went to the pharmacy to report for duty. The pharmacy management office has received instructions from above to promote him to a core disciple of the Seven Leaves sect, giving him a new waste token and clothing, as well as some generous rewards for a low-level cultivator. Having become a core disciple, Huaqiu's status and position rose significantly. She had her own cultivation residence and no longer needed to mingle with the nominal disciples like Ling Ying had before. After finding a new place to stay and settling in, Huaqiu began to explore the Seven Leaves sect. He subtly released his divine sense, extending it outwards. The Seven Leaves sect occupies a vast area, containing various large and small blessed lands. A top-tier cultivation world is truly incomparable to the Nine Provinces world Huaqiu side. However, the Nine Provinces world has already been transformed by him, and sooner or later it will be able to develop to the point of approaching the Xuanjin world. Only true disciples at the foundation establishment stage can open up a cave dwelling within the Seven Leaves sect. Huaqiu frowned slightly. He doesn't have that kind of authority. Some blessed lands are indeed quite good, but if I want to improve in a short period of time, even the best places can hardly meet my requirements, Huaqiu pondered. He didn't pay much attention to those grotto heavens, but instead infiltrated his divine sense into places that were difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach. He broke through the restrictions imposed by the Seven Leaves sect experts and explored deep underground. Given the strength and status of the Seven Leaves sect in this region, it was sufficient for them to occupy the spiritual veins and establish their sect. What Huaqiu was going to touch was the spiritual vein deep underground in the Seven Leaves sect. Spiritual veins are the most important resource of a sect. The Seven Leaves sect's experts set up many formations and restrictions, but Huaqiu easily broke through them all. And he did so silently, without disturbing anyone. Soon, Huaqiu sensed a fully formed mid-grade spiritual vein. This is much larger and has a much denser spiritual energy than the one he plundered from the Earth Star Hidden Moon sect. At the location of the spiritual vein, there are two cultivators. Huaqiu sensed the situation within the spiritual vein and raised an eyebrow slightly. Some people cultivate in places with spiritual veins, undisturbed by the outside world. These must be the two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect. He discerned the cultivation levels of the two individuals and made his judgment. One is in the early stage of nascent soul, and the other is in the middle stage of nascent soul. These are the two strongest cultivators of the Seven Leaves sect. At this moment, the two of them, one at the head of the spiritual vein and the other at the tail, were not disturbing each other and were both immersed in cultivation. Inside the residence, Huaqiu smiled. The next moment, his body glowed, and he leaped into the ground. He used an extremely skillful earth as a technique used to escape into the ground, technique and headed straight for the Seven Leaves sect's spiritual vein. He was very tempted by the spiritual energy of that spiritual vein. So he set off immediately, wanting to get a share of the pie too. Logically speaking, the two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect cultivate and guard the spiritual vein, which is protected by numerous restrictive formations. If anyone dares to covet the Seven Leaves sect's spiritual vein, they will immediately be detected. But Huaqiu was not afraid. As the most powerful immortal emperor, he had enough confidence. He's going to do something righteous, audacious, and outrageous. Deep underground, having passed through all the restrictions and formations with his physical body, Huaqiu appeared at the source of the Seven Leaves sect's spiritual vein. With the two patriarchs guarding the beginning and end, he then arrived at the middle. Huaqiu plunged headlong into the spiritual vein, sitting cross-legged and cultivating without restraint. He inhaled deeply, breathing in pure spiritual energy, continuously transforming it into creative spiritual power and storing it in his dantian. At first, the two patriarchs did not react at all. But as time went on, they began to notice something was amiss. The two opened their eyes almost simultaneously. What happened? Have you noticed that the spiritual energy in this vein seems to have decreased? The two communicated their doubts through telepathy. The two dared not be careless and cautiously spread their divine senses to search every corner around the spiritual vein. They searched the entire area but found nothing. In their divine sense, there was no other life in the underground except for the two of them. Could it be that were being too sensitive? The two were somewhat doubtful. To be on the safe side, they continued to search with their divine senses several more times, but still found nothing unusual. Perhaps I've been in seclusion for too long, and my reactions are a bit slow. It's understandable that they would experience hallucinations. The two had no choice but to accept it. Let's cultivate for a few more days, then go back to the sect to take a look, one of them said. We really should go up and take a look, the other person agreed. The two quickly closed their eyes again, immersing themselves in cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, in the very center of the Seven Leaves sect's spiritual vein, someone was absorbing pure spiritual energy like a whale drinking water. Hua Qiu absorbed far more spiritual energy at the same time than both of the ancestors combined. This was the result of his deliberate restraint. If he absorbs it recklessly, it won't be long before he drains the spiritual vein dry. Within 2 days, the two patriarchs will discover it. Take your time, no rush, this pace is acceptable. Hua Qiu was thoroughly enjoying herself. His cultivation level is also continuously increasing. The progress of the creation skill is steadily advancing towards the next stage. 647, Chapter 647 A Great Fortune. Hua Qiu secretly traveled back and forth to the spiritual veins to cultivate, right under the noses of the two nascent soul elders of the Seven Leaves sect. Even without fully absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, his cultivation level was rapidly improving. After reaching the third level of the creation technique, he practiced every day, but because the spiritual energy was scarce on earth, the results were minimal. Now, within this spiritual vein, he is like a fish in water. On the first day, Hua Qiu was very restrained, only absorbing some spiritual energy before returning. The next day, Hua Qiu began to increase his absorption, and the internal energy level within his body began to loosen. He hadn't improved his skills for a long time since he broke through to the third level of the creation technique after surviving a tribulation. Now, with the support of this spiritual vein, he can finally obtain a large amount of spiritual energy and improve his cultivation level. In just 1 day, Hua Qiu's cultivation level rose to the mid-stage of the third level of the creation technique. After he finished his practice, he discovered that the spiritual vein of the Seven Leaves sect had shrunk by 20%. The original plan was to slowly absorb the nutrients here, so as not to disturb the two nascent soul ancestors. Although he didn't care about the power of two nascent soul cultivators with his cultivation level, these cultivators in the Xuanzhen realm could all connect with higher heavens to some extent, and he didn't want to make a big fuss about it. Now it'll be hard to avoid being discovered. Hua Qiu frowned. The spiritual vein had shrunk by 20%, and with those two people at the head and tail, it was impossible for them not to notice. It's been a long time since I've been exposed to so much spiritual energy. I got carried away for a moment and couldn't control myself. Hua Qiu shook his head. But since he'd already done it, he wouldn't regret it. Since things have come to this, let's try to absorb as much as possible before they realize what's happening, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. So he sat back down and continued to breathe in and out spiritual energy at the same pace as before. About half a day later, the two nascent soul elders finally awoke from their seclusion. When they opened their eyes, the two were shocked. What happened? Why has the spiritual energy decreased so much? Both of them changed their expressions and quickly got up. They quickly met up to discuss the matter. Old Hua, are you an ox? How did you absorb so much all at once? Old Shui, you're talking nonsense, you must have absorbed it. Tell me, how did you do that? Both of them had fiery tempers and blamed each other, each believing the other was responsible. After arguing for a while, they finally believed that neither of them had done anything wrong. Because, no matter how hard they tried to absorb the spiritual energy, it was impossible for them to absorb that much spiritual energy in a single day. They wouldn't need that much even in 6 months. There's a problem, a big problem. Where did the vanished spiritual energy go? The two men's faces darkened, and they immediately suspected that someone had infiltrated the place and stolen 20% of their spiritual energy while they were off guard. So, the two of them tacitly began to search around the spiritual vein. Of course, they also came up empty-handed this time. What an incredible method, to be able to secretly absorb the spiritual energy from the spiritual vein right in front of us. They have some nerve. One of them gritted his teeth, his face full of hatred. Humph, if that person dares to come here again, I'll skin him alive. Another person said, equally furious. Just as the two were getting angry, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the center of the spiritual vein. The two immediately became alert and flew over. Oh, So the culprit hasn't left yet. Their faces darkened. Two nascent soul stage cultivators were infiltrated without their knowledge. At this moment, that person dared to openly absorb spiritual energy right in front of them, without even bothering to hide it. This further enraged the two of them. Today, we must make this man perish here. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. However, as soon as they got close to that place, the two of them froze. A peculiar fluctuation emanated from the person inside the ball of light, causing the two to feel a surge of emotion. This is... The two looked at each other, speechless with astonishment. Laws, extremely high-level laws. The two, who were quite knowledgeable, immediately exclaimed in surprise. The two panicked on the spot. Those who can utilize the power of laws are generally 9/10 likely to be nascent soul stage experts. The one who stole the spiritual veins of my 7-leaf sect was actually a nascent soul cultivator. The two exclaimed in disbelief. The nascent soul stage is the ceiling level of the first heaven in the Xuanzhen realm. Wherever one goes, people will worship them. A powerful nascent soul cultivator would actually take a fancy to a mere spiritual vein like the 7-leaf sects? The two were both astonished and filled with apprehension. Faced with such a powerful figure, how could they dare to take action and demand an explanation? Buzz. Just as they were hesitating, another wave of energy came through. At the same moment, both of them froze. They were startled when that aura swept over them. The next moment, the two of them suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing their whole being on sensing the energy fluctuations being transmitted. A single aura made their minds clear, and they showed signs of sudden enlightenment. The two put aside all their worries and seized the time to comprehend it. A state of sudden enlightenment is something that cultivators like them can only encounter once in a lifetime, and it is of great benefit. For a very long time. The two opened their eyes, their gazes gleaming brightly. To actually have the rudimentary form of the power of the law of fire in my heart, and it seems that I am about to succeed in comprehending it. The red-haired one said excitedly. Me too, I've grasped the law of water, I think I'm almost there too. The other person was also incredibly excited, his voice trembling. The power of laws is exclusive to nascent soul cultivators, and only a very few exceptional geniuses can comprehend it during the nascent soul stage. Could it be that we are about to catch up with the peerless geniuses and also comprehend the laws at the nascent soul stage? The two were so excited that they couldn't stop laughing. They didn't even notice that the spiritual energy in the spiritual vein had decreased by another 10%. What a stroke of luck, this is truly an incredible stroke of luck. Someone shouted. Thump! The other person was even more decisive, directly targeting the meridian. The ball of light knelt down, its face filled with gratitude. Thank you so much for bestowing such a great fortune upon us, we are deeply grateful. Instead of their anger at having their spiritual energy stolen, they became incredibly grateful to the thief. 648, Chapter 648 significantly increased strength. The two bowed down outside the ball of light, showing utmost respect. They firmly believed that they had encountered an extraordinary and powerful cultivator who had bestowed upon them a great fortune, giving them the hope of comprehending the laws at the nascent soul stage and becoming superior beings. Within the ball of light, Huaqiu smiled slightly upon seeing the two's reactions. This was indeed his work. The two 7-leaf sect patriarchs did not truly comprehend the power of the laws, it was merely that Huaqiu used some methods to create a psychological illusion for them. Even a mere illusion is enough to make them savor the experience and feel ecstatic. I just used up 20% of the spiritual energy of this spiritual vein, thinking that it would allow you two to successfully comprehend the power of the laws. I didn't expect that you were still one step short. Huaqiu said regretfully, sitting in the spiritual vein. Upon hearing this, the two men showed expressions of certainty. We too are deeply grateful for your great kindness and virtue, Senior. Although we were unable to immediately comprehend the power of the laws, we have already gained a great deal, and we believe we will succeed soon. One of them said confidently. This was all due to that illusion giving them unreliable confidence. Senior, may I ask where you come from? Why are you willing to help us like this? The other person asked in a low voice. Such a blessing cannot be bestowed by ordinary relationships. Are you two the founders of the Seven Leaves sect? Huaqiu asked in a deep voice. Of course not. The two immediately denied. Our master, Elder Nanshan, was the true founder of the Seven Leaves sect. That makes sense then, Huaqiu said calmly, his voice sounding very weathered. I have a close relationship with your master, the Elder of Nanshan, dating back to ancient times. I was traveling in this area recently when I heard of the Seven Leaves sect, so I came to investigate it. Turns out it really was a sect founded by an old friend. Upon hearing this, the two showed a strange expression. Master actually has a powerful friend? Their eyes were filled with surprise. Their master, the old man of Nanshan, had only reached the mid-nascent soul stage when he passed away, and he never claimed to know any powerful cultivators. If it's related, why didn't Master say so sooner? Otherwise, our Seven Leaves sect would definitely be even stronger, one person complained. I noticed that you two resembled the Elder of Nanshan, so I concluded that you were his disciple. Seeing that you were struggling to make progress in your arduous cultivation, I decided to lend you a hand, Huaqiu continued. So that's how it is, the two believed it without a doubt. After all, a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't need to try and fool them. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. We can never repay your kindness. The two bowed down again, giving Huaqiu a deep bow. You were fooled so easily? Huaqiu was somewhat surprised. These two nascent soul stage elders actually believed it without a doubt, despite hearing only a few words. He underestimated the impact of the power of laws on nascent soul cultivators. While nascent soul cultivators can comprehend and utilize the power of the laws, I've never heard of anyone being able to help a core formation cultivator comprehend the power of the laws. Even cultivators stronger than the nascent soul stage would find it difficult to possess such abilities. Therefore, the two were filled with awe for Huaqiu, believing that he was at least one of the most powerful beings. They'd be too busy currying favor with someone like that to even think about questioning him. Seeing the two bowing to him repeatedly, Huaqiu couldn't help but chuckle. You two have decent aptitude, but your comprehension is somewhat lacking, he said, feigning profundity. We can only ask you to take extra care, seniors, the two replied with awkward smiles. Don't worry, since you are disciples of Elder Nanshan, even if it exhausts the spiritual vein of the Seven Leaves sect and depletes its spiritual energy, I will make sure you successfully comprehend the power of the laws. Huaqiu said solemnly. Thank you, Senior. The two were deeply moved and expressed their heartfelt gratitude. They even felt a sense of kinship with this mysterious and powerful figure, as if he were their master. Senior, please do as you please. It doesn't matter how much spiritual energy you consume, even if this spiritual vein is depleted, we will try our best to find another place for you to consume. The two solemnly promised. Huaqiu smiled with satisfaction. Information gaps and different levels of understanding really do have a powerful magic, he thought to himself. The two nascent soul ancestors of the Seven Leaves sect are giants in this region, renowned and highly respected, exuding authority. But here, he was easily fooled by Huaqiu's few words and became completely convinced of his trust. You all just wait here, I'll try again, Huaqiu instructed. Yes. The two bowed and obediently stood guard outside, even taking the initiative to protect Huaqiu. Huaqiu was very satisfied and immediately began absorbing the spiritual energy from the Seven Leaves sect's spiritual veins. This time, he was like a gaping maw, utterly unrestrained. A large amount of spiritual energy surged into the dantian and transformed into creative spiritual power. Huaqiu's cultivation level continued to improve. Outside, the enormous fluctuations and strange phenomena caused by Huaqiu's absorption of spiritual energy greatly surprised the two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect. They thought it was really Huaqiu using his supernatural powers. Is this the method of a powerful cultivator? It's truly amazing. The two were filled with admiration. They remained calm about the massive consumption of spiritual energy from the spiritual veins, believing it to be a necessary expenditure for great supernatural powers. They even hoped that Huaqiu would expend more energy to ensure the successful execution of his divine power, allowing the two of them to comprehend the power of the laws as soon as possible. time passed by second. The size of the spiritual veins is visibly shrinking. Half a day later, the considerable spiritual vein of the Seven Leaves sect had shrunk by more than half compared to before. The late stage of the third level of the creation technique has been achieved. Hua Qiu's eyes gleamed. His strength has been greatly improved. Now, I will annihilate all nascent soul cultivators. Even a nascent soul cultivator, I can fight, he said with great confidence. He was very satisfied with the result. He smiled slightly as he looked at the Seven Leaves sect's greatly diminished spiritual veins. Cultivation also requires he needs to consolidate his position for now. This can be considered as leaving a spark for the Seven Leaves sect. Senior, how was it? Seeing Hua Qiu stop, the two quickly asked expectantly. This matter was indeed not easy, we were so close to succeeding, Hua Qiu said regretfully. That's such a pity. The two replied. This can't go on forever, the spiritual veins are being depleted like this, the rapidly shrinking spiritual veins have reached the limit of what they can bear. If the spiritual vein shrinks further, it will have a significant impact on the Seven Leaves sect. They don't want the Seven Leaves sect to collapse. Let me think it over, rest assured, no matter what, I will definitely be able to help you two successfully comprehend the power of the laws, Hua Qiu said calmly. In that case, we'll have to trouble you, Senior, the two quickly bowed and said gratefully. 649, Chapter 649 The Blind Girl Sister. Hua Qiu was treated like a god by the two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect. The two treated Hua Qiu with utmost respect and served her with utmost care. This made Hua Qiu a little embarrassed. He tricked two nascent soul elders, causing the spiritual veins of the Seven Leaves sect to shrink by more than half. The blessed lands and grotto heavens on the ground were greatly affected, causing the disciples of the Seven Leaves sect to complain bitterly. Never mind, I have no grudge against the Seven Leaves sect. I will repay the Seven Leaves sect for the benefits I have received in other ways, Hua Qiu thought to himself. Hua Qiu no longer coveted the Seven Leaves sect's spiritual vein. After setting up an array to accelerate its recovery, he returned to the ground. For several days in a row, he stayed in his own residence for elite disciples. Anyway, this behavior is consistent with Ling Ying's reclusive personality and won't attract attention. We'll still have to go out in a few days. The core disciples still need to complete certain sect tasks, Hua Qiu pondered. He wondered if he should create some reasonable opportunities to raise his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, become a true disciple, and establish his own cave dwelling. That way, he could legitimately and quietly infiltrate the Seven Leaves sect. Hua Qiu was deep in thought when his expression suddenly changed. He sensed someone walking towards his residence. Knock, knock, knock. The person knocked on Hua Qiu's door. This is a disciple of the pharmacy, one of the people who once shared a room with Hua Qiu. Senior brother Ling Ying, someone is looking for you. The person who came was delivering a message. Who's looking for me? Hua Qiu asked. A beautiful young blind woman who claims to be your sister. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. According to the memories obtained, Ling Ying does indeed have a younger sister who has always lived in Dingfeng City. Both siblings are unfortunate. The younger sister, Ling Yu, is blind, and her spiritual talent is even inferior to that of Ling Ying. Ling Ying was only a nominal disciple, and he didn't have the ability to bring her into the Seven Leaves sect. He could only let her live alone in Dingfeng City and support her with his meager allowance. Ling Ying had a deep bond with her younger sister Ling Yu and often visited her in Dingfeng City. But Ling Ying is truly dead. Hua Qiu naturally wouldn't go to visit him. Ling Yu must have been getting impatient, which is why she personally came to the Seven Leaves sect. After dismissing the messenger, Hua Qiu got up and walked out of the sect. If you're pretending, then you have to look like you're pretending. Upon arriving at the gate of the Seven Leaves sect, Hua Qiu immediately spotted a slender girl. Holding a bamboo stick in her hand, she stood quietly outside the mountain gate, waiting somewhat awkwardly. She wore very simple clothes and had no makeup on her face. She looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, in the prime of her youth. It's a pity her eyes lack sparkle, otherwise, with her pretty face, she would have been a graceful and beautiful woman. Hua Qiu walked to the mountain gate and quietly observed Lingyu for a while. Lingyu, he called out in Lingying's voice. Upon hearing this voice, Lingyu trembled, tears welling in her eyes, her chest heaving as if she had breathed a sigh of relief. Elder brother. She groped her way toward Hua Qiu, leaning on a bamboo stick. There were steps at the mountain gate, and she almost fell after taking only 2 steps because she was walking too fast. Hua Qiu looked at her and reached out to catch her just as she was about to fall. Brother, are you all right? Lingyu grabbed Hua Qiu's hand and asked worriedly. What could possibly happen to me? Hua Qiu said. Brother, your hand. Lingyu stroked Hua Qiu's palm, somewhat hesitantly. Your hands seem to have become much smoother. Hua Qiu quickly pulled her hand back. I was recently promoted to a core disciple of the Seven Leaves sect, and I no longer have to do so much hard work like before, so things are naturally much better, he explained. Brother, you've been promoted to a core disciple, is that true? Upon hearing this, Lingyu immediately showed joy and smiled sweetly. It's true, our lives will be much better from now on, Hua Qiu said. That's great, that's really great. Lingyu rubbed her eyes, feeling a sense of relief after hardship. She was genuinely happy for her brother. Hua Qiu was slightly moved. The bond between these 2 siblings was no less than that between him and Hua Dong, both were so pure and sincere. Unfortunately, your real brother is already dead, Hua Qiu shook his head. As one of the imposters, he was merely putting on an act and couldn't possibly do anything more than that. Brother, I'm so happy, not only are you alright, you're even better. Lingyu grinned at Hua Qiu, revealing her small tiger teeth. They all said you died in the mountains, your body fed to tigers and wolves. I was so worried I cried, and rushed here. Thank goodness you're alright. She awkwardly wiped away her tears. Hua Qiu noticed that she was very dirty and disheveled, clearly having fallen many times on the road. Although the Seven Leaves sect is not far from Dingfeng City, this distance is still quite difficult for a blind person. Hua Qiu frowned. Who said I'm dead? His face turned slightly cold. Could it be that Ling Ying's death was not solely caused by those 3 people? It was Miss Jiang and Miss Shang, Lingyu replied. They said that you found a high-grade spiritual herb in Dingjun Mountain, and were killed by the people who stole it, and their body was dumped in the mountain. After hearing this, Hua Qiu's expression grew even colder. He didn't know who Miss Jiang and Miss Shang were. But how did they find out about Ling Ying's death? And what they said actually matched the truth. He thought back for a moment, and there was no mention of Miss Jiang or Miss Shang in the memories of those 3 people. Lingyu, I've been promoted to a core disciple, and my allowance has increased significantly, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Let's go to Dingfeng City, I'll buy you something. By the way, take me to see Miss Jiang and Miss Shang. 650, Chapter 650. Deliberately picking trouble. Dingfeng City is a very prosperous metropolis. The Xuanjin realm has 3 heavens, and each heaven has several hegemonic sects that are extremely powerful and rule over most of the areas within the 3 heavens. Dingfeng City is the same, managed by a dominant sect in the western regions of the first heaven. However, this place is quite far from that dominant sect, and there is only one powerful figure in charge, with several top sects nearby assisting in its management. Hua Qiu led Lingyu into Dingfeng City. He first went to the area where ordinary cultivators lived in Dingfeng City and bought a house for Lingyu. Lingyu's original residence was dirty and dilapidated, belonging to the slum area of Dingfeng City. At that time, Ling Ying was just a nominal disciple of the Seven Leaves sect's medicine hall. He had no ability to improve his sister's life and could only watch her suffer. Hua Qiu learned that Ling Ying had been trying her best to give Lingyu a better life. Therefore, it was a reasonable thing for him to use the money he received as a reward after being promoted to a core disciple to buy Lingyu an ordinary house. This can be considered a small way for Hua Qiu to repay Ling Ying for using her identity. Brother, no need, I'm fine living there. Keep the money. Don't you need resources for your cultivation? I'm just a mortal, I shouldn't let you waste spirit stones, Lingyu said earnestly, unwilling to agree. As long as you can develop better, I'll be happy no matter how much hardship I suffer. What are you talking about? I don't need to say so much, Hua Qiu said. Besides, I've already become a core disciple and can receive a certain amount of resources every month, so you don't need to worry about me. He spoke these words sincerely. The more he looked, the more he felt that Ling Yu's image overlapped with Hua Dong's. Back then, when he became disabled, no matter how much hardship Hua Dong endured, he always gave him the best and never thought of himself. She even sold herself to others for her family, willing to sacrifice herself. Hua Qiu patiently persuaded her for a while before Ling Yu reluctantly agreed. Come on, I'll take you to buy some more pretty clothes, Hua Qiu said with a smile. He glanced at a certain spot without leaving a trace. As soon as he left the Seven Leaves sect, he sensed that someone was secretly watching him. Regardless of that person's motives, all he needs to do is play the role of Ling Ying well. The two arrived at the commercial district of Dingfeng City. Ling Yu had never been to such a lively place before. She was curious, yet also somewhat afraid of the noise and bustle of the commercial district. Let's go here. Hua Qiu picked a nicely decorated clothing store and led Ling Yu inside. He frowned slightly as he entered the store. Once inside the commercial area, he noticed two young women deliberately appearing around them. After the two entered the clothing store, the other two also walked towards them. Ling Yu, you choose, Hua Qiu gestured. Brother, I can't see, can you help me see? Ling Yu said with a smile. I'm sorry. Hua Qiu quickly went over and personally helped her choose clothes. He quickly picked out two items that looked well made and that he thought would suit Ling Yu. Just as Ling Yu was about to change, the two young women walked in. Hey, isn't this Ling Yu? You actually came here to buy clothes? The two men said to Ling Yu in a sarcastic tone as soon as they came in. Miss Zhang, are you here to buy clothes too? What a coincidence. Ling Yu seemed oblivious to the slight sarcasm in their tone and greeted them with a smile. My brother brought me here to buy clothes. She smiled happily, almost as if showing off. This made the two women scoff. Your brother is long dead, someone suddenly said. Ling Yu's pretty face immediately darkened. Miss Zhang, please don't talk nonsense. My brother is perfectly fine. She was a little angry. Look, this is my brother. She pulled Hua Qiu over. My brother not only survived, but he also made a contribution and was promoted to a core disciple by the sect. He's amazing. Hua Qiu sized up the two men with a stern face. They were just two women who were somewhat attractive and heavily made up, and their cultivation levels were only at the qi refining stage. Judging from their clothes, they are the type of rich young ladies, and perhaps they have some background. Why do you say I'm dead? Hua Qiu asked coldly, staring at the two of them. Someone witnessed Ling Ying being killed by three disciples of the Seven Leaves Sect's medicine hall and his body dumped in Dingfeng Mountain. One person said with a sneer. You, Ling Ying, are definitely an imposter. Hua Qiu's expression hardened. He had thought that the identity he was using would be less troublesome. He desperately wanted to kill him to silence him. But this is the commercial district of Dingfeng City, with people coming and going, so he can't make a move here. Who saw me die? Don't talk nonsense, he said coldly, making a normal reaction. Want to know who it is? We're not telling you. The two men revealed mocking and sarcastic smiles. Hua Qiu's murderous intent intensified. But he refrained from making a move. He always felt that these two were acting too deliberately, and that there was probably someone behind them, at least 8 or 9 out of 10. The purpose of the person who can be instructed is unclear. Ling Ying is just an ordinary disciple with a cultivation level of only mid-stage qi refining. How could anyone scheme against her? He couldn't understand it. You're talking nonsense, he is my brother, how could someone be an imposter? Ling Yu said angrily. Ling Yu, you're truly pathetic, a woman said, shaking her head with a mocking smile. Look at you, you're blind, you don't even know your own brother is being impersonated. If this person tries anything to you, you'll be in big trouble. Look at yourself, do you think you're destined for a life of luxury? No, he is my brother, you're talking nonsense. Ling Yu cried out, her eyes red. Seeing her like this, the two showed no remorse and continued to bully her. Hua Qiu couldn't bear to watch any longer. Ling Yu You may have considered them as one of her few friends. But they were full of sarcasm and ridicule towards Lingyu, as if seeing it's like she's not doing well. If you continue to spout nonsense here, I'm going to have to get rough with you, Huaqiu said, feigning anger. Heh, what can you do to us? The two were not afraid at all, and instead continued to mock us. You're just a mere chi refining disciple of the Seven Leaves sect. You only got promoted to a nominal disciple by sheer luck. Do you think you're anything special? Huaqiu's expression darkened further. He wasn't angered by those two. Everything these two did seemed too deliberate. They deliberately came to cause trouble and intentionally provoked conflict. Huaqiu just didn't understand who the person who gave the order was after. Was it aimed at Ling Ying, or at him? I've only been in the Xuanjin realm for a short time, and I've already been targeted so quickly? Huaqiu was not in a good mood. Or has it been discovered that I come from the 9 provinces world, or perhaps, my identity as the supreme being of the 9 provinces has been exposed? Thinking of this, Huaqiu felt a chill run through her heart. 651, Chapter 651 Killed. Let's go. Huaqiu ignored the two women and pulled Lingyu away. Seeing that he wasn't taking the bait, the two became anxious. Stop, who gave you permission to leave? They blocked the way, their aggressive demeanor like that of shrewish women. What exactly do you want to do? Huaqiu looked at them calmly. His indifferent expression made the two women uneasy. Huaqiu was clearly only a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. For some reason, they felt very uncomfortable in front of such a person and dared not look Huaqiu in the eye. Because being looked at by that gaze feels like your soul has been pierced. You think you can just leave after spouting threats? A woman sneered. She waved to someone behind her. Soon, 2 men walked over. Huaqiu's face darkened. Both of them were Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. From this scene, Huaqiu could tell that the people behind them had already confirmed his false identity and felt that he was no ordinary person, so they were determined to test him. So he deliberately let the 2 women provoke him, and when Huaqiu remained unmoved, he directly started a fight. Huaqiu guessed that they deliberately told Lingyu and Ling Ying about their deaths in order to lure her out of the Seven Leaves sect. 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators were deployed right from the start. Humph, look at your arrogant words, I wonder if you have any real skills. Another woman sneered. Give him a good lesson. The 2 women retreated, and 2 Foundation Establishment men rushed forward and attacked Huaqiu. Huaqiu's gaze was cold and sharp. He didn't want his identity to be revealed. But he couldn't bear to swallow his anger and be bullied by ants. Seeing the 2 men attacking, he expressionlessly dodged, causing their attacks to miss. The 2 women behind him showed a strange expression. With 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators attacking together, it was impossible for someone who was only in the mid-stage of chi refining to dodge. He really was an imposter, he couldn't hide it forever. The 2 men smiled, quite pleased with themselves. What's wrong with you two? Keep going. They shouted in bewilderment when they saw the 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators freeze in place after their attacks missed. Bang bang. Suddenly, the 2 men collapsed. What? The 2 women were shocked. The 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators fell to the ground and remained silent. It was unclear whether they were dead or unconscious. The 2 women were shocked and furious. You dare to kill someone from my glaze tile sect? A woman shouted, pointing at Huaqiu. The glaze tile school? Huaqiu frowned slightly. It seems that the glaze tile sect is not among the major sects near Dingfeng City. His expression quickly turned cold. Who cares about the glaze tile school? Since we've already started, there's no reason for us to hold back. He strode toward the 2 women. What do you want to do? The 2 were shocked and backed away step by step. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. He was a dignified old man. Uncle Master. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this person appear. The old man glanced solemnly at the person lying on the ground before looking at Huaqiu. Hua Chou also sized up the old man. A cultivator at the great perfection of the core formation stage. In this region, such a cultivator is already considered a strong person, comparable to the level of the Seven Leaves sect master. You killed 2 foundation establishment disciples of my glazed tile sect without anyone noticing. Your cultivation level must have reached the core formation stage. The old man spoke in a deliberately low voice, so that only a few people could hear him. Lingyu, who was standing further away, couldn't hear it clearly. We underestimated you. Hua Chou stared indifferently at the 3 of them. Your glazed tile school has quite the nerve, he said calmly. We were originally like water from a well, not interfering with each other, living in peace. But you insisted on provoking us, and you've only made yourselves doomed. A murderous aura emanated from Hua Chou. In an instant, the old man's expression changed drastically. That was merely a tiny, insignificant wisp of killing intent from Hua Chou, yet it instantly shook him to his core, turning his face pale. The 2 women, who were only at the qi refining stage, were even struggling to breathe, their eyes wide open and their faces contorted in pain. They could hardly believe that this was the aura emanating from Hua Chou. The only word to describe it is terrifying. The 2 women were filled with lingering fear at the thought of constantly provoking such a being. They are incredibly lucky to have survived until now. Liuli sect, what is your purpose? Hua Chou asked coldly. The 3 men's expressions shifted, but they remained silent. The old man was on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. You have already killed 2 foundation establishment cultivators. If you make another move, it will surely alarm the powerful figures of Dingfeng City. He tried to make Hua Chou hesitate. In that case, neither of us will be in a good position. Why don't we just let it go and pretend nothing happened? The old man had originally come out to pressure Hua Chou, but he found that Hua Chou was even more powerful than he had expected. Unsure of his abilities, he chose to compromise. You've plotted against me, and you expect me to back down? Hua Chou sneered, his expression mocking. You should think this through. Once you make a move, the noise will surely alert the powerful figures of Dingfeng City. The old man tried to persuade him. Unless you can kill all 3 of us in an instant. However, I suppose you couldn't do that kind of thing. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, the 3 of them stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief and terror. Then, they collapsed, lifeless, just like the 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Sorry, I can do it, Hua Chou said calmly, looking at the 3 corpses. Although it was in a commercial area, the shop was located in a corner and did not attract attention for a while. Hua Chou pondered for a moment and decided not to take away the souls of these people. Now that his identity had been exposed, he decided not to use it. Once he had squeezed all the value out of the Seven Leaves sect's spiritual veins, Hua Chou left. Naturally, they were too lazy to bother searching for the soul and getting involved in other matters. Brother, what happened? Lingyu slowly approached and asked worriedly. It's nothing, Hua Chou replied casually. Where are Miss Jiang and Miss Xu? Why are they so quiet? I reasoned with them, and they were so ashamed that they left, Hua Chou said calmly. Really, brother, you're amazing, you actually convinced them. The innocent Lingyu smiled. Little did she know, 5 corpses lay at her feet. Hua Chou didn't plan to do anything about it. He had no interest in what kind of uproar would occur when the people of Dingfeng City discovered this. Hua Chou pulled Lingyu away. Suddenly, his expression hardened. Outside the shop, there was a female cultivator. She stared at the 2 of them in astonishment, her gaze shifting back and forth between Hua Chou and the corpse on the ground. Her pretty face was full of surprise, and she couldn't react for a long time. Hua Chou frowned again, this time more deeply than before. He had seen this female cultivator before. This person was none other than Ji Yao, the female elder of the Golden Light sect whom I had seen in Dingfeng Mountain that day. 652, Chapter 652 To see you. Ji Yao was stunned. Hua Chou was also stunned. Hua Chou never expected to run into her here and let her witness him commit murder. For a moment, Hua Chou's mind raced. This woman is no ordinary core formation cultivator, she is somewhat special and maybe even more troublesome than a nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, kill this person too. A murderous glint flashed in Hua Qiu's eyes. Before he could make a move, Ji Yao suddenly walked towards him. As she entered the shop, she stared at the 5 corpses on the ground. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. 2 Qi refining cultivators, 2 foundation establishment cultivators. As for the old man, he was a core formation cultivator. Moreover, his level of cultivation is much higher than hers. Did you kill all of these people? She asked, staring at Hua Qiu. So what if it is? Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent, he was already prepared to kill her and was just waiting to see how Ji Yao would react. Your strength is far greater than I imagined. You were able to kill even a cultivator like this here silently, Ji Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. He didn't quite understand Ji Yao's attitude. Judging from what she said, she probably realized that Hua Qiu wasn't the real Ling Ying. Don't worry, I'll have someone handle things cleanly here, Ji Yao said, changing the subject. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. Ji Yao took out a communication artifact and said a few words. In less than a minute, several cultivators appeared inside the shop. Without saying a word, they cleanly and efficiently carried away the 5 corpses on the ground. Hua Qiu's expression turned strange. Ji Yao is clearly of high status, possessing such abilities even in Dingfeng City. He just didn't understand why Ji Yao was helping him. Last time at Dingfeng Mountain, he really tricked Jin Guangzong. I heard that the 7 Leaves sect made a big fuss and severely punished the Golden Light sect, demanding a lot of compensation. Let's go, let's talk somewhere else. Hua Qiu hesitated for a moment, then followed her outside. Soon after, Ji Yao led the 2 into a luxurious restaurant in Dingfeng City. She asked for a quiet private room and invited the 2 of them up. Brother, is this your friend? She has such a nice voice, she must be very pretty too? Ling Yu asked Hua Qiu in a low voice. He's not my friend, Hua Qiu replied. As for his looks, he's alright. Hearing this, Ji Yao, who was going upstairs ahead, couldn't help but stumble. She rolled her eyes dramatically. After entering the private room, Ji Yao generously gestured for the 2 to sit down. Sister, what's your relationship with my brother? Ling Yu asked curiously. Ji Yao gave Hua Qiu a meaningful look and revealed an ambiguous smile. A complicated relationship, she said. While Ling Yu stuck out her tongue. Brother, when did you get a friend like this? Why didn't you tell me? She complained ambiguously. Hua Qiu stared at Ji Yao with a serious expression. How much do you know? He asked bluntly. I don't know much, Ji Yao said with a smile. After returning that day, I was completely baffled. How could someone make me see real yet erroneous memories when I used my supernatural powers? This has never happened before. It wasn't until an elder reminded me that I realized what I had encountered. At this point, the smile on her face faded, and she looked at Hua Qiu with a serious expression. Only those whose spiritual realm far surpasses mine can suppress me with their powerful spiritual strength, rendering my supernatural abilities ineffective. As for forming realistic yet false memory images, they are at least 4 levels higher than me. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu chuckled softly. He now knew which school of martial arts Ji Yao belonged to. The cultivation methods in the Xuanzhen realm are incredibly diverse, and different sects focus on different things. The most common categories are Dharma cultivation and physical cultivation. There are countless other niche systems. One of these is one that Hua Qiu had come into contact with. That is divine cultivation. They specialize in cultivating spiritual power, creating various so-called spiritual realms, and pursuing spiritual power that transcends everything. They are far more complex than those who specialize in cultivating spiritual consciousness. Divine cultivation should not be underestimated. As the most powerful immortal emperor, Hua Qiu could look down on all cultivators in the cultivation world, but he would not underestimate those special divine cultivators. Only upon reaching the immortal realm do we realize that once a cultivator's physical body and magical abilities are cultivated to their peak, it becomes very difficult to improve further, only the power derived from the soul has no limit. At that time, the stronger a cultivator's soul, the more superior they will be in cultivation, thus suppressing other immortals. Huaqiu was able to quickly reach the immortal emperor realm because the miraculous creation technique laid a solid foundation for his soul from the very beginning, making his soul power much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. In the immortal realm, his comprehension was unparalleled, and after many fortuitous encounters, his cultivation level also improved rapidly. Soul power is extremely important. However, cultivators in the cultivation world rarely realize this. Ji Yao is a divine cultivator. This explains why her spiritual sense was so much higher than her cultivation level. Despite only being at the core formation stage, his spiritual sense is no weaker than that of a top-tier nascent soul cultivator. Your spiritual realm surpasses mine by countless levels. Ji Yao said solemnly. You're a divine cultivator too, aren't you? She never associated Huaqiu with the supreme cultivator above the nascent soul stage. Because such beings are almost impossible to appear in the first heaven. She preferred to believe that Huaqiu was an extremely rare and powerful divine cultivator. I wouldn't call myself a divine cultivator, Huaqiu said calmly. Ji Yao's expression changed. She had already decided that Huaqiu was a big shot among the divine cultivators. In her understanding, it was impossible for someone who wasn't a divine cultivator to develop powerful spiritual energy. I've looked up all the information about Ling Ying, a disciple of the Seven Leaves Sex Medicine Hall, Ji Yao said worriedly. Huaqiu remained expressionless and unresponsive. I'm very curious, who exactly are you, where do you come from, and how did you cultivate to such a spiritual realm? Huaqiu's gaze toward Ji Yao suddenly became oppressive. You'd better not overstimulate explore, or else you'll bear the consequences. You've misunderstood, Ji Yao said, her smile returning. How could we possibly think of offending someone as rare as you, a spiritual being? We'd be too busy trying to curry favor with you. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining our ranks. Huaqiu raised his hand to interrupt Ji Yao. I'm not interested, he replied outright. I expected this. Ji Yao was not disappointed. She was just saying it casually. Her elders had long told her that those capable individuals with high spiritual attainments pursue freedom in every sense and would not pay attention to any recruitment efforts. Actually, I received the news when you left the Seven Leaves sect. I came to Dingfeng City to see you. Ji Yao's expression became somewhat nervous, as if she had something to say. Say what you want to say, Huaqiu said calmly. Then I will tell you. You? Could you cultivate with me? 653, Chapter 653 Rejection. After Ji Yao mustered up her courage to say those words, her pretty face turned crimson, and she dared not look at Huaqiu. Huaqiu was taken aback for a moment, then a strange look appeared on his face. Ji Yao's appearance was superb, she was a rare beauty. She was renowned throughout the Dingfeng City region and was considered a goddess by many cultivators, beautiful and inviolable. If other cultivators were to witness this scene, many would likely grit their teeth and hate Huaqiu. Her making such a request to his face inevitably leads people to speculate. Wow, beautiful lady, you're so bold. Ling Yu said with a grin. You're the first woman to say something like that to my brother. Ji Yao blushed even more upon hearing this, extremely shy. Her heart was pounding, and she couldn't calm down. She made that decision after careful consideration. After all, Huaqiu was the most remarkable divine cultivator she had ever seen. It would be difficult to encounter such a being again within the first level of the Xuanjin realm. Dual cultivation? Huaqiu looked at Ji Yao, seemingly lost in thought. You mean spiritual cultivation, right? He asked casually. That's it. Ji Yao nodded hurriedly. That's exactly what I meant, definitely not something else, please don't misunderstand. She realized she hadn't explained herself clearly and that it could easily lead to misinterpretations, making her even more embarrassed. Spiritual cultivation? Huaqiu murmured. Unlike dual cultivation in the general sense, dual cultivation at the spiritual level is a cultivation method of spiritual cultivation. It doesn't require physical contact, it's a deep spiritual exchange between the two parties. Although it is not as intimately integrated as traditional dual cultivation, spiritual cultivation is, in a sense, a deeper level of communication. This requires the two people practicing together to reach a high degree of spiritual harmony, and there can be no mistakes whatsoever. In order for two people to achieve spiritual harmony, they must trust each other completely and be completely unguarded. This is even more intimate than physical contact. Usually, only Taoist couples would do that. Ji Yao's words to Hua Qiu were no less bold than a marriage proposal from an ordinary person in the mortal world. He had only met Ji Yao twice, and they had no prior interaction. I know this request is abrupt for you, Ji Yao said hesitantly. But I really need to improve quickly. Mental cultivation is too difficult. I have reached a bottleneck without the method of combined cultivation. I don't know when I will be able to break through. Would you agree to be with me? She looked at Hua Qiu with a pleading expression, appearing pitiful. In this situation, 99% of men would find it impossible to refuse and would agree without hesitation. If you agree, our family will not treat you unfairly. As she spoke, her voice trailed off again, clearly overcome by shame. Hua Qiu was initially surprised, but her expression quickly returned to calm. It's not hard to see that Ji Yao has a complicated background. If Hua Qiu agrees to her request, he will immediately have powerful backing and will be able to quickly establish himself in the Xuanjin realm. Seeing Ji Yao's anxious yet expectant expression, Hua Qiu finally shook his head. I refuse, he said calmly. He couldn't possibly agree to that. Even if it was just spiritual cultivation, he couldn't accept it, seeing it as a betrayal of Yu Ziwei. More importantly, the conditions for spiritual cultivation are extremely demanding. Not only must both parties be highly compatible in spirit, but they must also be completely open with each other. He harbors too many secrets. Not to mention the Xuanjin realm, even in the immortal realm, he would not open his heart to anyone. Therefore, he had no choice but to refuse. Upon hearing that she had been rejected without hesitation, Ji Yao's face immediately darkened. She was filled with trepidation, but she thought that her outstanding looks would still be quite attractive to Hua Qiu. She was surprised to be rejected so decisively, which greatly hurt her self-esteem and made her very disappointed. Yes, I was being presumptuous. I am sorry, she said softly, somewhat flustered, trying her best to hide her disappointment. As a highly sought-after and beloved young woman, this was the first time she had suffered such a blow, and it was understandable that she was having trouble recovering for a while. Seeing this, Hua Qiu felt a little reluctant. It's not that you're not good enough, it's just that I really can't agree to that, he said calmly. I don't need to elaborate on how demanding the conditions for spiritual cultivation are. I admit that I cannot meet those conditions, and I cannot force it. Okay, I understand. Ji Yao nodded with a forced smile. It's all right. My request was indeed abrupt for you, and it's understandable that you would refuse. However, I will not give up easily, because a spiritual genius like you is one in 1,000 years. Her gaze suddenly became firm as she spoke slowly. Hua Qiu frowned. After thinking about it, he decided not to discourage Ji Yao. But she was destined to waste her time. He would never agree. Ling Ying's identity is no longer of much significance, so there's no need to hide it anymore. Once the 7 Leaves sect's spiritual veins are depleted, it will be time for me to leave this place. The Xuanjin realm is vast, its number countless. We may never have the chance to meet again. Let her be. We can be friends first, Ji Yao said with a smile. Fellow Taoist, let's get to know each other again. I am Ji Yao, and you are? She stretched out her slender hand and looked at Hua Qiu with a smile. Hua Qiu glanced at her hand but did not take it. From all corners of the world, nameless people wander in this realm, not knowing where their home is, and their life and death are unpredictable. What is there to befriend? Just consider me a passerby in the wind here. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao pursed her lips and pulled her hand back. With such a high level of spiritual attainment, yet claiming to be unknown, no one would believe that, she muttered. As long as you are still within my sight, you are my friend, Ji Yao. Whether you consider me a friend or not is up to you. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Just pretend I'm Ling for now, he said helplessly. Understood. Ji Yao showed an understanding expression. Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Ling Yu said with a confused look. Hua Qiu remained silent. What do you plan to do? Ji Yao asked in a low voice. The real Ling Ying is dead. Hua Qiu glanced at Ling Yu, who seemed a little nervous. In truth, he was merely using Ling Ying's identity. He had no obligation to bear any responsibility for the deceased. Hua Qiu sighed softly. Now, Ling Yu regards him as her own brother, her eyes filled with an unwavering dependence on him. If she were to find out the truth, the poor girl might not be able to bear it and do something foolish. Although Hua Qiu wasn't a great philanthropist, he couldn't bear to see any woman get into trouble because of him. Just give her a little support so she can take care of herself and live on her own in the future, Hua Qiu thought to herself. He couldn't possibly be carrying a burden when traveling through the Xuanjin realm. Make a simple arrangement, and you'll have a clear conscience. 654, Chapter 654 ranked as City Duke. Hua Qiu and the other two left the restaurant. Upon hearing that Hua Qiu had bought Ling Yu a small house, Ji Yao immediately perked up. From now on, I'll take care of everything for your sister, she declared on the spot. I still have some influence in Dingfeng City, so don't worry, I'll have someone look after your sister in the city from now on, and there won't be any problems. Hua Qiu thought about it and decided not to refuse her kindness. Seeing that Hua Qiu agreed, Ji Yao smiled continuously, finally not being rejected again. She immediately got up to take the two of them to complete some formalities. Dingfeng Tower is the main office in the center of Dingfeng City. Most matters in Dingfeng City are handled here, making it a veritable business center. As soon as Ji Yao led Hua Qiu and Ling Yu to the door, someone immediately came to greet them. Miss Ji Yao, welcome to the Dingfeng Lu office, you are a rare guest here. An old man bowed and scraped as he ushered the three of them inside. This manager, he is the head of the Dingfeng City office, Ji Yao introduced to Hua Qiu. This old man is a core formation cultivator. Although they were both at the core formation stage, he treated Ji Yao with utmost respect, which showed that their statuses were not on the same level at all. Ji Yao rarely showed enthusiasm to anyone, especially male cultivators. Her behavior immediately made manager He's expression change. He immediately and discreetly observed Hua Qiu. Upon discovering that the other party was merely a low-level cultivator at the mid-stage of qi refining, his eyes widened slightly. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a bucket. To be treated so well by Miss Ji Yao, one must be no ordinary person. His mind raced, but he didn't show any disdain. I'm in charge here, just call me Lao. He spoke to Hua Qiu with a smile, his attitude still respectful. May I ask what business you need to attend to? Please tell me, and I will send someone to take care of it immediately. Master Yi, could you please fetch him a city lord's token? Ji Yao said with a smile. Manager He's expression immediately changed. Within Dingfeng City, there are different social classes, whether they are ordinary residents or cultivators, or people coming and going. The lowest class consists of those who can only travel to and from Dingfeng City but do not have the right to reside or stay there. They are called refugees. Above that were the ordinary civilians living in the city. Most of them are low-level cultivators or ordinary people without spiritual roots or cultivation, but they have the right to reside and can afford the cost of living. Next are the ordinary cultivators and a very small number of wealthy people, whose status is much higher. Moving up to the upper echelons, one enters the realm of cultivators with considerable strength or those possessing a special skill that is needed by Dingfeng City. They enjoy privileges and hold a higher status within the city. After that, they are the social classes that Dingfeng City treats with the utmost respect. They are often cultivators with exceptional strength. If they are willing to stay in Dingfeng City, they will receive very good treatment, similar to that of a guest elder. But there is still one level with the highest status. That is what is known as City Lord. Only a very small number of cultivators can obtain the title of City Lord. They are either extremely powerful or have unparalleled achievements in a certain field. The powerful figures of the major sects near Dingfeng City all hold the title of City Duke in Dingfeng City. Once they enter the city, they not only enjoy many privileges, but can also use their status as city officials to do many things, which is very convenient. This can also be considered a means for Dingfeng City to attract and recruit talent. Therefore, Ji Yao directly ordered Steward He to retrieve the city's official token, which stunned Steward He. In the entire Dingfeng City, there are very few people who hold the title of City Duke. Which one of them isn't a big shot in this area? But the one in front of me. It wasn't that he looked down on Hua Qiu, but this was just too outrageous. Steward He knew that he was definitely not at the mid-stage qi refining level as he had appeared. For Ji Yao to treat him this way, he must at least be at the core formation stage, and perhaps possess some extraordinary abilities, otherwise he wouldn't have been chosen. Can be ranked as a city official. That's utterly ridiculous. What, is there a problem? Seeing the troubled look on Steward He's face, Ji Yao was a little unhappy. With the prestige of my divine sect, surely we can obtain a city magistrate's token from Dingfeng City? Upon hearing this, Steward He looked surprised. You mean, we want to use the privileges of the divine sect? Not bad. Ji Yao nodded. Manager He opened his mouth. Ji Yao was an important figure in the divine sect. She invoked the divine sect, so she has that kind of power. To the surprise of Steward He, Ji Yao actually used the privileges of the divine sect for a young man, just to help him obtain the status of a city duke. Is it really worth it? But what is so extraordinary about this young man that made Ji Yao act in such a way? For a moment, Director He was full of amazement and deep emotion. Master He, is everything all right now? Ji Yao asked. Of course not, Manager He quickly replied. However, I should inform the city lord's mansion about the matter of being ranked as a city duke. There shouldn't be any problem. Ji Yao nodded, signaling him to take action. Brother, who is this sister? How could she make you a city duke with just a few words? Is that really possible? Ling Yu asked Hua Qiu timidly. As someone who had struggled and suffered in the lower rungs of Dingfeng City, she was deeply aware of the stark class divisions there. The title of Chang Gong implies a high and mighty position, similar to that of a king or nobleman. For people like them, this is something they simply dare not hope for or even imagine. Now that she heard that Hua Qiu was going to become the Duke of the city, she didn't know how to describe her feelings. There wasn't much excitement or exhilaration, instead, there was more fear and unease. Because they are from the bottom. Hua Qiu also felt it was inappropriate. He never liked to show off, otherwise he wouldn't have impersonated Ling Ying. Ji Yao, there's no need for the title of City Duke, just arrange something for Ling Yu, Hua Qiu said with a frown. How can that be? With? Ji Yao refused. A spiritual being like you is more than qualified to hold the title of a City Duke. Don't worry, my divine sect still has enough influence. Don't underestimate this city lord's status, it will be of great help to your actions. No matter how big or small the matter is, as long as you give the order, there are plenty of people to take care of it for you. Hua Qiu pondered for a while. In fact, this identity was exactly what he needed when he first arrived in the Xuanzhen realm, saving him a lot of trouble. If it can be done well, that's fine too. If it's too difficult, then forget it. Ji Yao waved her hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry. The three of them sat in the waiting area for a while. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rapid whooshing sound came from outside Dingfeng Tower. A beam of light shot straight through the window of this floor and flew in. The man who arrived was a monk who looked to be in his late 20s, with a handsome face. Yao, you came here on business without telling me. I rushed here in a panic, the man called out with a smile as soon as he landed. Seeing the man's undisguised, burning gaze towards Ji Yao, Hua Qiu's expression hardened slightly. I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. 655, Chapter 655, Picking a fight out of jealousy. Upon seeing the man, Ji Yao frowned slightly. Clearly, she wasn't very fond of this person. However, she still stood up and gave a forced smile. Yan Fei, what brings you here? Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. Hearing this name triggered memories he had plundered from the disciples of the pharmacy. Yan Fei is the only son of the city lord of Dingfeng City, and a genius cultivator with a considerable reputation in the western regions, the first level of the Xuanjin realm. This person reached the great perfection of core formation before the age of 50, and his reputation was very high. Of course, Ji Yao is the same kind of person. Her late-stage core formation realm was only slightly inferior to Yan Fei's. However, Ji Yao's main focus is on the spiritual realm, so in a fair comparison, Yan Fei should be inferior to her, which explains why she looks down on Yan Fei. Yao, as soon as I heard that you were coming to Dingfeng Tower on business at the city lord's mansion, I rushed over as fast as I could. Yan Fei said with a smile. It's been a long time since we last met, you know. The Golden Light Sect isn't far from Dingfeng City, so why is it so difficult to see you even once a year? Ji Yao smiled awkwardly. I am busy with my spiritual practice and rarely have any free time. Never mind, which senior from the Divine Sect wants our Dingfeng City's City Lord's token? It's really too much trouble for you, Yan Fei joked. This is such a small matter, why would you need to do it personally? Just give the order, and I will personally deliver the token to your Divine Sect. It's not a senior from the Divine Sect, Ji Yao said, pointing to Hua Qiu. I want to get him a city official token. After glancing at Hua Qiu, Yan Fei's expression immediately stiffened. A young cultivator in the mid-stage of qi refining? Yan Fei's brows immediately furrowed. No matter who comes, they'll be completely bewildered. In the history of Dingfeng City, there has never been a city lord at the qi refining stage. They were mostly nascent soul cultivators. Those few who reach the core formation stage are all renowned talents in their respective fields. Hua Qiu's youth, in particular, made Yan Fei feel threatened. In his memory, Ji Yao had never cared so much about any young cultivator. Seeing Yan Fei's expression shift from surprise to hostility, Hua Qiu found it somewhat amusing. This plot development is so cliché. He really didn't want to get involved in this kind of struggle. But now it seems it's too late. Who is this? Yan Fei asked, staring at Hua Qiu. He is a spiritual being, and his spiritual realm is higher than mine. Ji Yao said with a smile, her eyes full of admiration. Seeing her expression, Yan Fei's face changed. He had never seen this kind of shy appreciation in Ji Yao before. Anyone could see that something was wrong. You're saying he's also a divine cultivator, and that his spiritual realm is even higher than yours? Yan Fei was somewhat skeptical. Yes, that's why I'm asking for a City Duke's token for him in the name of the Divine Sect, Ji Yao nodded. Yan Fei narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his sense of crisis had reached its peak. Ji Yao, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for him? Yan Fei changed his attitude and questioned him coldly. The cultivators of the western regions all knew that he had been pursuing Ji Yao. He also knew Ji Yao's thoughts all along. She only admired cultivators stronger than herself. That's right, I've taken a liking to him, Ji Yao replied readily upon seeing this. Moreover, I have already expressed my intention to him and asked him to become my fellow practitioner. What? Yan Fei exclaimed in shock, furious and enraged. You actually, he pointed angrily at Ji Yao, then glared fiercely at Hua Qiu, his anger surging, ready to explode on the spot. Unfortunately, I was rejected, Ji Yao said with a wry smile. Yan Fei's eyes widened, unsure how to react. He was shocked by Ji Yao's boldness, yet he couldn't understand why that person would refuse. He longed to become Taoist partners with Ji Yao, but some people scorned this idea. Alright, enough with the nonsense, just hand over the city lord's token, Ji Yao said impatiently. A token? Yan Fei sneered and crossed his arms. How can the city lord's token of Dingfeng City be given away so casually? He said disdainfully. You, Ji Yao looked at him angrily. Even if this kid is a high-level divine cultivator from the Divine Sect, it's not something you can just give away. Yan Fei looked at Hua Qiu provocatively. You say he's a very powerful divine cultivator, I don't believe it. Unless you make him perform for me right here and now, I just don't believe it. Yan Fei, don't be unreasonable. Ji Yao scolded angrily. Yan Fei kept a straight face, adopting a businesslike and deliberately difficult attitude. Lingyu, let's go. Hua Qiu didn't bother to say anything, pulled Lingyu to her feet, and prepared to leave. He needed the status of a city lord. But it's not always necessary. He had no interest in getting involved in such a conflict, finding it too naive. Ling Ying, don't go yet, Ji Yao cried out anxiously. Yan Fei, you'd better think this through. I am using the special privileges of the divine sect. This is not something you can interfere with. Upon hearing this, Yan Fei's face turned ugly. But he didn't want to back down. I must see his strength, otherwise I won't get the city lord's token. Hua Qiu pulled Lingyu and walked straight outside. Stop them! Yan Fei shouted, waving his hand. The cultivators from Dingfeng Tower immediately moved out and blocked the two inside the house, preventing them from leaving. Hua Qiu's face darkened. Yan Fei, what do you mean? Ji Yao's pretty face also turned cold. Does Dingfeng Tower exist so that you can come and go as you please? Yan Fei sneered. Today, I'm going to make him demonstrate his abilities right here. He has no choice but to. If it is truly as you say, I will naturally give the divine sect face and bestow upon him the token of the Duke of Hucheng. It's just a token, I don't need it, Hua Qiu said indifferently. You if they really have the ability, we'll take them even if we don't want them. Hua Qiu frowned, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. This Yan Fei, blinded by jealousy, lost her senses. He had no sense of responsibility whatsoever for a genius cultivator and a young city lord, which made him look down on him. It seems I'll have to reveal my true strength sooner rather than later, Hua Qiu said with a smirk. Buzz. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread in from outside Dingfeng Tower. Hua Qiu's expression hardened slightly. This kind of aura is far superior to the suppressed nascent soul auras from the 9 provinces world. The great perfection of the nascent soul stage. No, this is already at the level of a half-step nascent soul cultivator. Hua Qiu's expression changed. This is the strongest aura he has encountered since entering the Xuanzhen realm. This aura caused both Ji Yao and Yan Fei to change their expressions simultaneously. The cultivators inside Dingfeng Tower were also terrified and remained silent. Greetings, Lord City Lord. Soon, one after another, they knelt down, calling out respectfully. 656, Chapter 656 Testing the Waters? A figure stepped through the air and entered Dingfeng Tower. His clothes fluttered without wind, and his tall, slender figure exuded an air of authority. The newcomer had a serious expression, and his aura alone exerted tremendous pressure on the cultivators present, making everyone feel apprehensive and respectful. He was the city lord of Dingfeng City. Hua Qiu glanced indifferently at the strongest cultivator in Dingfeng City and the surrounding area. He reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage and comprehended a trace of the true meaning of the divine transformation stage. He has traces of the power of laws on his body and can be called a half-step divine transformation. It is only a matter of time before he truly achieves the divine transformation realm. Such a top-tier figure is someone that Hua Qiu could hardly access, even for those who had acquired those memories. The Lord of Dingfeng City rarely appears in public, making him appear very mysterious and powerful. He is one of the legendary figures in this region. The respect shown to him by the surrounding cultivators was a testament to his immense power. His arrival was so imposing that the cultivators present dared not speak, holding their breath and bowing respectfully, awaiting his instructions. Even Ji Yao had to bow to him. Uncle Yan Shi bowed and called out. The city lord of Dingfeng City nodded to him with a serious expression. Father, what brings you here? Yan Fei clearly showed great respect for his father, his tone softening considerably as he cautiously inquired. The city lord of Dingfeng City glanced at him indifferently. Yan Fei immediately tensed up and trembled slightly. Insolence! The city lord of Dingfeng City uttered 2 words. Although his tone was calm, it made Yan Fei's face turn pale. He was terrified of the lord of Dingfeng City from the bottom of his heart, and it seemed he had been punished quite a bit. As a candidate for the divine maiden of the divine sect, Ji Yao is merely a city lord's token with her status. She can obtain it at any time, said the city lord of Dingfeng City. Father, but this person may not be qualified. Yan Fei pointed at Hua Qiu and said with some resentment. The city lord of Dingfeng City looked at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu remained calm and did not react to him. How dare you dare not bow to my father, you are truly ignorant of your place. Yan Fei immediately shouted. Ling Ying, this is the city lord of Dingfeng City, a being about to become a god. Ji Yao added. She was implying to Hua Qiu that she shouldn't be too formal with this kind of person, and that it would be better to give her some face. Oh. Hua Qiu gave a non-committal response, but made no further comment. A being on the verge of becoming a god is considered a powerful figure in the first level of the Xuanjin realm. But what does that have to do with him? Seeing Hua Qiu's indifferent attitude, Ji Yao gave a bitter smile. Her status is not low, she still has to show some respect to the city lord of Dingfeng City. Humph, ungrateful, you dare not even bow to my father, and you still want the city lord's token of Dingfeng City, dream on. Yan Fei said with a face full of sarcasm. Father, this person is truly impolite even if he was recommended by the divine sect. We have reason to reject him. Such a person is not worthy of becoming one of the city lords of Dingfeng City. He asked the city lord of Dingfeng City for instructions, hoping to make Ji Yao and the other person return empty-handed. The city lord of Dingfeng City didn't speak, but merely glanced at Yan Fei indifferently. Yan Fei immediately froze, and dared not speak. I didn't say I wanted the Dingfeng City lord's token, Hua Qiu said, then turned and left. The aura emanating from the city lord of Dingfeng gave him an indescribable feeling, and he was too lazy to deal with these people. Wait. Suddenly, the city lord of Dingfeng City uttered two words. Hua Qiu stopped and turned around. What advice do you have? He asked. My son is impolite and has neglected the guests of the divine sect. Please do not take offense, said the city lord of Dingfeng City, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Father, you! Yan Fei exclaimed in surprise. As the city lord of Dingfeng City and the strongest cultivator in this region, he has never expressed any apology to anyone, nor does he need to give face to anyone here. Moreover, Hua Qiu appears to be merely a low-level cultivator in the mid-stage of qi refining. Even if something is hidden, so what? Yan Fei couldn't accept that his father was being so polite to someone he hated. Father, he's not even a disciple of the divine sect. How dare he be treated like this by you? Yan Fei shouted angrily. The city lord of Dingfeng City frowned. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly emanated from him and struck Yan Fei. In an instant, Yan Fei's body hunched over, his face turned ashen, and he was under immense pressure, unable to even utter a word. When did it become your place to instruct me on what I do? The city lord of Dingfeng City said coldly. Yan Fei's face was extremely pale, filled with both fear and anger. Next, the city lord of Dingfeng City faced Hua Qiu. Fellow Daoist, are you a guest elder of the divine sect? He asked Ji Yao. Ji Yao thought for a moment, then nodded twice. Uncle Yan, is it possible that even a guest elder of our divine sect can't get a city duke's token? She asked. Of course, said the city lord of Dingfeng City. Go and fetch it. He looked at the head of Dingfeng Tower. Manager. He quickly bowed and ran inside to retrieve a token. Please accept this, fellow Daoist. The city lord of Dingfeng City waved his hand lightly, and the city lord's token flew towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. Others can't tell. But he immediately realized that the wave of the Dingfeng City lord's hand was not as casual as it seemed. An invisible wave of divine consciousness spread along with the token, and it contained an aggressive nature. This should be considered a secret technique for attacking with spiritual senses. For cultivators, the secret technique of attacking with divine sense is extremely precious and rare, and not many people possess it. The city lord of Dingfeng City remained expressionless. His spiritual attack was perhaps just a test to see if Hua Qiu, as a guest elder of the divine sect, was qualified to accept the city duke's token. Or perhaps, he had ulterior motives. Of all those present, only Ji Yao could see the clue, and she immediately frowned. She knew that the mental strength of the city lord of Dingfeng City was far superior. She is even stronger. In particular, he had learned the spiritual secrets of the divine sect, and the power he used was very strong. Although Hua Qiu has a very high spiritual level, he could still be injured if caught off guard by such a sudden attack. Ji Yao looked at Hua Qiu nervously, wanting to say something to remind him. Hua Qiu remained expressionless and had already taken the token into his hand. He glanced at the token in his hand and casually tossed it into his storage ring. "Since you insist on giving it to me, then I will accept it," he said calmly. Ji Yao's face lit up with surprise and delight, her smile spreading across her face. The city lord of Dingfeng City showed a slight change in expression, and his heart was stirred. He activated a secret technique for attacking with his divine sense. But it seems to have no effect on Hua Qiu. He accepted the token with nonchalant ease, appearing completely unaffected. "As expected of a guest elder of the divine sect," said the city lord of Dingfeng City. "From now on, whenever this fellow Taoist comes to my Dingfeng City, you must treat him as if he were the city lord himself," he said, glancing around. Upon hearing this, Yan Fei's eyes widened immediately, and his face turned even uglier. 657, Chapter 657 The Terrifying Power of Divine Cultivators. There was indeed something wrong with Dingfeng City. To be valued by Ji Yao like that, your spiritual realm must be quite high, at least higher than hers. Yan Fei stared at Hua Qiu with great interest. Unfortunately, no matter how high one's spiritual realm is, without the corresponding cultivation to support it, one is still just a good for nothing. He revealed a deep disdain and did not take Hua Qiu seriously. "Actually, I've been wondering for a long time, what exactly makes divine cultivators so noble? They're clearly not as powerful as orthodox cultivators, they're just stronger in spirit, so why should we have to be so polite to the people of the divine sect?" It's clear that he harbors a great deal of resentment. This is also the opinion of most cultivators who have come into contact with divine cultivators. Many people don't understand where the power of divine cultivation lies. Hua Qiu gave a cold smile. He had no interest in answering Yan Fei's question. He didn't want to take action. Since the other party was pressing him relentlessly, he wasn't one to back down. "I heard you are the only son of the city lord of Dingfeng City?" Hua Qiu asked, looking at Yan Fei. As he spoke, he made gestures, waving his hand to set up some restrictions here, cutting off the connection between this place and the outside world. "This is to prevent the commotion here from alerting the nearby monks." This scene caused the nascent soul elder beside Yan Fei to show a strange expression and let out a sneer. After all, they came to kill Hua Qiu. Logically, they should be the ones who set up the restrictions. Where does this mere cultivator get his confidence? Does he think he can defeat him? The old man's expression clearly conveyed his meaning. Hua Qiu didn't care at all. "I'm an only child, so what?" Yan Fei said, frowning. "What a pity," Hua Qiu shook his head. "What's a pity?" "It's a pity that the lord of Dingfeng City is about to die without an heir," Hua Qiu said coldly. At the same time, he completed the setting of the restrictions, immediately isolating this place from the outside world. Even if an earth-shattering battle broke out inside, no one outside would hear anything. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" Yan Fei glared angrily upon hearing this, clearly furious. "You're about to die and you still dare to talk back, you're really courting death." After he finished speaking, a surge of spiritual light emanated from his body. He could no longer restrain his murderous intent and wanted to personally kill Hua Qiu to vent his anger. "Old Zhou, just watch, for now there's no need for you to take action against such a scoundrel," he confidently shouted to the old man behind him. He believed he could kill Hua Qiu on his own, and that having the nascent soul cultivator come was just a precaution. "Very well, I will stand guard for the young city lord from the side." The nascent soul elder stroked his beard with a smile and said. He also didn't think Hua Qiu was particularly capable. Most cultivators who have never experienced the power of divine cultivation hold it in contempt. "Boy, let me see what you're capable of." After giving his instructions, Yan Fei's face darkened, and he unleashed a magical artifact, blasting it towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu remained indifferent, not even glancing at the incoming magical artifact, and reached out to grab it directly. Overestimating yourself. In the eyes of other cultivators, the act of grabbing a magical artifact with bare hands is no different from suicide. Yan Fei's smile quickly froze. Hua Qiu easily caught his magical artifact without suffering any injury. With a gentle squeeze, the magical artifact shattered. What? Yan Fei was immediately shocked, his face filled with disbelief. The nascent soul elder behind him also narrowed his eyes, his expression no longer so casual, but serious. Are you a body cultivator? The nascent soul elder asked, frowning. Only those who cultivate their physical body can possess such a powerful physique, daring to use their flesh to fight against magical artifacts. But Hua Qiu, isn't he a divine cultivator? The two looked at each other in bewilderment. I'm a jack of all trades, I know a little about everything, Hua Qiu said calmly. The two men had grim expressions. You can crush magic artifacts of that level with your bare hands, and you call it knowing a little bit about them? Even the most powerful body cultivator in the western regions probably doesn't have such abilities, right? Young city lord, this person. I'm afraid you can't handle him. Let this old man take over, the nascent soul elder said with a stern face. Then please, Elder Zhou, make your move. Although Yan Fei was unwilling, he knew that he was probably no match for Hua Qiu and could only wait. The nascent soul elder summoned his magical artifact, abandoning his contempt for Hua Qiu, and prepared for a great battle. Hua Qiu snorted coldly. Don't you want to know where the power of divine cultivators lies? He said meaningfully. I also know a little about divine cultivation techniques, so I'll show you. The two looked surprised upon hearing this. Across from him, Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened. Buzz. In an instant, the mental attack was launched. Hua Qiu's divine sense attack technique was far more sophisticated than that used by the city lord of Dingfeng City. This spiritual attack had no trace and struck the two people's sea of consciousness in an instant. As a result, chaos erupted within their minds, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing and the world was being destroyed. Ah! Yan Fei let out a blood-curdling scream and plummeted from the sky. The nascent soul elder was also in excruciating pain, his powerful aura instantly dissipated, and he staggered and collapsed. Bang bang! With two loud crashes, the two men were smashed into the ground, creating large, human-shaped craters. They lay in the craters, their faces pale and bloodless. Yan Fei howled and roared incessantly, his condition extremely miserable. Although the nascent soul elder was in slightly better condition, he was still in a sorry state, rolling around in the pit, his whole body aching as if his bones were being scraped and his flesh was being torn apart. The pain that arises from the soul and consciousness is far beyond what the pain of physical injury can compare to. The unbearable pain was enough to destroy even the most resilient cultivator. Both of them were so distraught that they wished they were dead, no longer wanting to endure this extreme pain. They never expected that the divine cultivator's attack techniques would possess such terrifying power. At this moment, their contempt and disdain for the divine cultivator vanished, replaced by intense fear. Hua Qiu coldly looked down at the two people who were in unbearable pain. You are too weak, he said indifferently. I merely used the divine sense of a core formation cultivator. You find it so hard to tolerate the divine cultivation techniques unleashed by Chengdu? He shook his head, looking down on it. If I were to unleash this attack using the same level of mental power as Ji Yao, you two would likely be obliterated on the spot. The two people in the pit trembled with fear as they listened. Only this much, only this much. Yan Fei roared, desperately enduring the mental anguish, his veins bulging all over his body. He wanted to prove that he could withstand that level of pain. With such perseverance, the pain really did feel much less. The nascent soul elder was much better and could catch his breath a few times. Although they pulled through, they were extremely weak. Damage to the sea of consciousness is far more serious than serious physical injury, and the recovery time is difficult to predict. Is this what divine cultivation is? It's terrifying. The nascent soul elder exclaimed in fear. Young city lord, this man is beyond our ability to kill. We should leave immediately and request the city lord to make the decision. he said hastily. Yanfei nodded, having no choice but to agree. He could never endure that kind of pain a second time. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the two leaped into the air, preparing to retreat. But they forgot that Hua Qiu had already set up a protective barrier here, making it impossible for them to escape. Upon realizing it, their expressions changed drastically. Previously, they thought Hua Qiu's actions were arrogant and ignorant. That was just a small test, now I'll let you experience the real magic of the spirit. Hua Qiu's voice suddenly came from behind. What, that was just a small test? The nascent soul elder's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief and horror. Boom! Before they could react, the two of them were struck dumb, their bodies stiff and frozen. Soon, their bodies fell limply to the ground again. There was no light left in their eyes. 658, Chapter 658. A great favor from a senior. Hua Qiu removed the restrictions he had previously set up. He glanced at the two corpses on the ground and casually flicked out a wisp of flame. However, a few moments later, the two corpses turned to ashes. After thinking for a moment, Hua Qiu took out the communication artifact that Ji Yao had given him and infused it with spiritual power. The magical artifact flickered with a faint light, and spiritual energy fluctuations were transmitted in a special form. Soon, Ji Yao's beautiful figure appeared in the spiritual light. Why did you contact me so quickly? Ji Yao was somewhat surprised and delighted, not expecting Hua Qiu to contact her so soon. Where is Ling Yu? Hua Qiu asked. It's already been arranged in your city lord's mansion, Ji Yao said with a smile. Don't worry, I've already given the order that in addition to the people from the city lord's mansion, there are also Golden Light sect cultivators guarding it. Could you do me a favor? Hua Qiu said again. Help, tell me about it. Ji Yao was even more surprised. Since you brought Ling Yu out of Dingfeng City, could you take her to the Golden Light sect and look after her for a while? Upon hearing this, Ji Yao frowned. Hua Qiu, did something happen to you? I told you before, there's something wrong with Dingfeng City. Be careful from now on, Hua Qiu said calmly. Just now, I killed the son of the city lord of Dingfeng City. What? Ji Yao's face instantly turned pale with shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. This news shocked her greatly. Dingfeng City has likely betrayed the divine sect. Be careful and keep an eye on Ling Yu, for Mei will reward you handsomely afterward. This Ji Yao was surprised and uncertain. What you've said has a significant impact, and I need to consider it carefully. As for Ling Yu, don't worry, I will take her to the Golden Light sect and look after her. Thank you. After saying that, Hua Qiu cut off the contact. He continued his journey back towards the Seven Leaves sect. He had a premonition that something big might happen in this area soon. He did not want to be drawn into a pointless struggle. Before that, he needed to quickly improve his strength and leave this place of trouble. Having safely returned to the Seven Leaves sect, Hua Qiu immediately disappeared into the underground spiritual vein. As soon as he went down, he saw the two nascent soul elders of the Seven Leaves sect sitting by the spiritual vein, looking at a loss. So many days have passed, and we can see that this spiritual vein is getting smaller and smaller, about to be completely exhausted, yet we still can't sense the power of the laws, alas. The two old men looked worried and heartbroken as they looked at the dwindling spiritual veins of the Seven Leaves sect. This is the foundation of the Seven Leaves sect. If it is truly depleted, the Seven Leaves sect will inevitably be greatly affected and will be difficult to maintain. Just as the two were in distress, Hua Qiu descended from above, his body enveloped in dazzling light, which still made the two dare not look directly at him, and they could not see his true face. Senior. The two quickly stood up and respectfully bowed to Hua Qiu. Although Hua Qiu had almost exhausted the Seven Leaves sect's spiritual veins, the two of them never doubted him. Whenever they saw him, they treated him with utmost respect, as if he were an ancestor. I heard what you just said, Hua Qiu said calmly. The two immediately looked terrified. Senior, we had no intention of blaming you, please don't misunderstand. They said hastily. We just. No need for further words, Hua Qiu waved his hand. The Seven Leaves sect's spiritual veins are almost exhausted today. I will definitely let the two of you comprehend the power of the laws," he said solemnly. "Thank you so much, Senior." The two immediately bowed their heads in gratitude. Hua Qiu nodded and leaped into the spiritual vein. "You two sit cross-legged outside the spiritual vein. When the time is right, you will naturally be able to comprehend the power of the laws," his voice echoed in their minds. The two dared not delay and quickly sat down cross-legged, concentrating intently on their meditation. Within the spiritual vein, Hua Qiu smiled slightly. At first, he only had his eye on the seven-leaf sect's spiritual veins, and pretended to be a powerful figure to fool the two of them. Now that he has almost completely depleted the seven-leaf sect's spiritual veins, these two old men still treat him with utmost respect, truly regarding him as a close friend and senior of their master. Hua Qiu felt bad about it. So he decided to give them a little treat. Unaware of their surroundings, the two were outside pretending to comprehend spiritual energy, while Hua Qiu continued to absorb and exhale the spiritual energy from the spiritual veins. His cultivation level had risen to the late stage of the third level of the creation technique in a short period of time, but now the progress has become very slow. Even with the spiritual energy of the spiritual veins being greatly depleted, progress is no longer as noticeable as before. Soon, the already limited spiritual energy of the seven-leaf sect's spiritual veins shrank by half again. If this continues, it will truly damage the foundation of the seven-leaf sect. The two old men, having found nothing outside, couldn't help but feel worried. Within the spiritual vein, Hua Qiu frowned. He stopped practicing. Each advancement in one's realm requires an exponential increase in the energy expenditure required to advance to the next level. Although each improvement in strength far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators, the consumption involved is a bottomless pit. Even if he absorbs all of the seven-leaf sect's spiritual veins now, he still won't be able to break through. I have no grudge against the seven-leaf sect, so I can't ruin their foundation, Hua Qiu pondered and stopped cultivating. Then, that special power emanated from his body and spread towards the two old men outside. The two people outside, who were feeling uneasy, immediately shuddered. The law, this is the power of the law. Our senior didn't lie to us after all, he really did it. The two were extremely excited. After consuming so much spiritual energy, it has finally been activated again. Overwhelmed with excitement, they dared not think too much and quickly focused all their energy on sensing that power. Unlike last time, this time the laws had risen several levels, and they gained something from them very soon after they began to comprehend them. Last time, Hua Qiu tricked them into experiencing the power of the laws. But this time, what Hua Qiu released was the very essence of the laws. As an unparalleled immortal emperor, Hua Qiu once controlled over 1,000 kinds of laws. Jinmushui he possessed unparalleled mastery over the 5 fundamental elements of fire and earth, reaching a level where he could control these elements. Now he is specifically guiding the two to comprehend the origins of water and fire, a great opportunity that even top cultivators above the nascent soul stage dream of. With such actions, even if the two patriarchs of the Seven Leaves sect had only average talent, they would still be able to comprehend the power of the laws. Fortunately, the two did not disappoint him, soon their eyes gleamed with shrewdness. The law, this is the power of the law. I have comprehended the law of water. I have comprehended the law of fire. The two were extremely excited. The ability to comprehend the power of laws at the nascent soul stage is of extraordinary significance. It's not just about increased combat power when facing cultivators of the same level. Most importantly, it laid the foundation for the nascent soul realm. Once one comprehends the power of laws during the nascent soul stage, as long as one cultivates steadily, one will almost certainly advance to the divine transformation stage. This kind of feedback is worth the cost of the Seven Leaves sect's spiritual veins, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Until we meet again. With a long cry, Hua Qiu left the spiritual vein. Senior is leaving already? The two elders of the Seven Leaves sect, who were overjoyed, stood there dumbfounded. They had intended to express their gratitude properly. The kindness of our predecessors is as deep as a mountain. We will forever remember your kindness. The two knelt at the spiritual vein and bowed to Hua Qiu's back. 659. Chapter 659 I Want a Promotion. Hua Qiu returned to the Seven Leaves sect. The Seven Leaves sect no longer held much appeal for him. He planned to stay in the sect for a few more days to gather some information at the sect affairs office before leaving. Holding the token of a core disciple of the Seven Leaves sect, Hua Qiu went straight to the Seven Leaves sect affairs office. The monk guarding the office looked at his token and then stopped him. Ling Ying, a core disciple of the medicine hall, you have not reported to the affairs office for several days, the guarding cultivator said with a stern face. According to the Seven Leaves sect's regulations, all core disciples must complete at least 2 sect tasks issued by the affairs office every week. If a core disciple fails to report to the affairs office to receive tasks for 2 consecutive weeks, they will be stripped of their core disciple status and demoted to a nominal disciple. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. He knew that disciples like Ling Ying were doing sect missions almost every day, often risking their lives for a few pitiful contribution points. After impersonating Ling Ying, he advanced to become a core disciple, thinking he could finally relax, but he didn't expect there were still strict requirements. He never reported to the administrative office after his promotion. The guard's expression was unfriendly. Ling Ying, a core disciple of the medicine hall, do you want to return to being a nominal disciple? The man asked coldly. If it weren't for your meritorious service, you wouldn't have been qualified to be promoted to a core disciple with your low cultivation level. Now that you've been promoted, instead of being cautious, you disregard the sect rules with such a lax attitude. Perhaps the status of a nominal disciple would be more suitable for you. Hua Qiu's expression turned displeased. When this person spoke to him, for some reason he adopted a condescending attitude and made sarcastic remarks. He glanced at the man twice before finally remembering him. This was the same Seven Leaves sect core disciple who led them on the day he impersonated Ling Ying to search for spiritual herbs in Dingfeng Mountain. If I remember correctly, this person's surname is Yao. In the memories he absorbed, this senior brother Yao often led the disciples of the medicine hall on missions, placing himself above them, the nominal disciples. Not only must the disciples of the medicine hall serve him with utmost respect, but they must also frequently show him filial piety. If they happen to find any precious medicinal herbs, he will steal the credit. Previously, Ling Ying and others dared not express their dissatisfaction and could only swallow their anger. Originally, the credit for finding the 4th-grade spiritual herb would have been taken by senior brother Yao. However, this incident alerted the core formation cultivators on both sides. He dared not claim credit for it and was unwilling to let Hua Qiu receive the reward, thus successfully advancing to the core disciple level, on par with him. It would make anyone uncomfortable to suddenly find someone who was once trampled underfoot sitting on equal footing with you. Today was his turn to be on duty at the administrative office, and he was overjoyed to see Hua Qiu arrive. He wanted to use this as an excuse to demote Hua Qiu back to a nominal disciple and suppress him again. Ling Ying, how dare you disregard the sect rules and fail to report to the affairs office for nearly 10 days? Do you know how serious this crime is? You were simply audacious. Senior brother Yao pointed at Hua Qiu and loudly rebuked him. His voice attracted the attention of the students in the administrative office. Disregarding the sect rules and refusing to complete tasks, Ling Ying, if I report this matter, you will most likely be forced to revert to being a nominal disciple, senior brother Yao sneered, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. The disciples watching the spectacle shook their heads and chuckled. This is Yao's usual practice. He likes to use any excuse to make a big fuss and reap substantial benefits. Hua Qiu's face turned cold. In his eyes, a mere core disciple of the Seven Leaves sect was like an ant. He no longer intends to hide, nor will he allow himself to be manipulated. What's all this commotion about? Just as senior brother Yao was about to press on, a voice suddenly came from inside, and an old man walked over with his hands behind his back, impatiently demanding an explanation. Elder Lu. Senior brother Yao's expression changed, and he quickly bowed respectfully to him. The other disciples did the same, not daring to disrespect the old man. This person, surnamed Lu, is the managing elder of the affairs office, a core formation stage cultivator. Elder Lu had a bad temper, and everyone held him in great awe. Elder Lu, this core disciple named Linging hasn't reported to the affairs office for nearly 10 days and hasn't done a single task. He dares to disregard the sect rules, and I'm angrily teaching him a lesson. Senior brother Yao quickly said to Elder Lu, looking righteous and stern. This disciple can't stand these parasites. They only think about enjoying the benefits the sect provides, but are unwilling to make any contribution to the sect. They are truly ungrateful. Senior brother Yao said indignantly. It's good that you have this awareness, Elder Lu nodded and praised. Thank you for the compliment, Elder. Senior brother Yao immediately beamed with joy. This core disciple is named Linging, right? Elder Lu frowned as he looked at Hua Qiu, his face darkening. I've heard of you. You were originally a disciple of the medicine hall, but you were promoted to a core disciple because of your merits, right? How dare you? You haven't reported to the affairs office for 10 days to receive your assignments. Do you want to go back to being a nominal disciple? Elder Lu was furious, exuding an imposing and intimidating aura. Senior brother Yao revealed a gloating expression. Although he didn't gain any benefit, Elder Lu has already intervened, so Linging will definitely be demoted back to a nominal disciple. Just a lucky disciple who got in through sheer luck. He doesn't know how to behave and will never amount to anything, he thought disdainfully. Linging, why don't you answer this elder's question? Elder Lu asked Hua Qiu. You talk too much nonsense, Hua Qiu said impatiently. In an instant, the entire office fell silent. Everyone stared at Hua Qiu in surprise. Senior brother Yao also looked surprised. How dare a mere core disciple reprimand Elder Lu of the affairs office? They're utterly ignorant and incredibly audacious. Is he looking for death? Even senior brother Yao never expected Linging to be so bold and foolish. Elder Lu's face turned extremely gloomy. Core disciple Linging, what did you just say? He asked, squinting. I told you talk too much nonsense, Hua Qiu repeated. Insolence! Elder Lu roared in fury, his murderous aura erupting instantly and enveloping Hua Qiu. The other 7 Leave sect disciples looked terrified and trembled. Hua Qiu, however, remained expressionless. The murderous aura of a core formation cultivator was nothing to him, having no effect whatsoever. Linging, you're really courting death. You actually dared to offend Elder Lu. Senior brother Yao immediately spoke up, angrily rebuking Hua Qiu, trying his best to impress the elder. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened. Buzz. The air vibrated, and senior brother Yao instantly froze, oppressed by a powerful aura, unable to utter a single word, his face turning red. Bang! He slammed his fist to the ground, a look of pain on his face. This scene made Elder Lu's pupils shrink. He looked at Hua Qiu with surprise and uncertainty. Hua Qiu remained indifferent and slowly uttered a sentence. I want a promotion. 660, Chapter 660 Becoming an Elder. Hua Qiu's voice clearly reached the ears of every disciple in the office. They all stared at Hua Qiu, somewhat blankly. Linging, a nominal disciple of a medicine shop, was only at the mid-stage of qi refining. Not long ago, he was promoted to a core disciple of the 7 Leaves sect thanks to a 4th-grade spiritual herb, a fact known to many disciples. All the registered disciples were envious. Those at the core disciple level and above would simply laugh off such lucky individuals. Such a person has low cultivation level and finds it difficult to earn respect. The core disciples would not agree that he can be on equal footing with them. Today, he dared to talk back to Elder Lu in the administration office and loudly declared that he wanted a promotion. Everyone's first thought was that Linging had gone mad. If he doesn't report to the office for 10 days, and then offends the office elder as soon as he does, even if he can get promoted, will Elder Lu let him have his way? Moreover, with his meager strength, what chance does he have of advancing? Above the core disciples are the true disciples, who cannot be easily promoted based on merit. Promotion, what a joke. Someone immediately mocked. Which of our 7 Leaves sect's true disciples isn't genuinely talented? They're all young geniuses, at least at the foundation establishment stage. What does he have to compare with? Just his mid-qi refining stage cultivation. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with sarcastic and mocking voices. But Elder Lu's expression turned serious. His gaze lingered on that senior brother Yao for a long time. Others thought that senior brother Yao was simply having an episode, but he could see some clues. To be able to so easily suppress a veteran core disciple like this, Ling Ying, who came from the medicine hall as a disciple, must be strong enough to crush his opponent. Quiet down, all of you. Elder Lu shouted, silencing the surrounding disciples' chatter. Can you really be promoted to a true disciple? He asked Hua Qiu seriously. Elder Lu, you don't actually believe that, do you? He's just a low-level qi refining cultivator, someone chuckled. Shut up. Elder Lu glared at them directly, his fierce gaze silencing those who had been mocking him. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Ling Ying, answer me, are you confident that you can be promoted to a true disciple? Elder Lu asked again. Does a true disciple no longer have to be burdened by sect affairs? Hua Qiu asked in return. Elder Lu showed a hint of surprise. Every true disciple is a key talent cultivated by the sect, so naturally they will not have any more task quotas and will receive a large amount of resources, he said earnestly. However, if the sect needs it, it still needs to take action, such as for training or exchanges between sects. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. No need to say anything more. I'm not interested in a true disciple. This statement surprised everyone. So what are you interested in? Elder Lu pressed. I want to be promoted to elder, so I can be a free spirit and not have to worry about anything. Hua Qiu said calmly. What? The disciples were shocked upon hearing this. Senior brother Yao on the ground stared wide-eyed, as if he had misheard. Even Elder Lu was stunned, looking at Hua Qiu with surprise and uncertainty. A former disciple of the pharmacy who was promoted to a core disciple based on his merits. Less than 10 days have passed, and he actually dares to openly say that he wants to be promoted to sect elder? Who could remain calm after hearing about something like this? Are you sure it's someone who's going to be promoted to elder? Elder Lu frowned and asked again. Not bad. Hua Qiu nodded. Tell me, what are the requirements? Is he really serious? Is he really out of his mind? The disciples present had very strange expressions. Now they no longer laugh at Hua Qiu, but unanimously think that he has something wrong with his mind. For a core disciple in the qi refining stage to dare to claim he wants to be promoted to elder, isn't that just a pipe dream? Strangely, Elder Lu seemed to believe it. To become an elder of my Seven Leaves sect, one must first reach the core formation stage in cultivation, Elder Lu said earnestly. Secondly, as long as there are no major problems with their background, they can become one of the elders of the Seven Leaves sect. Elder Lu, please forgive me. Hua Qiu suddenly called out. What? Elder Lu was puzzled. He quickly understood. Hua Qiu waved his hand, and a beam of spiritual light suddenly shot over. Do you want to use me to demonstrate your strength? Elder Lu smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. He also waved his hand, and spiritual energy condensed into a layer of light shield in front of him. Buzz. Splash. The instantaneous shattering of the spiritual energy shield caused Elder Lu's expression to change drastically. Hua Qiu's spiritual energy still had considerable momentum, and he could only hastily defend against it. Bang! Elder Lu was blasted away on the spot, and the wall of the office collapsed. The office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Each disciple wore an expression of utter shock. Was he really promoted to a core disciple by luck? Even Elder Lu, who was in the mid-stage of core formation, was no match for him. Everyone knows the background of Ling Ying, a disciple of the medicine hall. He was clearly just a low-level qi refining cultivator who was looked down upon. How did I suddenly acquire power at the mid-stage of core formation? This is absolutely terrifying. Few people could accept that. Senior brother Yao on the ground was completely dazed, his face deathly pale. His face was filled with disbelief. Is this really Ling Ying, the pharmacy disciple he once trampled underfoot? Is it fake? How did he suddenly become a core formation cultivator? Even Elder Lu is no match for him. Suddenly, senior brother Yao's body began to tremble uncontrollably. A deep sense of terror filled his heart, making him feel as if his soul had been scattered. Ling Ying, your strength is truly impressive. Elder Lu's voice came through. He emerged from the ruins of the collapsed wall, looking somewhat disheveled, but unharmed. I never expected this, you are such a hidden master. He exclaimed in amazement, his face filled with admiration. He could tell from their exchange that if Hua Qiu hadn't held back, he would have been injured. Ling Ying, from this day forward, you will be an elder of my Seven Leaves sect. He said with a smile. I will report the specific details to the senior management. Don't worry, you don't need to handle anything, you just need to wait for the arrangements. Elder Lu knew that Hua Qiu's background was definitely not simple. He might not be Ling Ying, the medicine hall disciple of the Seven Leaves sect, and may have other ulterior motives. However, the Seven Leaves sect did not mind. As long as he doesn't pose a significant threat to the Seven Leaves sect, the Seven Leaves sect is willing to accept him. He actually really advanced to the elder level. The surrounding disciples were stunned, feeling that it was so unreal. As an elder of the Seven Leaves sect, may I exercise my rights? Hua Qiu asked. Of course, Elder Lu replied with a smile. Core disciple Yao Ping is demoted to a menial disciple from today onwards, Hua Qiu said calmly. Upon hearing this, senior brother Yao was so shocked that he almost fainted, as if his soul had been ripped out of his body. Disciples, even lower than registered disciples, were the lowest and most despised members of the sect, with virtually no human rights. How could this happen? Senior brother Yao was filled with regret, unable to understand it at all, and his eyes lost all their light. 661, Chapter 661 The Secret Land of the Three Sects. Elder Ling. Greetings, Elder Ling. As Hua Qiu walked within the Seven Leaves sect, whenever he saw one of his disciples, regardless of what he thought, they would quickly bow respectfully to him. Now, he has become a celebrity in the Seven Leaves sect. This is the fastest cultivator to advance in the history of the Seven Leaves sect. His rise from a mere disciple in the medicine hall to a high-ranking sect elder in just a few days is nothing short of a legend within the Seven Leaves sect. Hua Qiu nodded slightly and walked past with a cool expression. He became an elder of the Seven Leaves sect with ease. An idle elder who basically doesn't have to worry about anything. That day, Elder Lu reported the news, which alarmed the higher-ups of the Seven Leaves sect. After a brief assessment, they approved Hua Qiu's promotion. The Seven Leaves sect has more than 10 core formation elders. Hua Qiu's strength is above the mid-stage of core formation, and the Seven Leaves sect welcomes his joining. Soon, an elder's token was delivered to him, and the sect also specially allocated a cave heaven for him, allowing him to create his own cave dwelling. Hua Qiu was heading to the administrative office at this moment. Now that he has the status of an elder, he has a high level of authority and can freely use the Seven Leaves sect's intelligence system to find out the aura he wants. What he wanted to investigate was naturally the remaining 4 main materials for shaping the physical body. Elder Ling, you've arrived. Elder Lu greeted Hua Qiu with a smile. I'm here to look up some information, Hua Qiu said. No problem. Elder Lu beckoned to one of the core disciples from the affairs office and ordered him to take Hua Qiu to investigate the intelligence possessed by the Seven Leaves sect. As one of the top sects in the Dingfeng City region of the Western regions, the Seven Leaves sect has a fairly advanced intelligence system. Unfortunately, Hua Qiu searched through all the intelligence but still couldn't get the information he wanted. He had also investigated in Dingfeng City, but found nothing there either. These remaining 4 materials are all extremely precious. It's possible to find them all in the entire Xuanzhen realm. Hua Qiu frowned, feeling irritated. The western regions are on the edge of the first heaven of the Xuanzhen realm, far less prosperous than other regions, so Hua Qiu didn't really have high hopes. Are there any famous blessed lands or grottos nearby, places that hold immense opportunities, no matter how dangerous they may be? Hua Qiu asked the Seven Leaves sect disciple. The Seven Leaves sect's spiritual veins are almost exhausted, yet he still feels his strength hasn't improved enough. Where are there any more opportunities or hidden gems in the Dingfeng City area? Elder Lu walked over and said with a smile. Even if they existed, they would have already been occupied by various sects. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. However, there is a tremendous opportunity right now. Elder Lu continued. Those are the 3 secret realms that only open once every 10 years. Tell me about it, Hua Qiu said, intrigued. In various cultivation worlds, there exist secret realms of all sizes. Some are naturally formed, while others are man-made. Resources in secret realms are generally much richer than in the outside world, and most of them are only open for a limited time. Powerful sects in the Xuanzhen realm almost all possess their own secret realms, providing training opportunities for their cultivators and generating resources. The so-called 3-sect secret realm is a secret realm jointly owned by our 7-leaf sect, Golden Light sect and Jialing sect. It is one of the top secret realms in the entire western region. Elder Lu said. This secret realm opens only once every 10 years. At that time, all cultivators from the 3 major sects, except for nascent soul grand cultivators, can enter it for training. In the past, all the core formation elders had to go out to the secret realm to collect various precious resources. How much the 3 sects could obtain in the end depended entirely on their own abilities. Furthermore, the 3 major sects will jointly hold a competition, and the person who collects the most resources when the secret realm closes will receive a very generous reward. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Secret realms always present both opportunities and dangers. Is this secret realm you mentioned dangerous? How dangerous is it? He asked. Of course there are dangers, Elder Lu replied. However, after so many years, the 3 major sects have already explored relatively safe routes. As long as you follow the routes, there will be no major problems. Of course, if you get separated from the team and wander into a dangerous area, there is a risk of dying. I heard that when that secret realm was first discovered, all 3 major sects dispatched nascent soul cultivators to explore it, and as a result, one of them perished. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's eyes gleamed. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Now that the secret realm has opened, may I enter? Elder Ling is already one of the elders of my 7-leaves sect, so naturally he is allowed to enter. Originally, all the core formation stage elders were supposed to go, but since you just joined and prefer to relax, the sect leader said there was no need to force you and allowed you to choose whether or not to go. Of course I'll go, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. As a member of the 7-leaves sect, I should make some contributions to the sect. It's truly commendable that Elder Ling thinks this way. Elder Lu praised with a smile. Hua Qiu accepted the offer without any embarrassment. Just let me know when that day comes. That's natural. After receiving some generous resources belonging to the elders from the affairs office, Hua Qiu slowly left. After watching Hua Qiu leave, Elder Lu put away his smile and also left the office. He went deep into the inner hall of the 7-leaf sect. Almost all the high-ranking members of the 7-leaves sect were present in the inner hall. Sect Master, Elder Ling has indeed shown interest in the secret realm, Elder Lu reported. The 7-leaves sect master stood up, his expression solemn. Have you found out anything about Ling Ying's background? Everything has been investigated and clarified. Ling Ying was just a low-level cultivator. He was killed by 3 disciples of the medicine hall when he was gathering herbs at Dingfeng Mountain. He was probably replaced at that time. This mysterious Elder Ling, his background, it's a mystery. No matter how we investigate, we find nothing. It's as if he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the 7-leaves sect frowned deeply. Not long ago, Elder Ling went to Dingfeng City and had contact with Elder Ji Yao of the Jingguang sect. With Ji Yao as his guarantor, he obtained the title of City Duke of Dingfeng City. To actually gain the appreciation of the candidate goddess of the divine sect, the high-ranking officials showed surprise. Could this person be a spy sent by the Golden Light sect? Someone asked warily. Probably not, although we often compete with the Golden Light sect. We are ultimately in the same camp. They wouldn't do something like that, the 7-leaves sect master said in a deep voice. This mysterious Elder Ling was able to easily defeat Elder Lu, so his strength is extraordinary. We will need his help on this trip to the secret realm. On the one hand, we will treat him with the respect due to an elder, but we cannot let our guard down. You must keep a close watch on him. The higher-ups discussed the secret realm matter again before disbanding. Within a grotto heaven of the Seven Leaves sect, Huaqiu smiled slightly and withdrew his divine sense. 663, Chapter 663. Be extra careful. The sun was shining brightly that day. The Seven Leaves sect's secret realm exploration team set off in a grand procession. The Seven Leaves sect had a total of 13 core formation stage elders, plus more than 100 core disciples and dozens of nominal disciples, all of whom boarded a huge flying boat and flew towards Dingfeng Mountain. Huaqiu stood alone at the stern of the boat, avoiding contact with others. The disciples of the Seven Leaves sect would occasionally steal glances at him, each with their own thoughts. The flying boat was jointly controlled by several core formation elders, and it was very fast. It didn't take long for it to fly over Dingfeng Mountain. At this moment, two more enormous flying ships flew in from a distance and joined the Seven Leaves sect's flying ships. The core formation elders of the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect exchanged greetings with clasped hands. As for the flying boat of the Jialing sect, it was parked far away on the other side, and the Jialing sect cultivators seemed to ignore the cultivators from the two sects. The cultivators from both sects were not surprised by this. Our Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect are both backed by the same hegemonic sect, so we should get along better. Cultivators from both sects often cooperate within the secret realm, Elder Lu said, standing next to Huaqiu. As for the Jialing sect, although the hegemonic sect behind it is subordinate to the divine sect just like the forces to which our two sects belong, the two sides are not very friendly and often have friction, which has also strained the relationship between the Jialing sect and our two sects. Once we get into the secret realm, we need to be careful of the cultivators from the Jialing sect. They are capable of stabbing us in the back. I've got it. Huaqiu nodded. He also sensed that the cultivators of the Jialing sect seemed to look down on the other two sects, displaying an arrogance that disdained to associate with them. Similarly, the cultivators from both sects did not want to pay any attention to the Jialing sect. Linging. On the flying boat of Jin Guangzong, a beautiful woman waved to Huaqiu with a smile on her face. She was Ji Yao, a candidate for the goddess of the divine sect. She was a beautiful sight within the three sects, and her every move attracted the attention of many cultivators. Seeing her waving at Huaqiu with a smile, Huaqiu also attracted everyone's attention. The cultivators from the Golden Light sect looked somewhat resentful. Some people know Huaqiu. Last time at Dingfeng Mountain, Huaqiu framed him for no reason, causing Jin Guangzong to compensate Kaizan with a lot of spirit stones. This made the cultivators of the Golden Light sect grit their teeth in hatred towards Huaqiu. As for the Jialing sect, the core formation cultivators looked at Huaqiu with a rather cold gaze. Is he linging? On the Jialing sect's flying boat, a young core formation cultivator dressed in fine clothes stared coldly at Huaqiu and asked the person next to him. This person's true identity has not yet been discovered, and there is no information from higher authorities. The person beside him replied, bowing. Keep a close eye on him within the secret realm, the young man said, raising an eyebrow. On the other side, Ji Yao flew out of the Golden Light sect's flying boat and landed on the Seven Leaves sect's flying boat, heading straight for Huaqiu. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators all cast ambiguous glances at him. Linging, it's only been a few days, and you've already been promoted to elder, Ji Yao teased with a smile. Will you become the sect leader of the Seven Leaves sect in a few days? She had no doubt that Huaqiu possessed such strength and ability. I have absolutely no interest in the position of sect leader of the Seven Leaves sect, Huaqiu said seriously. How is Lingyu now? He asked. Don't worry, she's doing well at Jin Guangzhou. IBE arranged for her to live with me, and she'll be waited on hand and foot. That's good. Huaqiu nodded. Hey, you really killed Yin Fei? Ji Yao leaned closer to Huaqiu and asked in a very low voice. Kill him, Huaqiu said calmly. You actually managed to do it so silently and without leaving a trace, Ji Yao exclaimed, her expression complex. This matter has now caused quite a stir in the Dingfeng City area. The disappearance of the son of the city lord of Dingfeng City has thrown the entire city into turmoil, with unrest brewing. The people of Dingfeng City are unaware that Yan Fei was killed by you. They have dispatched a large number of cultivators to search for him. You should be careful, because one day the city lord of Dingfeng City may come to question you in person. If the city lord of Dingfeng City is coming, then let him come. Hua Qiu remained non-committal. Ji Yao was speechless. The city lord of Dingfeng City is a half-step nascent soul cultivator. She was somewhat worried that if he found out the truth and really came to seek revenge on Hua Qiu, even her status as a candidate goddess of the divine sect wouldn't be of any use. There are dangers within the secret realm. We'll act together then, Ji Yao said solemnly and seriously. Hua Qiu brushed it off with a few casual words, leaving her somewhat helpless. After Ji Yao returned to the Golden Light Sect's flying boat, the three sects waited for some more time. When the sun reached its zenith in the sky, 3 divine rays pierced through the heavens. Those were 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. Each of the 3 major sects dispatched a patriarch-level figure. The one from the Seven Leaves sect was one of the 2 patriarchs, the one who had comprehended the law of fire. The 3 stopped in the air above Dingfeng Mountain and stood with their hands behind their backs. Greetings, Ancestor. The cultivators from the 3 major sects all respectfully bowed to the sky. The 3 nascent soul cultivators nodded. The patriarch of the Seven Leaves sect descended to the top of the Seven Leaves sect's flying boat, looking down at the Seven Leaves sect members. I heard that our sect has gained a new elder? The old ancestor with red eyebrows asked with a smile. Reporting to the ancestor, this is Elder Ling Ying, Elder Lu replied, pointing to Hua Qiu. The red-eyebrowed ancestor smiled as he sized up Hua Qiu. His consciousness extended downwards. A moment later, the red-browed ancestor revealed a strange expression. Hua Qiu's aura was at the peak of the mid-stage of core formation. But he always felt that this aura seemed somewhat unreal. The red-eyebrowed ancestor immediately realized that Hua Qiu must be holding back. You're very good, he smiled and nodded. Hua Qiu didn't speak, but simply bowed to him symbolically. This caused a slight tremor in the heart of the red-eyebrowed ancestor. Elder Ling, have we met before? He asked in a deep voice. Hua Qiu showed no outward reaction, but a slight thought stirred within her. This red-eyebrow ancestor has quite a keen intuition. When they were at the spiritual vein, he was enveloped in a dazzling light, making it impossible for the 2 to see his figure or true appearance. Unexpectedly, the red-browed ancestor was able to sense something when he first met him. I have never seen it, Hua Qiu replied. Is that so? Old ancestor Red Eyebrows didn't care too much and didn't ask any further questions, only feeling that he was being too sensitive. I hope you will perform well on this trip to the secret realm, he said this politely, and then flew into the sky. The other 2 patriarchs have also finished giving their explanations. The 3 each occupied a position and unleashed their supernatural powers. A powerful force surged in the air, and with the help of a special magical artifact, a passage was quickly opened. That is the passage to the 3 secret realms. Disciples of the 3 sects set off immediately. An elder shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cultivators from the 3 sects quickly took flight and continuously poured into the secret realm passage. The red-eyebrowed ancestor stared intently at Hua Qiu's figure until it disappeared into the passage before turning his gaze away. Am I being too sensitive? He muttered to himself, frowning. 664, Chapter 664. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Within the secret realm, Hua Qiu landed smoothly. The laws of heaven and earth are slightly different, gravity is stronger, and the energy consumption for cultivators to fly has doubled. Hua Qiu sensed everything around him and had some understanding. Like most secret realms, the spiritual energy here is much denser than outside. This secret realm is quite large, Hua Qiu smiled. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't reach the edge, which shows that this is a large secret realm. Generally speaking, such large-scale secret realms are occupied by dominant sects, and it is unlikely that they would be occupied by the 3 sects. Perhaps I can gain something good from this secret realm. Hua Qiu became very interested. He couldn't wait to explore it thoroughly. Ling Ying. Just as they were about to act, a voice came from above. Ji Yao and the others landed. Because of the increased gravity within the secret realm, the cultivators from the 3 sects were unwilling to fly, trying to conserve their strength as much as possible. They all landed around Hua Qiu, each going their own way. After a short rest, the cultivators from the three sects quickly set off in small teams. Time is limited in the secret realm, so they must race against time to gather and collect resources. The division of labor was arranged outside long ago. Some teams were responsible for gathering medicinal herbs, some for hunting monsters to obtain monster cores, and some for collecting minerals. Huaqiu's division of labor was relatively relaxed and free. The Seven Leaves sect master personally approved his actions, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, with the main task being the collection of spiritual herbs. Other sects also have similar divisions of labor as Huaqiu. Of course, cultivators assigned such roles must possess exceptional strength and the ability to act independently. Elder Ling, please be careful. If anything happens, send out a signal immediately. Nearby teams will come to your aid as soon as they see it, Elder Lu reminded him before leaving with his team. What are your plans? Ji Yao landed in front of Huaqiu and asked curiously. How about we travel together? She suggested with a grin. I prefer to act alone, Huaqiu said calmly. Okay, Ji Yao pouted, looking disappointed. If anything happens, please contact me, Huaqiu said calmly. After saying that, he leaped up and ran away. Ji Yao revealed a sweet smile, tinged with a hint of slyness. Soon, she rejoined the Jin Guangzong's group and headed in one direction. In the dense forest, Huaqiu's expression darkened slightly. He sensed that this secret realm harbored many dangers, enough to destroy the three sects teams. According to Elder Lu, it shouldn't be like this. He took out the map from his pocket and frowned. Even if you follow the route on this map, the odds are still against you. It was because he sensed danger that he said those words to Ji Yao. This secret realm only opens once every 10 years, so it's normal for things to change during those 10 years. After thinking about it, he didn't pay much attention to it. With his current strength, the dangers within this secret realm pose little threat to him. Huaqiu released his divine sense, searching the surroundings in a small area. Unlike the other groups of cultivators who were cautious and timid, he acted somewhat recklessly and did not follow the routes on the map. He made a discovery very quickly. Whoosh! Huaqiu sped up and darted away like a flash of light. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the foot of a waterfall. The pool beneath the waterfall exudes water vapor, and mist rises from it. The grass around the pond was lush and green, full of life. Huaqiu's gaze was drawn to a small patch of plants by the pool. It was a spiritual herb that emitted a faint purple light, and its fragrance was refreshing and pleasant. Purple luo grass, Huaqiu recognized the type of spiritual herb. This is a rare spiritual herb. When added during alchemy, it can enhance the quality of the pills. It can also be used alone to refine certain pills with special effects. Most of them are grade 3, a few have reached grade 4, and 3 have reached grade 5. Huaqiu smiled, his eyes shining slightly. It was only through his powerful divine sense that he was able to find these spiritual herbs. This place is not on any map or route. It would be very difficult for cultivators from the three sects to find it. Huaqiu leaped over and quickly collected the materials. After a while, he had collected all the medicinal herbs. But Huaqiu did not leave. Instead, he stood by the pool and looked back. You've been following me for so long, come out now, he said indifferently. A moment later, a figure appeared. He is a mid-stage core formation cultivator. Judging from the clothes he was wearing, he came from the Jialing sect. That is, one of the three maverick sects, which doesn't get along well with either the Seven Leaves sect or the Golden Light sect. From the moment he began acting alone, Huaqiu sensed that someone was following him. Of course, he didn't take it seriously. Upon discovering the spiritual herbs here, he rushed over because he was moving so fast. The other person couldn't keep up. He barely managed to catch up with him after he had almost finished collecting the herbs. Kid, you're pretty fast. Jia Lingzong, who had just reached the core formation stage, said with a stern face, slightly out of breath. I just saw you gather quite a few medicinal herbs, some of which seem to be at the 4th or 5th grade level. Huaqiu revealed a mocking smile. Why are you following me? He asked indifferently. How do you know I'm following you? Jia Lingzong, a core formation cultivator, asked with an arrogant expression and a cold laugh. It was just a coincidence that I also discovered that there were many high-grade spiritual herbs here, and that's how I got attracted here. Let's make this clear beforehand, everyone who sees it gets a share. You can't keep all those spiritual herbs to yourself, you have to give me half. Hua Qiu's face turned cold. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. His voice was full of coldness. Zhao Lingzong frowned deeply as he reached the core formation stage. What do you mean? He demanded. Hua Qiu didn't bother to respond and simply waved his hand. In an instant, a beam of azure light shot toward him. You want to make a move, huh? Zhao Lingzong's core formation face revealed a murderous aura, tinged with disdain. He was originally assigned to follow Hua Qiu and wait for an opportunity to act. Unexpectedly, Hua Qiu saw through his plan, leaving him no choice but to reveal himself. Originally, he wanted to deal with Hua Qiu, but the other party directly tore off the mask and attacked him. He was not afraid at all and believed that Hua Qiu was overestimating himself. Among the three major sects, Jialing's sect is the strongest, much stronger than the other two. His cultivation level was similar to what Hua Qiu had revealed, so he had no reason to be wary. He believed that, within the same realm, he was capable of completely defeating the cultivators of the Seven Leaves sect. Hua Qiu did not intend to dodge this attack. Instead, he summoned his magic weapon and launched a direct attack, preparing to withstand the blow and launch his own attack. Buzz! A flash of azure light passed by, and Zhao Lingzong, who had just formed his core, froze, his eyes wide open. Then, the magical artifact in his hand split in two, destroying it completely. His body was also split in two under Hua Qiu's indifferent gaze. Hua Qiu didn't even lift his eyelids as he walked past the corpse and left the pool. 665, Chapter 665 The Battle for the Elixir. Hua Qiu completely disregarded the map's route. He was reckless, going wherever he pleased, using his divine sense to search along the way, and never letting go of any valuable resources he encountered. He didn't encounter any danger while walking like this. Even if he were to encounter them, he wouldn't take them seriously. For him, this trip to the secret realm was like a vacation, it was purely a reaping of rewards. The laws of nature in this large secret realm have a significant suppressive effect on ordinary cultivators, but the effect on Hua Qiu is negligible, and he doesn't care much about it. Not long after they left, Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. In a valley, he discovered several bodies. Completely annihilated? Hua Qiu went over to check and found a total of 5 corpses, 4 of whom were at the foundation establishment stage and 1 at the core formation stage. They were wearing the attire of the Jin Guangzong sect, and Jin Guangzong squads usually consisted of 5 people. This made Hua Qiu's expression darken slightly. Based on his previous general intuition, the 3 secret realm exploration teams knew that while the secret realm itself contained many deadly dangers, this nearby area was relatively safe and posed no major threats. Although there are ferocious beasts here, the presence of core formation cultivators prevents a complete annihilation. Of the 5 corpses on the ground, 3 were incomplete, and the marks indicated that they had been eaten by a ferocious beast. Hua Qiu frowned and released his divine sense again, only to receive the same answer. The ferocious beasts in this area simply don't have the ability to wipe out this entire team, he concluded. 8 or 9 out of 10 times it's man-made. According to Elder Lu, during each exploration of the secret realm, the 3 sects would naturally fight over some precious resources, with the belligerent Jialing sect being the most prone to conflict. Bloodshed is unavoidable, sometimes the Golden Light sect and the Seven Leaves sect will fight to the death. However, incidents like this, where an entire squad is wiped out, are extremely rare. It seems the secret realm adventure is different. Hua Qiu smiled coldly. Someone is committing murder, which may not be related to the struggle for resources. Whoever is plotting something, they better not mess with me, he muttered to himself. He didn't want to get involved in the fight, he just wanted to be a passerby. But if someone forcibly gets involved, he won't hold back. Hua Qiu continued walking forward. Half an hour later, he acquired some more spiritual herbs. This is still considered the outer perimeter of the secret realm. The resources in the deepest part must be extremely abundant. He made up his mind and prepared to head deeper into the realm as soon as possible. That was something that the 3 Secret Realm exploration teams would only do when they had finished searching the outer areas and gathered together. There's someone there. Hua Qiu sensed the presence of cultivators. He sensed 2 small teams confronting each other 3 miles ahead. The Seven Leaves sect and the Jialing sect. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems the standoff is over some kind of resource. After thinking for a moment, Hua Qiu walked towards the 2 teams. He wanted to see what they were fighting over and whether it would be of any use to him. Hua Qiu approached slowly but quickly, and saw the figures on both sides. The Seven Leaves sect has a team of 7. The team consisted of a core formation elder, 3 core disciples, and 3 nominal disciples. This configuration is for teams responsible for collecting spiritual herbs and medicines in the surrounding areas, and the risk is relatively low. There were only 4 people from Jialing's side. 1 is in the mid-stage of core formation, and 3 are at the peak of foundation establishment. That was the elite team of the Jialing sect, a very high-level team responsible for exploring and collecting higher-level resources. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be facing off against each other. Hua Qiu's gaze shifted to the heads of the group. A luminous plant grows on the cliff, bearing small blackish-red fruits. A 6th-grade spiritual herb, the pure serenity fruit. Hua Qiu recognized the type of spiritual herb. It is a spiritual medicine that can help cultivators cultivate. After taking it, cultivators can enter a state of mind free of distractions for a short time, and their cultivation and comprehension will be greatly improved. For ordinary cultivators, this is a fine treasure. Moreover, it has reached the 6th grade, making it quite valuable. Even nascent soul cultivators would fight over it. But Hua Qiu lost interest after just one glance. Someone like him, who can easily enter a state of enlightenment, wouldn't even deign to accept a mere 6th grade pure serenity fruit. The 2 teams over there weren't as relaxed as Hua Qiu, they were already arguing heatedly. This pure serenity fruit was discovered by our Seven Leaves sect, so it naturally belongs to us and should be harvested by us. A Seven Leaves sect disciple shouted indignantly. Who said you discovered it? We saw it too. The Qingyu fruit should also belong to my Jialing sect. A disciple of the Jialing sect said with a sneer. The Seven Leaves sect members were furious. You Yuri just being unreasonable, you came later, so if you want to rob us outright, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Anyway, this is your Jialing sect's usual style. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Jialing sect looked rather grim. Insolence! The aura emanating from the elder of Jialing sect suddenly erupted, pressing down on the Seven Leaf sect disciple who was criticizing him, causing his face to turn ashen. This pure serenity fruit was discovered jointly by both sects, and both are qualified to obtain it. How dare the disciples of the Seven Leaves sect slander the Jialing sect? Are they trying to provoke a conflict between the 2 sects? The elders of the Jialing sect were so powerful that the disciples of the Seven Leaves sect could hardly breathe. The elder leading the Seven Leaves sect was only at the early stage of core formation, so he was somewhat powerless to fight back. Since it was a joint discovery, then let each rely on their own abilities. Elder Jialingzong said with a sneer. Go, pick the Qingyu fruit, he ordered a disciple of the Jialing sect. The man immediately flew up the cliff to gather herbs. The Seven Leaves sect members naturally objected and tried to stop it. Snort! The elder of Jialing sect let out a cold snort, and his aura suddenly erupted, pressing down on the members of the Seven Leaves sect team. Instantly, they felt heavy all over and could hardly move. The Seven Leaves sect elder was somewhat better off, but he was still wary of the Jialing sect elder's power and dared not act rashly. Thus, the Seven Leaves sect disciple could only watch angrily and resentfully as the Jialing sect disciple went to gather herbs. The disciples of Jialing sect wore smug and arrogant smiles. They felt a great sense of accomplishment from seizing resources from the Seven Leaves sect. Damn it, it's all because my Seven Leaves sect has no one to rely on. A Seven Leaves sect disciple said through gritted teeth. The other disciples looked dejected and could only sigh helplessly. Seeing this, the disciple of Jialing sect reached for the 6th grade Qingyu fruit. Call. Suddenly, the Qingyu fruit rose from the ground and flew downwards. The disciples of Jialing sect were stunned and at a loss for what to do. The disciples of the Seven Leaves sect were also stunned on the spot. A Chinyu fruit flew down from the cliff and landed in someone's hand. Elder Ling, Elder Ling. The Seven Leaves sect disciple looked over and quickly showed a surprised expression. Upon seeing this, the elder of Jialing sect's face quickly darkened, and a murderous aura surged from his body. You don't know what's good for you, and you overestimate your abilities. He squinted as he spoke, his spiritual energy surging forth. 666, Chapter 666 Asking for Trouble. Elder Ling. The disciples of the Seven Leaves sect saw Hua Qiu as if he were their savior. The elder in charge of the group, who was at the core formation stage, quickly came over to greet them. Although I haven't had much contact with Hua Qiu, he is someone who can surpass Elder Lu and is definitely a powerful ally. What's going on? Hua Qiu asked, feigning concern. It's all because of the unreasonable behavior of the Jialing sect. The Seven Leaves sect elder said angrily. We found a 6th grade Qingyu fruit here, and just as we were about to pick it, people from the Jialing sect suddenly appeared, insisting that they had found it and forcibly taking it. If Elder Ling hadn't arrived in time, the Qingyu fruit would have been stolen by them. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and walked down the cliff. Greetings, Elder Ling. Several disciples bowed respectfully to Hua Qiu. Before, they might have just been putting on an act, but this time it came from the bottom of their hearts. If Hua Qiu hadn't appeared in time, they could only watch helplessly as Jialing sect seized the spiritual medicine. Hua Qiu's appearance gave them great confidence. On the other side, the people from Jialing sect all had gloomy faces and stared coldly at Hua Qiu. This fellow Taoist from the Seven Leaves sect looks quite unfamiliar. The elder of the Jialing sect said quietly. This is Elder Ling, the newly promoted elder of our Seven Leaves sect. The Seven Leaves sect elder said with a smile. I'm not afraid to tell you, this Elder Ling is a legend in my Seven Leaves sect. He was promoted from a disciple of the medicine hall to an elder in less than 10 days. What? Upon hearing this, everyone from the Jialing sect was shocked. The practice of nominal disciples being promoted to elders has occurred before in the 3 sects. But someone like Hua Qiu, who rose to prominence overnight, has never been seen before. Moreover, Hua Qiu looks extremely young, unlike the kind of person who maintains their appearance with elixirs. His bone age is definitely not that high, he is clearly a genius. Such a thing is true. Elder Jialingzong narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming solemn. Such a major change occurred within the Seven Leaves sect, yet the Jialing sect's intelligence system failed to react. This is a huge mistake. I have something else to tell you, Elder Kaizong said meaningfully. Our Elder Ling is no ordinary person, even Elder Lu is no match for him. Upon hearing this, the people of Jialing sect were even more astonished. The elder of Jialing sect's pupils contracted slightly. That Elder Lu was ranked in the middle to upper range in strength among the elders of the 3 sects. To be able to defeat a cultivator in the mid-stage of core formation upon advancing to the next level is something that no ordinary genius can accomplish. Such a figure has actually appeared in the Seven Leaves sect. The elder of the Jialing sect felt very heavy-hearted. So, forget about this pure serenity fruit and leave immediately, the Seven Leaves sect elder laughed. Hurry up and leave. It wasn't you who discovered it in the first place. Now that Elder Ling is here, you can't take it away even if you want to. What are you still doing here? The Seven Leaves sect disciples also chimed in with full confidence. The disciples of Jialing sect looked angry, but they could no longer be arrogant. The Seven Leaves sect has 2 core formation cultivators, while they only have 1, they might not be a match for them. However, Elder Jialingzong had no intention of leaving. So what if your Seven Leaves sect gets another core formation cultivator? He said coldly, showing no fear. We, the Jialing sect, are determined to have this Qingyu fruit today. Are you alright? The Seven Leaves sect elder frowned deeply. The difference in roster strength is undeniable. If the opposing team had any sense, they shouldn't have lingered here any longer. After all, there are plenty of resources in the secret realm, so there's no need to waste time here doing something that's neither worthwhile nor rewarding. Enough with the nonsense! Elder Jialingzong roared. Hand over the pure serenity fruit, or we'll have a fight. He immediately took out his magical artifact. You! The Seven Leaves Sect elder's face darkened. To be honest, it would be very disadvantageous for both sides to have a major battle erupt between core formation stage cultivators on the outskirts of the secret realm over a 6th grade spiritual herb. Especially since this is a dangerous area, the outcome of a battle is unpredictable. Has this old bastard been kicked in the head by a donkey? Elder Kaizong was so angry he was practically fuming. But he was unwilling to give up the tranquil fruit. The Seven Leaves Sect elder hesitated. Hua Qiu, however, gave a cold smile. He saw through Elder Jilingzong's intention. His gaze was no longer on the Qinyu fruit, but fixed on himself. Perhaps it was his appearance that made Emperor Jialing feel threatened. You are not qualified to fight me, Hua Qiu said indifferently, looking at the elder of Jialing's sect. Get lost, he spat out impatiently. Everyone was shocked by these words. Emperor Jialing was shocked and furious. The Seven Leaves Sect disciples were startled. This newly appointed elderling is perhaps a bit too domineering. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? The Seven Leaves Sect elder coughed twice awkwardly, signaling Hua Qiu to restrain himself. Elderling, Jialing sect is the strongest of the 3 sects. It would be unwise to clash with them too much, he whispered, offering a gentle reminder. I'm speaking the truth from the bottom of my heart, Hua Qiu said earnestly. This is a piece of advice: if he really attacks me, he'll either die or be crippled. The Seven Leaves Sect elder and several disciples were stunned. How dare you, this is outrageous. The disciples of Jialing's sect were so angry they were about to explode. The elder of Jialing's sect also looked extremely grim. Very well, I'll see just how strong you are. He shouted coldly, and launched an attack with his magical weapon. He had initially intended to test the waters, but now he was completely enraged and determined to teach Hua Qiu a lesson. His strength was not weak either, at least stronger than Elder Lu of the Seven Leaves sect, and he was confident of being invincible. Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. He didn't even glance at the magnificent attack unleashed by the elder of Jialing's sect. He simply lifted his foot and stomped it hard. Boom! This stomp was like the foot of a towering giant, causing the earth to collapse and the ground to shake violently. Everyone's expression changed. Boom! The violent ripples caused by the ground instantly annihilated the spiritual energy attack of the elder of Jialing's sect and spread to his body. Bang! The elder of Jialing's sect was suddenly sent flying backward, his magical artifacts shattering. How can he be so strong? The disciples of Jialing's sect were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Even the people of the Seven Leaves sect were astonished. So powerful, is this elderling's strength? The group looked at each other, somewhat incredulous. Puff! The elder of Jialing's sect was thrown to the ground, his face pale and coughing up blood. The disciples of Jialing's sect quickly went to help him up. Don't help me up, he said with a pained expression. It's broken. The disciples of Jialing's sect were at a loss, not knowing exactly where he had broken. I told you long ago, you're not qualified to fight me, Hua Qiu said quietly. Upon hearing this, Elder Jilingzong was so enraged that he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He never imagined that Hua Qiu was so strong. This is hardly the mid-stage core formation stage, it's more like the late-stage core formation stage. Call for help now. Elder Jilingzong roared. 667, Chapter 667. The Most Fierce Elder. A single arrow pierces the clouds, and 1,000 armies rush to meet it. Bang! A beam of light exploded in the sky, forming the symbol of the Jialing sect, which could be clearly seen within a radius of 10 miles. What does this mean? Upon seeing the Jialing sect had released a rallying signal that was only used when facing a life-or-death crisis, the faces of the Seven Leaves sect members changed drastically. They never expected that the other party would make such a big fuss over just a 6th grade spiritual herb. In past explorations of secret realms, disputes often occurred, and Jialing's sect usually won more often than it lost. Both sides could only accept their bad luck and would not pursue the matter further. Because it's not worthwhile for a major conflict to erupt between sects, and there are plenty of resources in the secret realm. Unless you go deep inside, the resources on the outer perimeter are not worth the three sects investing too much in. This action by the disciples of Jialing sect is illogical. This is such a sore loser, they can't even win a single 6th grade spiritual herb, so they have to gather a large force? The Seven Leaves sect disciple was very indignant. The Seven Leaves sect elder had a dark face and a serious expression. Since Jialing sect has chosen to do this, we have no other choice, he said loudly. Immediately send out a signal to summon the Seven Leaves sect's forces. Although we are not as strong as the Jialing sect, we are not afraid, he ordered. A disciple of the Seven Leaves sect took out a device to transmit a signal, preparing to activate it. There's no need for that, Hua Qiu waved his hand to stop him. But Elder Ling, when the main force of the Jialing sect gathers, we have absolutely no chance of winning. The disciple holding the signal flare exclaimed in surprise. If I say it's unnecessary, then it's unnecessary, Hua Qiu said in an unquestionable tone. Let the other teams continue their missions without disturbing them. Here, I alone am enough. The disciple hesitated and looked to the Seven Leaves sect elder for help. Elder Ling, this is no joke, the Seven Leaves sect elder said solemnly. Do you really think you can hold off the main force of the Jialing sect all by yourself? His expression turned somewhat helpless. Elder Ling is good in every way, except he's too arrogant. Just a mere Jialing sect, Hua Qiu said dismissively. His tone surprised everyone once again. How arrogant, how dare they disregard the Jialing sect? The Jialing sect cultivators were furious. Once all the elders of our Jialing sect arrive, let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant. He'll probably be begging for mercy then. While the disciples on both sides were still arguing, Hua Qiu looked up at the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures rode on spiritual light and flew towards this direction. How did they arrive so quickly? The Seven Leaves sect elder glanced at them, his face turning pale. Not long after Jialing Zone sent out the signal, a team actually arrived. The disciples of Jialing sect were overjoyed. It's Elder Niu, they exclaimed excitedly. The injured elder of Jialing sect also showed a happy expression. Because that Elder Niu was a powerful expert in the late stage of core formation, ranking among the top in strength among the elders of the three sects. Oh no! The hearts of the Seven Leaves sect members sank to the bottom. Seventh Elder, what is the reason for sending the signal? Elder Niu asked solemnly from the air. The injured Seventh Elder of Jialing sect looked solemn and remained silent. He directly used his divine sense to transmit his voice. Even though Hua Qiu was some distance away, thanks to his extremely powerful divine soul, the content of the telepathic message was completely transparent to him. The Seven Leaves sect has produced an unparalleled genius who has been promoted from a disciple to an elder in just 10 days. He is not old, but his strength is much greater than mine. He may become a great threat. This is the message conveyed by the two elders. I understand. Elder Niu nodded, his gloomy gaze sweeping over Hua Qiu. He didn't say a word. Boom! Suddenly, he unleashed his magical weapon and charged fiercely at Hua Qiu. Elder Ling, be careful! The Seven Leaves sect elder shouted, wanting to help. They're like ants, what's there to fear? Hua Qiu chuckled, then waved his hand and unleashed a long rainbow that shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the two forces collided. Boom! A dazzling burst of light exploded in the air, a truly beautiful sight, and the tremendous commotion resounded throughout the mountains and forests. A series of explosions rang out in the air, and violent ripples of power spread out in a circular pattern. That was the last fluctuation after Elder Niu's magic weapon was destroyed. The energy released by the explosion of a magical artifact is also extremely terrifying. Elder Niu was shocked and didn't even have time to react before his body was blasted away by the energy from the explosion of his own magic weapon. All the onlookers saw was his figure rapidly shrinking, flying backward a great distance, and then crashing into the forest. The room was completely silent. The disciples of the two sects stared blankly at the distant spot where Elder Niu had fallen, where there was no movement for a long time. Elder knew his fate is unknown. The next moment, chaos erupted at the foot of the cliff. That's Elder Nyo, a late-stage core formation cultivator. How could he be blasted away in one move? The disciples of Jialing sect couldn't accept this fact and couldn't calm down. Wow, that's incredible! The Seven Leaves sect disciple exclaimed, his face glowing red. What does it mean to feel triumphant and elated? This is what it means to finally hold your head high. They never expected that a late-stage core formation elder of the Jialing sect would be blasted away by Hua Qiu in a single move. Elder Ling, he's too strong. Damn, this is a formidable figure in our Seven Leaves sect. Which elder can be as domineering and powerful as him? The disciples of the Seven Leaves sect, who had been oppressed by the Jialing sect for too long, felt a great sense of relief and their whole bodies felt incredibly refreshed. I've been suppressing my feelings for far too long. The Seven Leaves sect elder also stood there speechless for a long time with his mouth agape. Hua Qiu's strength far exceeded their expectations. Perfected core formation, this must be perfected core formation. The injured elder of Jialing sect exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Hua Qiu. A prodigy, this is absolutely a prodigy. He is comparable to Yan Fei, the young city lord of Dingfeng City. He is no less impressive. The elder of Jialing sect looked more grim than ever before. Because Hua Qiu's threat level has risen to a terrifying level. 3 Sex Master, your cultivation level is only around the great perfection of core formation. Hua Qiu's bone age is very young, which is the most frightening thing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of wind breaking came from the sky again. This time, even more members of the Jialing sect arrived, and the core formation elders also made their appearance. The main force of the Jialing sect has arrived. This scene finally brought some peace of mind to the people of Jialingzone. Hua Qiu looked up at the menacing figures flying towards him and smiled disdainfully. Boom! A burst of energy suddenly erupted from his body, forming a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. That aura was overwhelming and pervasive, and was sensed by all the Jialing sect cultivators who came to provide support. What is this? It's terrifying. A ferocious beast. This is the king of ferocious beasts, an extremely dangerous beast in the secret realm. Someone shouted in terror. At this moment, all the cultivators who sensed this aura were terrified. As the cultivators from the Jialing sect approached this place, they felt heavy all over and found it difficult to resist. Bang bang bang. One after another, figures fell from the sky, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. 668, Chapter 668 The Conspiracy of the Jialing Sect. The cultivators on the ground were stunned as they watched beams of spiritual light fall from the sky. The people from Jialingzone didn't know what to say. The injured elder of Jialing sect opened his mouth wide. What is his cultivation level? Is he really an elder of the Seven Leaves sect? He was filled with astonishment and doubt. He suspected that Hua Qiu was not an elder of the Seven Leaves sect at all, but one of the sect's ancestors in disguise. None of the 3 sects' core formation stage elders possessed such strength, nor could any of them exude such a terrifying aura. This led the elders of Jialing sect to believe that Hua Qiu's strength was definitely not limited to the core formation stage, but may have already reached the nascent soul stage. The aura of Hua Qiu still permeates the air. The cultivators from Jialing sect who came to provide support were all swept away by the powerful pressure emanating from that aura if they dared to approach. Whether they were elders or disciples, there were no exceptions. The cultivators of Jialing sect were shocked after several teams suffered losses. The others chose to stay put and did not continue forward. What on earth is going on here? They asked loudly, looking into the distance. The injured elder of Jialing sect on the ground once again sent a secret telepathic message with a solemn expression. Soon, the Jialing sect cultivators in the air all showed surprise and stared at Hua Qiu in disbelief. The newly appointed elder of the Seven Leaves sect is such an unbelievable existence. Many people have changed their mindset, their eyes have turned cold. At this moment, it seemed that the resources of the secret realm were no longer important. What they were thinking about was how to deal with this peerless genius of the Seven Leaves sect. Before long, another group from the Jialing sect arrived at the scene. It was a group centered around a young man. The young man had a cold expression and an arrogant demeanor, surrounded by a crowd of admirers. The cultivators around him were all elders of the Jialing sect, and among them were some of the strongest elders. This shows that the young man's identity is very important, otherwise there wouldn't be such a grand display. What is the reason for this call to assemble? The young man asked indifferently. Replying to Daozi, this is what happened. An elder of the Jialing sect bowed to him and briefly recounted what had happened. After hearing this, the Taoist master of Jialing sect couldn't help but show a surprised expression. He looked down and glanced at Hua Qiu on the ground from a distance. His pupils contracted slightly as he sensed the aura emanating from it in the air. What a peerless genius of the Seven Leaves sect, truly extraordinary. He murmured. Daozi, Elder Ling of the Seven Leaves sect is far too powerful, showing signs of exceeding the core formation stage. We suspect he may have already reached the nascent soul stage. The Jialing sect cultivator said with a grim face. Jialingzong. Daozi chuckled lightly. This person is not at the nascent soul stage, he asserted. Within the secret realm, nascent soul cultivators will be subject to great restrictions, several times greater than the suppression faced by core formation cultivators. Nascent soul cultivators from the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect will not take such a great risk to enter the secret realm, because the gains would not outweigh the losses. Although this person's aura is powerful, it is still within the core formation stage. However, this level of power is already comparable to that of a cultivator who has just entered the nascent soul stage. This is the ultimate stage of core formation, which only true geniuses can cultivate to the point where they can unleash strength comparable to the early stage of nascent soul with the core formation stage. I can do that too. The Taoist of Jialing sect wore a smile, unlike the other Jialing sect cultivators who were solemn, as if it were nothing serious. I never imagined that the Seven Leaves sect would produce someone comparable to the Tao child. They must have had incredibly lucky ancestors. Someone exclaimed. Jialingzong. Daozi smiled slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Even the peak of the core formation realm has its differences, he said calmly. This person must not be allowed to leave the secret realm alive. A Jialing sect elder said resolutely. Everyone else nodded in agreement. But his strength is too great, so we have no choice but to ask Daozi for help. The elders all looked at the Taoist of Jialing sect. Daozi calmly glanced at Hua Qiu on the ground, then casually tossed a magic artifact to the elders of Jialing sect. The magical artifact emitted a scarlet light and was a net. This is a powerful weapon bestowed by a great master of the spirit sect. The elders looked astonished as they carefully held the net. With this magical artifact, you're all set, right? Daozi asked expressionlessly. Of course, no problem. The elders of Jialing sect showed their delight and confidence. Holding the net, they sneered, preparing to deal with Hua Qiu. Whoosh! Several whooshing sounds rang out, and more cultivators flew straight over, their movements hurried. Linging! Ji Yao shouted in the air as she approached him. Upon seeing her arrival, Daozi of Jialing sect frowned slightly and signaled the elders of Jialing sect to temporarily halt their actions. Upon seeing that it was Ji Yao and the others, Hua Qiu's oppressive aura dissipated. Ji Yao quickly landed in front of Hua Qiu. Linging, are you alright? She asked anxiously as soon as she landed. Elder Ji, what happened? The Seven Leaves sect elder noticed that her expression was off and quickly asked. Ji Yao's brows were furrowed, and her complexion was not good. Several teams of our Golden Light sect were attacked by unknown forces. All the teams that were attacked were wiped out, leaving no survivors. She said worriedly. Your Seven Leaves sect is the same, you also lost 2 teams, and there were no survivors. What? The Seven Leaves sect members' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. What exactly happened? Isn't there even a clue? No. Ji Yao shook her head. There were almost no traces at the scene, and the attacker killed extremely quickly, demonstrating a terrifying level of strength. I have sent a message to all the teams of the Golden Light sect, telling them to temporarily abandon resource gathering and assemble immediately if they sense your presence. When they get close to here, they should come and check it out immediately. Your Seven Leaves sect also needs to issue the order as soon as possible. Gather together, or the consequences will be unimaginable. The Seven Leaves sect elder nodded solemnly and immediately went to relay the message. What's going on? What happened here? Why are almost all the Golden Light sect's troops here? Ji Yao frowned again when she saw the cultivators in the air. Isn't that obvious enough? Hua Qiu said with a sneer. Both the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect's expedition teams have suffered casualties, while the Jialing sect's team is almost at full strength. His expression was meaningful. You mean? Ji Yao tensed up immediately. You mean the murderer is Jia Lingzong? Probably 8 or 9 out of 10, Hua Qiu said calmly. He had long suspected that something was wrong with the Jialing sect, and considering what had happened recently, it wasn't hard to guess that the Jialing sect had some kind of conspiracy. Why would Jialing sect do this? It shouldn't be like this. Ji Yao's pretty face was full of incomprehension. If you want to kill someone, why do you need so many reasons? He glanced at the Jialing sect cultivators in the air. This was the case with Emperor Jialing. He was the same. 669, Chapter 669 Demon King. Chen Tingyu. Ji Yao suddenly looked up at the sky and shouted loudly at the Taoist of Jialing sect. What exactly does your Jialing sect want? She asked angrily. In the sky, Daozi of the Jialing sect sneered. 3 major sects, that sounds a bit harsh. There should only be one strongest sect in the Dingfeng city region, the others should all submit. The cold words echoed around. Ji Yao's pretty face turned ugly. The tripartite balance of power was established by the divine sect. How dare your Jialing sect attempt to change it? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the divine sect? She demanded. Shenzong? Jialingzong Daozi murmured, then suddenly sneered, his laughter filled with sarcasm. A moment later, his smile faded. Do it, he said coldly. Daozi, that candidate for the divine sect goddess, someone hesitated. Jialingzong Daozi gave him a cold look, immediately silencing him. Understood. The elder, holding the magic net bestowed upon him by the Taoist of Jialing sect, leaped forward and used his spiritual power to throw the net out. The net began to grow larger after it was thrown out, and in the blink of an eye it covered everything, pressing down on Hua Qiu and his group. This is to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. This net, could it be the legendary deadly net? Ji Yao's expression changed drastically when she saw the spiritual light emanating from the net. What, the deadly net? The Seven Leaves sect elder was also horrified upon hearing this. It is a very high-level special magic artifact. Once covered, one will lose all spiritual power and have one's life force evaporated. It is said that even a nascent soul cultivator would not escape death if trapped inside. At this moment, the net of justice had already enveloped them, covering a wide area, making it difficult to escape before it could completely cover them, even if they wanted to fly away. The crowd was terrified, and some even despaired. At this moment, Hua Qiu took a step forward expressionlessly. He slowly drew a cyan sword and gently slashed at the net above his head. A streak of azure sword light, about 10 feet long, flew upwards. Seeing this, the Taoist master of Jialing sect sneered. The elders of Jialing sect looked disdainful. The deadly net is so strong that even a nascent soul stage cultivator's magic weapon couldn't damage it, let alone a core formation stage cultivator? No one paid any attention to that streak of cyan sword light. Soon, the sword light struck the net of law. Without any hindrance, the net of justice was cleaved open, and the moment the gap appeared, the spiritual light dissipated, and the enormous shape that had just expanded shrank in the blink of an eye. The net of justice fell lightly, like a tattered rag, landing at Hua Qiu's feet. It was quiet here for a while. How is this possible? The elders of Jialing sect stared wide-eyed. Suddenly, Jialingzong Daozi lost his composure, his eyes narrowed, and he was no longer so calm. Ji Yao's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Hua Qiu, a smile slowly appearing on her face. Elder Ling is mighty. The Seven Leaves sect disciples could only shout excitedly. That was a high-grade magic weapon bestowed by a powerful figure from the spirit sect. How could it be cut open so easily? The elders of the Jialing sect came to their senses and found it hard to accept. Jialingzong Daozi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the cyan sword in Huaqiu's hand. That sword, his expression changed. He was certain that the cyan sword in Huaqiu's hand was an extremely extraordinary divine weapon. It is at least much more advanced than the deadly net. Seven Leaves Sect genius, you are truly unexpected, the Taoist of Jialing sect smiled. He became serious and waved for the elders of the Jialing sect surrounding him to disperse. Daozi, are you finally going to make a move? The elders' expressions were strange. This Daozi was exceptionally arrogant, he would never make a move unless he encountered an opponent he perceived as threatening. Without a doubt, the elder of the Seven Leaves sect had piqued his interest. Jialingzong Daozi stared at Huaqiu and moved forward to get closer. I want that sword, he said in an unquestionable tone. Come and get it, Huaqiu replied noncommittally. Here it comes. The Taoist of Jialing sect emitted a strong light, preparing to unleash his divine power. Just a core formation realm expert, Huaqiu showed a hint of disdain, his sword gleaming with azure light. The battle between the two geniuses made the cultivators on both sides very tense. I feel a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The two were about to clash head-on. Boom! Suddenly, a huge roar erupted from the mountains and forests, the ground shook violently, and birds and beasts scattered in panic. Boom 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 then, the loud noises continued, as if something extremely huge was moving in the forest and was approaching the place where the cultivators were. What happened? The monks were quite surprised. Oh no, we've alerted the powerful beasts within the secret realm. Someone shouted. Many people looked tense and fearful. In previous explorations of the secret realm, cultivators from 3 sects had also disturbed the ferocious beasts within. This is extremely dangerous. Because it could trigger a chain reaction, it would be extremely dangerous if the monsters in the secret realm were to launch a large-scale attack. This is also one of the main reasons why the cultivators from the 3 sects tried their best to avoid large-scale battles after entering the depths of the secret realm. But this is the outer perimeter, so we shouldn't have alerted any powerful monsters. Judging from the commotion, it was clear that no ordinary monster had arrived. Everyone stared intently at the source of the noise in the woods, extremely tense. The giant trees kept falling, and the enormous creature was about to be revealed to everyone. The first thing that catches the eye is a large, black body. Its scales were dark and reflected light, which was very dazzling and gave people a strong sense of oppression. Gulp! Someone couldn't help but swallow, becoming even more nervous. Boom! Suddenly, the enormous creature swept its tail, clearing a large open space and destroying countless towering ancient trees. Its true appearance was finally revealed. At this moment, everyone the monks' eyes widened, and some of their bodies began to tremble. The thing snaked through the forest ahead, long and thick, with prominent horns and claws. It's actually this guy. The elders of Jialing sect were greatly shocked. Even the Taoist master of Jialing sect couldn't help but twitch his eyelids and involuntarily took a step back. Huaqiu raised an eyebrow as he looked at the demonic beast that had appeared. This is a giant dragon. Moreover, it was an extremely rare black dragon. This thing has dragon blood, so it has a lot of potential for transformation and an extremely high potential. In the world of cultivation, anything that has even a slight connection to a creature like a dragon is generally quite powerful. Jiao, being one of the creatures with the closest bloodline, has a much higher chance of transforming into a dragon than other creatures. Conversely, the Jiao is much stronger than other creatures. They've actually alarmed the Black Flood Dragon Demon King. The cultivators from the 3 sects were already in a state of chaos. How could the Black Flood Dragon Demon King be here? This doesn't make sense. This is terrifying. This is a demon king who once devoured a nascent soul cultivator. In an instant, the cultivators from the 3 sects scattered in terror. No one can remain calm. Besides Huaqiu. 670, Chapter 670. I admire you. The black dragon lay across the forest, its 2 large eyes staring fiercely at the cultivators. You despicable human cultivators! It roared, opening its blood-red maw. Damn it, you all deserve to die. The black dragon roared, its dragon roar making the cultivators of the three sects turn pale. This is an extremely powerful demon king within this secret realm. The three nascent soul ancestors of the three sects once joined forces to open up this secret realm, and some of them died in its mouth. Over the years, the power of the ink dragon has been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the cultivators of the three sects, and no one can help but fear it. Upon seeing its true form, the timid ones were so frightened that their bodies went limp, and some even nearly fainted from fright. Boom! With a sweeping motion, the black dragon's thick tail swept towards the area where the cultivators were gathered. The cultivators from the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect make up only a small portion of the area here. The air is filled with cultivators from the Jialing sect. The ink dragon was also targeting that area. Ah! As the dragon's tail swept across, many people screamed in agony, their bones broken and tendons snapped, and they died on the spot. Even a late-stage core formation elder from the Jialing sect couldn't dodge it and was instantly killed by the attack. The cultivators of Jialing sect were terrified. The elders of Jialing sect looked even more grim, and even Daozi's face darkened. We cannot stay here any longer, we should leave immediately. An elder shouted. Daozi, get out of here, let's avoid the storm for now. Jilingzong Daozi's lips twitched. Because of his pride, he was very unwilling to bow down to anything. But faced with this extremely dangerous black dragon, he eventually gave in and ran away with a group of elders from the Jialing sect. Seeing that the elders and Daozi had already fled, the disciples of Jialing sect quickly used all their strength to escape and scattered in all directions. Soon, only Hua Qiu and the others remained in the arena. Human cultivators all deserve to die. The black dragon turned its spear towards the remaining cultivators from the two sects and approached them. Not good. The other cultivators were terrified and hurriedly retreated. However, the black dragon was pressing too hard, and they didn't even dare to take flight, fearing that they would be sent away by its tail like those Jialing sect cultivators. You all leave immediately, I'll hold them off here. Hua Qiu waved his hand, blocking the way, and shouted with righteous indignation. Elder Ling. The Seven Leaves sect disciple's eyes were filled with tears, his expression one of grief. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Hua Qiu said impatiently. He had his own plans and didn't want these cultivators to ruin things. However, his actions were seen by the cultivators as righteous and chivalrous, as if he were sacrificing his life for the safety of everyone. Everyone was deeply moved. Elder Ling, what will you do if we leave? They cried. The faster you get out of here, the safer I am. Hua Qiu's face was full of black lines, and he became even more impatient. Go quickly, don't let Elder Ling make a pointless sacrifice. The Seven Leaves sect elder roared. Then everyone stepped back. Elder Ling, I'll stay, you go. The Seven Leaves sect elder shouted again. A genius like you, capable of leading the sect to greatness, cannot perish here. Hua Qiu couldn't help but roll her eyes. What are you blocking? Do you think you can even block it? He said irritably, waving his sleeve dismissively. Call. A gust of wind swept through, instantly sending all the members of the Seven Leaves sect away. Elder Ling. They cried out in anguish, their cries fading into the distance. Nearby, the cultivators of the Golden Light sect were also rapidly evacuating. Elder Ling of the Seven Leaves sect is a great man. They expressed their highest respect to Hua Qiu, unlike the people of the Seven Leaves sect who were slow to respond. We will always remember Elder Ling. They shouted and ran away in a flash. Hua Qiu then smiled and turned to face the approaching black dragon. You think the two of you can stop me? Mo Jiao said coldly. Overestimating yourself. It was full of disdain. 2. Hua Qiu frowned. Turning my head, I was met with a pair of bright, big eyes. Why haven't you left yet? Hua Qiu said irritably. Ji Yao remained silent, and he assumed she had already left with the people from the Golden Light sect. I'll stay and help you. Ji Yao said earnestly, her pretty face full of determination. I never expected you to be such a loyal and devoted person even though you have little to do with the Seven Leaves sect, you are willing to sacrifice yourself for them. I truly admire this spirit. Ji Yao even showed a hint of admiration. Hua Qiu was speechless for a moment. He was really not some self-sacrificing, altruistic great man. He just wanted to get everyone away so they wouldn't get in his way. You should leave, there's no point in you staying here. Hua Qiu's voice was filled with helplessness. I'm not leaving. Ji Yao shook her head stubbornly. I am a candidate goddess of the divine sect, so I can be of some help to you. Besides, you are the only person I have ever taken a liking to so far. I still need to cultivate together with you. How can I just abandon you and leave? Hua Qiu, his face dark, raised his hand, preparing to drive her away from this place just like he had sent away the Seven Leaves sect elder. You think I don't exist? The black dragon on its head was furious, breathing heavily through its nostrils. Don't worry, none of you will escape. I'll make you a pair of doomed lovers. After angrily finishing speaking, the black dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a long stream of flames. Ji Yao stepped forward, blocking Hua Qiu's path, and took out a magical artifact, releasing a spiritual energy shield in front of the two of them. Watching her charming yet resolute figure, Hua Qiu's expression shifted. In the treacherous world of cultivation, few are willing to go to great lengths or even risk their lives for others. In a life-or-death situation, even the closest of loved ones might desert their posts. But Ji Yao's expression was so firm, without a single distracting thought. Is she foolish, or stubborn? Hua Qiu could tell at a glance that the spiritual energy shield erected by Ji Yao was no match for the Mo Jiao's spiritual fire. If the flames spread, the spiritual energy shield will shatter in the blink of an eye. Princess Yao closed her eyes. She clearly knew that she was no match for the terrifying black dragon, and she resigned herself to fate. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon's spiritual fire burned down. Hua Qiu's gaze darkened, and he reached out and pulled Ji Yao into his arms. Ji Yao was startled and stared wide-eyed at Hua Qiu's face. Her soft body suddenly nestled into Hua Qiu's arms. The close skin-to-skin contact left her mind blank, and she stared blankly at Hua Qiu. She had never felt a man's presence like this before. The burning sensation made her heart pound. A mere dragon spirit fire dares to show its face in front of me? Hua Qiu's lips curled into a smile, his expression filled with arrogance and a hint of disdain, as he calmly faced the spirit fire spat out by the black dragon. That confident look was deeply imprinted in Ji Yao's heart. 671, Chapter 671, Minor Success. The black dragon spirit fire poured down like a waterfall, instantly engulfing Hua Qiu and Ji Yao completely. All areas affected by the ink dragon spirit fire were burned to ashes, leaving only a dark expanse. This kind of spiritual fire can burn even a nascent soul cultivator to ashes. Snort. The black dragon exhaled white breath from its nostrils, turned its head disdainfully, and prepared to chase after the other fleeing cultivators. He didn't believe for a second that Hua Qiu and Ji Yao, both core formation stage cultivators, could withstand his spiritual fire, and left without even glancing at them, flicking his dragon tail. The black dragon's long body left the ground and soared into the sky. It sensed the location with a slight touch and found the place where the cultivators had gathered. Damn human cultivators, none of you will escape. It roared. The cultivators, who had already run dozens of miles away, turned pale upon hearing the roar of the black dragon and fled even more desperately. The black dragon snorted coldly, its body emitting a ghostly light. It is about to unleash the secret techniques of the Jiaolong clan and then go on a killing spree. Suddenly, the black dragon sensed something was wrong, and the eerie light on its body dissipated. Its enormous head moved downwards, looking at the ground it had burned with its spiritual fire. Upon seeing this, Mo Jiao was immediately stunned. On the ground, Hua Qiu held Ji Yao in his arms, staring at it expressionlessly. There was not a single trace of burning on their bodies, they were completely unharmed. This is impossible. Mo Jiao's eyes widened immediately, and he exclaimed in surprise. It knew how powerful its spiritual fire was, no cultivator below the nascent soul stage was afraid of it. Just now, it clearly spat out a large amount of spiritual fire, enough to burn even a nascent soul to ashes. Why are those two junior core formation cultivators alright? How did you dodge it? Mo Jiao asked gruffly, his long face drawn. Why should I hide from the spirit fire of the Flood Dragon clan? Hua Qiu said with a cold smile. The black dragon's whiskers fluttered, revealing its gleaming white teeth. You little rascal, you've got some skills, it said coldly. Years ago, even the nascent soul cultivators from the three major sects who came to explore had to retreat in the face of my spiritual fire, yet you are completely unharmed. Are you really a core formation cultivator? Mo Jiao frowned, doubting Hua Qiu's true strength. It felt that Hua Qiu was somewhat strange, but the aura emanating from him was indeed no greater than that of the core formation stage. I am a core formation cultivator, yet I am not a core formation cultivator, Hua Qiu said calmly. He pulled Ji Yao behind him. Don't move down there, just keep watching, he whispered. Ji Yao nodded obediently. She felt that Hua Qiu's aura had changed. Become confident, become profound, become elusive. For some reason, even though Hua Qiu, a core formation cultivator, was far inferior to the Mo Jiao, she felt that Hua Qiu could easily handle the situation. Hua Qiu waved his hand, and a beam of spiritual light enveloped Ji Yao, forming a spiritual energy shield. Then, Hua Qiu's body left the ground and soared into the air. Seeing Hua Qiu heading straight for it, it could hardly believe it. A mere cultivator, does he really think he can go head-to-head with me? Mo Jiao said disdainfully. Human cultivators are mostly magic cultivators, skilled in ranged combat. How could they possibly engage in close combat? Even body cultivators who specialize in physical training dare not confront demonic beasts head-on. The physical bodies of demonic beasts are naturally much stronger than those of human cultivators, with a significant difference. Therefore, when Mo Jiao saw that Hua Qiu, a mere cultivator, dared to approach him, he felt that Hua Qiu was courting death. Overestimating yourself. Mo Jiao sneered, flicking his tail towards Hua Qiu. That previous sweep caused heavy casualties among many cultivators. Hua Qiu remained expressionless, calmly watching the dragon's tail sweep towards him. Only when the dragon's tail was almost in front of him did he reach out a hand and grab at the huge dragon's tail. You think you, a mere core formation cultivator, can even catch my dragon tail? Mo Jiao sneered, intending to make a sarcastic remark. But before it could finish speaking, it suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from its tail. The next moment, its body was thrown out of control and violently flung away. On the ground, Ji Yao stared blankly. Hua Qiu's body was as different from Mo Jiao's as an ant was from an elephant. Hua Qiu grabbed the black dragon's tail with just one hand, and with a casual flick, actually sent the massive body flying. This scene looked absolutely stunning. That's a demon king capable of devouring a nascent soul. Ji Yao never doubted Hua Qiu's strength. But his strength lies in his spiritual realm. There are many cultivators who cultivate both physical and spiritual power, but those who excel in both are extremely rare. Hua Qiu's ability to withstand the black dragon's tail swing indicates that his physical strength has reached a very high level. As expected of you, Ji Yao smiled, her little face showing excitement, and she clenched her fists to cheer Hua Qiu on. Boom! The black dragon crashed heavily into the forest, kicking up a high cloud of dust. A moment later, a furious roar came from inside. Enraged, the black dragon swung its long body and flew back into the sky. It was clearly visible that some scales had fallen off its body, and blood was visible on its skin. This gives an idea of just how immense the force of Hua Qiu's swing was. I'm going to devour you alive. The black dragon was furious, as if it were enraged and ashamed, and it opened its blood-red maw and flew towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's face turned cold, and he swung his fist at the attacker. With a punch, the airflow expanded, producing a huge sonic boom. Awoo! The black dragon let out a painful howl, its body tumbling through the air. Several of its sharp teeth were actually shattered by Hua Qiu's punch. The black dragon was both shocked and furious. The dragon clan has two hardest parts on its body. One part is a claw, the other is a tooth. It was actually shattered by a single punch from that human cultivator. Mo Zhao no longer dared to underestimate the human cultivator in front of him. Although the aura emanating from him was still at the core formation stage, his true strength was even more terrifying than that of veteran nascent soul cultivators. I don't believe it. The Black Dragon roared in fury. In a battle of physical strength, the Dragon Clan has never been afraid of anyone. It swayed his body suddenly lunged at Hua Qiu. The Dragon Clan is known for its powerful physical bodies. Boom! Bang bang bang! Every collision is a real physical attack. The physical strength of the Jialong clan ranks among the top in the Xuanzhen realm. In this secret realm, the Ink Dragon has never lost. But today he finally met his match. Large swaths of dragon scales fell from the sky, leaving the Black Dragon's body covered in blood-red stains. In this clash of physical strength, Mo Zhao was no match for Hua Qiu and ended up covered in wounds. This is impossible, who exactly are you? Mo Zhao roared in resentment. It had never seen a human cultivator as outrageous as Hua Qiu in its entire life, whose physical strength far surpassed its own. Actually, I've only made some progress in physical training. It's not my main focus, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. You're talking nonsense. Mo Zhao was so angry that he glared and cursed loudly. In just a few collisions, its dragon-like body couldn't withstand it and was almost torn apart. Now you're telling me you've only made some progress and haven't even majored in it yet? 672, Chapter 672 The Dragon Royal Family. Hua Qiu watched the infernal dragon's rampage with a smile on his face. Does it hurt? He asked with a smile. These words immediately broke Mo Zhao's defenses. Damn human cultivator, don't be so smug. The Black Dragon roared through gritted teeth. Physical strength is not my forte. When I unleash my true divine power, I'll scare you out of your wits. With a roar, the Black Dragon leaped up, creating distance between itself and Hua Qiu, as if about to cast a spell. Hua Qiu shook his head. Looks like it still doesn't hurt enough, he said with amusement, staring at the remaining dragon scales on the Black Dragon's body. This gaze made the Black Dragon bristle. You won't get another scale from me, he said angrily, his whole body shrouded in a dark aura. Sizzle. Black lightning began to crackle around the Mo Zhao's body, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from it. Oh, you know this move too? Hua Qiu showed a hint of surprise. When he was the most powerful immortal emperor, he had even seen a true dragon. He was quite knowledgeable about these demonic beasts that possessed the bloodline of true dragons. There are countless demonic beasts in the world that possess the bloodline of true dragons. They are not few in number. Depending on the concentration of their bloodline, the potential and upper limit of various demonic beasts differ significantly. The dragon lineage is considered a race with a relatively high concentration of bloodline. Even though they are of the same race, they still have differences. A dragon with a stronger bloodline is more likely to awaken its bloodline inheritance and learn some powerful supernatural abilities. The supernatural power that the Black Dragon is about to use is one of the most powerful inherited supernatural powers. The bloodline concentration of this Black Dragon was higher than Hua Qiu had imagined. His gaze was fixed intently on the Black Dragon's body, and the smile on his face looked somewhat eerie. Mo Zhao felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. Die! It roared, unleashing a burst of black lightning that struck Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly serious. The inherited supernatural power of the Ink Dragon can now pose a threat to him. So he took out the cyan sword again, infused it with the spiritual power of creation, and slashed forward with the sword. The sword light and the black lightning collided, but quickly cancelled each other out. What? Upon seeing this, the massive body of the Black Dragon stiffened. This is a divine power that only those with the purest bloodline of the Flood Dragon lineage have the opportunity to learn. Even if they couldn't destroy that human cultivator, they shouldn't have let him offset it in this way. Where does this leave the reputation of the Jialong lineage? In the first level of the Xuanzhen realm, there is no power comparable to Black Lightning. Mo Zhao said, squinting his eyes. I will ask you one more time, who are you, where do you come from? It changed from its previous arrogance and became solemn. The power revealed by Hua Qiu's sword strike changed its mind. You are definitely not a cultivator from the first heaven, you're not even from the second heaven. Hua Qiu smiled slightly but did not answer its question. Submit, or die, he said calmly. What did you say? Mo Zhao asked angrily, his eyes widening. I need a mount, Hua Qiu said softly, choosing you as your luck and blessing. You audacious brat. The black dragon was even more furious than before, its murderous aura surging. Because Hua Qiu has offended its dignity. In the entire Xuanzhen realm, how many people dare to ride a dragon? The Jiaolong lineage is one of the races with the strongest bloodline of true dragons. In that third heaven, there is a ruler of the dragon lineage, whose power overwhelms heaven and earth, and no one in the entire Xuanzhen realm dares to offend him. He once proclaimed to the three heavens that no one was allowed to use a dragon as a mount, and those who disobeyed would suffer the wrath of the supreme ruler. With the supreme ruler residing in the third heaven, no one in the Xuanzhen realm has dared to ride a dragon for thousands of years. It's not just because of the intimidating power of the supreme ruler, but also because the flood dragon lineage is often extremely powerful, and ordinary cultivators simply dare not provoke them. Those who can afford to offend it don't want to provoke that sovereign. Therefore, upon hearing Hua Qiu's words, Mo Zhao couldn't help but curse loudly. It has now escalated to the point of affecting dignity. Who do you think you are? How dare you presume to take me as your mount? You deserve to die. It opened its mouth. A point of light condensed in its throat and gradually enlarged. When Hua Qiu saw the shape of the light spot and the complex runes it displayed, his expression changed again. You serpent are indeed quite extraordinary. He recognized that the ink dragon was using another kind of inherited divine power from its bloodline. This is no ordinary dragon. Even the most powerful dragons cannot awaken this supernatural ability. That is a divine power that only royalty within the dragon lineage can awaken. True dragon breath. Hua Qiu uttered two words as he looked at the black dragon. Upon hearing those two words, Mo Zhao's body trembled slightly. It also seemed surprised by Hua Qiu's understanding. So it became even more anxious, and its dragon breath quickly took shape. Boom! Boom! A burst of fiery red, scorching energy suddenly poured out, like a divine light that pierced through Hua Qiu in the blink of an eye. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, a large vacuum trail appeared in the sky, where everything, visible and invisible, was annihilated. Once a cultivator is struck, their soul and spirit will be annihilated. Even though Hua Qiu's physical body is much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators because of his cultivation of the creation technique, he would not be unharmed if he were to be sprayed with dragon breath. His expression darkened slightly. He drew a circle with one hand, and a black hole appeared in front of him. Before the dragon's breath could be unleashed, the black hole suddenly expanded, absorbing the entire breath. Black holes are so deep that they cannot be detected. Dragon breath poured in continuously, and the black hole accepted all who came. After a while, the dragon breath in the black dragon's mouth was exhausted, leaving only some black smoke. When it saw Hua Qiu, who seemed unharmed, its eyes widened and it almost fainted. This is its last trump card. Even the unique divine power belonging to the dragon royal family couldn't harm that human cultivator. Mo Zhao was on the verge of collapse. Since its birth, it has never seen such an unbelievable person. Clan monks. This is the first level of heaven, the black dragon said in a trembling voice. It shouldn't even exist in the first heaven, so what kind of monster is that person on the other side? The intense sense of defeat left Mo Zhao dejected. Submit, or die. Hua Qiu repeated the same words, but this time they contained a chilling killing intent. Mo Zhao's expression was uncertain, and he suddenly glanced at Ji Yao on the ground. You want me to submit to you, dream on. It roared, then swung its body and swooped down towards Ji Yao on the ground. If I can't hurt you, I'll take your little lover and see how you make me submit. It burst into laughter and was close to Ji Yao in the blink of an eye. Ji Yao was already afraid of this demonic beast that had once swallowed a nascent soul ancestor from 3 sex now. When she suddenly saw it appear in front of her, she was so frightened that she turned pale and stumbled back, falling to the ground. At such close range, it would be unlikely that Hua Qiu could save anyone even if he wanted to. With his goal about to be achieved, the black dragon grinned, revealing its blood-red maw and laughing wildly. Behind them, Hua Qiu's face turned icy cold. 673, Chapter 673 Boundless Springtime. The black dragon tried to use its tail to curl up Ji Yao. It wasn't about killing anyone, but about using Ji Yao as a hostage to blackmail Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was too terrifying, which made him lose the will to fight, leaving him with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Unable to defeat Hua Qiu, Mo Zhao believed that taking down a human female cultivator in the core formation stage would be a piece of cake. But it soon realized it was wrong. When its tail touched Ji Yao, the spiritual energy shield that Hua Qiu had left behind immediately shone brightly. A powerful counterforce struck, instantly sending the black dragon flying. During this brief moment, Hua Qiu landed in front of Ji Yao. "I didn't kill you, I'm giving you a choice," Hua Qiu said coldly, a murderous glint in his eyes. "It seems you've made your choice." Hua Qiu raised the sword in his hand. The sword intent of destruction is released. Buzz. The moment the aura of the destructive sword intent was released, the black dragon was greatly shaken. This kind of sword intent. The dragon clan has extremely keen senses, the mere aura of that sword intent made his soul tremble. This means the ultimate danger, a danger that could cause it to perish. Whoosh! Without a second thought, Mo Zhao stepped forward and fled for his life at the fastest speed he had ever traveled. This time, it was truly frightened and dared not linger for even a moment longer. Trying to leave? Hua Qiu stared at Mo Zhao with a cold face, thrusting his sword forward, and a wisp of sword intent shot out with the sword light. The black dragon is already very fast. But the sword light was even faster. The sword light struck its tail, severing it completely, and a large amount of blood splattered out. Awoo! The black dragon let out a deafening howl of pain. But that's not the worst part. The sword intent carried by the sword light remained on the black dragon's body, gradually eroding its life force. Bang! Suddenly, a green light flashed, and something fell down. The green light exploded, instantly forming thick water vapor that surrounded Hua Qiu and Ji Yao. Hua Qiu frowned as soon as he took a sip. Inhaling the moisture made him feel hot all over, and some parts of his body began to stir. You lewd sack! Hua Qiu's eyes flashed, his face darkening. Dragons are inherently lustful. In order to escape, the black dragon burst open one of its scrotums. This thing is extremely powerful, it can make all living things react. This is a tactic that dragons only use when they are in heat, but the ink dragon used it to escape. Because it knew that none of its attacks could cause any real harm to Hua Qiu. Surprisingly, this thing temporarily hindered Hua Qiu's actions, giving it a chance to escape. Hua Qiu frowned as he circulated the creation technique, and the creation spiritual power quickly cleared away the discomfort in his body. He drew his sword and prepared to give chase. Suddenly, a breath of hot air landed on Hua Qiu's neck. A pair of fair and flawless hands encircled his neck. Oh no! No! Hua Qiu's expression changed. He possesses the power of creation and the spiritual energy of creation, so that thing wouldn't have much effect on him. But Ji Yao was merely a core formation cultivator. Even though her spiritual realm was comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, she was utterly powerless against the black dragon's thing. The black dragon is enormous, and its sac is designed to target creatures of similar size when used on humans. The effects are even more terrifying. Hua Qiu looked at Ji Yao, who was already delirious. Her eyes were as alluring as spring, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. She kept using her soft, delicate body to cling to Hua Qiu's body, trying to get as close as possible. Her actions caused Hua Qiu's blood to rush, and the restlessness he had just suppressed resurfaced. Ji Yao, wake up! Hua Qiu shouted loudly, and with 2 fingers he touched her forehead, sending a wisp of spiritual energy into her, trying to restore some of her consciousness. But Ji Yao is not Hua Qiu. After all, her body has not undergone much transformation, so even if she has a wisp of creative spiritual power, it is difficult to have much effect. Because the Mo Jiao's sac was still functioning, the moisture enveloped the two of them, and it was impossible for it to dissipate in time. Hua Qiu had no choice but to continue channeling more creative spiritual energy. Suddenly, he froze. Ji Yao let out a soft moan, her cheeks flushed, and she stared at Hua Qiu with an irresistible allure. She was already an extremely beautiful woman, and now, few men could resist her. Even someone as composed as Hua Qiu could be overcome with passion. He quickly turned his head away, avoiding looking at Ji Yao. He once again channeled the power of creation to keep himself clear-headed. I finally managed to suppress that restless feeling. Ji Yao clung to Hua Qiu, her clothes falling off and revealing herself completely to him. A blinding white light filled Hua Qiu's vision, causing him to stiffen and turn pale. He had tried his best to restrain himself, but Ji Yao kept pushing his limits, making him extremely uncomfortable. Ji Yao murmured softly, becoming very proactive. Hua Qiu's patience was quickly broken by her initiative. Call. Hua Qiu, panting heavily, suddenly pushed her to the ground. The misty air obscured the figures of the two people in the woods. Only those alluring sounds hinted at the springtime signs emerging from the moisture. After a long while, the steam gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of the two people. Hua Qiu's impulsiveness had subsided, and she had returned to calm. He looked at Ji Yao lying on the ground with a complicated expression and sighed inwardly. He didn't want this to happen. What's done is done, and it can't be pretended never happened. Ji Yao was still in a daze, her eyes unfocused and her breathing slightly labored. Looking at the crimson stain beneath her, Hua Qiu felt a pang of guilt. He waved to help Ji Yao put on her clothes, then sat silently beside her. Hua Qiu gave a wry smile. Ji Yao once asked him to cultivate with her on a spiritual level, but he refused at the time. I never imagined it would turn out like this. Hua Qiu sighed deeply. He didn't know how he should face Ji Yao after she woke up. I don't know when Yu Ziwei will wake up. How should I explain this to her? Hua Qiu sat silently for a while before getting up. Ji Yao's breathing had become very steady, and she had fallen into a deep sleep, though her face was still flushed. Having experienced her first sexual encounter, she became even more charming. Hua Qiu reached out and released a burst of spiritual energy, forming a spiritual energy shield that enveloped Ji Yao, just like before. Even if a stronger demonic beast came, let alone that black dragon, it wouldn't be able to harm Ji Yao inside. After doing this, Hua Qiu leaped into the air. Damn serpent! He muttered through gritted teeth, his face icy cold. That black dragon is the culprit behind this absurd situation. If it weren't for it, Hua Qiu wouldn't have made that mistake. He's determined to settle this score. He unleashed a powerful divine sense, sensing the trajectory of the black dragon's escape. A moment later, Hua Qiu opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. I've found you. 674, Chapter 674 Surrender. The black dragon was corrupted by the sword intent of destruction, and its vitality kept disappearing. Even though Hua Qiu had delayed it for a while, it was still unable to run very far. At this moment, it was hiding in a mountain forest, barely clinging to life, and had deliberately concealed its presence to make it difficult for Hua Qiu to find it. However, what it didn't know was that the destructive sword intent on its body was connected to Hua Qiu, and it would have nowhere to hide as long as Hua Qiu had a single thought. Hua Qiu, with a grim face, flew at top speed toward the forest where the black dragon was located. The distance of tens of miles was traversed in just a few breaths. The mountains and forests ahead were completely silent, as if nothing unusual had happened. Hua Qiu raised the blue sword in his hand and swung it out. Buzz. The sword light was dazzling and covered a very wide area. With a single sword strike, Hua Qiu nearly leveled the mountain forest beneath his feet. The massive form of the black dragon had nowhere to hide and was revealed. Mo Jiao was shocked and looked up at Hua Qiu in the air in terror. The sheer power of the sword that could flatten the mountain forest where it was hiding made it even more terrified. Where in the world is there such a pinnacle of core formation? Even those supreme rulers at this level were far from being this incredible. It couldn't understand, looking at Hua Qiu as if he were a monster. Cough. After uttering only one sentence, the black dragon coughed up a mouthful of blood, which stained the soil beneath it. That sword intent was incredibly terrifying. Just a tiny bit was enough to kill it. After using tactics to hold Hua Qiu back, it fled at all costs. But before they could get very far, they ran out of strength. A wisp of sword intent raged within its body, wantonly destroying its life force. The dragon clan has a very tough life. Even if it suffers a fatal wound from a common monster, it can easily survive. Moreover, the self-healing ability of the Jiaolong clan is among the top in the Xuanjin realm. The Mo Jiao belongs to the royal family among the Jiaolong, and its racial abilities are exceptional. But that terrifying sword intent almost made it despair. No matter how powerful its self-healing and recovery abilities are, its vitality keeps draining away, and in just a short time, it becomes extremely weak, unable even to fly. Moreover, if things continue like this, it won't be long before it dies completely. During the time the black dragon hid in this mountain forest, it tried many methods, but none of them could force out the sword intent within its body. Instead, they agitated it and caused even more damage to its body. At this moment, it had no ability to resist Hua Qiu, and even raising its head was extremely difficult. What kind of monster are you? Even in the memories passed down from the ancestors of the flood dragon lineage, there has never been a human cultivator as extraordinary as you. It said weakly. Even a core formation expert has never used more spiritual power than the core formation stage. Yet it has reduced this once mighty demon king level ferocious beast to such a wretched state. In the outside world, it wouldn't even take a late-stage nascent soul cultivator seriously. How could he have been defeated by a core formation cultivator? Not only does your physical strength surpass that of my dragon royal clan, but your methods are also unprecedented. Just who are you? Tell me, even in death, I want to die knowing why. The black dragon roared. Hua Qiu stood in the air, looking down at it indifferently. He completely ignored the black dragon's shouts and simply raised the sword in his hand with an indifferent expression. Initially, seeing that this dragon had extraordinary bloodline, and considering that it had no help in the Xuanjin realm, it had the idea of taking it as its mount. But this black dragon was unruly and even caused him to lose his composure, doing that kind of thing to Ji Yao. So he gave up the idea of getting a mount. The sword gleamed with a bluish light, exuding a chilling aura. A murderous intent flickered in Hua Qiu's eyes. This sent chills down the spine of the black dragon. It had no doubt that Hua Qiu would actually kill it. I am of royal blood from the Flood Dragon clan. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the supreme ruler of the royal family? And that supreme ruler of the dragon lineage in the third heaven, he won't let you go either. In order to save his life, Mo Jiao had no choice but to threaten Hua Qiu, hoping to make him wary. But Hua Qiu's expression didn't change at all after hearing this. He merely showed a hint of disdain, his killing intent remained undiminished, and power began to emerge from the cyan sword. The black dragon's pupils shrank suddenly, and its body trembled. It could see that the cyan sword was filled with that terrifying sword intent. Just a single strand, and it's been tortured into this state. And now, the intensity of that sword is 100 times greater. How is this possible? Mo Jiao's eyes widened, and his breath caught in his throat. That terrifying sword intent, even a wisp of it is terrifying enough. This person has actually cultivated so much. If it were really chopped down, it would probably be completely destroyed, leaving not even ashes. Mo Jiao couldn't help but tremble with fear. No matter how proud or extraordinary a race may be, it is equal in the face of life and death, and equally afraid of dying. Mo Jiao didn't want to die. Its expression showed signs of struggle, and its emotions were extremely complex. Just as Hua Qiu was about to strike it with his sword, it finally lowered its stance. Wait a minute. It shouted. I don't have time to listen to your last words, Hua Qiu said calmly. Not his king. I am willing to submit. I will be your mount. It cried out in utter humiliation. Hua Qiu then stopped moving. He stared at Mo Jiao expressionlessly, seemingly weighing his options. Since the deed has already been done, killing the dragon now would only serve to vent anger and wouldn't seem to have much effect. Seeing Hua Qiu hesitate, Mo Jiao felt even more frustrated. Its royal bloodline, descended from the mighty dragon, has never been so humble. Perhaps it is the first dragon in thousands of years to submit to human cultivators. But it had no choice but to do so in order to save its life. I am a member of the dragon royal family, and one of the highest-ranking members. The black dragon shouted. Don't underestimate me just because I'm only at the demon king level. If it weren't for certain reasons, I wouldn't even be a nascent soul cultivator. Take it to heart. Take me as your mount, and you'll definitely not lose out. Hua Qiu frowned and stared at it without saying a word. Mo Jiao was getting a little anxious. The sword intent within his body continued to rage relentlessly, and even if Hua Qiu didn't make a move, it wouldn't last long. I can release my demon core and leave a mark on you. It shouted, opening its mouth to spit out a dark-colored inner core. This is the condensed dragon core within its body, which is extremely important. Hua Qiu's eyes lit up when he saw the black dragon release its demon core. This thing is a good one. It can be used to refine highly effective elixirs. His gaze lingered between the black dragon and its demon core, weighing the pros and cons. It seems that killing the dragon and obtaining its core is also a good option. 675, Chapter 675 Master. Hua Qiu's intense gaze made Mo Jiao feel uneasy. It immediately understood Hua Qiu's idea. After all, the inner core of a dragon is the most valuable thing in the dragon lineage, and it is extremely precious. The black dragon was so frightened that it quickly tried to absorb its inner core back. Seeing this, Hua Qiu reached out and grabbed the inner core of the black dragon from a distance, and pulled it back directly. Mo Jiao was shocked and furious, wanting to curse, but dared not utter a word. I am willing to submit. I guarantee that my value will definitely exceed that inner core. It cried out hastily. Throughout the entire Xuanzhen realm, no one dares to ride a dragon. If you take me in, riding one will be such a cool thing to do. Moreover, I am still in my infancy and growth stage, and I am of noble royal blood. When I grow up, my combat power will be extremely strong, and I will definitely be a great help to you. Mo Jiao felt extremely distressed. The noble and proud creature had never been so humble before, actually begging a human cultivator to take it as a mount. But it really doesn't want to die. Hua Qiu held the ink dragon's inner core in front of him and examined it. A moment later, he activated his divine sense and inscribed complex runes on his inner core. This can be considered a spiritual imprint. With this mark, as long as the inner core remains within the Mo Jiao's body, he can control the Mo Jiao's life and death. With a single thought, one can cause their inner core to shatter, leaving them at the mercy of others. As Mo Jiao said, an obedient Mo Jiao mount is far more valuable than an inner core. He decided to spare the life of the black dragon. After imprinting the mark, Hua Qiu waved his hand and threw down the inner core of the black dragon. The black dragon quickly opened its mouth and swallowed it. The moment the inner core was swallowed, it trembled violently. The fluctuations emanating from its inner core made it realize that Hua Qiu could now control its life and death at will. The black dragon was stunned. Human cultivators typically subdue demonic beasts using special techniques and magical artifacts. Leaving a mark on the inner core of a demon beast is an extremely high-level technique that only powerful individuals can use, and it requires the cooperation of the demon beast. That's a method similar to mind control. This method is risky if the demon beast's cultivation level is much higher than its master's. The mark can be forcibly removed, and the demon beast will no longer be restrained. Mo Jiao originally intended to submit temporarily to save his life, and then retaliate when he grew stronger. But unexpectedly, the mark Hua Qiu left behind was one he had never seen before. This is the highest level of soul imprint. Mo Jiao quickly obtained the answer from the inherited ancestral memories and was extremely shocked. Because that method was lost in ancient times. Who exactly is he? Mo Jiao felt that this human cultivator was even more mysterious and unfathomable. There was nothing it could do, even if it was unwilling, it could only accept its fate. Master, could you please take back the power within me? I can't hold on much longer, the black dragon said stiffly. Hua Qiu glanced at it and waved his hand. In an instant, the destructive sword intent within the black dragon vanished, and it was finally able to relax. Feeling the unbearable state within his body, Mo Jiao felt heavy-hearted. This appearance suggests that he has suffered an unspeakable and devastating blow. Even though the dragon race has outstanding self-healing abilities, it would probably take hundreds of years for it to return to its previous state. In my current state, I'm afraid I can't be of much help to my master. Please allow me to recuperate in this secret realm after 100 years. When I've recovered 30% of my strength, I can go out and serve my master. The black dragon pleaded. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and waved to him again. The pure spiritual energy of creation surged forth and poured into the massive body of the black dragon from a distance. In an instant, the black dragon froze. In contrast to that terrifying sword intent, it now possesses an incredibly powerful life force, rapidly repairing its damaged body with a revitalizing energy that rivals the destructive power of that sword intent. Such power exists in the world. Mo Jiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's important to understand that the difficulty of regeneration is on a completely different level from that of destruction. This is truly turning something rotten into something magical. The injury, which would normally take hundreds of years to heal, was fully recovered in a short time. Even the severed tail that Hua Qiu had cut off visibly grew a new tail. Mo Jiao was filled with shock. An existence that possesses both the power of destruction and creation, it murmured, unsure how to describe it. None of the ancestors of the Jiaolong lineage possessed this magical power. Perhaps, the supreme ruler of the dragon lineage in the third heaven might. Could this person before me be comparable to an unparalleled ruler? A crazy thought popped into Mo Jiao's head. Impossible, the supreme ruler is a god who reigns above all living beings in this world. How could he possibly be comparable to him? Mo Jiao shook his head, discarding what he considered a ridiculous idea. Master's divine might is truly awe-inspiring, there is probably no one in this world who can compare to you. Mo Jiao feigned admiration and flattered Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu smiled faintly, how could he not see through its thoughts? What's your name? He asked casually. My name is Long Zhe, Mo Jiao replied. Hua Qiu's expression changed slightly. I didn't realize you were a direct descendant of the dragon bloodline. The dragon lineage also includes many different species. A few races, due to their higher bloodline concentration than other races, are known as royalty. There are also hierarchical systems within the royal family. The direct line of blood, a royal family whose bloodline is said to be closest to that of a true dragon. Only this royal family dared to use dragon as their surname. There are also human cultivators with the surname Long, but it is not the same as the Long surname and direct bloodline. I am indeed a direct descendant of the vampire clan. Mo Jiao's tone weakened slightly. It lacks confidence. Because among the direct descendants of the dragon blood clan, there is none as weak as it. A direct descendant of vampires, born with the potential to be a nascent soul cultivator. Although it is still in its infancy, it can only reign supreme at the nascent soul stage, and is far inferior to a deity transformation cultivator. This is also the main reason why it lives in a secret realm within the first heaven. There are some reasons that are difficult to talk about, and it cannot be explained in detail. Hua Qiu frowned, and his immortal emperor divine sense extended out to check on the condition of the black dragon. I see. A moment later, Hua Qiu revealed a look of understanding. Your bloodline has been tampered with, and 88 seals have been placed inside your body to suppress the power of your bloodline. No wonder you are so weak as a direct descendant of a vampire, he said calmly. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiao's body stiffened. It displayed an incredible reaction. That's a secret it doesn't want anyone to know. Throughout the entire Xuanzhen realm, below the third heaven, no one could discover it. However, within this first level of heaven, Hua Qiu immediately discerned the problem within its body and accurately stated. That's the work of someone of that caliber. Mo Jiao was extremely shocked. It quickly bowed its head to Hua Qiu. Owner. That cry of master came from the bottom of its heart. 676, Chapter 676. Ji Yao wakes up. Master, you can see all this, so isn't there a solution? Mo Jiao asked, his breathing rapid and his voice filled with excitement. This is why it would rather submit than live a life of ignominy. It also has a deep-seated obsession and things it is willing to do at any cost. It is not that it is truly afraid of death. Hua Qiu's seemingly casual remark instantly ignited a strong sense of hope within it. It stared intently at Hua Qiu, holding its breath and waiting for the answer he would give. Of course, Hua Qiu said calmly. Instantly, Mo Jiao's blood surged. Please, master, help me. It cried out, bowing its enormous head to the ground. If Hua Qiu can really help it solve those problems, then it will be willing to serve as Hua Qiu's mount. Help you? Hua Qiu smiled noncommittally. That depends on your performance. He realized that the 88 seals within the Mo Jiao's body were set up by a top-tier being from the Xuanjin realm. With his current strength, breaking those seals would be extremely taxing on him, so he wouldn't do something so foolish as to lose more than he gains. I, Long Zhe, swear to serve my master to the death. I will give my life for him. Mo Jiao said heavily, lying on the ground. I only ask that one day, my master will feel my loyalty and relieve me of the pain in my body. Let me feel it first before we talk about it, Hua Qiu said calmly. Mo Jiao could only suppress his urgent feelings. It has endured for many years, so what's a little longer? Let me ask you, why did you attack the cultivators of the three sects? Hua Qiu asked with a serious expression. That's because someone stole my treasure. Mo Jiao said angrily. Those were treasures I painstakingly collected over hundreds of years. A few despicable human cultivators sneaked into my lair while I was asleep and stole my treasures. Of course I couldn't let them go after waking up. I chased after them and followed their aura all the way to the outer edge of the secret realm. I didn't expect that once we got here, the auras of those cultivators suddenly disappeared. I saw many human cultivators here and figured they were all in cahoots, so I planned to kill them all. Hua Qiu frowned as he listened. He understood. It seems that someone deliberately lured the black dragon here, causing it to vent its anger on the cultivators of the three sects and unleash a massacre. Who stole your treasure? Hua Qiu pressed, then flicked his finger, using his spiritual power to draw 3 marks on the ground. These are the respective logos of the 3. Do those cultivators have these markings on their bodies? Mo Jiao tilted his head and looked at it, then shook his head. No, they have no markings on them. There are core formation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators. The strongest one is probably close to the great perfection of nascent soul. Strange, nascent soul cultivators are suppressed when they enter the secret realm. Ever since I swallowed a nascent soul during my first exploration, no nascent soul cultivator has entered. Why do they dare to come again this time? Hua Qiu's face darkened. Could it be that a cultivator from outside the three sects has entered? There must be a conspiracy brewing behind this trip to the secret realm. Hua Qiu thought about it for a moment and then stopped paying attention. Within this secret realm, he was fearless and confident in dealing with any conspiracy or trickery. Suddenly, Hua Qiu had a thought. In the distance, the spiritual energy he left behind rippled. Ji Yao woke up. You can act on your own for now. We'll call you if anything comes up, Hua Qiu said calmly. Once this matter is settled, follow me out of the secret realm. Long Zhe obeys. Mo Jiao sighed and reluctantly agreed. Hua Qiu turned around and flew back. He could sense that Ji Yao was relatively calm inside the spiritual energy shield and did not exhibit any extreme behavior. He was conflicted, struggling with how to face Ji Yao. Escaping is not his style. After a while, Hua Qiu flew back to the forest. He glanced down and saw that Ji Yao was hugging her knees with both hands, burying her head in her legs, and making no sound. It seemed as if she was sobbing silently. Hua Qiu sighed and slowly landed in front of her. Ji Yao. He called out softly. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao's delicate body trembled, and she slowly raised her head. Her eyes were red, blurry with tears, and misty. This shows that she remembers everything that happened before. Ji Yao, I'm sorry for what happened before, Huaqiu said, expressing his apology to her. Ji Yao didn't speak, she just looked at Huaqiu with red eyes. Her gaze puzzled Huaqiu, as she couldn't discern her emotions. If you hate me, that's perfectly understandable, Huaqiu added. I don't blame you, Ji Yao said softly, her voice very low. I know, it wasn't your fault. If I hadn't insisted on staying, this wouldn't have happened. I blame myself. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Female cultivators in the cultivation world are not as open as those in the modern world. They value chastity very highly. Don't say that. Huaqiu looked at her pitiful appearance and felt a little sorry for her. Will you take responsibility? Ji Yao asked in a low voice, burying her head. Huaqiu was speechless. I already have a wife, he said helplessly. Ji Yao's body trembled slightly. I understand. Her voice became even softer. After a while, she wiped away her tears with her hand and looked up at Huaqiu. I will not force you to take responsibility, nor will I use this matter to blackmail you into spiritual union with me. You can rest assured. Let's just let this matter rest. I hope you won't mention it to anyone else, okay? Huaqiu opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. But in the end, he didn't say anything and could only nod silently. From now on we'll still be friends. Ji Yao gave a forced smile, slowly stood up, and patted the dust off her clothes. I'm going to find Jin Guangzong's people, you should go take care of your business too, she said with a smile. After saying that, he turned around and randomly chose a direction to go walk. Seeing her frail and trembling appearance, Huaqiu couldn't feel at ease at all. He quickly followed, fearing she might be born. You don't need to follow me, don't worry, I'm fine, Ji Yao said, turning around with a serious expression. Alright, Huaqiu nodded, then flew into the sky and left. Watching his disappearing figure, Ji Yao's expression darkened, her eyes filled with disappointment. Once Huaqiu had completely disappeared, she withdrew her gaze, rallied her spirits, and continued walking forward with somewhat unsteady steps. Huaqiu did not actually leave. He was just putting on an act, making Ji Yao mistakenly believe that he had left. He had barely disappeared when he quietly flew back, following Ji Yao in stealth. He couldn't help but worry about Ji Yao's condition. I should make it up to her, Huaqiu muttered to herself. 677, Chapter 677. You deserve to die. Ji Yao looked lost and walked aimlessly forward. She didn't seem to feel tired at all. During that process, a small portion of Huaqiu's creative spiritual energy was transferred to Ji Yao, and it is slowly influencing Ji Yao's body. Her physical condition will improve, and her aptitude will also change. It did not employ the method of dual cultivation, but it surpassed dual cultivation. Ji Yao was in a depressed state and was completely unaware of the changes happening inside her body. She also didn't realize that although she was walking on the ground, her speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, she had covered a considerable distance, which was no less than that of a nascent soul cultivator using movement techniques. She walked quietly ahead, and Huaqiu followed silently in the shadows. Half an hour later, she had moved far away from the previous area and was closer to the depths of the secret realm. In Huaqiu's divine sense, cultivators from 3 sects appeared ahead. He extended his divine sense over there, his expression slightly cold. He once again discovered that there were cultivators confronting each other ahead, and there were quite a few of them. Most of the cultivators from the Golden Light sect were among them. They fled from the place where the Ink Dragon killed people, and now they have gathered here again. Unlike before, this time there were quite a few cultivators from the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect leading the way. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense, and a major battle was imminent. Soon, Ji Yao entered the arena where the cultivators from the 3 sects were facing off. Elder Jin Guangzong shouted loudly. Many people were delighted and relieved to see her appear. Ji Yao is a candidate goddess of the divine sect, holding a high position. If she dies in this secret realm, they will have a hard time explaining themselves. It took several shouts from the Jing Guanzong people to wake Ji Yao. Her expression changed when she saw the three groups facing off. Elder Ji, come over here quickly. The people from the Golden Light sect called out. Ji Yao leaped into the air and landed in the Golden Light sect's ranks. Elder Ji, how did you escape? What happened afterward? What about Elder Ling of the Seven Leaves sect? An elder asked. Ji Yao looked very uncomfortable, her face tense. Elder Ji, what's wrong? No, Ji Yao shook her head frantically. Elder Ling and I both escaped, she said softly. That's good. The cultivators from the Golden Light sect and the Seven Leaves sect were very pleased to hear this. Hua Qiu's selflessness in covering everyone's escape earned him everyone's deep respect. Moreover, both sects are now on the same worship, and Ji Yao and Hua Qiu are both powerful fighters. It would be a pleasant surprise if they could escape. What is going on now? Ji Yao asked, calming herself down. Jialingzong has turned his back on us. Someone said angrily. They actually attacked in the secret realm, slaughtering cultivators from both of our sects. They've gone mad. In the past, even though the Jialing sect was very domineering, there were many frictions between the three sects, but it has never escalated to such a bad situation. They killed many disciples of our Golden Light sect and Seven Leaf sect, and several core formation elders also perished now. Our two sects are joining forces to demand an explanation from the Jialing sect. Haha, what explanation do you want? In the air, the cultivator from Jialing sect laughed mockingly. Don't you understand? This time, my Jialing sect will annihilate all the Golden Light sect and Seven Leaf sect cultivators who enter the secret realm. One sentence was enough to make the cultivators from both sects change color. Why would Jialing sect do this? The cultivators from both sects were indignant. Our three sects are all affiliated with the Divine sect. Why would the Jialing sect do such a thing? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the Divine sect? Someone asked angrily. However, the Jialing sect cultivators in the air merely sneered. What a load of bull! An elder of the Jialing sect coldly shouted. Do you really think that the Divine sect can control everything and remain their overlord forever? I'm not afraid to tell you, in the second heaven, the Divine sect is already on the verge of collapse, unable to even take care of itself, and is suffering repeated defeats under the fierce offensive of the rival, the powerful Spirit sect. How laughable are you people, thinking the Divine sect is so great, hoping the Divine sect will come to your rescue. The words of the elder of Jialing sect caused the expressions of everyone in both sects to change again. Emperor Shinzong was the heaven above them. For so many years, I have been affiliated with and believed in the Shinzong sect. I never imagined that the Shinzong sect would be in danger one day. So, you Jialing sect betrayed the Divine sect and sided with the Spirit sect, is that right? Someone asked angrily. What do you mean by betrayal? The cultivators of Jialing sect all sneered. The dominant sect behind my Jialing sect is actually an inside agent planted by the Ling sect. What? The cultivators from both sects looked extremely grim. Everything makes sense now. No wonder the Jialing sect has been ruthless and relentless in suppressing the other two sects for so many years. It turns out they were undercover agents all along. Today, you will all die here. The Jialing sect cultivator shouted. The commander waved his hand down. Instantly, shouts of battle shook the heavens as the cultivators of the Jialing sect launched a massive attack. High in the sky, the Taoist of Jialing sect appeared, his expression indifferent. Daozi, the cultivators of Jialing sect bowed to him. Jialingzong Daozi's gaze fell on Ji Yao, who was lying on the ground looking dejected. Ji Yao, the candidate for goddess of the Divine sect, is someone the Spirit sect specifically requested, he said calmly. You can hurt her, but I want her brought to me alive. Yes, we understand. The elders of Jialing sect replied respectfully. Subsequently, 4 elders of the Jialing sect simultaneously flew down towards Ji Yao. By this time, the battle between the two sides had already begun, and the situation was not optimistic for both the Golden Light sect and the Seven Leaves sect. The two groups suffered heavy losses from the surprise attack by the Jialing sect, and the Jialing sect was much stronger than the two groups to begin with. As soon as the fighting started, they were already at a disadvantage. When the 4 elders of the Jialing sect attacked Ji Yao, none of them were able to break free. Protect Elder Ji. Although someone shouted, the battle was too intense for them to spare any time they went to provide support. The 4 elders of the Jialing sect quickly flew to Ji Yao's side and made a fierce attack. Ji Yao was unsettled and no match for the 4 of them working together. Her pretty face turned pale, and she could only retreat in a panic. The 4 pressed forward relentlessly, launching a combined attack that sent a thick beam of spiritual light hurtling towards them. Ji Yao looked anxious, like a weak and helpless girl. Just when she thought she would be seriously injured, if not killed. Boom! Suddenly, a stunning sword light burst forth, striking the spiritual light unleashed by the 4 of them together. As expected, the inspiration vanished in the blink of an eye. A figure appeared in front of Ji Yao, holding a sword in one hand and facing the 4 people alone. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Ji Yao's delicate body trembled. It's him. At that moment, her heart was pounding, and an indescribable feeling filled her heart. It's you! Upon seeing Hua Qiu appear, the 4 elders of Jialing sect turned grim. You deserve to die. He pointed his sword at the 4 men. Boom! A terrifying killing intent erupted from Hua Qiu. 678, Chapter 678, Merely Daozi. When Hua Qiu unleashed his killing intent, it was as intense as a raging storm. The 4 elders of Jialing sect were immediately shocked. They had never felt such intense and terrifying killing intent in their lives. Anyone who dares to touch her dies. Hua Qiu shouted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of sword light appeared. The cyan sword light, like a thunderous rainbow, rapidly magnified in the pupils of the 4 elders of the Jialing sect. By the time they realized what was happening, the sword light had already struck them. Boom! A burst of sword light swept across the land, tearing the 4 elders to shreds on the spot, leaving no trace of their bodies. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned, not daring to breathe. The entire battleground fell silent for a moment. Every cultivator from the Jialing sect who witnessed this scene was utterly shocked. In the sky, the pupils of the Taoist master of the Jialing sect contracted slightly. Before this, even though Hua Qiu had demonstrated the strength of an unparalleled genius and reached the peak of the core formation realm, he still didn't take it seriously. Because he is an exceptional genius and has gained the favor of powerful figures in the spirit sect, his future is limitless. Even within that second heaven, his achievements in that realm would rank among the top. Therefore, he didn't particularly like the 7 Leaves sect elder, who was also a genius. But now that he has seen Hua Qiu kill 4 elders with a single sword strike, his attitude has finally changed. Those who can follow the Taoist master of Jialing sect are all elders with the strongest abilities in Jialing sect. The lowest level is the peak of the mid-stage core formation, and there are 2 others at the late-stage core formation. He was utterly killed, completely powerless to fight back, and had no chance of escape. What a huge difference in strength that must be. Elder Ling, he's too strong. Elder Ling, invincible. Hua Qiu's actions greatly boosted the morale of the 7 Leaves sect cultivators. Even the people of the Golden Light sect joined in the shouting. Their voices grew louder and louder, making the faces of the Jialing sect cultivators increasingly grim. I knew it, I knew Elder Ling was no ordinary person. Elder Lu of the 7 Leaves sect shouted with wild joy. Back then, he defeated me in a single move, that's some incredible strength. Elder Lu exclaimed, his face beaming. This event now seemed to have become his glory. Peak core formation, our 7 Leaves sect has produced an unparalleled genius. The 7 Leaves sect elders cheered and shouted. A peerless genius at the peak of core formation, the 7 Leaves sect is truly lucky. The elders of the Golden Light sect were filled with envy. Ji Yao stared intently at the figure standing in front of her. He was a towering figure, powerful and domineering, and he fought for her sake. This was the first man in her life. But it doesn't belong to her. Ji Yao's expression was extremely complicated. In the sky, the Taoist of Jialing sect waved his hand, signaling the cultivators of Jialing's sect to make way. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Hua Qiu from the sky. After a moment, he chuckled and took out a sword from his storage ring. Daozi is finally going to make a move. The cultivators of Jialing's sect showed expectant expressions. So what if the Seven Leaves sect produces a core formation realm expert? They began to scoff. Our Jialing sect's Dao child has long since reached that level, and is even more advanced. How could a mere seven-leaf sect genius compare to him? Daozi possesses a divine weapon bestowed by a powerful figure from the spirit sect, and he himself is virtually invincible below the nascent soul stage. The genius from the Seven Leaves sect is doomed. Upon hearing the words of the cultivators from the Jialing sect, the expressions of the cultivators from both sects became somewhat tense. The Daozi of the Jialing sect was already widely known. That was a peerless genius known for possessing supreme talent. Although both are at the core formation stage, there are still levels and differences within that realm. They worried that Hua Qiu was no match for Jialing's own Daozi. After all, the Taoist disciple of Jialing's sect has been famous for a long time and is ahead of the curve. Moreover, he has been bestowed with many high-level magical artifacts by the great masters of the Ling sect. In the air, the Taoist of Jialing's sect pointed the tip of his sword at Hua Qiu. I acknowledge your strength, he said indifferently. You are qualified to fight me. To die by my sword is not a disgrace to you. On the ground, Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly serious. Then, he let out a soft chuckle. It's just a core formation stage cultivator. He shook his head. He found Jialing's Daozi's arrogance and condescension laughable. Elder Ling, don't fight him. Elder Lu of the Seven Leaves sect shouted solemnly. He winked at the other elders of the Seven Leaves sect. Everyone understood what he meant. The Seven Leaves sect has finally produced a peerless genius. We absolutely cannot let him die here. They should be preserved and nurtured with all our might. Don't even think about interfering. The Jialing sect cultivators noticed the group's actions and immediately stopped them. The elders of the Seven Leaves sect were extremely anxious and could only shout and persuade Hua Qiu to leave immediately. Hua Qiu completely ignored it. One step forward, and only a phantom remains. Where did he go? The cultivators were astonished and searched everywhere for Hua Qiu's figure. He's there! Someone shouted, pointing into the air. In the blink of an eye, Hua Qiu appeared in the air, standing opposite the Taoist of Jialing's sect. Jialing's own Daozi raised an eyebrow. Your movement technique is not bad, he commented casually. He seemed unable to take this seriously. Hua Qiu didn't speak, but swung his sword. This sword strike was devoid of any frills or dazzling flashes. It was just a light, effortless sword strike, not even spiritual power was used. Jialing's Daozi frowned slightly. He showed displeasure because he could not see anything extraordinary about it. Is this a slight against Ben Michiko? His expression turned cold. Oh. He chuckled coldly, raising his sword to meet Hua Qiu's swung blade. Similarly, he did not use spiritual power, but instead used the same method to counterattack and demonstrate his strength. He has strong self-confidence and can crush his opponent on any level. Because he believed himself to be invincible below the nascent soul stage. In the blink of an eye, the two swords clashed together. A sword rang out, and the blade snapped. The Taoist of Jialing's sect narrowed his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. His sword was severed in an instant. Seeing Hua Qiu's sword still slashing down with undiminished force, his pupils widened in shock. Buzz. A solid spiritual energy shield condensed, and the Taoist of Jialing's sect was about to block Hua Qiu's sword. Hua Qiu remained expressionless and continued her actions. The sword slashed through without any resistance. Clang! Hua Qiu returned the sword to its sheath without even looking at it, turned around and left, returning to Ji Yao's side in the blink of an eye. The cultivators were completely bewildered. They were all staring at the Taoist master of the Jialing sect in the sky. The fact that the Taoist master of the Jialing sect stood motionless in the sky was also puzzling. What exactly happened with that sword strike? Was he beheaded, or not? Was it successfully prevented, or not? All the cultivators saw Hua Qiu complete his sword-wielding motion. And the spiritual energy shield of the Taoist disciple of Jialing sect still exists. There was complete silence all around, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Sizzle. Suddenly, a soft sound. The spiritual energy shield surrounding the Taoist of Jialing sect split in two. In an instant, all the cultivators were greatly shaken. 679, Chapter 679 The Arrival of the Spirit Sect Cultivator. How is Daozi? The cultivators of Jialing sect were all on tenterhooks when they saw the spiritual energy shield separate. Now is not the time to be shocked that the Seven Leaves sect's heavenly talent could break through the Dao Child's protective barrier. What they are worried about is the safety of the Jialing sect's Dao Child. Daozi, are you alright? Elder Jialingzong, who was nearby, shouted anxiously. But there was no response. Jialingzong Daozi's expression was stiff, and his pupils had shrunk to the point where they could not shrink any further. Daozi, are you alright? Elder Jialingzong panicked and quickly flew forward, patting his shoulder. This shot. Suddenly, the head on Jialingzong Daozi's shoulder rolled off. Boom! The scene instantly erupted in chaos. Unbelievable, utterly shocking, I can't believe it, I can't accept it. Numerous expressions appeared on the cultivators' faces, instantly igniting the atmosphere. One sword. Break through the shield and decapitate. So decisive and efficient, so unreasonable. With just one sword stroke, he severed the head of the Taoist master of Jialing sect. Everyone from the three major sects was shocked. What kind of unparalleled genius was Jialingzong Daozi? He is said to possess supreme qualities. Before the battle, even the people from the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect thought that Hua Qiu had little chance of winning, but he shattered everyone's expectations with a single sword strike. How so? The cultivators of Jialing sect were on the verge of collapse, unable to accept this fact. In their eyes, the Taoist master of Jialing sect is invincible. Invincible below the true nascent soul stage. How could someone kill him with a single sword strike, without even a chance to react? This is too unbelievable, too incredible. He didn't even use his spiritual power, the elder of Jialing sect exclaimed, his body trembling. He didn't even use a trace of spiritual power, so how could he have killed the Dao Child? When has such an outrageous core formation realm ever appeared in the Xuanjin realm? Even the supreme ruler of the third heaven at the core formation stage is probably no more than this. Elder Lu of the Seven Leaves sect said, word by word. Our Seven Leaves sect has given birth to a prodigy, a talent unseen throughout the ages. After the initial shock came immense ecstasy. The disciples of both sects cheered loudly, their voices nearly hoarse. It's not just high morale. The strongest fighter of Jialing sect was no match for Hua Qiu and was killed instantly, so they had nothing left to worry about. The situation has completely reversed. Guan Hua Qiu alone could slaughter all the Jialing sect cultivators in this area. The cultivators from both sects were filled with excitement, pointing at Hua Qiu and leading them to slaughter all the cultivators from the Jialing sect. At this moment, Hua Qiu, however, remained silent and stood quietly in front of Ji Yao, appearing to be protecting her. Ji Yao stared at him blankly, hesitant to speak. How can you be so strong, she said quietly. She was just as shocked as anyone else. Initially, it was because she was amazed by Hua Qiu's powerful spiritual strength that she became involved with him. During her battle with the Ink Dragon, she witnessed the power of Hua Qiu's physical body, which was able to steadily suppress the dragon lineage. Now, Hua Qiu has once again demonstrated terrifying strength and potential. At the same level, he actually crushed the Taoist disciple of Jialing sect, who had the potential to become a supreme being, and beheaded him with a single sword strike. Ji Yao found it unbelievable. How could there be such a perfect and powerful cultivator in the world? It seems that in every field, he has reached a level that is unimaginable to ordinary people. A disciple of the Jialing sect, for example, is considered to have the potential to become a supreme being. Then how should he be defined? Ji Yao's gaze was unfocused. The makings of a ruler? Even those supreme rulers, when they were in Hua Qiu's situation, probably didn't act as irrationally as he did. Linging, what kind of person are you? Ji Yao stared at Hua Qiu, filled with surprise and doubt. The thought of losing her virginity to such a man made her smile bitterly. With someone like that, I don't think I've really lost outright. Is this very strong? Hua Qiu looked directly into Ji Yao's eyes and said calmly. Isn't that powerful? Ji Yao retorted. What kind of world do you come from to say such frightening things? Hua Qiu was speechless. He naturally couldn't tell Ji Yao that his true identity was the supreme immortal emperor. Although the Xuanzhen realm is a higher plane, there are many other cultivation planes like this in the vast world. Moreover, there's the immortal realm above this plane. That Taoist of Jialing sect is hailed as a peerless genius here, but in Hua Qiu's eyes, he's just that. Who exactly are you, can you tell me? Ji Yao stared at Hua Qiu and asked the question that came from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to know more about this mysterious man. Hua Qiu remained silent. Seeing this, Ji Yao revealed a hint of sorrow. You're not willing to tell me even a tiny bit? She shook her head and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, I was presumptuous. After saying that, she turned around and walked to the side. Hua Qiu could only watch, she couldn't call out to her. He has too many secrets to share with anyone. Even his closest relatives are unaware of his past. With a sigh, Hua Qiu prepared to wrap things up here. Buzz. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound came from the sky, and the space in this area shook. A fierce and powerful aura suddenly descended, causing the sky to change drastically. What's this? The cultivators from the three sects were terrified. Hua Qiu frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. Nascent soul, this is the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. A core formation cultivator suddenly shouted. What? All the cultivators paled. What's going on? Aren't nascent soul cultivators supposed to be forbidden from appearing in secret realms? Many people panicked. The sudden arrival of the nascent soul aura threw everyone into a panic. As is well known, once a nascent soul cultivator steps into the secret realm, he will be restricted by the laws of the secret realm, and his cultivation and abilities will be greatly suppressed. No nascent soul cultivator within the three sects was willing to take such a risk, given the numerous dangers within the secret realm. But now, the descending nascent soul aura seems to be completely unrestrained, so powerful that it makes all the cultivators panic. Boom! The wind swirled and the clouds surged in the sky, finally revealing a figure. It was an old man in a black robe, standing in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone with an indifferent expression. His aura not only didn't decrease but increased, enveloping all the cultivators present. From the very beginning, there was indiscriminate suppression and oppression. This immediately made the cultivators from the three sects look grim, and they struggled to bear the immense pressure. May I ask who are you, sir? The elder with the highest remaining cultivation level of the Jialing sect bowed to the old man and asked through gritted teeth. The old man in the sky glanced at him indifferently. I am head of the Pill Peak of the Second Heaven Spirit sect. His voice resounded everywhere, making sure everyone heard it. What, it's actually from the Spirit sect. In an instant, the cultivators from the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect turned ashen-faced, their hearts sinking to the bottom. The Spirit sect, a great cultivator from the Spirit sect has descended. On the contrary, the cultivators of the Jialing sect were overjoyed, and some of them almost cried. With the arrival of a Grand Master of the Spirit sect, we can turn the tide and win. He can definitely destroy the genius from the Seven Leaves sect, he absolutely must. 680, Chapter 680 A Mere Nascent Soul. The situation changed again. A nascent soul cultivator from the Spirit sect descended into the secret realm, his powerful aura intimidating the cultivators from the three sects. The cultivators of Jialing sect were overjoyed, while the cultivators of Jinguang sect and Chiye sect were filled with worry. The strongest cultivators from the two sects within this secret realm are only at the core formation stage, making it impossible for them to contend with nascent soul cultivators. Although Huaqiu was strong and could easily kill the Taoist son of Jialing sect, he was still only at the core formation stage. Huaqiu frowned slightly as he stared at the nascent soul of the spirit sect in the air. The rules of heaven and earth within this secret realm exert a strong suppression on cultivators above the core formation stage, with the suppression becoming more severe the higher the cultivation level. Even someone like Huaqiu cannot remain completely unaffected. His understanding and application of the laws of heaven and earth surpasses that of anyone in the Xuanzhen realm, and the laws of the secret realm have little effect on him. However, he was too lazy to trigger the laws of the secret realm and fight against them, so he has not used any spiritual power beyond the core formation stage until now. Even so, within the core formation realm, he was absolutely invincible, and could easily kill peerless geniuses like the Taoist master of Jialing sect. But this suddenly appearing nascent soul cultivator from the spirit sect. He released his nascent soul aura so recklessly, seemingly unaffected by the laws of the secret realm. There is no way a nascent soul cultivator could have such abilities and methods. He must have something on him that counteracted the suppression of the secret realm's laws, Huaqiu concluded. He immediately extended his divine sense upwards to investigate the condition of the nascent soul cultivator. Soon, he sensed the situation of the spirit sect's nascent soul, but the other party was completely unaware. I see. Huaqiu smiled slightly. He has already received the answer. Senior, we are all cultivators from the Jialing sect. In the air, the Jialing sect cultivators respectfully bowed to the nascent soul cultivator of the Ling sect, revealing their identities. Lingzong's nascent soul glanced at them indifferently, and after seeing the insignia on their clothes, nodded slightly. Didn't you order Jialing sect to exterminate the cultivators of Jingguang sect and Xie sect? Why are so many of them still alive? Lingzong's nascent soul cultivator asked unhappily. Senior, we could have wiped them out. A Jialing sect elder responded with grief and indignation. Unexpectedly, a peerless genius suddenly emerged from the Seven Leaves sect. He is a core formation realm expert, his strength is extremely powerful, this has ruined all our plans. Oh, the peak of the core formation realm? The nascent soul cultivator of the spirit sect showed a surprised expression upon hearing this. Even in the second heaven, a cultivator at the peak of the core formation realm is an exceptionally brilliant genius, and such individuals are still rare in the third heaven. How strong is the core formation realm expert of the Seven Leaves sect? Lingzong's nascent soul cultivator chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. He killed our Taoist with just one sword strike. What? Upon hearing this, Lingzong's nascent soul cultivator's expression suddenly changed. The Taoist disciple of Jialing sect has been killed? His face turned extremely gloomy. The body of the Daozi is right there, someone pointed out to him. Lingzong's nascent soul glanced at the ground and saw the precious sword in Jialingzong's Taoist son's hand, causing his eyelids to twitch. The Taoist prodigy of Jialing sect is exceptionally gifted and has caught the eye of a powerful figure in the Ling sect. He is to be accepted into the Ling sect and given special training in the future. He was actually beheaded with a single sword strike. The nascent soul cultivator of the spirit sect revealed a look of shock and anger. He found it difficult to explain this to the higher-ups of the Ling sect. Damn it! Lingzong's nascent soul cultivator shouted angrily, and a strong wind suddenly arose, darkening the sky. Who killed him? Lingzong's nascent soul cultivator roared. Senior, that's the person. Elder Jialingzong quickly pointed to Huaqiu on the ground. Upon seeing Huaqiu, Lingzong's nascent soul immediately unleashed a powerful killing intent, causing the temperature around him to plummet. So it was you who killed the Taoist disciple of Jialing sect? He demanded from his superior position. Huaqiu stared at him indifferently, offering no response. Ling Ying, this is a nascent soul cultivator, you must not underestimate him. Ji Yao said seriously. I don't want you to die. Huaqiu smiled slightly. Don't worry, this mere nascent soul cultivator can't do anything to me, he said to Ji Yao. Ji Yao hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. She originally wanted to give him some instructions, but then she thought that Hua Qiu could withstand the Mo Jiao with his bare body, so what danger could he possibly be in? Why would I need to worry about him? Ji Yao smiled bitterly to herself. That's what she thought, but for some reason, she just couldn't put her mind at ease. In the air, Ling Zong's nascent soul was furious, his aura reaching its peak. The laws of nature in the secret realm reacted, surging forth in an overwhelming manner. However, a light emanated from Ling Zong's nascent soul, gradually calming the restless space until it ceased to react. Upon seeing this, the cultivators of the Jialing sect were overjoyed. Senior, if this child is not eliminated, he will surely become a great threat in the future. Someone else shouted. Of course I know. Ling Zong nascent soul cultivator said coldly. He stared at Hua Qiu, his killing intent locking onto Hua Qiu. Since you have severed the head of the Taoist master of Jialing sect, then I must take your head back to report. As he spoke, he quickly formed hand seals. A light array appeared beneath Hua Qiu's feet, radiating a blue glow. The light had a binding effect, rendering the director unable to move an inch, leaving him no choice but to submit to execution. I advise you not to resist. I have other things to do and don't want to waste time, Ling Zong nascent soul said coldly. Resistance will only increase your suffering. As he spoke, he continued to perform the hand seals. The blue light emanating from the light array beneath Hua Qiu's feet changed shape, becoming as sharp as swords, as if it wanted to cut Hua Qiu into 1,000 pieces. The cultivators of Jialing sect were all waiting with anticipation to see Hua Qiu's fate. The cultivators from both sects wanted to provide reinforcements and move towards this side. But the nascent soul cultivator from the spirit sect stood in the sky, merely sneered, and with a flick of his sleeve, a fierce gust of wind swept through, instantly blasting away the two approaching cultivators. The suppression of the nascent soul realm by the core formation realm is a complete and utter crushing defeat. There is simply no comparison. My seven-leaves sect it's so easy for such a peerless genius to emerge, only to perish here just as he's beginning to show his talent. Heaven is so unfair. Elder Lu of the Seven Leaves sect cried out indignantly. The other cultivators felt a pang of sympathy. They all wanted to save Hua Qiu, but they were powerless to do so. Don't worry about others, you'll all be joining him soon. The Jialing sect cultivator mocked gloatingly. On the ground, Hua Qiu's expression didn't change at all. With such supernatural abilities, even if he stood still and let that nascent soul cultivator do whatever he wanted, he wouldn't be able to harm Hua Qiu in the slightest. With his current physical strength, he is basically immune to attacks from nascent soul stage cultivators. But he didn't want to be made a fool of, and he didn't have the good temper to remain indifferent. Hua Qiu raised his foot and stomped it hard on the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, almost causing a major earthquake. Splash! The sound of the light array shattering rang out. Seeing his light array shatter into countless fragments of spiritual light and cease to exist, the spirit sect nascent soul's gaze froze instantly. 681, Chapter 681 Formations, I can do them too. Even a powerful cultivator from the spirit sect couldn't restrain him. The gloating expression on the faces of the Jialing sect cultivators froze. They all thought that with the nascent soul cultivator from the spirit sect making a move, Hua Qiu was doomed. Unexpectedly, he was able to break through the nascent soul cultivator's technique so easily. It's alright, Ling Zong nascent soul cultivator said calmly, waving his hand. A genius is naturally incomparable to ordinary people, and such ability was within my expectations. I haven't even used my trump card yet. As he spoke, his face turned cold, and his hands formed hand seals rapidly once again, but this time the speed was much faster. The movements of his hands were more exaggerated than phantoms, leaving the audience breathless. Numerous complex runes emerged around him and drifted downwards. The combination of those runes immediately triggered a reaction, radiating light and forming a large array that enveloped Hua Qiu. It's not just one layer. One array after another rapidly formed, layer upon layer reinforcing it, creating a massive array cage that enveloped Hua Qiu. There are 9 levels in total, and each level has destructive power. Of course, Ji Yao, who was next to him, was also enveloped by the formation. The array formation skills of this nascent soul cultivator from the spirit sect are so high. Ji Yao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She was knowledgeable and could tell that the Lingzong nascent soul cultivator's array formation skills were extremely high. This is a cultivator skilled in formations. His mastery of formations has reached the level of a formation master. Master of array formation. His status in the Xuanzhen world is quite high. As the head of the spirit sect's Pill Peak and a master of array formations, he is definitely one of the most important core figures in the spirit sect. Ji Yao said to Hua Qiu with a serious expression. She was reminding Hua Qiu that this was no ordinary nascent soul cultivator. The threat was far greater than that of a typical nascent soul cultivator. Hua Qiu, however, smiled dismissively. Isn't it just a formation? Me too. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. He took a step off the ground and continued walking upwards. As if nothing were there, he stepped into the void, as if climbing stairs. You're courting death. Lingzong's nascent soul cultivator sneered, feeling slighted. Let me show you the power of my killing formation. 9 Palaces killing formation. With a loud shout, he pressed his large hand down. Buzz buzz buzz. Layer upon layer of killing formations resonated together, their energy permeating the air, creating a sealing and restraining effect. But Hua Qiu did not stop at all and continued to go up. This caused Lingzong's nascent soul cultivator's expression to change slightly. Once he sets up this multi-layered killing formation, any nascent soul cultivator who enters it will be suppressed and find it difficult to move. But that kid was only at the core formation stage, yet he seemed completely unaffected. How did he do that? Lingzong's nascent soul cultivator, his face grim, pressed down hard with his large hand. Boom! Boom! The killing formation erupted, and in an instant, hundreds of powerful beams of light bombarded Hua Qiu all at once. Below the nascent soul stage, no one has ever dared to underestimate my killing formation. You are the first, and you will be the last. The nascent soul cultivator of the spirit sect revealed an expression of farewell. As the dense beams of light shot towards him, Hua Qiu's lips curled into a mocking smile. He still lifted his foot and continued walking. Another step was taken. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread outwards. Wherever this wave reached, the powerful beams of light froze, unable to move forward. The killing formation seemed to stand still, with beams of light frozen like ice sculptures. Lingzong's nascent soul finally lost its composure, its pupils dilating violently. Hua Qiu's methods deeply shocked him. In all his years of studying array formations, he had never seen anything like it. Within the killing formation, Hua Qiu raised his foot and took another step down. Splash! The still beam of light made a shattering sound like a broken mirror, and Huawei's faint sparks of light dissipated. The multiple layers of killing formations could no longer be maintained and subsequently collapsed. Puff! Lingzong's nascent soul opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, its face turning slightly pale. This scene greatly shocked the cultivators of the Jialing sect. Even a powerful cultivator from the spirit sect couldn't kill that person? Is this reasonable? He actually injured a nascent soul cultivator. The cultivators from the 3 sects were filled with surprise and doubt, their expressions varying. This is quite a shock. After the killing formation was shattered. To cast arrays in front of me, Hua Qiu sneered, to try and teach a fish to swim. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at the nascent soul of the spirit sect. Buzz. The space around Lingzong's nascent soul trembled, and countless array patterns appeared. Lingzong's nascent soul instantly froze, forming an array with a single finger. No hand seals or special arrangements are needed. This level. His heart clenched violently several times, and he felt short of breath. Impossible, this is impossible. He acted as if he were going mad, leaving the Jialing sect cultivators who had placed their hopes on him dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why the great cultivator of the spirit sect was so distraught, as if he had suffered a tremendous shock. In just a few breaths, an array had formed around Lingzong's nascent soul. The cultivators from all three sects showed unusual expressions. This formation is strikingly similar to the one set up by the nascent soul cultivator of the spirit sect just now. However, it was much larger than his, with more complex array patterns and a greater number of killing arrays. 36 layers. The 36 palaces God-slaying formation. Lingzong's nascent soul stared blankly at the array above his head, his body beginning to tremble. The formation he used was a very powerful high-level killing formation among the array cultivators of the Xuanzhen realm, called the Nine Palaces Killing Formation. This formation is extremely difficult to execute, and only a very few masters of formations can learn and successfully use it. He was one of them, a top expert among array cultivators. But he knew that there were even higher levels behind the Nine Palaces Killing Formation, and even more remarkable evolutions. With each additional layer of the killing formation, its power increases more than just a little. The 36 Palaces Killing Formation is the ultimate evolution of the 9 Palaces Killing Formation, and very few people in the history of the Xuanzhen realm have been able to use it come out. Today, he actually saw it. I saw this on a mere core formation stage cultivator. Lingzong's nascent soul cultivator stared wide-eyed at Hua Qiu in disbelief. You are the eternal master of array formations, he said, his voice trembling. But the words were not spoken. Because the multiple killing formations had been activated, countless beams of light crashed down. In an instant, the body of the spirit sect's nascent soul was riddled with holes and quickly engulfed by countless rays of light. The three cultivators stared blankly. The light was too intense, they couldn't see what was happening inside the killing formation at all. So many destructive beams of light pierced through the killing formation, a truly terrifying sight. Many people turned pale and dared not even look. After a while, the beams of light within the killing formation gradually dissipated, revealing the scene inside. It was completely empty inside, a vacuum. The nascent soul cultivators of the spirit sect had long since vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. To a gesto vanish into thin air. Someone swallowed hard, their voice trembling. 682, Chapter 682 Hidden Crisis. The area fell silent once again. No one spoke for a long time. What happened here has gone from shocking to terrifying. Even the cultivators from the two sects were terrified, finding Hua Qiu to be far too terrifying. It's one thing for a core formation realm cultivator to instantly kill the Taoist disciple of the Jialing sect. Yet he was able to cross that insurmountable chasm between the core formation and nascent soul stages. He is also capable of instantly killing a nascent soul cultivator. Everyone watched as Hua Qiu blasted a powerful cultivator from the spirit sect into ashes in an instant. Ji Yao stood on the ground, looking up at Hua Qiu with a shocked expression, feeling a chill run down her spine. Those cultivators whose talents surpass those of ordinary people are called geniuses. A genius is one in 1,000 years. What is truly astonishing and extraordinary is a genuine monster. But Ji Yao didn't know how to define or describe someone as bizarre and beyond reason as Hua Qiu. She knows more than anyone else here. That mysterious young man in the sky. An extremely high level of spiritual realm. Its physical strength is terrifyingly comparable to that of a dragon. An extraordinary array formation level that surpasses even that of a grandmaster of array formation. And that unparalleled combat power within the same realm. Possessing any one of these qualities would make one a peerless genius in the eyes of the world. But he was proficient in everything, reaching an unparalleled level in each one. Who is this person? Is it really possible for such a person to actually exist? Ji Yao was confused. What exactly are you? She murmured, gazing at Hua Qiu's figure. After a period of silence, chaos ensued. Daozi is dead, and the great cultivator of the Lingzong sect is also dead. The cultivator of the Jialingzong sect looked extremely terrified and desperate. What should we do? Who can stop this monster? How could there be such an outrageous cultivator in the world? He's not human, he must be an extraterrestrial demon in disguise. Some cultivators from the Jialing sect were nearly driven mad with fear, terrified of Hua Qiu. Elder Ling is truly a genius, he is undoubtedly worthy of being the ruler. Elder Lu of the Seven Leaves sect exclaimed with boundless pride. He was like Hua Qiu's loyal fan, always the first to step forward and liven up the atmosphere. Such talent is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, it is no exaggeration to say that he has the potential to become a ruler. The elders of the Golden Light sect nodded in agreement. What are you all standing there for? Hua Qiu glanced at the two cultivators and coldly shouted. The cultivators from both sects immediately understood Hua Qiu's meaning. Kill! Someone shouted, and the Golden Light sect and the Seven Leaves sect joined forces to launch an attack on the cultivators of the Jialing sect. There's nothing more to say now. Jia Lingzong is an undercover agent sent by Lingzong. No cultivator from this sect can be allowed to live, they must be exterminated. Their morale soared, and their fighting strength increased exponentially. The cultivators of Jialing's sect were terrified and fled in panic. Their strength was not weak to begin with, and even if the two sects joined forces, they could still fight. If they fought and retreated at the same time, the losses would not be too great. But now they have lost their morale and even the courage to fight, which has turned into a one-sided massacre. Furthermore, Hua Qiu casually cast a restriction, suppressing all the core formation cultivators of the Jialing sect, making it even easier for the cultivators from the two sects to fight. One by one, the cultivators of the Jialing sect died, and the ground was littered with corpses. Before long, all the cultivators from the Jialing sect who had entered the secret realm were killed. The cultivators from both sects began clearing the battlefield. Even with the conspiracy, the cultivators of Jialing sect still collected many resources within the secret realm, which are worth carefully scouring. Because of Hua Qiu's existence, the Golden Light sect, which was slightly stronger than the Seven Leaves sect, silently chose to back down and gave the lion's share of the spoils to the Seven Leaves sect. After the allocation was completed, the cultivators from both sects gathered together to discuss the matter. Jialing sect is an undercover agent of Ling sect. Their plans are not limited to launching an attack within the secret realm. An elder said solemnly. Perhaps outside the secret realm, the Jialing sect has already taken action, launching attacks on the Seven Leaves sect and the Golden Light sect. Everyone looked grim. Being inside the secret realm, they had no way of knowing what was happening outside, nor could they send messages out. I wonder what's going on outside. Both cultivators were filled with worry. Ji Yao sighed. Once the three secret realms open, the passage won't open for at least 15 days, and we won't be able to get out, she said worriedly. What should we do next? Someone asked. To be honest, after all that happened, the cultivators from both sects lost the will to explore any further. Elder Ling, what do you think? Elder Lu asked Hua Qiu. Everyone looked at Hua Qiu. Now, he is the backbone of both major sects, and everyone wants him to make decisions. Continue your mission, explore diligently, and gather as many resources as possible, Hua Qiu said calmly. But how can we possibly have the mind to search? We don't even know what's happening to the sect. Everyone was anxious. What's the use of you panicking here? Hua Qiu said coldly. We can't get out anyway, so worrying is pointless. We might as well gather more resources. Once the secret passage opens, if either of the two sects suffers a blow, the resources you have collected will be the sect's hope for a comeback. If nothing happens, these resources can also strengthen the sect's power, giving the two major sects more resources to fight against the Jialing sect. Hua Qiu's words calmed everyone down. Elder Ling is right, worrying is useless, we must not stop here. Elder Lu said loudly. That makes a lot of sense, and we should do our best. This statement was echoed by many. Elder Ling sees things clearly, we've all been too attached to appearances, someone said admiringly. Hua Qiu's image in the minds of the cultivators of both sects rose to another level. A strong and steady person like that is bound to be admired. From now on, you should continue to operate in small teams and try to collect as many resources as possible, Hua Qiu said. If danger arises, immediately send a signal. Whether it's the Golden Light sect or the Seven Leaves sect, whoever sees it must provide immediate support. You can rest assured that if we encounter the greatest danger within this secret realm, I will personally step in. With Huaqiu's words, the cultivators from both sects felt much more at ease. Huaqiu's strength is equivalent to that of a powerful nascent soul cultivator who has not been suppressed. His role in this secret realm is greater than that of the two sect patriarchs combined. Alright, everyone, let's split up. Huaqiu waved his hand. The cultivators from both sects bid farewell to Huaqiu and departed separately. Ji Yao also needs to return to the Jin Wang sect's ranks. Ji Yao, come with me, Huaqiu suddenly said. Ji Yao's delicate body trembled. Is it because he doesn't trust her? After a moment, she nodded slightly. Huaqiu said this because he sensed that there were still dangers within the secret realm. It's no less powerful than the nascent soul stage of a spirit sect cultivator. Meanwhile, something deep within the secret realm was also tempting him. 683, Chapter 683 Exploration. Huaqiu took Ji Yao with him and they acted alone. The closer you get to the depths of the secret realm, the richer the resources become, and the higher their quality. Why aren't you exploring according to the map markings? After walking for a short while, Ji Yao noticed that Huaqiu's path was quite haphazard and couldn't help but ask. I trust my intuition more, Huaqiu said with a faint smile. As he spoke, he waved his hand to dispel the fog in front of him. Several thriving medicinal herbs appeared before the two of them. This is a 7th grade spiritual medicine. Ji Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Several grade 7 spiritual herbs were right in front of her, yet she couldn't notice them at all. If Huaqiu hadn't cleared away the fog, she would have had no idea that such a high-grade spiritual herb existed here. How did you know there were 7th grade spiritual herbs here? Ji Yao asked curiously. Intuition, Huaqiu smiled. Ji Yao pursed her lips, not believing it at all. His spiritual realm is very high, and his perception far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. Exploring this secret realm must be very easy for him, Ji Yao quickly realized. No wonder he didn't follow the map. You can pick these 3 medicinal herbs, Huaqiu gestured. For me? Ji Yao's expression turned strange. These herbs aren't very useful to me, you can pick them all, Huaqiu said noncommittally. Ji Yao stared intently at Huaqiu. She didn't believe Huaqiu's words. Grade 7 spiritual herbs are extremely precious. Even if they are not used, they still have great value. Who wouldn't want them? Outside, even a 6th grade spiritual herb can attract the attention of the 3 major sects, let alone a 7th grade one. Does he feel indebted to me and want to make it up to me? Ji Yao looked somewhat disappointed. Thinking of what Huaqiu had said earlier, she felt very uncomfortable. He said he already had a wife. The implications are self-evident. Did you think that by giving me a few spiritual herbs you could make amends and lessen your guilt? Ji Yao suddenly became angry. I don't want to, she said angrily. Huaqiu looked puzzled. He knew that Ji Yao clearly wanted these rank 7 spiritual herbs. But why did she say no? I didn't say anything bad, so why did she get angry? Even someone as strong as Huaqiu couldn't fathom a woman's mind. I want you to always owe me, Ji Yao said silently in her heart. Then, she walked away as if in a huff. Huaqiu frowned and picked the 3 medicinal herbs. The two continued on their way. Huaqiu possesses powerful divine sense, and is almost fully aware of everything around him. This is a top-grade Tianyang stone. You even managed to find such rare spiritual essence liquid. A high-grade spirit stone, you've unearthed a high-grade spirit stone. The further Ji Yao went, the less calm she became. Every place Huaqiu took her to contain some rare and precious resource, and each one touched her heart. And every time, Huaqiu would give in to her. At first, Ji Yao could stubbornly refuse, but as she saw more, she gradually began to waver. There's no way around it, even nascent soul cultivators would go crazy if they saw those things. Some of these are so valuable that even nascent soul stage experts would likely fight over them. This is a 5th grade youth preserving flower. Upon arriving at another location, Ji Yao lost her composure and exclaimed in surprise. It was just a 5th grade spiritual herb, but it excited her greatly. This is because it is a special flower that can make female cultivators more beautiful and maintain their appearance for hundreds of years. This special elixir sometimes commands a price in the market that is significantly higher than that of a 7th grade elixir. What, finally, something that interests you? Hua Qiu chuckled. It's true that no woman can resist the urge to look beautiful. Ji Yao rolled her eyes at Hua Qiu. She could refuse everything before, but she couldn't refuse this flower that preserves youth. Seeing how sincere you are, this elder will reluctantly accept this youth-preserving flower, she said with a touch of arrogance. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and reached out to pluck the youth-preserving flower. Without saying a word, the alchemical fire ignited, and he began refining right in front of Ji Yao. You're not refining pills, are you? Ji Yao had never seen such a method of alchemy before, and was afraid that Hua Qiu would ruin the spiritual medicine. Hua Qiu added some herbs that she had previously collected from the waterfall, which enhanced the effects of the elixir. In a short while, a crystal-clear pill appeared before Ji Yao. Looking at the special luster on the pill, Ji Yao's mouth opened slightly. A perfect elixir! She exclaimed in shock. Perfect pills are extremely difficult to refine, even master alchemists have a very low success rate. She could hardly believe that Hua Qiu's casual refining method resulted in a perfect product. This youth preservation pill can maintain a female cultivator's beauty for 500 years. Hua Qiu said to Ji Yao. What, 500 years? Ji Yao's vision went black, and she almost lost her balance. She was frightened. What's wrong? Hua Qiu quickly went to help her, but she waved her hand away. Do you know the effects of the most advanced youth-preserving pill in the Xuanjin realm? Ji Yao asked in a low voice. Hua Qiu shook his head. 200 years. Even the best youth-preserving pill refined by the #1 alchemist in the Xuanjin realm can only last for 200 years. Ji Yao's expression changed. She couldn't understand what Hua Qiu was. You wouldn't actually be a demon from beyond the realm, would you? She asked in a trembling voice. The ultimate shock is fear. Spiritual realm, physical strength, combat prowess, array formation, and now, alchemy. In every aspect, he stood at an unimaginable height. The more Ji Yao got to know him, the more mysterious Hua Qiu seemed to her, and the more uneasy she felt, as if the distance between them was constantly widening. How could that be? Hua Qiu smiled. I've only done a little research on various aspects. Ji Yao's expression was complicated. His research is so extensive that even the rulers of the 3 heavens wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Do you want this youth preservation pill? Hua Qiu opened her palm and held it out. Of course I want it. Ji Yao grabbed it and stuffed it into her mouth. She puffed out her cheeks, looking somewhat indignant. Those before to give them to me, I want them all. Hua Qiu was taken aback. Didn't you say you didn't care? Mind your own business, I've changed my mind now, is that okay? Hua Qiu didn't mind and took all those things out. Aside from keeping what was useful to herself, she gave everything else to Ji Yao. Ji Yao accepted it without hesitation. She changed her mind. She wasn't about to let this mysterious and unpredictable cultivator get away easily. We must find out his origins and secrets. The two continued on their way. They have entered the depths of the secret realm. Hua Qiu's expression turned serious. Ahead lay the most captivating of the 3 secret realms. Splash, splash, splash. It was a small pool with flowing water. Upon seeing Shao Tan, Ji Yao stood frozen in place. A top-grade spiritual spring. She exclaimed. How did we end up here? Ji Yao's face showed little surprise. Instead, her expression changed drastically, becoming panicked. 684, Chapter 684 Demon King, Pseudo-4 Symbols. Ji Yao was in a state of unprecedented panic. Within the 3-sects secret realm, the most precious thing is that pool of top-grade spiritual spring, a fact known to all cultivators of the 3 sects. When the secret realm was opened, the three sect patriarchs joined forces to explore it, reaching its deepest point where they found the superior spiritual spring. After they left, they recorded their experiences in the ancient texts. Top-grade spiritual springs are extremely precious resources, and the three sects have certainly been tempted by them over the years. Each time they venture into the secret realm, they organize their strongest teams to go deep into the area, attempting to remove the spiritual spring. But without exception, they all ended in failure. Because this is the most dangerous place in the entire secret realm. A nascent soul cultivator once perished here, and many powerful figures from the three sects also lost their lives here. This is because the spiritual spring is occupied and guarded by the Demon King in the secret realm. Not just one, but several. That's why Ji Yao's expression changed drastically and she became panicked. This place is not only dangerous, but it is also said to hold secrets about a hidden realm, which outsiders are not allowed to set foot in. How dare you even covet this top-grade spiritual spring? It's clearly written in the manual that cultivators from the three sects are forbidden from approaching the spiritual spring. Ji Yao said angrily. Quickly, let's run before we alert the Demon King here. In a moment of panic, she grabbed Hua Qiu's hand and ran outside. But she couldn't pull it. Hua Qiu remained motionless. Are you out of your mind? Ji Yao turned around and said anxiously. I want this spiritual spring, Hua Qiu said calmly. Ji Yao's eyes widened. Listen to me, this spiritual spring is not for you to use, Ji Yao said softly. I won't let you die here. I won't die. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and looked up at the sky. Whoosh! A fierce wind howled from the sky. Ji Yao's pretty face stiffened, and she mechanically turned her head to look up. A large bird flew in from the sky, its wings spread wide, seemingly blotting out the sun. It was surrounded by divine light, making it majestic and powerful. Knock, knock, knock. The earth trembled violently, and something enormous was rushing closer, as if a major earthquake had struck, shaking one's very soul. As she watched the towering ancient trees fall one after another, Ji Yao's heart sank. A moment later, an extremely enormous, divine tiger appeared in their field of vision. Boom! Suddenly, a mountain in front of them began to move. It turned out to be a huge creature, which was now turning over, making a loud, booming sound. That's a giant tortoise. Demon King, this is the Demon King who guards the spirit spring. Ji Yao said in a trembling voice, her face pale. Now, I can't leave even if I want to, she sighed. She held Hua Qiu's hand tightly, looking as if she was ready to die. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of any Demon King, Hua Qiu reassured him. This is different from the dragon you fought before, Ji Yao smiled wryly. At the spiritual spring within this secret realm, they can unleash miraculous and powerful energy when combined. Perhaps you don't know, a powerful figure from a dominant sect once descended upon this place, and after seeing the state of things here, he finally sighed and left. Even though she said that, Hua Qiu still didn't take it seriously. Boom! 3 demon kings descended, eyeing the 2 men with predatory intent. They stood on the ground, their massive bodies enveloping the 2 of them, creating an immense sense of oppression. Bold human cultivator, how dare you come here, are you looking for death? The fiery red bird opened its beak, spewing out terrifying heat as it spoke, as if it could burst into flames at any moment. How many years has it been, and you still dare to come here? What, haven't you died enough? Bai Hu also spoke, his killing intent intense. No matter what kind of cultivator dares to covet the spiritual spring, they will not have a good end. The giant tortoise looked down at the 2 and said coldly. 2 mere core formation cultivators, where did they get the nerve? Don't they know this is a forbidden area? The three giant beasts surrounded the 2 and began to discuss their plan. Let me swallow them whole, they'll at least fill my teeth. The white tiger roared. No, that girl has fair and delicate skin. I like humans like that. Give her to me. The fiery red bird shouted. The old tortoise also wants to have some meat, the giant tortoise said in a muffled voice. Ji Yao was terrified, her pretty face turning pale. Sensing her nervousness, Hua Qiu's expression darkened. Don't be afraid, these beasts are just trying to scare you, he comforted her. The gazes of the three giant beasts all fell upon Hua Qiu, their oppressive aura fierce and terrifying. A mere core formation cultivator dares to be so arrogant, he truly doesn't know his own limitations. Snort! The white tiger raised one paw and stomped down at Hua Qiu. A cold glint flashed in Hua Qiu's eyes. Stop right now. Suddenly, urgent shouts came from the sky, accompanied by the sound of strong winds. The three giant beasts looked up. In the sky, a black dragon flew at top speed, disregarding everything, extremely anxious. Big brother? The three giant beasts were taken aback and shouted in unison. Brother, you're back, did you find the human cultivator who stole your treasure? Brother, you've come back just in time, there are two arrogant human cultivators at the core formation stage here who dare to covet the spiritual spring we were just about to devour them. The three giant beasts held the black dragon in high esteem and greeted it happily. On the ground, Hua Qiu revealed a half-smile. He realized that, including the black dragon, these four giant beasts all possessed the bloodline of the four divine beasts. They form a pseudo-four symbol. Such a lineup must have been intentionally arranged by someone. Oh no! Ji Yao was even more worried when she saw the black dragon arrive. When the four demon kings gather, they can unleash incredible power that even the most powerful nascent soul cultivators from dominant sects would hesitate to approach. She felt even more strongly that she and Hua Qiu were doomed to die today. To die alongside him doesn't seem so bad. Ji Yao glanced at Hua Qiu and smiled gently. Soon, the black dragon fell from the sky in a hurry. Big brother, what do you think we should do with these two audacious human cultivators? The white tiger asked ingratiatingly. Mo Zhao's face immediately darkened. Get out, all three of you, get out of here. Mo Zhao roared angrily. The three big guys were completely bewildered by the scolding. Big brother, what's wrong? Did something happen that makes you so angry? You're going to drive me crazy. The black dragon was so angry it was practically breathing fire. Get out of the way right now, how dare you offend those two, you've made a huge mistake. The three giant beasts were even more bewildered. Brother, these are just two junior human cultivators, why are you protecting them? They asked, puzzled. Get out of my way, all of you. The black dragon roared, its tail sweeping across the area. The three giant beasts changed color and quickly moved aside. Then, Mo Zhao immediately lowered its head and lay prone on the ground, facing Hua Qiu. Longza pays its respects to its master, please forgive them, master, for they were unaware of the truth. It pleaded humbly. In an instant, the spring fell silent. 685, Chapter 685 Why didn't you say so sooner? Seeing the black dragon prostrate before Hua Qiu, so humble it was almost unbearable, the three giant beasts wore expressions of disbelief. Ji Yao, who was standing next to Hua Qiu, froze on the spot. The scene before her eyes was unbelievable. She was present during Hua Qiu's battle with the ink dragon and witnessed firsthand the power of Hua Qiu's physical body. If it weren't for this black dragon, she wouldn't have lost her virginity. Mo Zhao was no match for Hua Qiu, she knew that. But she never expected that Hua Qiu would be able to subdue this demon king and make it willingly submit to him. She was truly terrified. Because the dragon is not the demon king of other races. The dragon clan has a supreme ruler overseeing the third heaven. For thousands of years, since the sovereign decreed that no one in the Xuanzhen realm dared to ride a dragon, no one has dared to do so. That's an inviolable ironclad rule, it's an alternative law. Hua Qiu actually dared to defy the world. How dare he defy the supreme ruler? And that black dragon. Aren't the dragon clan supposed to be very arrogant? How could its powerful pride allow it to submit to a human cultivator? Moreover, he was just a core formation stage cultivator. Ji Yao felt her mind was in turmoil, and her emotions were surging and difficult to calm down. She wasn't the only one shocked and finding it hard to accept. The three giant beasts felt roughly the same way. They addressed the ink dragon as brothers and sisters, having lived together in this secret realm for over 1,000 years, and had a deep understanding of each other. They simply couldn't comprehend the black dragon's humble behavior. We all have the bloodline of mythical beasts. This is a desecration of the noble bloodline of our ancestors. Brother, what did you call that human cultivator, master, what's going on? The white tiger roared. Big brother, what are you doing? Am I dreaming? You're bowing down to a mere human cultivator. Firebird was furious. What on earth happened? Have you forgotten what bloodline you have? How could you do such a thing? The giant tortoise was furious. Shut up, all of you. Mo Jiao roared as he lay on the ground. Its roar was quite intimidating, and the three giant beasts dared not utter a sound. I have already sworn allegiance to this human cultivator as my master. You must not offend him, or don't blame me for turning against you. The black dragon said viciously. It was also suffering inside, but it had no choice. It frantically winked at the three giant beasts, signaling them to run away quickly. But the other party couldn't understand at all and instead got angry. Brother, we've always respected you so much, but we never expected you to be so spineless. How could you possibly submit to human cultivators? Mo Jiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If you still consider me your elder brother, then listen to me and leave this place immediately. Don't worry about the spirit spring anymore. It roared. The three giant beasts completely ignored it. I don't know what has made you so bewitched. Since that's the case, we'll devour this human cultivator and give you your freedom. The white tiger shouted. The black dragon's long face was as black as could be. Because it saw Hua Qiu reveal a strange smile. It's over, it knew what that meant and couldn't help but show a sad expression. The white tiger opened its mouth wide, revealing its fangs, and pounced fiercely at Hua Qiu and Ji Yao. Hua Qiu's smile remained unchanged as he leaped into the air and kicked out. The kick landed on the white tiger's head. Compared to the white tiger, Hua Qiu was very small. The white tiger didn't take his kicks seriously at all, thinking it couldn't even tickle him. But when that foot landed on its face, boom! The white tiger's massive body was sent flying, crashing through several giant trees before landing on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The firebird and the giant tortoise were terrified. Big tiger, are you alright? They called out. The white tiger's body twitched, and it slowly rolled over. Its sharp, long fangs broke off, and it looked like it was in pain. This kid is hiding his true strength, it said with a bitter face. The giant tortoise and the firebird exchanged a glance, their expressions turning serious. The next moment, the two giant beasts moved simultaneously. The firebird spread its wings and took to the sky, bursting with scorching flames. It then spit out a large fireball, which blasted towards the ground. The giant tortoise raised its head and spat out a mouthful of green light at Hua Qiu and the other person. Hua Qiu remained calm and took out his cyan sword. He raised his hand and slashed diagonally with his sword. The cyan sword light, like a rainbow, slashed out with a crisp sword cry. One sword strike, and the azure light vanished. With a single sword strike, the fireball was cleaved in two, and the flames were quickly extinguished. This scene shocked the firebird and the giant tortoise. Ji Yao was stunned. The power of divine beasts, which even nascent soul elders struggled to deal with, was utterly insignificant before him. Big tiger! Firebird shouted solemnly. The white tiger rose from the ground and leaped into the sky. The firebird also spread its wings and soared, its flames burning even more intensely. The giant tortoise emitted a bluish light from its entire body. The three giant beasts formed a connection, and the three forces intertwined to form a special power that was many times stronger. The power of the four symbols. The voices of three colossal beasts rang out, and a divine light pierced through Hua Qiu, instantly turning all the vegetation along its path to ashes. This is the true power of a divine beast. Ji Yao exclaimed in panic. This is a powerful force that even nascent soul cultivators fear and are unwilling to touch. She looked at Hua Qiu, only to find that Hua Qiu had already soared into the sky with his sword in hand. These are merely pseudo-four symbols. What are the true four symbols compared to this emperor? Hua Qiu chuckled softly, his sword intent surging forth. A stunning sword strike was unleashed, unleashing a destructive sword intent. They collided in the blink of an eye. Boom! A massive ripple erupted in the sky, and the divine light containing the power of the four elements dissipated. The three giant beasts' eyes showed terror. Just who is this human boy? The power contained in his sword strike not only annihilated the power of the four symbols, but its aura also terrified them. This was their first experience like the power of this destructive aura. Before any reaction could be made, huge ripples had already spread out. Bang bang bang. Explosions echoed across the sky as three colossal beasts plummeted from the heavens and crashed heavily to the ground. Hua Qiu's expression darkened, and his extremely powerful divine sense emanated, instantly invading the mental world of the three giant beasts. As the three giant beasts showed expressions of terror, Hua Qiu's divine imprint was successfully left behind. How so? They let out mournful roars, finally understanding what the Black Dragon had gone through. He deeply regretted ignoring Imo Zhao's warning. Big brother, why didn't you say so sooner? White Tiger cried out in frustration. The Black Dragon's face was dark, and its whiskers were trembling. It warned them long ago, but these three just wouldn't listen. Now, all four symbols have become spirit pets and mounts for human cultivators. The thought of the endless, dark days to come filled Mo Zhao with profound despair. It's over, there's no hope for me in this lifetime. My darling wife. 686, Chapter 686 The Guardian of the Four Symbols. Originally, Hua Qiu only took the Black Dragon as his mount. But upon seeing the other three giant beasts, he decided to go all the way and forcibly take them all under his command. A plan formed in his mind. The three giant beasts lay on the ground, filled with remorse. Now that Hua Qiu has left a divine imprint on their sea of consciousness, they know that they have been controlled and will submit to that human cultivator like the Black Dragon. I told you all to leave quickly, but none of you listened to me. Are you all satisfied now? Mo Zhao muttered discontentedly from the side. Who knew this human cultivator was so freakish? White Tiger scratched his head and said in a muffled voice. Clearly, it was very dissatisfied. The giant tortoise and the firebird were also very angry. They have roamed the secret realm for nearly 1,000 years, taking no nascent soul cultivators who enter it seriously with the power of the four symbols. They have even intimidated nascent soul cultivators. Who would have thought that today I would be defeated by a mere cultivator whose cultivation level is only at the core formation stage? That was both frustrating and infuriating. Boy, I admit you have extraordinary abilities, but if you want to subdue us, you may not be able to bear the consequences. The White Tiger raised its head and roared, its voice carrying a threat. We, the four symbols, have been guarding this place for 1,000 years under the orders of a top-tier expert. That expert is a mysterious and incredibly powerful being. If you dare to control us, you will surely anger him. Baihu's words made Hua Qiu raise an eyebrow slightly. A top-tier expert? He became somewhat interested. He already felt that these four demonic beasts with divine beast bloodlines shouldn't be appearing in a small secret realm within the first level of the Xuanzhen realm. It turns out that someone did this intentionally. That's right, he is an extremely powerful cultivator. White Tiger quickly said. Back then, he was the one who captured us from different places across the void. He taught us the four symbols formation and ordered us to guard this place for 2,000 years. We witnessed him alter the laws of heaven and earth of this secret realm with a wave of his hand. From then on, any cultivator above the core formation stage who enters the secret realm will be suppressed. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. With a wave of the hand, the laws of heaven and earth of the secret realm are altered. That level of skill is truly remarkable. In a plane like the Xuanzhen realm, one could certainly be considered a top-tier expert. He glanced at the sacred spring behind him. While top-grade spiritual springs are precious, they shouldn't warrant such a great deal of effort from a powerful individual. There must be more to the story. Believe me, that supreme cultivator can obliterate you with a flick of his finger. Seeing Hua Qiu deep in thought, the White Tiger thought it had a deterrent effect and continued to shout. If you don't want to die, remove the marks from our bodies immediately, and we will let you go without further ado. We'll all be fine. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and shook his head. The three giant beasts were furious. Aren't you really afraid of dying at the hands of a supreme cultivator? Such beings are far beyond the reach of an ant like you. Hua Qiu's smile vanished, replaced by a cold and sharp gaze. With just a glance, the three giant beasts were writhing on the ground in agony, suffering excruciating pain. Hua Qiu's spiritual imprint is very special. With a thought, he can kill them or make them wish they were dead. Mo Jiao watched with a pounding heart. It was fortunate. Fortunately, it didn't show any dissatisfaction. Three idiots, this is someone who isn't even afraid of the supreme ruler of the third heaven. The black dragon secretly probed. Master, they have realized their mistake, please forgive them. The black dragon couldn't bear to watch and humbly pleaded for them. Hua Qiu then let out a cold snort and stopped inflicting pain on the three giant beasts. If you don't want to die, then you'd better accept your fate. The black dragon said helplessly to them. The three giant beasts were struggling. They all possess the bloodline of divine beasts, and their noble dignity is hard for them to relinquish. If you refuse to yield even unto death, I will not force you. I will send you to your deaths now. Hua Qiu said indifferently. The three giant beasts showed signs of fear. Bang! Your subordinate greets master. The white tiger, who had been shouting the loudest, was the first to back down and prostrated itself at Hua Qiu's feet. Greetings, master. The giant tortoise and the firebird reluctantly followed suit. Very good. Hua Qiu smiled with satisfaction. They actually subdued the four great demon kings. Ji Yao couldn't quite believe it. She had no idea what kind of pain and crisis the four demon kings had suffered, she just found it unbelievable. These four demon kings have always been extremely terrifying beings in the secret realm, and a nightmare for the cultivators of the three sects. I have never seen them so humble. I ask you, have you been here for 1,000 years just to protect the superior spiritual spring? Hua Qiu asked, frowning. The four demon kings looked at each other in bewilderment. Reporting to master, the order from that supreme cultivator was indeed to have us guard this spiritual spring, the white tiger said in a low voice. During the millennia we've guarded this place, we've had our doubts and wanted to explore the spiritual spring, but every time we got close, we were blasted away by a powerful force. Oh? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then turned and gazed into the spiritual spring. He didn't sense any powerful force within it, it was completely ordinary. Wait here for me a moment, I'll go inside and take a look, he said to Ji Yao. Ji Yao could only nod. After saying that, Hua Qiu strode towards the spirit spring. Seeing this, Baihu wanted to say something to remind him. But the firebird stretched out its wings and stopped it. The giant tortoise quickly gave it a wink. The white tiger immediately understood their meaning and shut its mouth. They wanted Hua Qiu to trigger the powerful force left behind by the supreme cultivator. If Hua Qiu is seriously injured, they might be able to break free of their control. Mo Jiao, standing to the side, was also watching Hua Qiu intently, beginning to look forward to it. Under the watchful eyes of one person and four beasts, Hua Qiu walked straight towards the spirit spring. He walked on water and slowly entered the sacred spring. It did not trigger any reaction. The four demon kings were stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. They had tried it not long ago, but were blasted away by that force. Why did the human cultivator not react at all when he went in? Hua Qiu entered the spiritual spring and found that it was a stone chamber. The stone chamber was small, only large enough for one person to enter. A sliver of light shone through. He paused for a moment, then went inside. Upon entering, Hua Qiu's gaze immediately sharpened. Inside this stone chamber of the spiritual spring, there is only one thing. A golden bone was placed on a platform in the stone chamber. This was beyond Hua Qiu's expectations. He thought that something that would make a top expert in the Xuanzhen realm go to such lengths to have the four symbols guarded must at least be some extraordinary treasure. I never expected that there was only a bone inside. Hua Qiu could tell at a glance that it was a human bone. 687, Chapter 687 Supreme Remains. A human bone, entirely golden in color, was placed in the secret chamber of the spiritual spring, indicating it had been there for at least 1,000 years. Hua Qiu could tell that it was an arm bone. The arm bone, which has endured countless years, remains remarkably intact, showing no signs of weathering or wear. It was so intact that it looked as if it had just been removed from a human body. Throughout history, only the remains of powerful cultivators have been able to survive in the world for a long time, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. The owner of this arm bone was at least a figure comparable to a top-tier being in the Xuanzhen world, otherwise, it would be impossible for his remains to be so well preserved after thousands of years. Hua Qiu tried to get closer. Suddenly, his heart began to flutter. This wasn't his reaction. The dragon seal of the 9 provinces, Hua Qiu's expression changed. The 9 provinces' dragon seal emitted peculiar fluctuations, unable to calm down. This fluctuation was far more intense than the encounter with the ancient artifacts from the 9 provinces on Earth. Moreover, Hua Qiu sensed a sorrowful aura emanating from Longxi. The dragon seal seemed to possess a spirit, and was even lamenting the loss of this arm bone. Could this person be an ancient powerful being from the 9 provinces? Hua Qiu wondered. He reached out to grab the golden arm bone. He was not attacked by any array formations or techniques, and he easily picked up the arm bone. Upon first handling it, Hua Qiu discovered that it was hard. The remains of a top-tier expert are bound to be incredibly hard, comparable to high-grade refining materials in the cultivation world. Some people also use the remains of powerful individuals to forge divine weapons and magical artifacts, often creating special high-grade magical treasures with immense power. Hua Qiu sensed that the arm bone in front of him was unusually hard. Wah! The 9 provinces' dragon seal flew out automatically, emitting a soft light that shone on the golden arm bone. It seemed to be expressing sorrow and mourning the owner of the remains. This is the first time the 9 provinces' dragon seal has reacted in this way. Hua Qiu sensed the intense emotional fluctuations in Longxi's eyes and his gaze narrowed slightly. He examined the golden arm bone in his hand again. Could it bet hat this is the first supreme being of the 9 provinces? Supreme bone. Hua Qiu's expression turned serious. The first supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, an unparalleled figure. He is the leader of the Kyushu world, the hero of the Kyushu world. As a supreme being of the lower realm, he was able to lead the ancient cultivators of the 9 provinces against the dominant forces of the Xuanzhen realm, a higher plane, and even inflict incalculable losses on them. He is a being that even the supreme ruler of the Xuanzhen realm must fear. Hua Qiu admires such a person. In the ancient tomb of a cultivator in the immortal realm, Hua Qiu saw his name and that of the first supreme being on the back of the tombstone. That was very likely the work of the first supreme being of the 9 provinces. It was unbelievable to Hua Qiu that a mere lower realm supreme being could calculate the fate of a supreme immortal emperor like himself. If possible, he really wanted to meet the first supreme being in person and see what kind of being he was. Unfortunately, the first supreme being perished in ancient times. Upon seeing what appears to be the remains of the first supreme being, Hua Qiu felt a complex mix of emotions. Judging from this leg bone alone, the power of the first supreme being of the 9 provinces is no less than that of the strongest cultivators in the Xuanzhen realm. He made his judgment. However, it's difficult to say exactly what level it is. Hua Qiu flicked the golden arm bone with his finger, and it immediately produced a crisp sound. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared in his other hand, and a blue sword appeared. That was a divine weapon he had seized from the incarnation of a goddess in the heavenly palace. It was one of the heavenly palace's most precious treasures. Without a second thought, Hua Qiu wielded the cyan sword and slashed forcefully at the golden arm bone. Clang! Sparks flew, revealing the golden arm bone to be smooth and undamaged. He looked at the blade of the cyan sword and was surprised to find a small notch. As expected, Hua Qiu smiled slightly. The hardness of this arm bone may have surpassed that of the highest grade refining minerals in the Xuanzhen realm. Even the divine weapons of the heavenly palace could not leave a mark on it, instead, they were damaged. Wah-ah! The 9 provinces' dragon seal began to spin rapidly, emitting a whistling sound, seemingly condemning Hua Qiu's reckless offense and expressing its dissatisfaction. Hua Qiu didn't care. If this arm bone were used for weapon forging, it could definitely be used to create an extraordinary magical weapon. Hua Qiu murmured. What do you think? He looked up at the 9 provinces dragon seal. These are the remains of the first supreme being of the 9 provinces, and should be venerated in principle. He had no reverence for the first supreme being and treated him with indifference. As a vital artifact of the 9 provinces, Hua Qiu believes that the dragon seal has the right to speak on behalf of all living beings in the 9 provinces. If it objects, Hua Qiu will respect that and will not touch the supreme's remains. Unexpectedly, Longxi nodded in mid-air. It conveyed a message. The first supreme being left behind his remains and ordered them to be preserved so that the beings of the 9 provinces could use them as a weapon against the Xuanzhen realm. The first supreme being was indeed great. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and accepted the golden arm bone. After accepting it, he frowned slightly. He had a question. Who preserved the remains of the supreme being? He was the top expert mentioned by the 4 mythical beasts outside. He sealed the supreme being's remains here, perhaps waiting for someone like himself to come and take them away. Is he an ancient powerful figure from the 9 provinces, or does he have another identity? Does he know anything about the ancient secrets of Kyushu, or about that tombstone? With these questions in mind, Hua Qiu accepted the dragon seal and left the spirit spring. Seeing him walk out unharmed, the 4 demon kings were filled with disappointment, which they could not hide. In the past 1,000 years, has that powerful cultivator ever appeared in the secret realm? He asked with a serious expression. No, he hasn't appeared since he settled us here, Mo Jiao replied. After he placed restrictions on us, he promised that when our mission was completed, we would be blessed with great fortune. After saying this, the 4 demon kings exchanged bitter smiles. Now that Hua Qiu has barged in, they can no longer guard this spiritual spring. Their mission was forced to end. But where is the great fortune? They received no benefits whatsoever, and instead were branded with a divine imprint, becoming spirit pets and mounts. What kind of good fortune is this? The 4 demon kings inwardly grumbled and criticized the old man who had captured them. Hua Qiu was not happy that she did not get the answer she wanted. The powerful cultivator who sealed the remains of the supreme being remains another mystery, shrouded in enigma. 1,000 years have passed. Is he still alive today, or is he still in the Xuanzhen realm? These are all unknown. As long as he's still alive, I'll find him sooner or later and ask him about the secrets of the ancient times. Hua Qiu could only give up for the time being. He looked at the flowing spring behind him. This trip wasn't a complete waste. Anyway, he came here for the spiritual spring from the very beginning. 688, Chapter 688. The purpose of the spirit sect. From now on, you will not be mistreated if you follow me. Hua Qiu said something to the 4 demon kings. The 4 demon kings looked at him with strange expressions. Obviously, they don't believe it. Who wouldn't be filled with resentment when forced to submit in that way? If it weren't for the fact that he was no match for Hua Qiu, he would have swallowed him whole long ago. Seeing this, Hua Qiu didn't say anything more. Those who followed him initially resisted, but after benefiting greatly, most changed and became devoted to him. He believed that it wouldn't be long before these 4 demonic beasts would willingly follow him and obey his commands. I am going to enter the spiritual spring to cultivate, so you will all protect me, he instructed. Yes, Master, the 4 demonic beasts replied respectfully. Hua Qiu turned around and walked towards the spirit spring again. He glanced at Ji Yao beside him, seemingly lost in thought. Fine, I'll help her improve as well. He was about to speak to Ji Yao. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light descended from the sky and slammed down on the spiritual spring. The power of this spiritual light was so strong that it distorted the space within the secret realm. This was an indiscriminate attack, targeting all living beings within the area of the spirit spring. But it seems more like a target of the 4 demon kings. A powerful aura then spread over and locked onto them. Who launched the sneak attack? The 4 demon kings roared in fury. Despite their anger, they were also very wary of the spiritual light, so they quickly joined forces to unleash the power of the 4 symbols, forming a huge light shield that enveloped the spiritual spring. Boom! The spiritual light struck the light shield, causing it to tremble violently several times. Fortunately, it held up. The 4 demon kings, however, did not look too good. They sensed a surge of energy and blood, indicating that the attacker was quite powerful. This is the power of the nascent soul realm, Mo Zhao said with a stern face. Nascent soul late stage, Firebird added. The laws governing this secret realm have been tampered with by powerful cultivators, and cultivators at the core formation stage and above will be greatly suppressed. Aside from the native creatures of the secret realm, the power of the nascent soul stage is theoretically not allowed to appear. However, the light had clearly exceeded the limit, yet it did not cause any disturbance in the laws of the secret realm. This made the 4 demon kings feel uneasy. This is an uncontrollable and shocking change. A strong sense of crisis made them cautious. Master, you should leave, the black dragon stared at the sky and said calmly. We're afraid we can't leave with you. Huaqiu also looked up at the sky, his face cold. The aura of a nascent soul stage cultivator appeared in the sky. And there was more than one. The weakest are all in the mid-nascent soul stage. In particular, within the clouds, Huaqiu sensed a very powerful yet faint aura, hidden and unseen. After a while, 3 figures appeared in the air. 3 old men stood in a row, looking down indifferently at the creatures at the spirit spring, with their main focus on the 4 demon kings. Huaqiu and Ji Yao, whose auras were only at the core formation stage, did not attract much attention from them. Nascent soul, how come it's nascent soul again? Has the law of the secret realm failed? Ji Yao's pretty face turned pale, and her chest felt tight from the pressure of the 3 nascent souls' auras. She was frightened. Huaqiu extended his own energy to her, which restored her to normal. Could these 3 be powerful figures from the spirit sect? How could they escape the restrictions of the secret realm's laws? Ji Yao was very puzzled. Judging from their appearance, they are most likely from the spirit sect, Huaqiu said calmly. As for why they are not restricted by the laws of the secret realm, Huaqiu smiled slightly. He had already noticed something amiss when the leader of the spirit sect's pill peak descended earlier. These 3 people are now using the same method. They possess secret treasures crafted by void-returning cultivators using special techniques, which can disguise their aura as that of beings within the secret realm, allowing them to evade the suppression of the realm's laws, Huaqiu told Ji Yao. Return to emptiness, Ji Yao gasped for breath upon hearing those 2 words. Is it worth them going to such lengths just to destroy the Golden Light sect and the 7 Leaves sect? Huaqiu smiled but remained silent. In the eyes of the spirit sect, the Golden Light sect and the 7 Leaves sect are probably just insignificant little sects. Their real target is this place. It might be a top-grade spiritual spring, or it might be something else entirely. It's even possible that they wanted to subdue the 4 demon kings. After all, they all possess the bloodline of divine beasts and can form a pseudo-4 symbols. If used properly, they can be incredibly powerful in this realm. Big brother, are they the ones who stole your treasure? The giant tortoise asked leisurely. Mo Zhao remained silent, his expression cold. How could it not know that these people deliberately stole its treasure, sending it out to wreak havoc? It was used as a weapon. In the sky, 3 nascent soul cultivators stood proudly, looking down at the sky with expressionless faces. Why are there 2 core formation cultivators here? One of them asked, frowning. A mere core formation cultivator can't cause much trouble. They are probably just the remaining cultivators from those 2 sects. We can easily wipe them out later, another person said. So the 3 of them stopped paying attention to Huaqiu and Ji Yao. Listen up, 4 demon kings, immediately surrender to the spirit sect. Someone shouted. Otherwise, I will kill you all here. Bullshit. The hot-tempered white tiger cursed. You 3 nascent soul cultivators dare to spout such nonsense, I'll swallow you whole. The white tiger leaped into the sky and swallowed it whole. Even the three nascent soul cultivators were not afraid. The strongest one sneered and threw out a magical artifact. It was a blood-red bead, hanging in the air and shining brightly. The white tiger was struck by the red light, and immediately let out a loud cry before falling to the ground. The other three demon kings were horrified. Another special magic weapon crafted and infused with power by a cultivator at the void return stage, Huaqiu frowned on the ground. That is to restrain the four elements, a law of power. He saw through the true nature of the precious pearl. Without a doubt, these three spirit sect cultivators came specifically to deal with the four demon kings. Oops. The other three demon kings' expressions changed. With their strength, they are not afraid of three human nascent soul cultivators. But the light emitted by the red bead in the sky was extremely restrained by them. What exactly do you want? Is it just to subdue us? The black dragon roared at the sky. The three nascent soul cultivators revealed meaningful smiles. Hand over the remains of the Supreme One, and you may live if you submit. A cold voice came from above. What, the remains of a supreme being, what is that? The four demon kings looked at each other in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Huaqiu's expression immediately darkened. They actually came for the supreme being's remains. 689, Chapter 689. Unbelievable. We don't even know where the supreme being's remains are. Mo Jiao roared, releasing his aura as he prepared to unleash his divine power to fight the three nascent soul cultivators. However, the cultivator holding the red pearl simply made a hand seal, and the pearl immediately shone brightly with red light, projecting it onto its enormous body. In an instant, the black dragon deflated like a punctured balloon, losing all its strength and collapsing to the ground. What is that thing? How can it control us so much? The giant tortoise cried out in terror. Hee, this is a spirit pearl that my Lingzong master consulted ancient books and specially found special materials to refine it, is naturally able to restrain the power of the four elements. Lingzong nascent soul said with a sneer. With this pearl, not only will your four symbols' power be rendered unusable, but your other strengths will also be greatly weakened. Any one of the three of us could easily kill you. If you know what's good for you, hand over the supreme relics immediately, or you will be killed without mercy. We've already said we have no idea about any supreme remains, so what are you going to hand over? The white tiger roared in fury. Still dare to be stubborn? The cultivator holding the red orb frowned, manipulating the orb to release more special power. The four demon kings were immediately under immense pressure, so much so that they were forced to lie prostrate on the ground, unable to even lift their heads. They also lost the ability to resist. Are we all going to die here today? Firebird said, feeling frustrated and sorrowful. First, it was forcibly subdued, and now it is being severely oppressed. Both times it was powerless to resist. These four demon kings are so powerful, how could they have become like this? Ji Yao asked, puzzled, as she looked at them. Everything in the universe has its counterpart. Although they have the bloodline of divine beasts, they haven't fully matured yet, so it's only natural that they are restrained by something, Huaqiu said coldly. He stared at the three nascent soul cultivators in the sky, his gaze icy. Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. Since he intends to subdue them and use them for his own purposes, he will naturally not stand idly by while they are bullied. He slowly walked to the center of the four giant beasts. The three nascent soul cultivators in the sky all frowned. What does a mere core formation cultivator want to do? The three asked with disdain and confusion. You? Upon seeing Huaqiu step forward, the four demon kings all showed unusual expressions. They had no hope for Huaqiu at all. Those are three nascent soul cultivators. No matter how powerful he is in the core formation stage, encountering unrestricted nascent soul cultivators would be extremely dangerous. Besides, there were three of them. You can't save us, let's go, Mo Jiao sighed and said. How dare a mere spirit pet speak to its master in such a tone? Huaqiu coldly retorted. The four demon kings froze. My spirit pets are not for outsiders to deal with, he said indifferently, and killing intent began to emanate from them. The four demon kings looked at him in surprise. In their eyes, Huaqiu's behavior was extremely unwise and foolish. Yet it touched their hearts. A mere core formation cultivator dares to show his face, he's really overestimating himself. Tired of living, isn't he? The three nascent soul cultivators laughed, their expressions extremely contemptuous. Which nascent soul cultivator would take a core formation cultivator seriously? Since you're so eager to die, then so be it. A nascent soul cultivator casually waved his hand at Huaqiu. The spiritual light formed by spiritual energy blasted down on him. Huaqiu glanced at the spiritual light indifferently. Buzz. Suddenly, the space in front of him began to hum, and an unseen force rapidly spread upwards. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated and vanished without a trace. Seeing this, the three nascent soul cultivators didn't take it seriously. Instead, they showed expressions of considerable interest. The pinnacle of core formation, this is interesting. Buzz. The invisible fluctuations in space continue to spread. The three of them didn't take it to heart, nor did they intend to pay it any attention. One of them casually threw a magical artifact to bombard the target. They all thought that was enough. Boom! The magical artifact suddenly exploded in mid-air, turning into countless fragments, which then vanished into nothingness. Only at this moment did the three of them show a slight change in expression. It can even easily destroy the magic weapon of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Such power is already extremely remarkable. We underestimated this kid. The three men's expressions turned serious, but they weren't panicked. Kill him. The other two looked at the cultivator holding the precious pearl. The man nodded and controlled the light from the pearl to shoot towards Huaqiu. The red light naturally restrained the power of the four symbols, but it also possessed extremely powerful strength itself when wielded by this late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The power it unleashed was terrifying. Using this precious pearl against Huaqiu already shows that they take it seriously enough. Huaqiu's expression remained unchanged. A surge of power, mixed with a wisp of destructive sword intent, continued to spread upwards. Suddenly, ripples spread through the air, and the space vibrated and hummed incessantly. That was the anomaly caused by the clash and collision of two forces in the air. The three of them were looking on with great confidence when suddenly their expressions froze. After only a brief exchange, the red light emitted by the pearl abruptly dimmed. How is this possible? The three of them couldn't help but change their expressions drastically, showing shock for the first time. This is a magical treasure specially crafted by a powerful figure from the sect. Wasn't it said that anyone below the nascent soul stage could be killed, but it's not working at all? They were quite startled and looked at Huaqiu with suspicion and uncertainty. That was just a core formation cultivator. A mere core formation. How could he possibly possess such terrifying power? This shouldn't be happening. The nascent soul cultivator holding the red orb had an uncertain expression as he frantically poured spiritual power into the orb, trying to kill Huaqiu. However, after the pearl dimmed, no matter how he tried to stimulate it, the light could not be made stronger, and it flickered uncertainly. On the ground, Huaqiu's gaze sharpened. Snap! A crack suddenly appeared on the red gem. What? The three nascent soul cultivators revealed expressions of horror and disbelief affection. This is not a magic weapon used by a nascent soul stage cultivator. This is a top-tier magic weapon that a powerful expert of the spirit sect painstakingly crafted. How could it be damaged so easily? Click click click. Without giving the three any room to accept it, cracks instantly spread across the pearl, as dense as a spider web. Splash! The red pearl shattered into numerous tiny fragments in the cultivator's hand. The three of them were stunned as the shards fell from their hands. The two people next to him stammered, their eyes wide open. What a terrifying scene! The magical treasures that the powerful Lingzong master personally entrusted to them, were they just going to watch helplessly as they were destroyed? How so? Isn't this spirit pearl supposed to be indestructible? Isn't it said to be infinitely powerful? How are are we supposed to explain this to the sect, and how are we supposed to complete the mission? The three of them were terrified. It's him! A man pointed at Hua Qiu with a trembling hand. What exactly did you do? How could you destroy my spirit sect's top-tier magic weapon? 690, Chapter 690 The Descent of the God of Transformation. With the red orb destroyed, the special power that restrained the power of the four elements naturally vanished as well. The pressure on the four demon kings suddenly eased, and they regained their freedom. You actually did it? They all looked at Hua Qiu in disbelief. You don't know your place, you should call me master. Hua Qiu frowned and shouted. The four demon kings were immediately shaken, as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. Master, the four demon kings quickly yielded and called out. This time, their cries carried a more complex mix of emotions. Where does this core formation cultivator come from, and how can he be so extraordinary? The four demon kings had many questions in their hearts, but dared not ask them. They were no longer so resistant and resentful, and they acknowledged Hua Qiu's abilities. At first, they thought they had been tricked by accident and that Hua Qiu's methods were despicable and shameless. Now they finally understand that this core formation cultivator cannot be defined by common sense, he is truly powerful. Seeing that the four demon kings had regained their freedom, the three nascent soul cultivators looked grim. Without that precious pearl, the three of them working together in this secret realm wouldn't be able to defeat the four demon kings. It could even result in both sides suffering losses. After all, this is a demon king with the bloodline of a divine beast, and he also knows how to use the power of the four elements. Damn it! You three bastards, I'll devour you alive. The white tiger roared to the sky, venting its frustration and dissatisfaction. It leaped into the air, its body surrounded by spiritual light, clearly enraged and ready to vent its anger and seek revenge. The firebird also flapped its wings and took flight, flames erupting from its body. The black dragon swung its tail and rose into the sky, emitting a blue light. With a stomp of its four legs, the giant tortoise shot straight into the sky with its powerful gravity. They joined forces to unleash the four symbols formation taught by a supreme being, and the power of the four symbols enveloped this space. The three nascent soul cultivators' faces were ashen, their expressions extremely grave. Without the red gem, they would have a hard time dealing with the power of the four symbols, and their lives would be in danger. Reckless. Hua Qiu uttered two words with displeasure. He stared at the highest clouds. Just as the power of the four symbols was about to tear the three nascent soul cultivators apart. Boom! Like a thunderclap from the heavens, the clouds in the sky suddenly burst open, and a beam of light crashed down. The beam of light was unstoppable, sweeping away everything tangible and intangible in the air, making the space clear. Under the fierce impact of that beam of light, the four symbols formation formed by the four demon kings immediately proved to be vulnerable and was shattered into pieces. All four demon kings were blasted away and crashed heavily to the ground. Ouch, damn it, what's going on? White Tiger howled in pain, shouting as he spoke. It has suffered serious injuries. The other three demon kings weren't much better off, they lay in the mountains for a long time, unable to get up. The black dragon stared intently at the sky. Above the three people, a radiant figure slowly appeared. The light emanating from him was so intense that it was impossible to look directly at him, and even the black dragon could not see his true appearance. The terrifying aura emanating from that figure caused the space around them to freeze. At this moment, a powerful aura spread rapidly within the secret realm, like the majestic might of heaven, intimidating all the demonic beasts into silence, causing them to involuntarily lie prostrate on the ground, not daring to make a move. Inside the secret realm, the cultivators from both sects who were exploring all changed their expressions drastically, staring at the sky with fear and unease. The aura was so powerful that it suppressed the entire secret realm. This is... Ji Yao's body trembled uncontrollably, and her pretty face turned pale. She stared at the indistinct figure in the sky, holding her breath in panic. What kind of aura was that? It was far beyond the aura of those three nascent soul cultivators, there was a huge gap between them. They're not even on the same level. Transformation into a divine being. Mo Zhao rolled over and squeezed out 2 words, his voice filled with unprecedented solemnity. A nascent soul cultivator. There's actually a nascent soul cultivator descending. This is unreasonable. The white tiger's voice became softer, but it was still extremely agitated. What a grand gesture, they actually forced open space to allow a nascent soul cultivator to descend. The firebird murmured. Hua Qiu was the calmest person present. As early as when the nascent soul cultivators of the spirit sect appeared, he had already discovered that there was a very subtle aura leaking out from the highest clouds. He has been keeping an eye on it. When the nascent soul cultivator of the spirit sect faced a life or death crisis, that aura finally broke through space and descended, overwhelming the secret realm. Venerable One. In the air, the 3 nascent soul cultivators showed expressions of surprise and respectfully bowed to the figure. We 3 are truly useless, actually disturbing the Venerable One's personal arrival. Please forgive us. They said remorsefully. The light and shadow waved their hand. It's not your fault, came the indifferent voice. It's understandable that you can't handle things here. His voice was devoid of emotion. The 3 looked at each other, not daring to utter a sound. I don't know if the Venerable One truly forgave them. The 3 of you, just stand aside and observe, Guanyin said calmly. Venerable One, although the 3 of us are not strong enough, we are willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. Please give your orders. Light and shadow furrowed their brows slightly. You are a burden, he said coldly. The 3 of them were stunned, looking embarrassed. Guanyin waved his hand, and the 3 of them quickly retreated to a distance to watch. The light and shadow stood in the air, looking down indifferently. The 4 demon kings felt their hair stand on end and were terrified when he looked at them. That person was simply too strong, even his gaze carried a terrifying sense of oppression. The light and shadow only glanced at the 4 demon kings before landing on Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu stared at the light and shadow with an expressionless face, unaffected by anything. The 2 gazed at each other across the distance, silent and still. A long time. You're very good, Guanyin said, offering a compliment. Hua Qiu did not respond. What a fine core formation realm expert, your strength is the greatest among all core formation realm experts in the past 1,000 years. No wonder the Taoist prince of Jialing sect died at your hands, the figure said calmly. Clearly, he already knew what had happened within the secret realm, unlike those 3 aloof and indifferent nascent soul cultivators. A genius like you shouldn't be confined to the first level, that would only bury your talent, Guanyin continued. The 7 Leaves sect is too small to accommodate you. Come to the spirit sect, where you can become a Tao child. As soon as Guanyin uttered those words, both humans and demons present showed surprise. The 3 nascent soul cultivators looked strange, but dared not interrupt. The 4 demon kings looked worried, fearing that Hua Qiu would defect to the spirit sect, which would worsen their situation. Ji Yao became nervous, staring intently at Hua Qiu. She is a candidate for goddess of the divine sect, which is hostile to the spirit sect. She least wanted to see Hua Qiu join the Ling sect and stand against her. The temptation to become a disciple of the spirit sect is immense. The spirit sect is a dominant sect, and its Dao sons hold high positions, wield great power, and enjoy abundant resources. Therefore, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Oh! Hua Qiu suddenly let out a soft laugh. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Chapter 691. A nascent soul transformation loses composure. Hua Qiu revealed a mocking smile as he looked at the beam of light in the sky. The 7 Leaves sect is small, but the spirit sect isn't much better, he said calmly. The light and shadow in the sky paused slightly, clearly not expecting Hua Qiu to react this way. The spirit sect is at best a small sect. What qualifications does it have for me to join it? His tone was full of contempt. Although the light and shadow couldn't reveal his expression, one could imagine that he must be looking completely bewildered. The 4 demon kings stared blankly at Hua Qiu. Master, isn't this a bit too arrogant? The white tiger said weakly. They breathed a sigh of relief when Hua Qiu refused Lingzong's offer to recruit him. But I didn't expect it to be rejected in this way. He's a bit of a jerk, Mo Zhao said with a wry smile. This owner is completely unpredictable. His actions are always unexpected. That's a nascent soul cultivator, so it's understandable that he'd be a little timid, the giant tortoise muttered softly. I suddenly realized that he has a lot of personal charm. Firebird said earnestly. What an arrogant and ignorant brat. The three nascent soul cultivators of the spirit sect were furious, and one of them directly rebuked him. How dare you call our spirit sect a minor sect? Who do you think you are? Just because you have some talent, you dare to speak so arrogantly? My spirit sect is a hegemonic sect of the second heaven, it is supreme in this region. Who dares to call it a small sect? You are simply audacious. The three of them were so angry they jumped up and down. They really wanted to teach Huaqiu a lesson, but they didn't have the ability, so they could only hurl insults at him. The light and shadow, on the other hand, appear much calmer. He waved to signal the three of them to shut up. On behalf of the spirit sect, I extend this sincere invitation to you to join us. This is not a joke, he said calmly. I will ask you one more time, are you willing to become a Taoist disciple of the spirit sect? Huaqiu's expression remained as disdainful as before. The spirit sect is unworthy, he chuckled. That's a real shame, Guanying said calmly, without saying anything more. The atmosphere in the air has changed. The atmosphere of light and shadow was no longer peaceful, it became oppressive. The four demon kings were tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. Alright, now we're all doomed together, the black dragon said helplessly. Ji Yao stood there, her expression complex. At this moment, she really wanted to do something to make herself seem less useless. Unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to fight in front of a nascent soul cultivator. She could only watch silently from behind Huaqiu. Is death the inevitable fate after all? She murmured. In the air, the light and shadow coldly pressed a hand down. Boom! The sky suddenly shook violently. An enormous handprint appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun. The palm, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, pressed down directly. This palm strike directly covered an area spanning dozens of miles. Before the palm print even landed, the oppressive force it carried had already caused a fierce wind to sweep across the area below, uprooting and throwing away all vegetation. The earth is cracking, the mountains are drying up, and the dense forests are collapsing. This is the terrifying power of a nascent soul cultivator. Below the level of a god, all are but ants. The moment the divine transformation appeared, the world changed color. A terrible riot has broken out in the secret realm, making it seem as if the entire realm is about to be destroyed. The cultivators within the secret realm were terrified, yet there was nothing they could do. Huaqiu and the others, along with the demons, who were positioned below the palm print, felt immense pressure. The four demon kings were powerless and lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies radiating spiritual light to form a protective barrier. But that's mostly useless, it can't withstand the power of a nascent soul cultivator. They seem to have resigned themselves to their fate, too lazy to even resist. Ji Yao swayed and staggered forward, her eyes fixed on Huaqiu's back. In the face of life and death, she wanted to be closer to Huaqiu, not wanting to die alone. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch Huaqiu. Just as she was about to touch Huaqiu's body, she suddenly froze. She grabbed at nothing. The Huaqiu before my eyes is nothing but an illusion. She didn't realize that Huaqiu had disappeared from her sight at some point, and only now did she understand. In the sky, the three nascent soul cultivators from the spirit sect looked down at the ground with cold smiles. The light and shadow of that nascent soul cultivator suddenly paused, and the palm print stopped falling. He suddenly looked up. The scene above him made him pause for a moment, a rare occurrence. Huaqiu stood indifferently above him, atop the clouds. He has reached the highest barrier of this secret realm and stands at its peak. What? When did he go there? The three nascent soul cultivators sensed something was wrong and looked up in surprise as they followed the light and shadow. What kind of speed is this? Even the venerable Lingzong was slow to realize it. The light and shadow stared intently at Huaqiu, their expressions becoming serious. What do you want to do? He whispered, so that no one else could hear him. The place where Huaqiu Station is located is no ordinary place. That was the gap he created by tearing through space. Hua Qiu was standing right below the gap. This inevitably led him to some uneasy thoughts, wondering if Hua Qiu had discovered something. But what could he possibly do even if he discovered it, given that he was merely at the peak of the core formation realm? Hua Qiu looked at the light and shadow below with a half-smile. Your spirit sect is certainly cautious enough, he said calmly. A void-returning cultivator intervened, personally breaking through space to allow you to descend into this secret realm. Upon hearing this, the aura of light and shadow suddenly fluctuated. He has become restless. The space has been broken open, but the power of the void-returning cultivators is used to condense avatars and descend, which limits the strength of the nascent soul realm, Hua Qiu continued. Why doesn't the main body descend directly, unleash its full nascent soul power, and completely dominate this secret realm? The energy of light and shadow fluctuated even more. He had completely lost his composure. Because everything Hua Qiu said was correct. It was only through the intervention of the void-returning experts within the spirit sect that he was able to break through space and descend into the secret realm. Originally, they intended to descend directly, but later discovered that the laws of heaven and earth in this secret realm had been tampered with, and even a void-returning great power could not alter them. If his true form were to descend, it would cause a disturbance in the secret realm, and he would also be in danger. Even a magic weapon personally crafted by a void-returning grandmaster is useless. Even those below the nascent soul stage can still disguise themselves, but the aura of a nascent soul cultivator is too powerful to conceal. As a precaution, the powerful cultivator from the spirit sect, who had returned to the void realm, provided him with strong assistance, allowing him to condense an avatar and descend. However, this avatar has a limited lifespan and will automatically dissipate. You must complete your business before the avatar disappears. Having wasted some time earlier, and seeing that he couldn't recruit Hua Qiu, he decided to kill him directly. Unexpectedly, this genius saw through everything. Even nascent soul cultivators couldn't remain calm and lost their composure. What exactly do you want to do? Guan Ying stared intently at Hua Qiu and asked coldly. Hua Qiu's expression gradually turned cold. Isn't it difficult for your true form to descend? It's alright, I'll help you down. 692, Chapter 692 Seeking One's Own Death? The light and shadow gazed upon Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's words greatly shocked him. This is not something a mere core formation cultivator in the first level of cultivation should say. How could someone who has only reached the core formation stage possess such knowledge and domineering presence? Who exactly are you? You are not a cultivator from the Seven Leaves sect. A small sect like the Seven Leaves sect could not possibly have such an existence. The light and shadow spoke with a serious tone. In the distance, the three nascent soul cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. Why did the Venerable One react this way? They couldn't discern anything amiss, but were astonished by the way the light and shadow behaved. That was a powerful nascent soul cultivator within the spirit sect, always calm and collected, rarely showing significant emotional fluctuations. At the summit of the secret realm, Hua Qiu extended a hand with a faint smile. I do not believe you have such ability. Although the light and shadow lost their tranquility, they did not intend to stop him. The other place connecting to the secret realm is within the spirit sect. On the other end, a powerful figure from the Lingzong sect was in charge. He could tell that Hua Qiu was no ordinary cultivator, but he also didn't believe that Hua Qiu could cause trouble under the nose of a void-returning great power. I'd like to see how you managed to bring down my true form. The figure in the light and shadow adopted a nonchalant attitude, crossing its arms and watching from the sidelines. My time is limited. I can only give you half an hour. You must seize the opportunity, he said calmly, sounding more like indifference than contempt. Or perhaps he wanted to see just how capable Hua Qiu was. Hua Qiu chuckled softly and stood beneath the spatial rift. He reached out, as if touching something. What is he doing? The three nascent soul cultivators of the spirit sect looked on in confusion. He's trying to touch the laws of heaven and earth within the crack, the light and shadow said indifferently. What? The three nascent soul cultivators were greatly alarmed upon hearing this. The laws of heaven and earth are the power of heaven and earth that only cultivators at the nascent soul stage can generally comprehend. A very small number of nascent soul cultivators are able to comprehend their own laws ahead of time. They are all exceptional individuals, geniuses among geniuses. As for being able to access the power of laws at the core formation stage, that is truly inconceivable. At least none of the three of them had ever heard of it. Even in the second heaven, there is no such extraordinary talent. Perhaps the third heaven will have. But that was information they could no longer access. This person's talent is extremely amazing. It's a pity that he cannot be used by our spirit sect, Guan Ying said calmly. Then we can only destroy it. He stared at Hua Qiu's movements, lost in thought. It is not easy to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth at the peak of the core formation stage, but the gap in realm is there even if you have some understanding. It is difficult to be profound. Being able to touch some of the surface is already remarkable. This is why he dared to let Hua Qiu do as he pleased. He didn't believe that Hua Qiu's laws could be that powerful. The words had barely left his mouth. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the crack above my head. Hua Qiu smiled, and his body suddenly flickered. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. The three nascent soul cultivators were stunned. The light and shadow froze, deeply shaken. It really worked, he murmured. On the ground, the four demon kings were terrified. He broke through the different laws of the two spaces and went to another realm. The white tiger exclaimed in shock. Reckless, absolutely reckless. The black dragon roared in exasperation. The giant tortoise and the firebird were also unusually solemn. The other end of that crack connects to a dominant sect in the second level of heaven. No matter how powerful he is at the peak of the core formation realm, can he really cause trouble in a hegemonic sect? He's dead, he's not coming back. Mo Jiao sighed with a bitter smile. That's good with him dead, we'll be free. Unfortunately, I had just started to develop some interest in him, Firebird said regretfully, shaking his head. The second level of the Xuanzhen realm, the overlord level sect, Lingzong. In the large square within the Lingzong sect, many Lingzong cultivators sat cross-legged. A large array is in operation, with a flowing halo of light. At the center of the formation was a tall, slender middle-aged man. He sat cross-legged in the center of the formation with his eyes closed, his brows slightly furrowed. He was the very form of the light and shadow that descended upon the three sects' secret realm. Above him, in the air, sat an old man with white hair and beard. He is the core of maintaining the operation of this great formation. A powerful figure from the spirit sect, a void-returning cultivator. A spatial rift appeared in the sky, directly facing the center. A moment later, the middle-aged man in the center of the formation opened his eyes. At the same moment, the white-haired old man on his head showed a slight change in expression. Buzz. Beneath the spatial rift, space trembled, and a figure gradually solidified. It was Hua Qiu who descended, transcending the limitations of the rules of heaven and earth. Hua Qiu's arrival startled all the spirit sect cultivators present. He stood with his hands behind his back, towering above everyone else, his face calm and composed, exuding the air of a master. However, the aura emanating from him was somewhat disappointing. His cultivation aura was still at the peak of the core formation stage. Who is it? How dare you? Upon seeing this, the Lingzong cultivators sitting around him revealed their anger and took to the air, flying towards Hua Qiu. Most of them were nascent soul cultivators, but there were also other deity transformation cultivators among them. The middle-aged man in the center of the formation looked up and his expression darkened slightly. How dare I come here? He whispered. A mere core formation stage expert. How dare he trespass into a top-tier sect all by himself? What's the difference between this and courting death? Anyone who enters at the nascent soul stage will only face certain death. What makes him so special, a mere core formation cultivator? No matter how astonished they were, Hua Qiu's true form had indeed descended into the spirit sect. Above the great formation, the white-haired old man's gaze was gloomy, and he revealed a cold smile. What a peerless genius from the first heaven! How arrogant, what audacity! This powerful Ling Zone cultivator naturally witnessed everything that happened within the three-sect's secret realm through the connection of that light and shadow. Same he became interested in this mysterious core formation realm expert. Don't kill him. The powerful Ling Zone master waved his hand and issued an order. Capture this boy and I will subdue him, he said with a smile. Yes, sir. The Ling Zone cultivator responded respectfully. A mere core formation cultivator, do you think he can escape? The Ling Zone cultivators all looked disdainful. They were all at least at the nascent soul stage, with some even at the divine transformation stage. Their combined attack was a formidable force. Even if that core formation expert was incredibly powerful, they didn't believe he could escape alive like that. This scene did not change Huaqiu's expression. He remained calm, standing in the air as if he didn't see the attacks from the numerous spirit sect cultivators. He simply looked down indifferently at the middle-aged man in the center of the formation. The middle-aged man looked up and met his gaze, their eyes clashed across the distance. I said I would drag your true form down with me. Then we will definitely do it. 693, Chapter 693. Even a powerful being couldn't stop it. I'm afraid you don't have that ability, the middle-aged man said calmly. Take care of your own safety first. He couldn't figure out how Huaqiu could survive. Even facing a nascent soul cultivator like him would be a near-death experience, let alone here in the spirit sect's main camp, where there are also void returning experts present. He frowned, puzzled as to why the core formation realm expert in the sky could remain so calm and composed while he was trapped in such a desperate situation. What are his trump cards and methods? The middle-aged man stared intently at the sky. He quickly understood where Huaqiu's confidence came from. The first one to fly to Huaqiu's side was a nascent soul cultivator from the spirit sect. You arrogant brat, get out of here! The nascent soul cultivator waved his hand, unleashing a powerful storm of spiritual light that slammed towards Huaqiu. Huaqiu stood still without making any move, not even trying to dodge. Could it be that they didn't realize it? The Ling Zone cultivators all showed surprise. After all, he's just a core formation cultivator. It's normal that he can't react quickly enough when a nascent soul cultivator makes a move. Even the nascent soul cultivator who made the move turned grim, regretting that he had gone too far and fearing that he might kill Huaqiu and anger the powerful figures of the spirit sect. Just as he was anxiously trying to remedy the situation, the storm of spiritual light suddenly passed through Huaqiu's body and swept away into the distance. What happened? In an instant, the Ling Zone cultivators present showed expressions of shock. Some people even doubted that they were seeing things or hallucinating. The venerable one's attack passed right through? That kid wasn't hurt at all? The cultivators of the spirit sect below the nascent soul stage all found it unbelievable. The middle-aged man in the formation froze. The smile on the white-haired old man's face disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. The laws of space. This kid actually comprehended the laws of space. The nascent soul cultivator who made the move said in shock, somewhat incredulous. What, the law of space, one of the 10 supreme laws? How is this possible? He's only at the core formation stage. The Ling Zone cultivators were extremely shocked and found it difficult to calm down. As is well known, the laws of space are the highest level laws among the laws of heaven and earth, and are extremely difficult to comprehend. In the entire Xuanzhen realm, very few people have comprehended the laws of space, and each one of them is an extremely powerful being. Anyone who comprehends even one of the 10 supreme laws is virtually invincible within their own realm, and can even engage in battles beyond their own realm. It's frightening enough that a core formation cultivator who suddenly appeared could comprehend the power of laws, but he also comprehended one of the 10 most difficult laws to grasp. How could the cultivators of the spirit sect accept this? What do those nascent soul cultivators who are desperately pursuing the power of the laws think? So, this is what he relies on. The middle-aged man in the formation turns serious. Once you grasp the laws of space, things will be different. Perhaps he really can protect himself. All of you, step back. The white-haired old man spoke with a stern face. You can't touch him, you'll have to take action yourself. Upon hearing this, the Lingzong cultivators could only respectfully retreat. This boy is remarkable for being able to provoke powerful figures from the spirit sect to take action. But that's where it ends. Even if he had comprehended the laws of space, he would have no choice but to submit when a powerful being intervened. I, an old man, shall test your spatial laws. The white-haired elder said in a deep voice, preparing to unleash his great divine power. I don't have time to argue with you, go cool off somewhere else, Hua Qiu said impatiently. The white-haired old man looked slightly dazed. He is a void-returning great power, a top expert who roams the second heaven who would dare to disrespect him? To be reprimanded to my face by a core formation cultivator. Ancestor, this brat is too arrogant, he must be taught a lesson. The Lingzong cultivator was indignant and itched with hatred. The white-haired old man smiled slightly. The sharpness of a genius always needs to be tempered. He stretched out a hand and touched the spot where Hua Qiu was. He intended to use the vast difference in their cultivation levels to forcibly erase Hua Qiu's use of spatial laws, causing him to fall out of the alternate dimension. Whoosh! Hua Qiu suddenly moved, and his body disappeared from the spot. Ripples spread through the space, and the white-haired old man's power vanished without a trace. The white-haired old man frowned. What an exquisite application of spatial laws! Even he was astonished. At the core formation stage, the profound application of the power of laws is something even a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of their cultivation might not be able to match. Upon hearing his praise, the Lingzong cultivator looked astonished. This old ancestor rarely praised people. They understood that the extraordinary talent of that core formation realm cultivator had thoroughly piqued his interest, making him even more eager to subdue him. Where did that kid go? The Lingzong cultivator looked around, searching for Hua Qiu's figure. At the center of the large ground array, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. A flash of light appeared before him, and Hua Qiu materialized out of thin air. You're playing with fire and getting burned. The middle-aged man said coldly. Hua Qiu chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. Even now, these Lingzong cultivators still don't take his arrival seriously. Even the powerful figures from the spirit sect haven't taken drastic measures yet, believing he can't cause too much trouble and still hoping to subdue him. Most people approach it with a playful attitude, simply watching for entertainment. Because they have strong self-confidence, the confidence of a hegemonic sect, they do not take Hua Qiu seriously. Now, Hua Qiu is going to make them realize the seriousness of the situation. With a casual wave of his hand, a peculiar aura enveloped the middle-aged man. You think I really can't bring you down? Hua Qiu sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a small black hole suddenly exploded behind the middle-aged man. A powerful suction force lifted him off the ground, causing him to lose his balance and fly into the black hole. The middle-aged man's expression finally changed, and he emitted a blazing light as he used his spiritual power to resist the suction force. But he was soon shocked to discover that even his nascent soul cultivation level couldn't stop it. This unexpected change left the Lingzong cultivators speechless. The white-haired old man in the sky instantly turned gloomy. He was in a very relaxed state of mind, but he didn't expect Hua Qiu to do this. When he saw the black hole appear, his gaze sharpened, and he realized something was wrong. Seeing the middle-aged man being sucked away, he flew into a rage. Presumptuous! The white-haired old man shouted, instantly revealing his powerful strength at the void-returning realm. An overwhelming aura descended in an instant, terrifying beyond measure. Hua Qiu gave a mocking sneer, and with a flicker of his body, he disappeared into the black hole along with the middle-aged man. The black hole dissipated, leaving nothing behind. The powerful aura of the spirit sect master missed its target. The scene was completely silent. The Lingzong cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. A mere core formation cultivator, right before their eyes, descended upon the spirit sect and unharmedly removed a venerable one, a feat even a powerful expert couldn't stop. What kind of nonsense is this? The white-haired old man's face turned extremely pale. This outcome was also unexpected for him. A mere core formation realm expert doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was truly enraged and immediately used his methods to forcefully break through the three sects' secret realm space of the first level again. However, a powerful counterforce swept through, completely erasing the spatial ripples that had just spread. The white-haired old man looked surprised. The laws of that secret realm began to fluctuate, no longer allowing him to tear it apart. This time, he could no longer break through. The white-haired old man's expression shifted unpredictably, and his oppressive aura caused the space to tremble, which was quite frightening. The Ling Zone cultivators all remained silent, not daring to utter a sound. Today is the most humiliating day for the spirit sect. 694, Chapter 694. You're not a core formation cultivator. Within the three secret realms. Some time has passed since Hua Qiu disappeared into the spatial rift. It's probably too cold. The black dragon looked up and said softly. Sigh, I was hoping he could put up a fight against that nascent soul cultivator. White Tiger shook his head, his face full of disappointment. They actually dared to cross the spatial rift to the spirit sect's headquarters. They're practically courting death. How incredibly stupid. The white tiger grumbled and cursed, looking completely bewildered. The giant tortoise and the firebird could only sigh silently. Although they didn't have a good impression of Hua Qiu, it was still quite sad that someone they could rely on had disappeared. Ji Yao listened to the four demon kings talking beside her, her heart trembling, and she looked up at the sky with great worry. She was hoping that Hua Qiu's figure would reappear. Overestimating himself, that kid must be dead inside the spirit sect by now, and his body might not even be preserved intact. The three people in the sky sneered and mocked him with schadenfreude. Alright, it's time to deal with those four beasts. They looked at the ground with ill intent. Even without Hua Qiu, with the sect's nascent soul incarnation providing support, they were confident in dealing with the four demon kings. The air was heavy, a battle was about to break out. Boom! Suddenly, a loud tremor shook the sky, and ripples spread outwards in concentric circles. A black hole suddenly burst open, and a person flew out from it. The sudden scene stunned both humans and demons present. When they saw Hua Qiu appear, they were all shocked. He actually came back? They actually managed to come back, are you kidding me? This is outrageous. Is there not a single cultivator in the entire spirit sect? How could he have returned? Everyone looked on in disbelief. That's the spirit sect, a hegemonic sect. A bunch of nascent soul cultivators, deity transformation cultivators, and void returning experts are all in charge. Even if a nascent soul cultivator went there, it would be a certain death for them. Let alone a mere core formation cultivator? No matter how powerful someone is at the peak of the core formation realm, they are still just a core formation cultivator. This scene was nothing short of an earth-shattering event for both the humans and demons present. Ji Yao breathed a huge sigh of relief. I'm only worried about him because I'm afraid we won't be able to get out of the secret realm, she said to herself. The three nascent soul cultivators from the spirit sect stared wide-eyed, their expressions utterly blank. He really went to the spirit sect? That can't be true, can it? I don't believe it. There's no way he could have returned from the spirit sect unscathed, not to mention the powerful patriarchs within the sect. Those few venerables alone would have made it impossible for him to return. The three questioned the situation and were very angry. They felt that Hua Qiu was just putting on an act and definitely hadn't actually gone to the Ling sect. Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than a middle-aged man suddenly fell out of the black hole, looking rather disheveled. When the three men saw the middle-aged man's face clearly, they were instantly speechless. At the same time, the light and shadow in the sky burst like a bubble. Venerable one? They gasped in surprise. UUVE descended in your true form? The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he glared at them menacingly. The three remained silent, trembling with fear. Could it be that you were really dragged down by that kid? Someone asked timidly. The middle-aged man's expression froze, and his face darkened even more. So what if you can pull down my true form? he said coldly. The three of them were stunned. Damn it, he actually did it. White Tiger snorted upon hearing this. At the peak of the core formation realm, he crossed space to the extremely dangerous spirit sect, and in front of so many powerful figures in the spirit sect, he safely pulled down a nascent soul cultivator's true form. Mo Jiao recited with fluctuating emotions. We all underestimated this master. He may be someone beyond everyone's imagination. The other three demon kings seemed to be deep in thought. Based on Huaqiu's previous performance, he was extraordinary in every way, and his actions were not something that could be easily defined. They just haven't been willing to admit it. Perhaps is the opportunity that the powerful figure spoke of, the destiny that lies within us. The Firebird murmured. If he can resolve this spirit sect nascent soul stage, then recognizing him as our master is not out of the question, Mo Jiao said meaningfully. This time, the other three demons remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. In the air, Huaqiu coldly looked at the spirit sect nascent soul cultivator whom he had forcibly pulled down across space. In the spirit sect, I might not be able to do anything to you. But once you reach this point, you will perish. Lingzong's face was gloomy as he transformed into a nascent soul cultivator. He already sensed it. Without the help of a powerful spiritual master to suppress the laws of heaven and earth in the secret realm, he was already restricted. In that short time, his cultivation level dropped to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, and it continues to decline. So what if you haven't reached the nascent soul stage? I, the Venerable One, can still kill you even if you remain within the nascent soul realm. After saying that, he took action without further ado. This was a genius who had comprehended the laws of space. He put aside his contempt and decided to kill Huaqiu while he could still unleash his full potential at the peak of the nascent soul stage. At the peak of the nascent soul stage, I'm 80% confident I can kill him. He was no longer full of confidence and became very cautious. From the very first move, it was a deadly strike. The sky behind him turned dark red. He was using a rare supernatural power. Behind it, a red aura swirled and condensed into a giant shadow, its shape constantly shifting, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. The middle-aged man clasped his hands together, and the giant shadow stepped out. In just one step, he was in front of Huaqiu. The giant shadow conjured a large blade in its hand and slashed fiercely down at Huaqiu. At the same time, red light flew out from his body, sealing off the space around Huaqiu. Such supernatural power and terrifying aura caused the four demon kings to show surprise and extreme fear. They all watched Huaqiu's movements. Everything that follows in this battle will depend on Huaqiu's performance. This is beyond what a core formation realm expert can contend with, the Black Dragon murmured. In the air, Huaqiu remained calm. In the extreme realm of elixir formation, one must die, the middle-aged man shouted. Who said I'm a core formation cultivator? Huaqiu chuckled. With a flick of his wrist, a cyan sword appeared. He raised his hand, and a flash of sword light appeared. The sky was filled with swirling clouds and a terrifying storm howling. The giant red figure, still holding its sword aloft, suddenly stopped. The next moment, it was cut in half at the waist, revealing a huge sword mark. With a single sword strike, the giant shadow was cleaved in two, rendering it unable to harm Huaqiu any further. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely stiff. He was utterly shocked for the first time. The giant shadow he conjured with his supernatural powers was not so simple. It can be described as ever-changing, and it is indestructible no matter what. Damage from swords and blades is completely ineffective. Even if the body is shattered, it can quickly regenerate. But for some reason, after being struck by the young cultivator's sword, it could no longer be pieced back together and collapsed completely. At the same time, the aura emanating from Huaqiu also greatly shocked him. It's not the core formation stage. 695, Chapter 695 Stealing the Sky and Changing the Sun. Middle-aged people are on high alert. He discovered something unbelievable. Just now, when Huaqiu shattered his killing move, the aura he displayed had already surpassed the limits of the core formation stage. However, the laws of nature in this secret realm remained completely unresponsive. This surprised him. He was certain that Hua Qiu did not possess any special magic treasures crafted by a void-returning stage expert. That was a very strange scene. His aura seemed to merge with the laws of heaven and earth of the secret realm, similar to the native creatures within this secret realm, and was recognized by the laws of the secret realm, so that it did not cause any abnormalities. I never imagined that this kid's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth would be so profound. The middle-aged man felt extremely heavy-hearted. He is a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, he is one of the best among those at the nascent soul stage. Even he couldn't grasp the profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth as well as Hua Qiu. Perhaps, this person's achievements in the power of laws are already comparable to the void-returning ancestor of the spirit sect. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. He changed his mind. The initial contempt vanished the moment Hua Qiu displayed strength surpassing the core formation realm. A peerless genius at the nascent soul stage comprehended the law of space, one of the 10 supreme laws, and his mastery of the law was extraordinary. Such a cultivator could absolutely threaten his life. The laws of this secret realm are suppressing me even more intensely. My cultivation level is about to drop to the late nascent soul stage, and then it will go even lower. The middle-aged man was a very steady nascent soul cultivator within the spirit sect. For a moment, he simply confronted Hua Qiu and did not make another move. However, his behavior puzzled the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the spirit sect. Your Excellency, this brat is far too arrogant. He must be killed here to uphold the prestige of our spirit sect. He's just a lowly core formation cultivator. He needs to be taught a lesson. The 3 men were filled with righteous indignation and hoped that the middle-aged man could punish Hua Qiu. The middle-aged man's face immediately darkened. Shut up! He shouted sternly. If you utter another word, I will kill you all first. The 3 immediately fell silent, not daring to utter a single word. After the 3 fell silent, the middle-aged man faced Hua Qiu with a cold expression. Next, I will unleash my strongest move ever. Let's see if you can withstand it. He shouted to Hua Qiu. Go ahead and do it, Hua Qiu said with a mocking expression, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The middle-aged man, with a gloomy face, threw out dozens of talismans, which surrounded him. Oh, Fu Xiu? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. Judging from the middle-aged man's technique, he was clearly a cultivator skilled in talismanic arts. Fu Xiu was a rare sight, and Hua Qiu showed a hint of interest, observing the situation and waiting for his ultimate move. The middle-aged man continued to throw out talismans, his body covered in a dense array of runes. In just a short time, thousands of talismans were thrown out. Hua Qiu looked surprised upon seeing this. Talisman cultivators are a type of cultivator who consumes a lot of resources. Each talisman thrown by the middle-aged man was of a high grade, and the value of the thousands of talismans he threw out alone was already considerable. Even most cultivators who have reached the void return stage probably don't have such a fortune. It seems you hold a fairly high position in the spirit sect. Hua Qiu revealed a meaningful smile, his eyes fixed on the storage ring on the middle-aged man's hand. Is the venerable one about to unleash his strongest move of his life? The 3 nascent soul cultivators of the spirit sect were filled with anticipation. They have more confidence in middle-aged people. That posture was imposing and convincing. The number of talismans thrown out by middle-aged people continues to increase. The area around him was filled with talismans, which had enveloped his figure. Gradually, Hua Qiu's expression froze. A moment later, he frowned. He no longer chose to wait and see, raised his cyan sword, and suddenly unleashed a thick sword beam. The sword light arrived in an instant, striking the middle-aged man's talisman array directly. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the talisman array began to collapse. The ease with which it was made Hua Qiu pause in surprise. Originally, those talismans were of a high grade, and even though his sword light carried the intent of destruction, he did not think he could break through the middle-aged man's talisman array without any hindrance. Unexpectedly, it broke open in an instant. As a result, the talisman array began to disintegrate layer by layer, gradually revealing its core. When the scene inside was revealed, Huaqiu's face turned gloomy. The cultivators inside the talisman array were also stunned. What's going on? The three nascent soul cultivators of the spirit sect were dumbfounded. Without realizing it, the three of them suddenly felt dizzy and, when they came to their senses, found themselves inside a large array of talismans. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the cyan sword light slashing down from above. At the critical moment of life and death, the three were terrified. Venerable One, why is this? The three exclaimed in disbelief. They were still unable to process what had happened until this moment. What a brilliant trick of switching the pillars! Huaqiu said coldly. He was too focused on the middle-aged man's array of talismans to notice this move, which was indeed unexpected. Such a grand display, yet all it took was to teleport three nascent soul cultivators from the spirit sect to his place as scapegoats. The cyan sword light cleaved through the talisman array and slashed down at the three nascent soul cultivators amidst their terrified gazes. Ah! Terrified screams rang out. This sword strike was too much for three nascent soul cultivators of the spirit sect to withstand. The sword light struck down, instantly obliterating the physical bodies of the three, their life force vanishing in an instant. They remained in a state of extreme daze until their deaths, unaware that they had become scapegoats for the middle-aged man. As the three people were reduced to ashes in the sword light, Huaqiu's expression turned icy. This was the first time he had ever been tricked by someone, and he felt like he had been made a fool of. If I were to harbor murderous intent, no one could escape alive from me. Huaqiu said coldly, then turned his gaze to the summit of the secret realm, the crack. There, the middle-aged man was trying his best to open a spatial passage. 696, Chapter 696. The Demon King submits. The middle-aged man was so calm and resolute. Once he felt his life was threatened, he immediately abandoned the fight, used his abilities to make the three nascent soul cultivators his scapegoats, and then teleported to the spatial rift, attempting to reopen the spatial passage. His understanding of the laws of heaven and earth was also quite strong. By stalling for time, he actually managed to activate the laws of heaven and earth within the secret realm, causing the spatial rift to reappear and the spatial passage to show signs of reopening. This relieved the middle-aged man. This child is truly beyond reason. When I return to the spirit sect, I will definitely meet with the void returning ancestor, and, even if it means using all the power of the spirit sect, I will nip him in the bud. With a resolute expression, he forcefully tore open a spatial rift. He was about to rush into the spatial rift and return to the spirit sect. Suddenly, the spatial rift rippled and quickly closed. The middle-aged man was shocked and his face showed a look of horror. Huaqiu's figure quickly appeared before him. Huaqiu simply waved his hand, and the spatial rift closed instantly. The middle-aged man completely lost his composure, revealing a horrified expression. He knew that Huaqiu had comprehended the laws of space, and that his understanding of them was quite profound. It's simply unbelievable that he could repair the spatial rift so easily. Just how profound are your spatial laws? The middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim. This is not a spatial law, Huaqiu said calmly. This is the power of the origin of space. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's pupils dilated dramatically, and his face froze. The origin, he murmured, so shocked that his soul seemed to fly away. Huaqiu gave him no more chances. With a single slash, the cyan sword gleamed. A head flew out and slowly fell to the ground. The soul of the middle-aged man was also annihilated by the powerful destructive force of the sword intent. A powerful nascent soul cultivator perished in the three sects' secret realm. The mountains and forests here are completely silent. The four demon kings stared blankly at the sky, showing no reaction other than being stunned. They are absolutely stunning. He tore through space, descended upon the hegemonic sect, the spirit sect, personally dragged the true form of a nascent soul cultivator into the secret realm, and then annihilated him with overwhelming force. How incredible! Even if a void-returning grandmaster personally intervened, he might not be able to accomplish such a feat. All of this has exceeded the comprehension of beings in the first level of existence and transcends the rules. In the 10,000-year history of cultivation in the Xuanzhen realm, there has never been such an illogical figure. The 4 demon kings were not native beings of the first heaven, and their vision was far beyond that of ordinary demon kings of the first heaven. But they were just as bewildered, filled with doubt and apprehension, and dared not utter a sound. After a long while, the 4 demon kings calmed down a little. "Brother, he really destroyed that nascent soul cultivator from the spirit sect. What should we do? Should we really acknowledge him as our master?" Baihu asked in a low voice. Mo Jiao stared intently at the sky with a serious expression. It took a while before it made a sound. "This person is the greatest in the Xuanzhen realm in 1,000 years, he is truly destined to be a ruler," Mo Jiao said heavily. "I am now certain that he is the variable that the top expert spoke of, and also our destiny." The other 3 demon kings seemed to be deep in thought and fell silent. It must be admitted that Huaqiu's performance has earned their recognition. "We won." Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "He can even kill a nascent soul cultivator, his strength is unfathomable." Ji Yao's eyes gleamed with admiration. Unbeknownst to her, her mindset was also changing, but she herself was unaware of it. Huaqiu landed slowly from the air. He landed in the middle of the 4 demon kings. Master Mo Jiao lowered his noble head and called out. Previously, it was forced to submit, unwillingly and reluctantly. But now, it has recognized Huaqiu's strength and is completely convinced of its capabilities. The other 3 demon kings also prostrated themselves before Huaqiu, silently expressing their submission. Huaqiu smiled slightly. This is exactly the effect he wanted. His display of strength won over the 4 demon kings, saving him a lot of trouble. "Remember, you are all my spirit beasts, and you must never disobey my orders," Huaqiu said indifferently. His aura, surpassing that of the core formation stage, enveloped the 4 demon kings, surging and powerful. The 4 demon kings couldn't help but show surprise and great awe. "We are willing to follow our master, and we will never disobey any orders," the black dragon solemnly declared. "We will never disobey." The other 3 demon kings echoed. "Very good." Huaqiu nodded with a faint smile. "Congratulations on subduing the 4 great demon kings," Ji Yao said quietly. "From now on, within this secret realm, you will be able to command the wind and rain, and even the 3 sect patriarchs will be no match for you." Huaqiu glanced at Ji Yao. "Remember, this is your mistress from now on, you must obey her orders," Huaqiu said calmly. "We will obey our master's command." The 4 demon kings replied respectfully. Ji Yao was taken aback. The 4 demon kings in the 3 secret realms. These are 4 demon kings that even the 3 nascent soul patriarchs might not be able to contend with. She hadn't expected Huaqiu to issue such an order. Seeing the 4 demon kings bowing to her, she was somewhat unable to react. Even though she was a candidate for goddess of the divine sect, she had never received such treatment. "From now on, you can still order these 4 guys around," Huaqiu said with a smile. He felt guilty towards Ji Yao. These 4 demon kings possessed the bloodline of divine beasts, and he subdued them all. According to his plan, after some training, he wanted to keep 1 or 2 as Ji Yao's spirit pets to protect her. Ji Yao didn't speak, but just quietly looked at Huaqiu. Her emotions were made even more complicated by Huaqiu's actions. A unique emotion began to grow in her heart. 697, Chapter 697 Promotion. Huaqiu looked towards the pool of spiritual spring. He came here specifically for this spiritual spring, but he never expected so many things to happen. Now that everything is settled, it's time to enjoy the most precious resources within these 3 secret realms. The spiritual veins of the 7 Leaves sect no longer offer me much improvement, but this spiritual spring can help me advance even further. Huaqiu's eyes were burning with anticipation. He had exhausted most of the 7 Leaves sect's spiritual veins, and his cultivation level had reached the late stage of the 3rd level of the creation technique, after which he could no longer advance. The spiritual spring before him had existed for over 1,000 years, accumulating extremely rich and pure spiritual energy, which was exactly what he needed. Using this spiritual spring, I wonder if I can break through to the fourth level of the creation technique in one go. Hua Qiu wasn't sure either. Now that he is at the late stage of the third level of the creation technique, he can fight against cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Upon reaching the fourth level of the creation technique, his strength will increase significantly once again. By then, he might no longer need to take nascent soul cultivators seriously. Hua Qiu strode toward the spirit spring. You will protect me, he said to the 4 demon kings. Please cultivate with peace of mind, master. The black dragon quickly replied. We will do our utmost to protect our master. The other 3 demon kings echoed. Hua Qiu gave them a deep look and then walked into the spiritual spring. Ji Yao had been watching silently. Suddenly, she felt a pulling force, and her body involuntarily lifted off the ground and floated towards the spiritual spring. Haven't you always wanted to cultivate spiritually with me to elevate your spiritual realm? Hua Qiu's voice echoed from the spiritual spring. You want to cultivate spiritually with me? Ji Yao looked surprised. She had brought it up many times before, but Hua Qiu had always refused. I cannot cultivate both mind and body, Hua Qiu said calmly. Ji Yao showed a hint of disappointment. But raising your spiritual level isn't that difficult, Hua Qiu continued. At the same time, Ji Yao's body was pulled into the spiritual spring. She saw Hua Qiu sitting cross-legged in the center of the spiritual spring. Stay by my side, and you will reap unexpected rewards, Hua Qiu said. Ji Yao sat down cross-legged with some skepticism. Hua Qiu closed his eyes and began to practice the creation technique. Buzz. The spiritual spring generated tremendous fluctuations, and a continuous stream of spiritual energy surged towards Hua Qiu, which he absorbed into his dantian like a whale swallowing a guzzling meal. Outside the spiritual spring, the 4 demon kings showed surprise. He's absorbing such a massive amount of spiritual energy, isn't he afraid of being bursting? The white tiger asked in surprise and doubt. Compared to human cultivators, the physical bodies of demonic beasts are far more powerful. Even though they possess the bloodline of divine beasts and have guarded this spiritual spring for thousands of years, they dare not breathe in spiritual energy like this. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Mo Zhao said. His physical body is many times stronger than mine. What, much stronger than you? The 3 demon kings could hardly believe it. The dragon lineage possesses physical strength ranking among the top in the Xuanjin realm. Within the same realm, there are almost no human cultivators whose physical strength surpasses that of the flood dragon lineage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A storm suddenly formed at the spiritual spring, and the surging spiritual energy was drawn into Hua Qiu's dantian. The 4 demon kings were dumbfounded. This is such an abnormal breathing method, I've never seen anything like it before. Even our clan leader wouldn't dare to do something like this, Mo Zhao said in a trembling voice. Hua Qiu's cultivation method terrified even the 4 demon kings. If it weren't for the fact that he possessed the aura of a human cultivator, they would have suspected that Hua Qiu was a divine beast descended to earth. Inside the spiritual spring, Ji Yao's expression changed drastically. As Hua Qiu inhaled and exhaled a massive amount of spiritual energy, she felt a surge of spiritual energy pouring into her body. At first, she was horrified. But soon she discovered that the spiritual energy had been transformed into an easily accepted form, turning into spiritual power within her body without any risk. This allowed her to rapidly advance in her field. Ji Yao's cultivation level was at the late stage of core formation, and in the blink of an eye, she broke through to the great perfection of core formation. This was not the end, her realm was evolving in a direction she was unaware of. After a long while, Ji Yao finally widened her eyes. The pinnacle of core formation! She exclaimed in surprise. She actually reached that special realm reserved for peerless geniuses. She originally focused on cultivating her spiritual realm and never had any ambition to reach the core formation stage. How is this possible? Ji Yao was extremely shocked. Hua Qiu is an unparalleled genius, without a doubt. It is possible that while cultivating and improving oneself, one might also drag others to unimaginable realms, something that has never happened before in the history of the Xuanjin realm. Concentrate, calm your mind. Just as Ji Yao was in surprise, Hua Qiu's voice rang in her mind. Immediately afterwards, a cultivation technique was transmitted to them. A secret technique for cultivating the mind. Ji Yao was completely stunned, her soul stiffening. As she specializes in cultivating the spiritual realm, she naturally knows how rare and precious spiritual cultivation techniques are. As a candidate for goddess of the divine sect, she was fortunate enough to obtain a secret technique of the divine sect, which she has been practicing diligently ever since. But when she saw the mysterious technique Hua Qiu transmitted, she felt that her understanding had been overturned. It was many times more profound than the secret techniques of the divine sect, and it even introduced many subsequent realms that she had never heard of before. Could you possibly come from the legendary immortal realm? Ji Yao was so unsettled that she had no heart to cultivate. Her heart was pounding and she couldn't calm down. The 4 demon kings outside the spirit spring were also unable to remain calm. Hua Qiu's voice echoed in their minds. You all possess the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, but even if you spend your entire lives, you will find it difficult to advance to become a true divine beast. Now, I will impart to you a secret technique. As long as you cultivate diligently, you will be able to unleash the deepest power of your bloodline and have a 90% chance of transforming into a true divine beast. The extremely calm words instantly shocked the 4 demon kings. Really? Their nerves were on edge. 698, Chapter 698 must be a person from the immortal realm. Serpent, I will impart to you the core secret technique of the true dragon clan. Dragon soars through the 9 heavens. Hua Qiu's voice rang in Mo Zhao's mind, and then a message appeared directly in his sea of consciousness. Dragon soars through the 9 heavens. This is truly one of the 5 great secret techniques of the dragon race, which can only be learned by beings with dragon blood when they transform into true dragons. The black dragon was so shocked that it froze. It has accepted its master's extraordinary nature and inevitably has expectations of him. Unexpectedly, Hua Qiu gave it such a big surprise. That's one of the 5 great dragon techniques that only true dragons can learn. Such a secret dragon technique is perhaps even unknown to the supreme ruler of the dragon lineage in the 3rd heaven. Even though he has reached the pinnacle of this plane, he is still far from transforming into a true dragon and is not yet a divine beast. True dragon treasure technique. I just learned it like that. Is this real? The black dragon felt like it was dreaming, and it was impossible for it to come back to its senses for a long time. The surprise was so overwhelming that it left it completely stunned. Firebird, you have the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. I will pass on to you the Vermilion Bird clan's top divine technique, Fire Dance Nirvana. Tiger, I hereby bestow upon you a roar that will shake the heavens. Turtle, then let me bestow upon you the power to shake the moon and calm the seas. Not only Mo Zhao, but the other 3 demon kings also received the secret techniques taught by Hua Qiu. He was once the supreme immortal emperor, with countless immortals under his command and many divine beasts following him, willingly serving as his mounts. He knew more about the closely guarded secrets of these 4 divine beast races than anyone else. Now that he had subdued these 4 demon kings, he was generous in passing on a unique racial secret technique to each of them. For him, this meant nothing. But the shock in the hearts of the 4 demon kings was like a raging storm. They all possess the bloodline of divine beasts and each has inherited memories. They knew better than anyone what kind of racial secrets Hua Qiu had taught them. Striving to cultivate and enhance the power of one's bloodline to transform into a true divine beast is the lifelong pursuit of all beings possessing the bloodline of a divine beast. It's not just because transforming into a divine beast allows them to undergo a complete metamorphosis and become even more powerful. The powerful abilities and magical secret techniques possessed by divine beasts are also what they strive for. Even the rulers of the 3 heavens cannot yet transform into divine beasts and learn the secret techniques of their race. At this level, it was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of, yet now it has been easily achieved by a mysterious human cultivator. This is a treasure technique that only divine beasts possess. How could a human cultivator know all of it? The white tiger transmitted its voice to the 3 demons with surprise and uncertainty. Our master is probably not from the lower realms. Mo Jiao thought of many things in an instant, and said in a trembling voice. Brother, you mean is an immortal? Firebird exclaimed. Mo Jiao nodded solemnly. There's no mistake, he must be an immortal descended to earth. The more composed giant tortoise concluded. Consider all the astonishing things he's done since his appearance. Where else in the Xuanzhen realm could you find a cultivator like him? Even the supreme ruler in his youth couldn't match his achievements. A divine beast, comparable to a powerful immortal, lives only in the ethereal immortal realm. The fact that it could impart such secret techniques to us top-tier races in one go means it must come from the immortal realm. Furthermore, he is no ordinary immortal in the immortal realm. He must be a giant in that realm, otherwise he wouldn't know so many racial secrets. After discussing for a while, the 4 demon kings unanimously concluded that Hua Qiu was an immortal. We thank our master. Mo Jiao led the way in bowing to Hua Qiu in the spiritual spring. The other 3 demon kings also bowed respectfully on the ground. For them, simply being taught racial secrets is already an immense blessing. Because of the secret techniques of divine beasts, their future will have infinite possibilities. That powerful figure really didn't lie to us. We have indeed encountered a tremendous opportunity. White Tiger muttered. The 1,000 years spent within this secret realm, thanks to the secret techniques, will not have been wasted. Get up, all of you, Hua Qiu's voice came from within the spiritual spring. The 4 demon kings' reaction was exactly what he expected. Below the celestial realm, no living being can resist the allure of divine beast techniques. Upon seeing the 4 demon kings who possessed the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts, he had an idea. There are no divine beasts below the celestial realm. Even if the powerful master taught them how to use the power of the 4 symbols, it was all ultimately illusory and could never compare to the true 4 symbols divine beast formation. The 4 symbols formation is incredibly powerful even in the immortal realm. There are no divine beasts below the immortal realm, so I will personally create one to see. This was Hua Qiu's plan. That strong person has a sharp eye. Although the 4 demon kings in the secret realm have not yet grown up, their bloodline power is very strong, making them the best among the divine beast bloodline beings. If he were to personally train him, Hua Qiu was very confident that he could cultivate a genuine 4 symbols. At that time, these 4 demon kings will be able to play a significant role and become his allies in the future war between the 2 realms. May I ask, Master, are you from the Xuanzhen realm? The black dragon asked, mustering its courage. The 3 demon kings stared at him, equally curious. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Hua Qiu said coldly. It was Long Zhe who overstepped his bounds. Please forgive me, Master. Mo Jiao quickly admitted defeat. Hua Qiu snorted coldly, applying appropriate pressure to make the 4 demon kings realize their true identities. Ji Yao, open your mind. He looked at Ji Yao beside him. Ji Yao hesitated for a moment, then closed her eyes, trying to relax her mind and open her eyes to Hua Qiu. For a cultivator, this is an extremely dangerous act. One would not dare to do it without absolute trust. Generally, one's spiritual world is only opened up during spiritual cultivation. I have taught you the secret method of cultivating the spirit, but spiritual cultivation is much slower than physical cultivation, Hua Qiu explained. I'll lend you a hand. He extended his spiritual power into Ji Yao's spiritual world. You only break. At that moment, Ji Yao's pupils dilated and her delicate body trembled. Her very soul trembled. Hua Qiu's divine form terrified her, causing her mental world to fluctuate violently and making it difficult for her to calm down. This is a wisp of divine soul power extending from Hua Qiu. But in Ji Yao's spiritual world, he was a towering giant. How is this possible? Ji Yao exclaimed in disbelief. How could there be such a magnificent soul in the world? Ji Yao's heart was pounding. Only now does she realize how shallow her understanding of Hua Qiu's spiritual realm was. I once saw the divine soul of the patriarch of the divine sect, and I was immediately awestruck. Since then, I have always regarded him as my ultimate goal, hoping that one day I can reach his level. Now that I've seen you, everything I knew has been turned upside down. Ling Ying, What exactly are you? Are you really a human cultivator? Ji Yao was shocked and frightened. 699, Chapter 699 Breakthrough amidst the tribulation of lightning. Rest assured, I will take control of your mental world. Hua Qiu said gently to Ji Yao. Ji Yao tried to calm her turbulent emotions and continue to open up her mental world. Hua Qiu's soul quickly gained control of Ji Yao's spiritual world. Under such circumstances, he could do anything to Ji Yao as he pleased. Although he was not a person with any despicable thoughts, he still hesitated for a moment. He wondered if he should erase Ji Yao's unpleasant memories of the dense forest, and even erase her memories of him, so that the two would become strangers from then on. This is good for both sides. Suddenly, Ji Yao's mental world became unstable. You can't do that. Ji Yao's consciousness spoke, filled with anger. The two are currently in a special state of spiritual communication, and Ji Yao can vaguely sense Hua Qiu's fluctuations. She immediately guessed Hua Qiu's thoughts. My memories are my own to control, not even you are allowed to do that. Hua Qiu sighed and gave up the idea. He used his own spiritual power to merge with Ji Yao's spirit. What are you doing? Ji Yao was terrified. This is indeed one of the fastest ways to improve one's spiritual realm. But for the person who makes the sacrifice, there are only disadvantages and no advantages. The soul is likely to suffer great damage, leading to a decline in health and a drop in cultivation level. You actually did this for me. Ji Yao's mental state fluctuated even more, and she strongly objected. Hua Qiu's actions made her both angry and touched, and her heart was filled with warmth. Don't worry, this is just a drop in the ocean for me, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. The immortal emperor's soul was not that fragile, and besides, what he transferred was only a little bit of soul power, which was nothing. Seeing that he was very serious, Ji Yao agreed with some skepticism. Time flies, and the spiritual spring in the secret realm is constantly being depleted. At the same time, Ji Yao's spiritual realm is also constantly improving. The moment the secret spring was depleted, Ji Yao opened her eyes. My spiritual realm has been raised to the 5th level. Her eyes widened. At the 5th level of divine cultivation, one's spiritual power is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. It elevated her to a whole new level. The barrier between the 4th and 5th stages is the greatest obstacle in divine cultivation. She originally thought it would take her hundreds of years to achieve this. Linging, thank you. Ji Yao's pretty face flushed with excitement, as if the gloom from before had been swept away, and at this moment there was only the great joy of her improved cultivation level. Hua Qiu's heart skipped a beat. He originally just wanted to make up for what he owed Ji Yao and help her more. But the way Ji Yao looked at him just now made him read other emotions. Hua Qiu was immediately at a loss. It's getting worse and worse, he shook his head, somewhat helplessly. After a moment, he took a deep breath. I have accumulated enough experience now, I should start working on my breakthrough. Hua Qiu's eyes gleamed, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Boom! As if a thunderbolt had struck, the entire 3-sect secret realm trembled violently, without exception. What's going on now? The cultivators from the Golden Light sect and the Seven Leaves sect were like startled birds, almost scared to death. The creatures within the secret realm were also terrified and kept silent. This shock was more severe than any before. While many living beings were filled with fear and trepidation. Suddenly, the sky within the secret realm darkened abruptly and swiftly. Boom! In just a few moments, a sea of lightning filled the sky. Looking at the dense purple lightning bolts in the sky, some of which were terrifyingly thick, the creatures were filled with extreme fear. They thought the end of the secret realm was coming and that it was about to be destroyed. That kind of lightning. The 4 demon kings stared blankly at the sky. Gradually, they all showed expressions of extreme shock. In the sea of lightning in the sky, purple lightning condensed into various tangible forms, roaring and howling within the sea of lightning, displaying its divine power. They knew this was Hua Qiu's tribulation of lightning. I have never seen such a terrifying lightning tribulation. Ordinary cultivators only begin to undergo tribulation when they break through to the nascent soul stage. But that kind of tribulation is nothing compared to Hua Qiu's. Tangible lightning tribulations are extremely rare. The 4 demon kings were shocked because they saw the divine beasts that were the source of their bloodline's inheritance also appearing in the lightning tribulation. Tangible lightning tribulations are rare to begin with, and tangible lightning tribulations projected by extraordinary beings are even more unseen throughout the ages. This is the sovereign's tribulation. The black dragon exclaimed in surprise. I heard that the 4 supreme rulers of the Xuanzhen realm encountered this kind of tribulation when they advanced to the void returning realm. But the aura emanating from Master is only at the nascent soul stage. The 4 demon kings were both shocked and frightened. The tribulation that the supreme ruler supposedly went through was very similar to the one before us. Even the supreme ruler would face a near-death experience if he went through such a calamity. Master truly lives up to his reputation as an immortal descended to earth. He has only reached the nascent soul stage, yet he has already triggered the tribulation of the sovereign. The black dragon exclaimed, his expression somewhat worried. But even the supreme ruler almost perished in the tribulation lightning back then. Could he have survived it safely? Now, they certainly don't want anything to happen to Hua Qiu. A mere purple lightning tribulation. Hua Qiu remained non-committal, not taking the terrifying sea of lightning in the sky seriously at all. Today, I will once again undergo this purple lightning tribulation and advance to the 4th level of the creation technique in one fell swoop. With a long roar, Hua Qiu soared into the air and fearlessly flew into the sea of lightning. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the entire sky above the secret realm went berserk, with purple lightning raging everywhere. Even though the sea of lightning was far from the ground, it still caused a fierce wind to sweep across the ground, carrying sand and stones. Heavens, what supreme being is undergoing tribulation? The cultivators from both sects were terrified, barely managing to avoid being swept away by the storm with all their might. The purple lightning tribulation is nothing special. Suddenly a loud shout came from the sky, bold and confident. They looked up and witnessed a scene they would never forget. A figure walked amidst the sea of lightning, conjuring clouds and rain with a flick of his wrist. Numerous surging purple lightning bolts crumbled one after another with each movement of his hands and feet, unable to unleash their terrifying power. The 2 cultivators were dumbfounded. Is that something an elder of the 7 Leaves sect could accomplish? That's a tangible lightning tribulation. No matter how shocking it may seem, it is the truth. They witnessed Hua Qiu crumble through layer upon layer of purple lightning tribulations, full of vigor and unharmed. The entire sea of lightning paled in comparison, gradually calming down, and the frenzied fluctuations subsided. As the lightning tribulation dissipated, the secret realm regained its clarity. The 4th level of the creation technique is complete. Hua Qiu smiled, looking refreshed. 700, Chapter 700. Another fragment. After Hua Qiu broke through to the 4th level of the creation technique, his cultivation strength increased significantly once again. He still concealed his presence, trying to make himself inconspicuous. On the ground, the 2 groups of cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. The lightning tribulation appeared and disappeared so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. Elder Ling has broken through to the nascent soul stage? Elder Lu of the 7 Leaves sect asked, somewhat uncertainly. That's right, he successfully survived that extraordinary tribulation. He must have already achieved the nascent soul stage. From now on, the overall strength of our 7 Leaves sect's 3 nascent soul cultivators will reach a new level. Elder Lu said excitedly, his face beaming. Elder Ling truly deserves to be called a peerless genius, a talent that appears only once in 1,000 years. This trip to the secret realm actually allowed him to break through to the nascent soul stage, which is wonderful. The cultivators of the 7 Leaves sect were also very excited. Many disciples of the 7 Leaves sect gazed at Hua Qiu with adoration, regarding him as an idol. Buzz. Suddenly, ripples spread across the sky, producing a sound similar to the howling of the wind. Upon seeing this, the cultivators from both sects were shocked. The secret realm is about to open, we can finally get out. They cheered. During this exploration of the secret realm, both sects lost many cultivators, with the Golden Light sect suffering a much greater loss than the Seven Leaves sect. The rebellion of Emperor Jialing involved far too many events. A spatial passage appeared in the sky. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. Originally, the secret passage wouldn't open for several more days. The lightning tribulation he unleashed was so powerful that it affected the laws of the secret realm, causing instability and opening the spatial passage prematurely. Let's go back to the sect. The elders of the Golden Light sect were already impatient and called on the cultivators of the Golden Light sect to fly towards the spatial passage. Having stayed in the secret realm for several days, cut off from the outside world, they were all very worried about the safety of the sect and rushed to report. Elder Ji, let's go together. An elder from the Golden Light sect called out to Ji Yao. Ji Yao's pretty face froze slightly. She glanced at Hua Qiu, her expression complex. After leaving this secret realm, anything can happen. She is a candidate for the Divine Maiden of the Divine Sect, and she also has her own mission. After struggling for a moment, she took a deep look at Hua Qiu, then took to the air and followed the Jin Guangzong's group. She turned back several times, her gaze towards Hua Qiu filled with sorrow. If anything happens after you return to the Golden Light sect, you can contact me directly, and I will come immediately, Hua Qiu transmitted to him. Ji Yao did not respond. She took one last look at Hua Qiu and then flew into the spatial passage without looking back. Elder Ling. The Seven Leaves sect members flew to Hua Qiu's side. Congratulations Elder Ling on your successful breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. The Seven Leaves sect cultivators congratulated him with smiles. Hua Qiu casually brushed it off. Elder Ling, now that the secret realm passage has been opened, we should hurry back to the sect to report back as soon as possible, Elder Lu said solemnly. These days, I wonder if there have been any unusual developments within the sect. The elders all looked worried. Hua Qiu glanced at the 4 demon kings on the ground. You all go ahead, I'll take care of a little thing and then leave. Leave, he said calmly. Elder Ling, hurry up, Elder Lu instructed. The Seven Leaves sect can't live without you. After saying that, the elders led the Seven Leaves sect cultivators into the spatial passage. The situation was so urgent that there was no time for pleasantries. Hua Qiu landed on the ground. The 4 demon kings came to pay their respects. Master, our mission is complete. Please allow us to follow you to the outside world, the Black Dragon said earnestly. That's how it should be, Hua Qiu replied. The 4 demon kings showed delight. They've long been tired of this bird sanctuary. It's just that we were restricted from going out before. Master, you should be able to break the restrictions on us, right? The Black Dragon asked. You are no longer subject to any restrictions, Hua Qiu said meaningfully. The 4 demon kings were stunned, but after experiencing it for a while, they were overjoyed. It's really gone, we can go out now. Hua Qiu looked up. What he was looking at was the laws of heaven and earth of this secret realm. Some changes were subtle, but he was aware of them all. When he entered the spiritual spring, the obstacles that should have been there did not react at all. When the heavenly tribulation appeared, the laws of heaven and earth in the secret realm actually surged, suppressing the energy of the tribulation to some extent. Otherwise, the purple lightning tribulation would be even more powerful. The laws of this secret realm treat all cultivators equally, suppressing them all. After entering the spiritual spring, he was almost free of the influence of the laws on his body, and he could freely unleash power beyond the core formation stage. All of this demonstrates the special favor the laws of the secret realm bestowed upon him. Hua Qiu thought of that mysterious powerful figure. Looking back now, he placed restrictions on the 4 demon kings, causing their cultivation levels to drop and preventing them from breaking through for 1,000 years. Is it also a desire to keep them for himself to subdue? It's very possible that person was one of the great powers of the ancient 9 provinces, Hua Qiu pondered. Although information suggests that almost all the powerful beings in the 9 provinces were wiped out in the ancient war, the possibility that some survived to the present day cannot be ruled out. If that's the case, I should look for it, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. The Kyushu region is far too weak now. It was so weak that it was completely vulnerable and had no power to resist compared to the higher-level Xuanzhen realm. He cannot handle every detail and needs some capable assistance. This is also why he subdued the 4 demon kings. By the way, Longza has something to report to Master, Mo Zhao said to Hua Qiu, as if he had remembered something. Speak, Hua Qiu said, looking at it. 1,000 years ago, when that powerful being confined us to this secret realm, he left behind something, the Black Dragon said. He once told us that if anyone could lift the restrictions in the future, he would hand over the thing. After saying that, the Black Dragon opened its mouth and spat out something. That thing was encased and stored within its body by its spiritual power. The inner space lasted for 1,000 years. We've studied this thing before, but we found that apart from being incredibly hard, it has no other special features, the Black Dragon said quietly. Hua Qiu's gaze narrowed slightly, and he waved his hand to take the thing away. This is a fragment of bronze, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. Hua Qiu also possessed bronze fragments. He obtained it in the secret chamber of the Lang family, descendants of important officials of the 9 provinces, when he was in the immortal realm of Earth Star. Lang Xiu once said that this bronze fragment is related to a great ancient secret of the 9 provinces. Without saying a word, he put the bronze fragments into his storage ring. We're one step closer to solving the mystery.